Everyone, yes, this girl is right. These two men didn't do anything, they just watched. But can she really say that? Seeing Li Rouge about to cry, even though the child was wearing ragged clothes, her clean little face didn't look like a beggar at all. Even if she were a beggar, she didn't ask you for anything. That girl in red is being too mean. No matter when, it's always the women, especially middle-aged ones, who meddle in others' business. At this moment, a middle-aged woman stood up and said, "I'm sitting close by, and I saw it all." These two men didn't even move, and the girl just fell. Is she trying to trick someone? Someone spoke up first, and everyone's hesitation disappeared. What this woman said was what everyone was thinking, so they all started talking at once. In the end, they concluded that it was Tang Xiaohong who started the trouble with these two men and then pretended to faint. Isn't that trying to trick someone? Tang Xiaohong, who had just been helped up by Chen Baozhen and was waking up, was furious to hear everyone say she was trying to trick a beggar. She almost fainted again. I didn't pretend to faint. I really got scared. There was a snake on that girl, and it was a poisonous one. Having grown up in the countryside, Tang Xiaohong recognized that snake, but the little beggar didn't seem to care as she held it in her hand. It was terrifying. She had almost been bitten on the finger by that poisonous snake. When everyone heard Tang Xiaohong say there was a snake, especially a poisonous one, they all got scared and wanted to run. At that moment, Li Rouge chuckled and said, "What a joke. Is this lady out of her mind? I'm just a little girl. I haven't lived enough yet. Why would I play with a snake?" As soon as Li Rouge said this, the people who wanted to run stopped. Then they looked at Li Rouge's smiling face, and since she was small and looked about 10 years old, she didn't seem like someone who would want to play with snakes. "Why are you talking nonsense?" Someone complained to Tang Xiaohong. "Are you trying to scare everyone into helping you trick someone?" "I think that's exactly what she means. Her intentions are more poisonous than the snake," said the speaker, holding their chest, clearly still shaken. "You all have been tricked by her. She really had a snake just now," Tang Xiaohong said, glancing at the two bamboo baskets in the aisle. She shrank closer to her partner. She must have hidden it in one of the baskets. Those baskets belonged to her and her father. The snake must be inside. At that moment, a braver young man noticed that Chen Baozhen, who was standing next to Tang Xiaohong, was trembling more than her. Trying to be brave, he approached and lifted the lid off one of the bamboo baskets. "Hey, is there a snake in those baskets or not? Why are you just staring?" People around him grew anxious, and the female ticket seller shouted as well. The young man had also gathered his courage to come over, but now, urged by the crowd, he finally looked away and replied, "What snake? There are just 2 baskets of wild vegetables." "Wild vegetables? Where can you find wild vegetables this year?" The aisle was narrow, and everyone wanted to see what was happening. They crowded in, nearly causing Tang Xiaohong to stumble again. Luckily, Chen Baozhen realized he hadn't been very brave and quickly pulled Tang Xiaohong to a seat. With the two of them no longer blocking the way, over a dozen people surrounded the baskets. Once they saw that both baskets were indeed filled with wild vegetables, they quickly forgot about the earlier commotion. "Young lady, you and your father must have brought all these wild vegetables to visit relatives in the city, right? Could you trade some with me?" "I have 2 soap tickets," said a middle-aged woman who had spoken up for them earlier, smiling sweetly. In families where at least half the members work, soap tickets are given out almost every month. Since they aren't used for food or drink, most people prefer to trade these low-value tickets for goods in the countryside. Before Li Rouge could respond, the female ticket seller chimed in, "Young lady, could you trade some with me too? I can offer you grain tickets." This year, the city is really short on vegetables, and the ticket seller's mention of grain tickets silenced several others who also wanted to trade for some wild vegetables. They needed grain tickets too. With a big family, a few extra edible items, especially for growing children, would help them feel more satisfied with their limited supplies. Seeing everyone leave, the 2 women were very happy. However, the young man who first discovered the wild vegetables suddenly crossed his arms and shouted, "I tell you, when you mention poisonous snakes, you all run as far as you can." But now that there's talk of wild vegetables, look at you, scaring these two. Li Fubin. He remained silent. Was he scared? He was just calm, okay? Her father didn't want to admit he was scared, but Li Rouge was willing to admit it. She nodded her little head, not sure whose words she was agreeing with. Well, we should leave a basket for this father and daughter. Otherwise, when they go to the city to visit relatives, they can't go empty-handed.
Li Rouge.
It's fine, no need to save any for me. I have plenty in my space. How about this basket? Uncle, young lady, what do you think? I, this big sister, and the ticket seller can share it? Li Fubin frowned and thought for a moment, looking quite troubled. Then he turned to his daughter. What do you think, daughter? If they didn't earn back the ticket money, it would be a loss. That's why I intentionally let them find the wild vegetables. See, business is coming. Dad, there are over 10 people at my aunt's house. Is one basket enough? Although Li Rouge said this, her expression showed that she was tempted by what they offered. Well, that's fine, but let's see how many tickets they can give. Otherwise, if we go to your aunt's house, we might as well go to borrow food. Li Fubin's words made the ticket seller very happy. She glanced smugly at the woman wanting to trade soap tickets for wild vegetables and chuckled, I knew it. Now that the countryside has run out of food, most people coming to the city are here to borrow food or money. As she spoke, she pulled out a 2-pound grain ticket and handed it to Li Rouge. Young lady, I'll give you this 2-pound grain ticket if you give me that basket of wild vegetables. 2 pounds of grain tickets for a whole basket of wild vegetables? In previous years, 2 pounds would have been too much. Her basket was packed tightly, weighing at least 20 pounds. According to the price set by Feng Yuanen, she would still need to give 4 pounds of pure grain. So, she was supposed to take 2 pounds of grain tickets, and they still had to pay for their own? What a nice thought. Li Rouge stared at the grain ticket, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, which made the people around her anxious. Sure enough, just as Li Rouge counted to 5, the young man spoke again. I'll give you $2. Why not just sell me the whole basket? $2 is not a small amount. It can buy 20 big buns. Compared to that, the young man's offer is much more sincere than the female ticket sellers. The woman who wanted to trade a soap ticket for wild vegetables was too scared to speak. However, Li Rouge anticipated that the experienced ticket seller would not let the young man outshine her so easily. So, she remained silent, smiling at them as if she was interested in whatever they said. You know personal trading is not allowed, right? I can't exchange a grain ticket for a ride, and taking money is illegal, the ticket seller said with a laugh, pushing back against the young man. The young man, possibly without any tickets, felt frustrated after being rebutted. Suddenly, he turned and pulled out a tiny cloth bag from his backpack, tossing it in front of Li Rouge. Here, I have a pound of peanuts. Want to trade? Peanuts? Thinking about her 2 acres of corn that would be ready for harvest soon, she realized she couldn't just keep planting corn. Peanuts are great. They fill you up and can be used in cooking, and with more, you can make oil. The thought of peanut oil made Li Rouge eager. She quickly accepted the bag and said with a smile, I need to check the quality of these peanuts first. If they are too bad, I can't accept them since there aren't many to begin with. Li Rouge wasn't sure if they could be used as seeds, but the peanuts looked good, so she showed them to her father. When Li Fubin saw them, he understood the situation. At this time, there were no peanuts for sale. This young man was clever. Most likely, this pound of peanuts was meant for planting, and he didn't know where he got them. Li Fubin glanced at the young man and nodded. This could work, but a pound of peanuts won't get you a whole basket of wild vegetables. You must know how scarce wild vegetables are this year. Whatever Li Rouge said was just child's talk, but when Li Fubin spoke, everyone listened seriously. So, how do you want to trade? The young man was straightforward. He knew that trading just 1 pound of peanuts for a large basket of wild vegetables was unrealistic. He wanted to buy them with money, but the ticket seller was watching him closely. He regretted not bringing more grain tickets today. How about you give that lady some, and the rest can be split between you and the ticket seller? Li Fubin remembered that the older sister was the first to speak up for him and his daughter. The The phrase to be grateful and repay kindness was something that Li Boss kept in mind, which helped him succeed in the future. The older sister was surprised to find out she had a share too, and quickly handed over her soap tickets, saying, "Here, take these 2 soap tickets. Just give me some wild vegetables." After all, the other 2 had given food, and seeing how thin the father and daughter were, she worried they might be very hungry and had somehow found some wild vegetables. She never took advantage of others, especially not someone like them. "Oh, dear, look at how thin this girl is." Receiving the kind gaze from the middle-aged woman, Li Rouge happily accepted the soap tickets, tucked them into her pocket, and smiled, asking, "What you use to carry the wild vegetables?" "Use this," the middle-aged woman replied, handing over a triangular cloth bag. "All right, then I'll fill it up for you." The female ticket seller and the young man remembered what Li Fubin had said. The remaining wild vegetables were theirs, so they watched Li Rouge closely, worried she would give too much to the older sister who exchanged soap tickets for vegetables. Li Rouge, indeed, filled the bag generously. Wild vegetables are not afraid of being squished, and even if they wilt a bit, soaking them in water will bring them back to life quickly. "Young lady, you're giving her so much. How will there be enough left for us?" "I gave you food tickets," the female ticket seller said, unhappy with how much Li Rouge was packing. "Just now my father and I were bullied. If it weren't for this lady speaking up for us, we might have been taken advantage of by bad people." Tang Xiaohong, who had been forgotten by everyone. "Who are the bad people? You 2 don't seem like good people." "Be quiet. You're a grown girl, and you're picking a fight with a little girl. Aren't you ashamed?" The female ticket seller didn't hold back this time and quickly silenced Tang Xiaohong. These people were blind. She clearly saw a snake earlier. Maybe that snake would come out soon and bite a few of them. Hearing Tang Xiaohong grumbling, the female ticket seller shot her a fierce glare. Li Rouge's words made the female ticket seller regret not stepping in sooner. In fact, she had watched the whole scene unfold, enjoying the commotion. If it hadn't been for that girl pretending to faint, she might not have come over at all. Unexpectedly, this father and daughter are grateful. If I had known earlier. Those who shared the same thoughts as the female ticket seller are now regretting not speaking up first for them. Gratefully, Rouge filled a cloth bag with wild vegetables for the middle-aged woman. The woman took it, felt its weight, and smiled widely, praising Li Rouge's beauty and saying she would surely have good fortune in the future. That big bag probably weighed 5 or 6 pounds. The female ticket seller turned away, clearly annoyed, and glared at the back basket. The young man standing nearby had been silent. He had just lifted the basket of wild vegetables and estimated it weighed no less than 20 pounds. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken out 2 yuan so quickly. Even if that older sister took away a third, they would still have plenty left to share. The young man thought it was a good deal. As for the other basket, they could deal with it after getting off the bus. It wouldn't be easy to trade with the female ticket seller watching. The 2 of them poured out the remaining vegetables and divided them into 2 piles. Everyone saw that while the wild vegetables didn't look like much in the basket, once poured out, it was clear that the 2 had benefited. The female ticket seller was satisfied and even mentioned to the driver that she would share some with him. However, this meant she couldn't give the young man the back basket. Their family needed it, especially since they were heading to the sugar factory area. In the end, the female ticket seller, seeing that the young man wasn't one to fuss, noticed her pile of wild vegetables was noticeably larger and helped him find a sack, though it was just alone. Soon, the 2 had collected all the wild vegetables, and the aisle was left spotless, not a single vegetable left behind. Just then, the bus arrived at the station. Everyone hurriedly got off, and when they saw Tang Xiaohong glaring at them, Li Rouge laughed and said, "You should check your eyes. What kind of look is that?" "No, I think you should check your brain instead." You. Tang Xiaohong was furious, but didn't know what to say. She couldn't figure out if she had really seen a snake. There had been no snake at all. Could it be that she was imagining things? But she couldn't accept losing to a country girl. So, for the first time in an argument, Tang Xiaohong looked at her boyfriend with a clear message. She wanted Chen Baozhen to stand up for her. "Let's go, Xiaohong. We shouldn't stoop to their level." Didn't you see they've reached the point of trading wild vegetables for food? Chun Baozhen noticed what Tang Xiaohong meant and only tried to persuade her a little, as he even began to doubt if there was something wrong with her judgment. Could it be that she was not thinking clearly? The last thing Li Rouge said stuck in Chen Baogen's mind, and in the days to come, he often questioned Tang Xiaohong's thinking. If only Xiaohong hadn't argued with the girl, they might have been able to trade for some wild vegetables. He had a food coupon in his pocket and almost took it out. But he knew that even if he did, the old man and his grandson wouldn't trade with him. After all, food was scarce, and wild vegetables were even scarcer. He noticed there were many people still waiting to trade, and when he tried to talk to the old man and his grandson, he couldn't succeed. What Chen Baozhen had said to persuade Tang Xiaohong had turned into a way to complain about trading wild vegetables for food. He really just wanted to say something sarcastic. He felt like someone who couldn't eat grapes but thought they must be sour, wishing that those who could eat them would regret it. However, he clearly saw that among the wild vegetables, there were plenty of shepherd's purse. Shepherd's purse makes delicious fillings. His mother used to make buns and dumplings with it. He wouldn't tell anyone about it, thinking those people might not even know how to eat it. Tang Xiaohong, who felt wronged that Chen Baozhen didn't support her, immediately lifted her head proudly and walked away like a hen that had just laid an egg after hearing what he said. "These two are quite a match, but their smell is unbearable," said the older sister who traded soap coupons for wild vegetables, waiting until they left to speak her mind. Finally finding someone who shared her thoughts, Li Rouge started chatting with a middle-aged woman, learning that her last name was also Li, and sweetly called her auntie. The woman, Li Shufan, worked in the community and walked with the father and daughter for a while. Before parting, she even gave them her address. Li Rouge promised her that if they found more wild vegetables in the future, they would bring some to her family. Li Shufan also invited them to stop by for water if they got thirsty while entering the city. Though both sides were being polite, no one expected that in the future they would meet again, and Li Shufan would help Li Fubin's family with a big favor. This shows that the saying "it takes 100 years to build a bond" is not just a saying. With so many people in the country, and considering that Li Fubin's family came from decades in the future, what a great fate it was for them to share a ride together. Including Tang Xiaohong and Chen Baozhen, these two will definitely have more interactions with Li Fubin's family in the future, which is why they recognized each other as soon as they got in the car. After separating from Li Shufan, the father and son began discussing what to do next. The young man named Wu Gang had persistently convinced them to sell him half a basket of wild vegetables for 1 yuan. Li Rouge believed that there wouldn't be any major issues at the sugar factory. Even if the demand wasn't high, they would still need some. Just look at how everyone is willing to spend money on wild vegetables and food stamps. However, they wouldn't be at a loss either, as these vegetables were grown with special water from her space and had been nourished there for a long time. These wild vegetables were no longer ordinary. Anyone who ate them would find them delicious, and they might even be good for health. That's why Li Fubin could chat for so long with the young man Wu Gang, exchanging names and addresses with a purpose. The saying "more friends, more paths" always holds true, even if the relationship is based on mutual benefit rather than genuine friendship. Li Fubin felt the same way. He believed that as long as the leaders at the sugar factory tasted the wild vegetables they left at Shen Wanlin's house yesterday, their trip today wouldn't be in vain. "How about we find a place? Daughter, you take out those wild vegetables and mushrooms from your space while I watch. You can go to the sugar factory's residential area to find Grandpa Shin, or I can stay here to watch the vegetables and you go find Grandpa Shin. Otherwise, if something happens, I worry that your car won't have enough space for all these wild vegetables." Li Rouge felt increasingly guilty and, seeing her father glare at her, quickly explained, "No, Dad, while you were talking to Su Xunli this morning, I experimented again in the back. I didn't expect that our backyard would have so many wild vegetables. But there were no mushrooms. You girl, you can't just water anywhere in the future. Don't you remember those animals?" "I know, I won't do it again." "All right, then I'll go to the sugar factory, but you need to find a safe place." "Yes, at the intersection we just entered the city, there's a fork in the road leading to a small hill. You should hide there until I bring people over and then you can take out the wild vegetables. Li Fubin wasn't worried about his daughter's safety, since she had a space to hide. He was more concerned that she might get too adventurous with her new space and end up with wild vegetables growing everywhere. Overnight, so many wild vegetables appeared, and with this dry weather, such an unusual sight might attract someone. He never planned to trade wild vegetables for food for long. There's no secret that stays hidden, and he didn't want to bring trouble to his family. For now, as long as the village doesn't face starvation, give him a few more days, and he's sure he can think of another way. Li Rouge didn't know her father's plans. She was still recalling the fork in the road he mentioned, wondering if she could find it. Li Rouge actually noticed that fork in the road when she came by carriage yesterday, and she heard water sounds nearby. She was just about to go take a look. All right, Dad, you go ahead. I'll wait for you over there. Just tell the person buying our wild vegetables that bringing a whole cart into the city is too obvious, so we'll unload them here. Right? That's a good excuse. After they made their plan, they went their separate ways. Not to mention Li Fubin just talking about Li Rouge. Oh my, this was the first time she had been apart from her parents since coming to this world. Being watched by old Li and old Sun all day felt terrible. She used to pretend to be a good girl, and her excellent grades were just because of her high intelligence. Now, the free-spirited girl hated her short and thin legs, worrying that if she ran too fast, she might hurt herself. The urgent matter was that their family needed to improve their nutrition. Otherwise, how would she and Rui grow tall? A family's good health relies on proper nutrition. Unfortunately, she hadn't gotten any milk powder coupons yet, and her father's milk supply from the car space was running low. The problem was that this milk couldn't be given to little Rui. Qing County town wasn't very big, and their drop-off point wasn't far from here. Soon, Li Rouge reached the fork in the road her father mentioned. She had heard the water sounds yesterday and wondered if there was a river, but the small hill had blocked her view. Today, she could finally check it out. If there was a river, there would definitely be fish. Fish are great for calcium. If she could have fish soup every day, she and little Rui wouldn't have to worry about growing tall. Plus, she was eager to catch a few fish, and she had another thought. She wasn't sure if the river water in her space could support fish. She wanted to catch a few fish to see if she could keep them. If it worked, her family would not only have fish to eat but also a way to make money. The small hill wasn't very high, and there was a path that seemed to be frequently used. Li Rouge followed this path and soon found a river. However, due to the drought, the water level in the river had dropped significantly, which was clear from the marks along the riverbank. Perhaps because her new body was still young, Li Rouge felt very different from her usual self. Just seeing the water made her want to run. In the past, the top student Li Rouge would never have acted so carelessly. When she reached the riverbank, she remembered that she had no fishing gear or tools to catch fish. Even if there were fish here, she couldn't just grab them with her hands, could she? Fortunately, there was still some water here, unlike the river near her home, which was almost dry because people had taken most of it for their fields. Li Rouge strolled along the riverbank, convinced that there were definitely fish here. She took some wild vegetables from her space and put them in her basket. She happened to have a shovel in her space, so she dug a large hole in the shallow water that could fit her basket. Then, she placed the basket with the wild vegetables inside and dug a small channel to divert the river water into the hole. To keep the basket in place, she also put a large stone on top of it. Sometimes, her logical thinking as a top student made no sense. When she thought something was possible, she wanted to try it, and even if the process was tough, she wouldn't give up easily. For example, with her small hands and limited strength, digging a big hole was not easy. Plus, time was tight. She had to finish this before her father returned with the person he had taken to buy wild vegetables. But when she saw fish swimming toward her, she felt that the sweat on her face was worth it. 1 fish, 2 fish, 3 fish, small fish started to swim into the basket, and then some bigger ones followed. Li Rouge quickly reached to pull the basket out of the water. Then she realized she couldn't lift the basket at all, and the fish that had entered the basket were not scared away. They were actually fighting to eat the wild vegetables inside. Suddenly, she had an idea and said collect, and to her surprise, The basket that she couldn't lift before disappeared in an instant. It has been several days, and she still hasn't gotten used to moving things without using energy. It just exhausted her, but luckily, she encountered some greedy fish. Otherwise, if they had been scared away, her efforts would have been in vain. Li Rouge looked around. Although there was no one here, she didn't dare to disappear. So, she used her mind to pour the basket of fish into the river of her space. The empty basket reappeared in her hands. Checking the time, worried that her father might arrive soon, Li Rouge reluctantly left the area. She had planned to find a spot to wait for her father while checking on the fish in her space to see if they were like the small animals that seemed to freeze when they entered. However, as she ran back to the fork in the path, she spotted a large car parked on the road, and the person approaching was none other than her father, Li Fubin. Oh no, how did he come in a big car? Seeing this, Li Rouge quickly ran back. She needed to take out the wild vegetables before the others arrived. Although the small hill wasn't very high, it had enough space, so finding a place to hide the vegetables wasn't difficult. Li Fubin was worried that his daughter wasn't ready or had climbed a tree and gotten distracted. Since she was little, she loved climbing trees. Later, when they moved into a detached villa without trees, she would often climb from the first floor to the second. The funny part was that she didn't use the stairs but grabbed onto anything to climb up. She thought they didn't know about this, but of course they did. "Dad, I'm here." When she stepped forward, Li Fubin knew she was ready, so he stopped to wait for the few people following him. Among them was even Shen Lin. Li Rouge waved her little hand and called out, "Grandpa Shen." Shen Lin excitedly waved back and chatted with the person beside him. The smoothness of the situation was largely thanks to the Shen elders. Li Fubin hadn't expected that when he arrived at the sugar factory today, someone would be waiting for him at the Shen family, saying they would come looking for him if he didn't show up soon. Where could they find him? In fact, the sugar factory was seriously considering going to the countryside to look for him, but Shen Lin insisted he didn't know the address, so they could only wait. The situation turned out as the father and daughter expected. Last night, after the factory director Zhou Xiangyang and the deputy director Han Shouxin, along with logistics chief Wang Wenji, received wild vegetables and mushrooms from Shen Wanlin's family, today's scene unfolded. There is a shortage of vegetables now, and with such delicious wild mushrooms, how could Director Shen be worried they wouldn't want them? Even if the factory didn't want them, the leaders felt they should take some home. Moreover, the factory couldn't possibly refuse them, which is why the leaders held a meeting early this morning, and then Wang Wenji took 2 colleagues to make a visit. As soon as they saw Li Fubin, they quickly pulled him along without letting him rest, discussing prices in the car. Li Fubin was a bit startled by their enthusiasm and quickly mentioned that they only had a limited amount of wild vegetables and didn't want money, just grain in exchange. Without letting him say much more, Wang Wenji offered 3 pounds of mushrooms for 1 pound of coarse grain, and the wild vegetables were at a high rate of 4 pounds for 1 pound. Yesterday's deal with Feng Yuanen was 5 pounds for 1 pound, and the mushrooms weren't even included in that. Clearly, the sugar factory was quite generous. However, since the grain hadn't arrived yet, with Shen Wanlin's guarantee, they were allowed to take the wild vegetables first, with the grain to follow. Wang Wenji even apologized to Li Fubin, explaining that the factory's vehicles couldn't be used casually, or else they would have delivered it to their home. Li Fubin was actually relieved they wouldn't deliver it to his house, and both sides quickly reached an agreement, perfectly resolving the matter. Wang Wenji brought a large scale, and they packed the wild vegetables into baskets, weighing them one by one as they loaded them into the vehicle. In the end, they counted a total of 465 pounds of wild vegetables and a bit over 80 pounds of mushrooms. With the exchange rate of 4 pounds of wild vegetables for 1 pound of grain, that amounted to 116 pounds, and the mushrooms, calculated at 90 pounds, would give them 30 pounds of grain. This time, they requested half corn husks and half corn flour, but they didn't want any sorghum. Among the coarse grains, these were the best options. In reality, Li Fubin really wanted some millet, but Wang Wenji insisted that millet wasn't considered coarse grain, leaving both of them confused. Fortunately, the coarse grains available at that time were quite tasty, The corn husks were nothing like the coarse porridge of later times. After everything was done, Shin Wanlin worried about the safety of the large amount of grain with the two of them, but once he heard that a cart from their village would arrive soon, he felt relieved to return with the sugar factory's truck. By noon today, we should be able to see wild vegetables at the canteen of the sugar factory. But with such a large factory, how many meals can a few hundred pounds of wild vegetables provide? What do you think they will do with them? They will probably make soup so they can stretch it out for a few more days. Since he was young, Li Fubin had eaten a lot of wild vegetables and was very experienced with different ways to prepare them. However, in the countryside, the way to eat was not just about taste. It also had to consider saving money. So, when he was a child, he mostly ate wild vegetables dipped in sauce, or if there was no sauce, in salt water, or wrapped in cornmeal dumplings. At this moment, Li Rouge remembered what the logistics chief said, "Let's make pickled vegetables." I just heard Comrade Wang say that there are several types of wild vegetables here that taste great when pickled. Really? Should we take a few jars home and pickle some vegetables? Li Fubin asked his daughter. We need to buy some more salt. What else do we need? Should we check out the grocery store? Li Rouge loved pickled vegetables and fermented foods, especially for breakfast. Cooking some porridge and steaming some dry food to eat with pickled vegetables was delicious. Let's go take a look. The father and daughter quickly decided to go. As they saw the big truck disappear, they tossed the grain into the space and set off. Ever since she learned that there were not only department stores in the county town but also grocery stores, Li Rouge had started to like this place a bit. It seemed she needed to study more, and not just study, but study well. Otherwise, how could she leave the small mountain village? On the way, Li Rouge told her father about catching fish, and while receiving praise, she also had to accept a lesson from Li Fubin about how children shouldn't play in the water, especially not run to the river alone, or they might fall in and have no one to help them. Dad, have you forgotten? I swim better than you. Cough, cough, I took my role too seriously and really thought you were 13. It seemed that when she was 13, her swimming skills were indeed better than her father's, right? Forget it. Li Fubin was older now, and with the mix of past and present lives, it was normal for him to get a bit confused sometimes. While they were talking, they had already arrived at the commercial street of Linqing County, although at this time, there wasn't really a commercial street. Linqing County had 3 department stores and 3 grocery stores, of different sizes. For example, the first department store was quite large and was the most popular among the locals. The second department store was smaller than the first, but still much better than the third. Li Rouge thought that the department store wasn't much bigger than the supply and marketing cooperative in Qingshan Commune. It just had a better location in the county seat, which made a difference in its name. The names of a few grocery stores were simple: First Grocery, Second Grocery, Third Grocery. Their locations were also conveniently near the department stores. First Grocery was in front of the first department store, Second Grocery was next to the second department store, and Third Grocery was nearby as well. It seemed like they were all part of the same business, just different departments. Dad, do you think there are any performance bonuses at this time? Li Rouge suddenly remembered this and asked curiously. Where would the performance bonuses come from? With just that little salary in such a place, it's probably only around 20 yuan a month. No wonder everyone looks like someone owes them money. Whether they sell anything or not, they still earn just over 70 cents a day. Who would want to stand and sell things when sitting and chatting or knitting is much better? Li Rouge was talking about a common phenomenon. In every store, female salespeople preferred to knit or do needlework during work hours. When you tried to buy something from them, it felt like you were bothering them. They often reacted with annoyance, sometimes even throwing things or scolding you. With the way she and her dad were dressed, Li Rouge felt they would be treated like beggars. So, despite not caring much about clothing, she really wanted to get a new outfit, even if it had a few patches. Their gray-blue clothes had so many patches that they seemed to wear every color of the era. However, her mother was excellent at sewing. Her stitches were fine, and the colors were well matched. If these uneducated people knew that this patched-up clothing was sewn so well, they wouldn't dare wear it in later times. Although Li Fubin said he didn't care about clothing, he immediately smiled when his daughter mentioned wanting to buy some. Then, Mr. Li realized a serious issue. He was no longer in a position to just swipe a card and take home clothes. Daughter, I remember you only have 5 feet of fabric coupons, right? Is that enough to buy anything? If the fabric coupons aren't enough, we can get more. Anyway, Comrade Sun Fengqin isn't here today, so no one is keeping us in check. What do you think, Dad? Looking at her daughter's raised eyebrows, Li Fubin felt energized and straightened up. Let's go. I'll take you to find a place where we might get clothes without needing tickets. The place Li Fubin mentioned was a clothing factory or a department store. Even if there were discounted clothes with minor flaws, they wouldn't be able to get any. Although people don't earn much now, if a department store had discounted items, it would be as if they were free, and the crowds would be overwhelming. At times like this, if someone knew a person at the department store who could get them in through the back door to grab a few yards of flawed fabric, that would be a huge favor. Li Fubin had heard about these things from his mother and aunts, even if he hadn't seen them himself. In those days, aside from working at a clothing factory or a state-run restaurant, those were the most desirable jobs. Since the father and daughter were new to the area and didn't know anyone, they could only try their luck at the clothing factory. Realizing what her father meant, Li Rouge's mind started to work. Dad, if we can't buy ready-made clothes, let's try our luck at the textile factory. We'll trade them something good. I don't believe they won't be tempted. The good stuff they were talking about was half a box of noodles. Li Rouge had her father count them, and there were still 6 pounds left. I also have a box of chocolate, eggs, cooking oil, and sausages. Who could resist those? Let's skip the chocolate. We might not find it again even if we have money later. We should save it for ourselves. Cooking oil is also scarce now, so we can't part with that either, or we'll face your mother's wrath. Li Rouge rummaged through what her father had brought from the car and decided that only the eggs were useful. Suddenly, she remembered, Dad, I also caught a lot of fish and there are wild chickens and rabbits. I want to keep one of the 2 sheep. Otherwise, should we take out another one? Okay, let's take out 2 fish and choose the bigger ones. We can keep the small ones. By the way, daughter, do you think anyone would want this watch of mine? Seeing the watch her father pulled out startled Li Rouge, and she quickly looked around. Thankfully, there weren't many people on the street. If someone wants it, we still can't sell it. You bought that watch for over 20,000 back then. Even if you find someone who knows its value, getting 200 would be lucky. Just saying, I wouldn't want to sell it anyway, but I don't have a chance to wear it now. Li Fubin put the watch back and casually took out a bag of rock candy. What about this? Li Rouge saw it and laughed. This will definitely work. It might even be quite popular. Right? Nowadays you need a sugar ticket to buy candy, and rock candy has become rare. Li Fubin said as he put the bag of rock candy back. Let's keep it. Your mother will need it when she cooks meat. By the way, remember to bring a couple of pieces for Rui to try. I know, but eating too much candy isn't good, especially since Rui just got her new teeth. Then let Rui eat more meat. Tonight, we'll have a meat feast. Didn't you say we have lamb? When we go back, let's find a place where we can turn those animals into meat. That way, we can eat whatever we want without anyone seeing us kill chickens or rabbits. Yes, especially the lamb. If people see us secretly eating lamb. Li Rouge didn't want to mention the Li family courtyard, but it wouldn't be good if the villagers found out. While others couldn't even get porridge, their family was eating meat. So when we eat meat in the future, we need to pay attention to the wind direction. If it blows toward the village, the smell will definitely reach Li Juji's house. Li Fubin knew Li Juji well. He was a decent person, honest and straightforward. But his wife, Wang Juhua, was loud and annoying. She seemed fine with them now, but when Rui was hurt by the Li family, she rushed to deliver news, even losing one of her straw sandals. But if their family started doing well, just wait and see. Her attitude would surely change. So it would be better if their home was a bit farther away, ideally with no neighbors nearby. Jealousy can make people act strangely. The father and daughter picked and chose, chatting and laughing, but in the end, they felt reluctant to leave anything behind. Luckily, Li Rouge used her mind to check the fish, and surprisingly, they didn't act like the other animals that froze when entering the space. It seemed her space was connected to water. Where there is water, there are bound to be fish. So when the fish entered the river in her space, it was like returning home, while the other animals seemed like outsiders, trembling and afraid to move. The father and daughter asked around and found the clothing factory, where they managed to get a small fish, just the size of a palm, and got all the details from the security guard. The old man meant that their factory would never sell defective clothes because even if they were made poorly, they wouldn't have trouble selling them. At first, the two didn't believe him, but when the old man said he had been there since the factory opened, Li Fubin started to trust his words. Seeing the disappointment on their faces, the security guard pointed them in the right direction, suggesting they visit a textile factory and even introduce them to an acquaintance. The acquaintance the guard mentioned was just another security guard. But thinking about it, a guard would know people at a similar level. The father and daughter were somewhat disappointed and didn't have high hopes since this master, who was just a guard. How much could he really help? However, they were surprised when they presented a small fish as a token and mentioned the tailor factory's Mr. Zhao. Master, who immediately agreed to help. Mr. Zhao was a true elder, but this master, who looked to be about the same age as Li Fubin. How could someone so young be a guard and have access to defective fabric? They didn't have to wait long when Master, who went inside to fetch someone. Chu DePeo, hurry up. If Mr. Yang catches you, he'll say I've left my post again. The young man brought over by Master, who looked to be around 30, tall and strong. When he spoke, Li Fubin and Li Rouge understood why he was called Chu DePeo. His loud voice sounded like he was ready for a fight, perfectly matching his nickname. Are you two looking to buy defective fabric? Chu DePeo asked, noticing their attire, which didn't seem genuine. When dealing with someone like him, it was best to keep it short. Li Fubin pushed their bamboo basket forward, saying, please take a look at what's inside. If you think it's good, we can continue our discussion. Master, who had taken a small fish and, hearing it was a referral from Mr. Zhao, hurried to find someone, not paying attention to what was in their basket. Seeing Chu DePeo staring at their baskets, he quickly approached and then stepped back to close the door. He almost missed an opportunity and realized he had underestimated the pair. At that moment, Chu DePeo shared the same thought as Master who, if they had pulled out just a few coins, he wouldn't have bothered with them at all. This is all meat, and not just any meat, but this goat. Chu DePeo reached in and saw 5 wild chickens, 5 wild rabbits, and 2 lively fish. Of course, what he valued most was the live goat, which was hard to catch. This pair had brought 4 dishes, all substantial. Thinking about the celebration at the factory director's house the day after tomorrow, which needed meat, he planned to deliver these items later. Brother, you two just want some defective cloth, right? Yes. We don't have any money. Our family barely has clothes to wear or a roof over our heads. Please see what you can do with these items. Li Fubin spoke generously, but he was also assessing Chu DePeo's character. If this man was particular, then what they brought today would definitely require a fair exchange. However, this wasn't a straightforward pricing situation, so whether they received more or less, the pair couldn't complain. If they got more, there would be a next time. If they got less, it would be a one-time deal. The two brought so many items because they were afraid of being ignored if they brought less, and they really needed cloth. They were lacking in all kinds of cloth, especially in summer. If it were winter, they would need a lot more for their quilts. After hearing Li Fubin, Chu DePeo looked at the clothes on the father and daughter and said, "You say you too have the skill," pointing to the catch. "Why didn't you come earlier? We didn't dare to think we could trade these for cloth until we met Uncle Zhao." Li Fubin spoke vaguely, and fortunately, Chu DePeo didn't press for details about Uncle Zhao. How about this? Chu DePeo frowned and thought for a moment. "I manage this at the factory, and we do have a lot of defective cloth piled up in the warehouse. However, the sellable ones have been taken to the store. I can only offer you the ones that can't be sold. As long as you don't mind, I can get you more." "We don't mind at all. Look at what we're wearing. We can make a few pieces of clothing with that." "Brother, you're truly honest. People like you can easily get taken advantage of." Yes, we are lucky to meet several good people today," Li Fubin said loudly on purpose for Master who who was standing at the door, then added, "So, if we hunt anything else in the future, can I bring it to you?" "Sure, I've been waiting for you to say that." Although Chu DePeo seemed rough, he was actually quite observant. He felt that since this father and daughter managed to bring back so many items this time, they would definitely have more opportunities in the future. Without further ado, Chu DePeo told the father and daughter to wait by a small door nearby. After more than half an hour, he came out carrying 2 large stacks of neatly folded cotton fabric. This bundle of blue fabric isn't too bad, just a little uneven in color, and it got a bit wet from rain before it could be sold in the store. You should check this bundle of patterned fabric carefully, throw away any bad pieces, and the good ones should be enough to make a few outfits for the young lady. Great, that's perfect. Thank you, Master Chu, Li Fubin replied, nearly struggling to hold the heavy fabric. Given the weight, he felt he should express his gratitude. Li Rouge's eyes sparkled with excitement as she thanked Chu DePeo repeatedly, making him chuckle. Then he pulled out a few yards of checkered fabric, saying, "This piece is good. I originally saved it for my sister, but since your daughter is so charming, take it back and make her some clothes." "Thank you, Uncle," Li Rouge said, her gratitude genuine this time. To be honest, they had indeed brought back a significant amount of items, which could probably sell for 50 or 60 at the black market. However, when trading with Chu DePeo, they had no control over the situation and could only accept what he offered. Moreover, according to Master Hu, Chu DePeo had a strong presence in the textile factory and definitely had a say in matters. Handling these flawed fabrics was both reasonable and legal. As long as it was reasonable and legal, things would go smoothly. They would likely need to interact with him again in the future, so the father and daughter naturally wanted to leave a good impression. They initially carried the fabric in baskets, one for each of them, but once they reached a secluded area, they quickly stored the fabric away. "Oh my, it's so heavy. Dad, my bundle looks much smaller than yours, yet it's still so heavy. How much does yours weigh?" "Well, I estimate this bundle of black fabric is at least 30 to 50 yards. "That's great. Now everyone in our family will have pants to wear, and we can even make you a shirt with the leftover fabric." "Haha, your mother will have her hands full now. By the way, the thread your mother bought yesterday is white. Let's stop by the store later and get her some black thread." Fortunately, the county town wasn't large and the textile factory and clothing factory were not far apart, so the father and daughter didn't take any unnecessary detours. Li Rouge was tired and just wanted to find a place to rest. When she looked up, she didn't see the sign right away, but noticed a few swaying banners instead. "Dad, there's a state-run restaurant over there. Let's go eat something." Li Fubin nodded. "Sure, it's just about noon. Let's see what this restaurant has to offer." At this time, the restaurants looked quite similar from the outside, with a few large flat buildings and several big glass windows facing the street. In the middle, there was a pair of wooden doors that swung open. People living in this era, even if they weren't locals, could recognize such buildings as restaurants without needing to see the sign. The father and daughter were now quite familiar with this time, having already visited a restaurant once. These 2 restaurants looked too alike. If it weren't for the sign saying State-Run Restaurant Number 2, they wouldn't have noticed much difference from the one they had eaten at before. Even the paint color on the windows and doors was the same shade of blue. The 2 of them pushed open the double doors and walked inside, noticing many people already eating. They quickly went to check the blackboard hanging on the wall. Having eaten at a state-run restaurant before, they had gained some experience and didn't want to wait for a server to approach them. The blackboard neatly listed 3 dishes: stir-fried pickled vegetables, tofu stew with potatoes, and radish soup. The main dishes were steamed buns, noodles, and dumplings made from the same dough. Li Rouge curiously asked what filling the dumplings had, and the server kindly replied, "They have sauerkraut filling and are really delicious." "Would you like half a pound, young lady?" she added. "They'll be gone soon." "Then I'll take half a pound." Since they would be running out, there was no reason to hesitate. Li Rouge ordered half a pound of dumplings and a bowl of noodles with sauce. The noodles must have sauce, which was said to be made from mustard greens and black fungus. When she asked about the sauce, the server emphasized how tasty it was. It was surprising that such a nutritious dish would one day be paired with pickled vegetables. They had heard about the scarcity of resources in this era, but until they experienced it themselves, no one would have imagined it would be this limited. Wow, such a big restaurant with so many people eating, yet there were only 3 dishes, actually just 2 dishes and 1 soup. However, there is one advantage. Eating at a restaurant now saves money. Look, half a pound of dumplings costs only 80 cents, but you still need a half-pound food coupon. Noodles are 30 cents a bowl, with a 2-ounce coupon. Dad, why are the prices different at these state-run restaurants? I remember the noodles over there seemed to be 2 cents cheaper. That's 2 cents. Li Rouge felt like she had discovered a big secret and whispered to her father. Being experienced, Li Fubin understood and explained to his daughter, "Can't you see that this side is obviously poorer? There's not even any meat dishes. I guess this has to do with the leaders in charge of procurement. If the buyers can't get ingredients or if the prices are high, then of course, they will sell them at a higher price. But there are pickled vegetables and potatoes here, while over there they only have tofu, pickled vegetables, and radishes. I guess pickled vegetables aren't available every day. Look at all these people. They probably came to try something new because today they have dumplings with pickled vegetable filling, which are definitely cheaper than meat fillings. I bet they also add some oil. Just look at how much those people are enjoying their food." Li Rouge followed her father's gaze and saw that those eating dumplings were indeed enjoying them. Their dumplings hadn't arrived yet, but they could already smell the delicious aroma in the air, which definitely had the scent of pork fat. Li Rouge thought for a moment, then pointed to her backpack and whispered, "Dad, I still have 3 chickens and 3 rabbits. Should we sell them to them?" Forget the fish. There wasn't much, and she planned to raise them for young ones. Let's wait and see how things go. As long as there was water in her space, they wouldn't run out of wild game to eat. So, Li Fubin also considered whether to sell these last few animals or trade them for something their family urgently needed. The father and daughter arrived a bit late and deliberately took their time, so by the time they finished eating, most of the people in the room had already left. At the second restaurant, there were 2 young female servers who seemed to have pleasant personalities. While they didn't greet everyone with a smile, they also didn't show any anger, unlike Wang Dalin, who always acted superior when talking to anyone. When the server, Xiaoyun, saw the father and daughter had finished eating but weren't leaving, she approached and asked, "Would you like some hot water to drink?" In the past, some villagers would come to the city to buy food and ask for hot water. Master Qian deliberately boils a large pot of water every day to fill several thermoses for the villagers. Recently, not many farmers have come to the city because of food shortages. Authorities are worried that rural people will come to the city to beg, causing safety issues, so they have restricted entry to the city. As a result, they haven't needed to boil much water lately. This morning, Master Qian mentioned wanting to visit his hometown. Xiaoyun's family has no relatives in the countryside. Although she can't fully understand Master Qian's feelings, she is kind-hearted and always sympathetic towards those in need. This round-faced girl seemed genuinely good-natured. Just then, the last 2 diners finished their meal and left. Li Rouge lifted the lid of a bamboo basket to show Xiaoyun what was inside. "Sister, do you want this?" When Xiaoyun saw wild chickens and rabbits inside, she immediately exclaimed, "Wait a moment, I'll go get Master Qian." They hadn't had any meat for many days, and she heard that a few restaurants were doing well and could serve pork daily. After a short while in the kitchen, Xiaoyun brought out a middle-aged man around 40 or 50 years old, who was thin and about 5 feet 7 inches tall. He didn't look much like a chef, but he was still in his white work uniform and wearing a white hat. Although it wasn't the typical chef's hat, it was clear he was a cook. "Master Qian, it's them," Xiaoyun said excitedly, pointing at Li Fubin and his daughter. Before Master Qian approached, he scrutinized them with a piercing gaze, making Li Rouge hesitant to engage with someone like him. However, Li Fubin thought differently. Dealing with smart people was much better than with foolish ones. Especially those who are not truly smart but pretend to be often cause the most trouble. After examining the game in the basket, Master Qian got straight to the point, asking, "How do you plan to sell these rabbits and wild chickens?" This time, Li Fubin didn't wait for the other party to decide. He spoke up, "These are hard to catch now since they're scarce. How about $2 for each wild chicken and $4 for each rabbit? What do you think?" Author's note: if you like this article, please give it a 5-star rating. Also, don't forget to click for updates on the video. You can send free gifts 3 times.
Thank you.
Li Fubin was asking for the price that Feng Miaolan had given him. If he asked for too much, the other party would definitely negotiate. They would rather leave than accept a lower price, especially since these were the last few animals they had, particularly the wild chickens. They wanted to enjoy a nice meal of wild chicken with mushrooms. When Master Qian heard the price Li Fubin offered, he realized that despite his shabby appearance, this person had been to the black market probably frequently, since he knew the market rates so well. Currently, wild rabbits were indeed $4 each, and wild chickens were not less than $2. "Brother, since you brought the goods to me, we can't go with that price. How about this? I won't let you lose too much. 3 wild rabbits for $10 and 3 wild chickens for $5, making a total of $15? Although this was $3 less than selling at the black market, it was safer to sell here. They hadn't considered taking the risk of going to such a place. The father and daughter exchanged glances and nodded. At that moment, Li Rouge suddenly remembered a bag of rock candy she had and asked Master Qian, "Do you want this? I'd like to trade it for some salt and jars." Rock candy is a good item for chefs, but just one bag? The girl wanted several pounds of salt and jars? Master Qian weighed the rock candy and smiled at Li Rouge. "Girl, this bag of candy is indeed nice, but you want quite a lot in exchange." She hadn't intended to trade the candy for so much. She just remembered they needed jars and salt for pickling vegetables. She guessed that a restaurant might have those items. Before Li Rouge could say more, Master Qian had already made a decision. "How about this? I'll give you $10, and I'll also provide you with 4 pounds of salt and 4 jars for pickling." This is the advantage of state-run restaurants. Getting salt, matches, and jars was quite easy for them. Li Rouge guessed this would be the case, which is why she brought it up. It seemed she was right. Master Qian really liked the bag of rock candy she offered. But was asking for so much a bit too much? Salt was fine, but 4 jars at once? Would Master Qian make a mistake over this? What is this place? This is a state-run restaurant, and they want things related to food. Maybe they have a monthly supply of salt that they don't use up, and the leftover is just handled by this master chef. Besides, they have already spent quite a bit. Just look at this bag of rock candy, and for 5 yuan, they probably can't even buy 4 jars of pickled vegetables. While Li Rouge was thinking about this, Master Qian had already brought out the jars of pickled vegetables and salt for them. Both sides were very satisfied with the trade because they exchanged things that they both needed. Master Qian is a clever person. He saw that this pair could be useful in the future, so he found them some good-sized jars. He also gave them a generous amount of salt, and before they left, he even handed them 2 large steamed buns. You see, he knows how to bargain but also how to be generous. This person really knows how to treat others well. The father and daughter, carrying 4 jars of pickled vegetables, 4 pounds of salt, and 10 yuan in their pockets, happily walked out of the restaurant and headed towards the department store. Their family doesn't lack fabric now. Just yesterday, her mother bought a pack of needles and a spool of white thread. Things like needles and thread don't require a ticket. As long as you have money, they will sell it to you. However, at 50 cents for a spool of thread, they still have to wind it into a ball themselves. For people in the countryside, 50 cents is not a small amount. Originally, they planned to buy just 1 spool of black thread, but seeing the deep blue color, they thought it would be useful, so they bought a spool of blue thread as well. At that time, cotton thread wasn't sold in balls. You had to wind it yourself, similar to yarn. It feels great to buy things without needing a ticket. Really, everything else requires a ticket. Just now, Li Rouge saw towels and kindly asked if they still needed a daily necessities ticket. She was curious to see what it looked like. Worried about being scolded, Li Rouge put away her curiosity and noticed there was soap for sale, which reminded her that she still had 2 soap tickets in her pocket. After buying the soap, Li Fubin remembered he still had 1 pound and 3 taels of grain tickets, so he said, "Daughter, I think we shouldn't save that little bit of grain ticket. Look over there, they're selling pastries." Shall we see what they have and buy something for your mother?
Sure.
The pastries at this time are made with real ingredients, so they should be delicious. The important thing is that it's not easy for them to come to the city, and they don't know when they will come again. The father and daughter looked like farmers visiting the city for the first time, dressed in worn-out clothes, carrying a large bamboo basket, and amazed by everything they saw. Then, not caring about the looks from others, they confidently walked to the pastry counter and started looking around as if no one was watching. Having just spent 6 yuan in cash, with 10 yuan left, Li Rouge had 8.4 yuan to spend and focused on the more expensive pastries. Seeing a soft, big cookie, she raised her face and asked, "Excuse me, how much is the big cookie? Can you afford it?" The saleswoman replied rudely, rolling her eyes at them. Feeling looked down upon, Li Rouge responded, "I can afford it. Just tell me, how much per pound?" She initially wanted to compare prices to decide whether to buy the big cookie or a sweet little cake for Xiao Rui. However, after hearing the saleswoman's tone, Li Rouge's temper flared, and she decided to buy the big cookie. "It's 2.5 yuan per pound, and you also need a grain coupon. You have good taste. This big cookie is the most expensive here," the saleswoman said, assuming the father and daughter couldn't pay, and mocking their choice. So expensive? 2.5 yuan per pound was indeed not cheap at that time. Noticing his daughter hesitating, Li Fubin whispered, "Just buy it. This kind of cookie costs as much as a cake. It requires a lot of eggs to make it this good." "Oh, is that so?" Then spending 2.5 yuan didn't seem unfair. When Li Rouge took out the money and coupon, she noticed the saleswoman's wide eyes and heard her scoff loudly. The saleswoman truly didn't expect that the father and daughter could actually pay. She was surprised because she wouldn't even spend that much to buy 2 for her child to try. "Dress like beggars. If you have that money, you might as well buy some clothes." "Are you sure? I need to weigh it now." "Go ahead and weigh it. I have the money right here, so of course, I'm buying," Li Rouge said confidently, feeling a sense of grandeur, as if she were a wealthy woman in a movie, pointing at all the clothes in a designer store and demanding to have them all packed up. Cough, that image was frustrating, but when it was her turn, it felt quite satisfying. This time, the saleswoman didn't dare to say more because their actions had already caught the attention of the supervisor, who was watching her closely. The cookies were displayed in a glass cabinet. The salesperson used a bamboo tong to grab as many as the customer wanted. These cookies were quite heavy, costing 10 yuan per pound. The young female salesperson weighed the cookies for the 2 of them, wrapped them in paper, and handed them over while mumbling something under her breath, probably feeling envious that they could afford such treats while she could only watch. "Daughter, now you understand why your father used to care so much about clothing, right? Some people, no matter the time, always look down on others based on what they wear." Once outside, Li Fubin took the opportunity to teach his daughter, explaining why he only wore brand-name clothes in the past.
"Don't worry, Dad.
One day, I'll make sure you live just as well as before, or even better. By then, we'll use our money to wipe the table." "Haha, daughter, I'll be waiting for that day." Life was getting better day by day. Compared to when the 3 of them first arrived, they no longer had to worry about food. So how far could they be from the day of using Armani for cleaning? In just a short time, they had completed their errands, eaten, and bought what they needed, so they naturally took the bus back home. As luck would have it, just after getting off the bus, they encountered a horse-drawn carriage heading to their village. People were straightforward back then. No one minded giving them a ride. Since there were a few others in the carriage, they overheard a conversation. It turned out these people had just returned from working in the city. Their work was arranged by the village leader, who paid them with cornmeal and an extra 50 cents for a day's work. From what they heard, everyone seemed happy with the job because it provided 3 meals a day. Life in the city wasn't easy either, but this job offered both money and food, suggesting that the family who hired them was not just any ordinary family. However, their conversation reminded Li Fubin that in any era, people in the city needed housing, right? Or maybe they were building houses. Also, at places like train stations or freight stations, could there be jobs that regular workers didn't want to do? Now, labor wasn't exactly cheap. It was more like people were willing to work for meals and a bit of food without expecting much pay. These people are so happy, look at them. After moving bricks for 3 days, they got back 2 pounds of cornmeal and a little over 50 cents, and they are as joyful as if it were the new year. I bet they weren't even this happy during the New Year celebrations. It's tough for ordinary people these years. The father and daughter got off the bus at the back, thanked a few people, and walked around a small grove. Not far ahead, they saw their little house. "Dad, we can't fit everything in this basket." As they reached home, Li Rouge wanted to take out the 2 bundles of flawed cloth, a piece of checkered fabric, for jars of pickles, for pounds of salt, 2 bars of soap, a pound of biscuits, and 2 large steamed buns made from 2 parts flour. She also wanted to take out the 6 pounds of noodles. But they had to leave the 146 pounds of grain for now. Even with 2 baskets, it wouldn't all fit. "Don't worry, we'll wait for your mother to help." "Rui is good at distracting," Li Fubin said confidently. Poor little Rui, she was the only original one in the family, and some things were kept secret from her. The father and daughter returned from the back and found their worries were a bit unnecessary because there was no one at home. The windows and doors were missing, but the Kong bed was already set up, just the right size, as if it was made specifically for their home. In rural areas, the sizes of Kong beds are usually similar, and their bed was definitely the same as Su Xunli's. After all, the size of the house determined the size of the Kong, and the whole family was involved, mostly under Su Xunli's direction. They still owed Su Xunli a big favor. Li Rouge placed everything on the Kong and realized they were missing many things. The most urgent need was a lockable wooden box. Otherwise, they couldn't leave all these items on the Kong. It would be too obvious. Li Fubin also thought it looked suspicious to show off their wealth. "How about I go look for Li Ping'an? His father-in-law has several carpenters. We have enough money now. I'll ask him to buy us 2 boxes and a dining table." Their family wasn't used to squatting on the ground to eat, and little Rui needed to change that habit. So, the priority was to get a lockable wooden box and quickly buy a dining table. With a big green mountain nearby, they certainly had enough wood. What they lacked were carpenters to do the work. Li Family Village has about 100 households, yet there isn't a skilled carpenter among them. Fortunately, Wang's shop isn't far away. Li Ping'an is not like the sons of the big house. Otherwise, they would rather let someone else earn the money. "Dad, I still have $35.90 left. It's all for you. Is it enough?" "Why so much?" Li Fubin asked, then remembered that $30 came from Feng Miaoan. The $5.90 were earned from selling game, and this was all that was left for the 2 of them. "It's definitely enough. 2 boxes, and a dining table won't need that much. What about the windows and doors?" Looking up at a big hole, in a house like this, a locked box wouldn't be much use. Li Rouge reminded her father, it's better to spend money to have them made together. It would be best if the windows and doors could be done quickly. The boxes and table can wait a few days. "Right, daughter, you're right. Let me measure the dimensions and ask Li Ping'an how much it will all cost. We need to see if our money is enough. My mother should have a few dollars left, but we can't leave ourselves with no money at all. Dad, you go ask. If it doesn't work, we can go to town another day or maybe use grain as payment." This is the confidence that comes from having a hidden space. Even if they spent every last cent, Li Rouge isn't worried about their family's future finances. Using grain as payment is definitely possible. In fact, this is how things are done in the countryside. Otherwise, who has much cash? When money is needed, people either use grain or trade eggs. Thinking of this brings back many memories. When he was very young, his mother used to trade eggs for cherries and hawthorn fruit. A small glass jar of cherries cost 1 egg. Since the glass jar was small, it couldn't hold many hawthorn fruits, so 1 egg would get 2. Some children would even steal eggs from home to trade for food or marbles. In the countryside, there's nothing that can't be traded for with grain, especially this year. Not only in the countryside, but even in the city, there is a grain shortage. Eggs are even harder to come by. There's hardly any food for people, let alone extra grain to raise chickens or pigs. This is why meat is so scarce, and eggs have become a hot commodity. Although Li Rouge hasn't experienced this like her father, she understands that common people today, even if they have money, are finding ways to buy grain. So, if their family offers grain as payment for labor, the other party would surely be eager to accept. Dad, our family just separated from the Li family, and we left with nothing. That family is related to Li Ping'an. What if they spread the word that we have food? I know. Dad doesn't plan to use food to pay the carpenter. Otherwise, where would we get so much food? It's hard to explain. What I mean is we should just pay him. I know the carpenter pretty well. He's a smart man. Do you think he would talk about making money? Doesn't he worry about relatives coming to borrow money? Would he lend it? As for Li Ping'an, Li Fubin thought about his nephew. I remember he's a decent guy. That day when Rui was hurt, it was thanks to him and his wife. Otherwise, your sister might not have made it back in time. Li Rouge nodded. Yes, Li Ping'an and his wife are good people. As for Wang the carpenter, even if he's not very clever, who would openly make extra money these days? If he did, wouldn't that be foolish? Exactly, this adds a layer of security. Those two wouldn't dare to openly take on business or talk about it. While they were talking, Li Fubin had already measured the dimensions. I'll also go look for your mother and Rui. I guess they went to divide the food. Okay, I'll put these things away so no one sees them later. Just as Li Rouge finished tidying up, she heard her parents talking and happened to meet them at the door. Following her mother was a pretty little girl who was another treasure of the family. The girl looked different just by changing into a red checkered shirt without any patches. Seeing there were no outsiders around, Li Rouge took the things out from her space and placed them on the Kong, waiting for little Rui to take a look. Every time the father and daughter went to town, they carried some wild vegetables from home, so when they sold them to Feng Yuan, their family had the least. They also donated 2 pounds of food to families in need, so the remaining wild vegetables they had only exchanged for less than 3 pounds of food. Everyone thought that since Li Fubin helped organize things and the wild vegetables were found by Sun Fengqin and Li Rouge, they gave their family an extra 3 pounds. At that moment, the 3 pounds of food were with little Rui. The little girl felt a bit embarrassed for not doing anything these past few days while eating and dressing well, so she eagerly helped her mother with chores. As soon as she entered the room and saw the pile of things on the Kong, she was so surprised that she almost dropped the little food she had. Sun Fengqin was also surprised. Where did these two get so much fabric? And several jars of pickles? Then she thought of the little animals in her daughter's space and understood what was happening, so she wasn't surprised anymore. She had experienced this era before. Rui, give this to your mother, Sun Fengqin said as she took the rice bag that her daughter insisted on carrying. You go look at the fabric and pick out the pretty ones. Wait for your mother to make you new clothes. The little girl, with her big eyes, had been staring at the pile of colorful fabric. Hearing her mother say this, she quickly climbed onto the bed and asked in disbelief, Second sister, are all these fabrics ours? You see the fabric, but there's also this, Li Rouge said as she brought over a bag of cookies and opened it for Li Rui to see. Look at what this is.
Ah?
It smells so good. Li Rui sniffed eagerly and then suddenly turned to call Sun Fengqin, Mother, come quickly and see what second sister brought back. Sun Fengqin had not been idle at home today. She had already fixed both her daughter's tops and repaired the fence that Song Ho Hot had damaged. She even made a big gate herself. Just then, Li Rui had left the gate open, and worried that someone might come in without them hearing, she went back to close it, looking around cautiously as if she were sneaking. Although the former teacher's son didn't care much for brand names like Li Fubin, she also didn't wear just any clothes, especially not this wrinkly, shrinking cotton fabric. She had never really looked at it before. But now, seeing so much cotton fabric, her hands trembled with excitement. As for the bag of cookies, Teacher Sun had seen good things before, so she wasn't as excited as Li Rui. Oldest daughter, this bag of cookies is for you and your second sister. Since your second sister is older, she can have 4 pieces, and you can have 6. Now that she had an oldest daughter, she seemed to overlook her youngest. But for her parents, little Rui was still their precious little girl. Hearing her mother's words, little Rui, already excited and unsure of what to do, suddenly cried out, "No. I'll give 2 pieces to Dad and 2 pieces to you, and I'll just eat 2 pieces."
Li Ruja.
Haha, these cookies were clearly bought by her, yet the good person let Li Rui take the credit. If she didn't know this girl didn't have many tricks up her sleeve, she would really suspect she was a budding little white lotus. Sun Fengqi noticed her daughter staring at Rui with a twitching mouth and worried that Rouge might overthink things. She gave her a look, meaning not to be like Rui. This child had lacked love for too long. Her parents had let her down. But how could she be so sensitive at her age? Still, seeing her own mother, who once had only one daughter, calling another girl daughter stirred some uncomfortable feelings in her heart. Then she remembered that Li Rui was also her sister. Rouge quickly let go of her worries. As an older sister, how could she compete for affection with her younger sister? Li Rouge quickly adjusted her mindset and helped her mother comfort the little Rui, who was crying uncontrollably. "Rui, stop crying. Didn't I tell you? Ever since we moved from the old house, good days have come for our family." Rui nodded her little head and sniffled, "I know. Remember that day you and Mom went to the mountains and found a silly roe deer? What did you and Dad find today?" She knew very well that those things didn't just appear. It wasn't possible they were traded for 2 baskets of wild vegetables and mushrooms. Oh, this sweet child might have been trying to help them find an excuse. "No, Rui, don't forget. When Dad and I left early this morning, we took 2 baskets of wild vegetables and mushrooms. Then we met someone who really liked them and gave us $15. Li Rouge didn't know that Rui had already dismissed the idea that they got those things by trading wild vegetables and mushrooms. She continued with her planned explanation. However, seeing Rui look doubtful and seemingly unconvinced, Rouge added, "Don't think he gave us so much. It was just a deposit. We still owe him many baskets." With this explanation, Rui began to believe, thinking that Dad and her sister had met someone foolish, and now she was completely convinced. "I want to go with you to pick vegetables too. Let's gather a lot and sell them to that person." "Sure, but wild vegetables and mushrooms don't sell for much. If it rains heavily one day, city folks won't go out to pick them, right?" Rui, now fully trusting her sister, nodded vigorously. "Then what should we do? How will our family make money?" "By selling fish. Today, on our way to the sugar factory area, Dad and I saw a river. I thought we could check it out, and guess what? What happened?" Li Rui was captivated by the ups and downs of the story told by her second sister. She stopped paying attention to the cloth, her eyes wide open, showing a very eager expression for what would come next. Fortunately, Li Rouge, the storyteller, was not too dramatic and quickly provided the answer. "There are many big fish there. That river is behind a mountain, and I guess not many people go there." Li Rouge conveniently ignored the small path that had been trampled by people and continued chatting with Li Rui. "Then my dad and I used a bamboo basket, putting some of our wild vegetables in it, and then you can probably guess what happened next." Li Rui nodded, so much that her head almost bobbed like a rattle drum. "I can guess. You and Dad must have caught a lot of fish, right? Otherwise, how could you bring back so many good things for our family?" "Exactly. These 2 bundles of cloth are what my dad and I exchanged at the textile factory. They said it was flawed cloth and couldn't be sold in stores, so they handled it internally. But you must not tell anyone about this, or everyone will know, and then there won't be any good things left for our family." "I know, I won't say anything. I won't tell anyone." She was smart enough not to share. The little girl might have nodded too many times, and with each nod, the bandage on her head fluttered, and eventually, it fell off. Sun Fengqi, watching her daughter like a storyteller, was also engrossed in the tale. When she turned to look at her daughter, half of the bandage was gone, and her appearance was so funny that she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Li Rouge, seeing her little sister like that, especially since the wound was already healed and didn't need the bandage anymore, couldn't hold back her laughter either. When Li Rui saw her mother and second sister laughing happily, she didn't even know why they were laughing but joined in the laughter. When Li Fubin entered, he saw his wife and daughter laughing. This long-lost sound of laughter felt like Sun Laosher used to be a cheerful person, but he didn't know when her laughter had become more graceful, yet less genuine. They say life was tough in the 60s and 70s, but people today are really easy to please. Even the three of them could quickly make themselves happy. Sun Fengqin hadn't laughed like this in a long time, tears of joy streaming down her face. When she saw her husband had returned, she quickly wiped her eyes and said, "Old Li, you're back." What did Li Ping'an say? I ran into Ping'an at Su Xuanli's house. I talked to him about this, and he agreed right away. He has already gone to Wang's shop and will come to our house later. What were you all laughing about just now? Why are you all laughing like this? Li Fubin asked curiously after finishing his conversation with Sun Fengqin, still wanting to know what was so funny. What's so funny? The three women looked at each other, momentarily forgetting what had made them laugh in the first place. They were just really happy and wanted to laugh out loud. Li Rouge suddenly remembered and replied with a smile, "My mom must have seen that Rui's wound is healed, and she's so happy. When I saw my mom laughing, it felt like someone had pressed my laughter button." What does laughter button mean? Li Rui, who had never read a martial arts novel, didn't know, but she thought her sister made a good point and nodded along. At that moment, the little girl realized that the bandage on her head had fallen off. Hearing her sister say the wound was healed made her smile even wider, her eyes nearly squinting shut from joy. Someone once said that the happiest life is when you come home and hear laughter coming from inside the house. Li Fubin suddenly remarked, "Fengqin, have you noticed that these days are actually the most relaxed we've been as a family?" Yes, we used to be so stressed. Even when they had no problems and enough money, they never felt as relaxed as they do now, as if there was always a tight string pulling at them. Li Rouge also felt deeply about this, especially during her final year of high school. The pressure of being a top student was just as heavy, if not heavier, than that of a struggling student. Only the three of them understood what this meant. Li Rui, who didn't feel confused at all, blinked her big eyes, looked at her parents, and then at her sister, suddenly said, "Dad, I know why you feel relaxed now. It's because our family no longer has to worry about my grandparents or my uncle and aunt when we eat." The three travelers were speechless. Little Rui was truly the treasure of their family, perfectly stealing the spotlight. Yes, my daughter is right. By the way, Rouge, where are the big cookies you bought for my daughter? Li Fubin called out happily.
Li Rouge.
Here comes the heartache again. She quickly handed over the cookies and watched the little girl enjoy them. She wished she could give her all the good things in the world. So, this is the real leading lady. Perhaps the reason the three of them traveled here was because of Li Rui. The father and daughter were tired from their day and lay on the warm kong, listening to Sun Fengqin talk about the grain distribution that happened today. Originally, 2 pounds of grain were taken from each household's 10 pounds and given to the families that had run out of food. Su Xuanli had discussed this with everyone and no one opposed it. He also mentioned that he had gone to the commune today and that relief grain would arrive soon. If everyone could hold on for another 10 days or so, they wouldn't have to go hungry. With his words, those families who participated in foraging for wild vegetables had no objections. However, this plan was only discussed among the 30 or so households. To be safe, Su Xuanli asked everyone not to speak about foraging for wild vegetables or picking mushrooms. Then, they contributed 70 pounds of grain to share among the families in need, with each family receiving over 3 pounds, which should help them last until the relief grain arrived. Su Xuanli's arrangement was actually quite good. But Li Chongqing's wife, for some reason, spread the news, and she told a few of the most difficult women in those 30 households. These women were known for being unreasonable and never willing to discuss matters calmly. They started causing a scene, claiming that Su Xuanli was giving away their grain for favors, and they firmly opposed sharing their food with others. Because of their commotion, now the whole village knew that the team leader had led people to earn grain. However, it was unclear how they earned it or where they went, whether Li Chongqing's wife Zhang Hong truly did know or was just holding back information. The villagers still hadn't figured it out. Fortunately, those loud women didn't know what Su Xuanli and the others had done to bring back the grain. So, the news about foraging for wild vegetables in Li family village hadn't spread yet. However, this incident served as a warning for them, considering so many people were involved. If anyone couldn't keep their mouth shut or control their wives. No wonder when he went to find Li Ping'an, he found him at Su Xuanli's doorstep, where many people were gathered. Su Xuanli was probably having a tough time. It's really hard to be a good person these days. Do you believe that since we couldn't keep the grain distribution a secret, we probably won't be able to hide the foraging for wild vegetables and mushrooms either? Just watch. Someone will definitely go into the mountains to forage tomorrow morning, said Sun Fengqin. Yeah, let's stop here. We won't get involved anymore. If they have the ability, they can go forage themselves. If they can find anything, it's their skill. Without the space water for his daughter, in this dry weather, not a single blade of green grass is visible, let alone wild vegetables. How could they think things would be so good? Li Fubin's words reflected Sun Fengqin's thoughts. Today, she witnessed human greed. Those few crazy women and the couple Li Chongqing could muddy even the clearest water.
I think the same.
With the grain we have, even without relief supplies, we can eat for a few months. It's not worth the risk, especially with Li Chongqing. Today's trouble started with him. I suspect they did it on purpose. Whether it was on purpose or not, it definitely was, Li Fubin said firmly. That man is not trustworthy, and his wife is even worse. From now on, let's keep our distance from that family. We should avoid anything they are involved in. Right this time, our family has helped everyone. We won't get involved in the future. While they were talking, Li Rui, who had been playing outside with Li Pundi, ran back, chirping like a little yellow oriole. Dad, Mom, Ping'an is coming this way. Okay, I know. You go play, her father replied. The little girl was clever. She worried that the things on their bed weren't hidden well and might be seen by Li Ping'an. Li Rui peeked through the open window and saw that the bed was empty. Only then did she agree and run back outside to play. This girl, when she was hungry before, wouldn't dare to run like this, afraid of getting hungrier, Sun Fengqin said, looking at her daughter with a gentle smile. Li Rouge watched the couple and found it amusing. He went back to push the bamboo baskets they had just hidden further in, ensuring nothing would show before feeling relieved. Li Ping'an returned quickly. Just as Rui went out, they had packed everything into the bamboo baskets and placed them in the corner, stacking them neatly. The top basket even had a few pounds of grain. They also piled some broken wood and branches outside to use as firewood. Their family only had this one room, which served as the bedroom, living room, and kitchen, so stacking firewood wouldn't seem strange to outsiders. However, she always worried that there might be mice hiding among the firewood in the sleeping area. At that moment, Li Ping'an entered the courtyard and began to look around. His uncle and aunt, being experienced, noticed how well this family had organized their yard and house in just a few days. Li Ping'an realized he hadn't helped his uncle's family at all. Now, hearing that his uncle wanted to ask his father-in-law's brother-in-law to do some carpentry work, and knowing this wouldn't be revealed to his grandparents, he felt bold enough to agree quickly. Uncle, Aunt, Ru Ge is also at home. Li Ping'an greeted everyone as he entered and quickly added, My father-in-law said the wood is from their house. They can make a box for $6. They mentioned that for others, 2 boxes would cost at least $15, but for family, it's cheaper. Only $6? That's really cheap. Did they say how big the box is? It wouldn't be worth it if the box was too small. Li Fubin provided the dimensions for doors and windows, but they hadn't specified the size of the box, so he listened closely when his daughter asked. My father-in-law said they have some wood they don't need, and they might have to hand it over, so 2 boxes won't be too small. Also, the dining table won't cost anything, as it's just helping family. For the windows and doors, you can give $10. Li Ping'an wasn't foolish. Even though his father-in-law wanted to deal with the wood quickly, the price was still a favor to him. Feeling cheerful, he hurried back, thinking he could finally help his uncle's family a bit. In total, it was only $22, which felt like half a favor and half money, creating quite a debt of gratitude. The family exchanged glances, and finally, Li Fubin spoke up. Ping'an, this work isn't small, and the wood is from your father-in-law's place. How about this? I've been running to the city these past few days and made some money. I'll give them $30, and you can ask your father-in-law to keep it tight. Li Ping'an didn't expect his father-in-law to be so particular, and his uncle to be even more generous, offering an extra $8. The surprising part was that his uncle could take out $30 all at once, claiming it was money he earned recently. Li Ping'an was amazed at his uncle's ability to go to the city and earn money from city folks. Suddenly feeling admiration for his uncle, he didn't dare to ask too much and simply agreed, happily heading back to his father-in-law's house. Hearing his son-in-law's words, the carpenter Wang couldn't help but admire Li Fubin, saying, "Your uncle really doesn't seem like your grandfather's son." Li Ping'an thought, what does my father-in-law mean by that? Is he saying my grandfather is so stingy that he couldn't raise such a generous person as my uncle? If this matter were in the hands of his grandfather, he would probably not take less than $2, and giving $20 would be quite generous. His father would never willingly give his father-in-law an extra $8. Not even 8 cents would he give without hesitation. Thinking about his father's stingy nature, his uncle felt more aligned with his grandfather, and Li Ping'an began to suspect that his uncle might not be his biological father's son after all. Both the father-in-law and son-in-law were thinking about the rumors outside, and at this moment, they started to believe those rumors. Perhaps Li Fubin really wasn't Li Laoshir's biological son? Regardless of whether they were related or not, since the other party was willing to give an extra $8, the carpenters had to carefully consider how to proceed with the work. The box definitely couldn't be made smaller, and the windows and doors couldn't be poorly made. They needed to choose good wood and make it sturdy. Otherwise, it would be better to give the wood to Li Fubin's family than to that unscrupulous person. Soon, the son of the village secretary would be getting married, and he had already hinted that they had a lot of wood stored at home. Since they were carpenters and hadn't delayed their farming work, they had worked every day as scheduled. Having some boards at home was just for him and his wife to use for a coffin. But if that day ever came and the village secretary reported him to the commune, Wang the carpenter knew that even if he turned that wood into a coffin now, he would still be in trouble. Just then, Li Ping'an arrived, and Wang the carpenter offered $22, which was practically a bargain. He didn't expect to meet someone as understanding as Li Fubin, so receiving an extra $8 was certainly a good thing. So they found an excuse and secretly moved all the wood to the mountains overnight, then hid there for 3 days. They managed to finish 2 boxes along with the doors and windows that Li Fubin wanted. During these days, Li Fubin and Li Rouge didn't go anywhere because of the instigation from Li Chongqing and his wife, which caused trouble among the other families, making the plan to gather wild vegetables impossible. However, without any organization, it didn't stop everyone from going into the mountains. Strangely, even though everyone went daily, they could no longer find any wild vegetables. Even more puzzling was that in the places where they had found wild vegetables before, there were now deep pits instead of the remaining small vegetables they had hoped to return for later. It was as if the ground had been chewed up by something. Otherwise, how could those deep pits have appeared? Li Chongqing has been going into the mountains every day with his wife, but each time they come back with empty baskets. Today, he felt embarrassed to return empty-handed, so he collected some firewood, and they each carried a basket. When they met people, they said they were out gathering firewood. In the summer heat, there isn't much firewood to gather, and everyone is only able to eat a little, so who would go into the mountains for firewood at this time? It seems like the team leader is well-fed, or else why would they be short on firewood now? Hearing the gossip, Li Chongqing felt frustrated, touching his half-full stomach. After several days of searching, he hadn't found a single piece of wild vegetable. If it weren't for the wild vegetables they had eaten at home and the 8 pounds of grain they brought back, he would really doubt if he had dreamed about seeing those large patches of wild vegetables. After sighing for a while, Li Chongqing finally gave up on finding wild vegetables and put down his basket. He headed straight to Su Xunli's house. Although it was Zhang Hong who spread the news, everyone knew what had happened. Coincidentally, both Su Xunli and his wife were sensible people. So when Li Chongqing entered the yard, Li Dachuan grabbed a broom and angrily swept him out, saying, "How dare you come to my house? My husband is sick because of your wife." I haven't even come to find you, and you still have the face to show up. Su Xuanli had indeed been feeling unwell these days, partly because he was upset by a few unreasonable women. So when he heard his wife shouting at Li Chongqing, he didn't get up. He was certainly disappointed in Li Chongqing. As Li Chongqing was pushed out, he grew angrier. How could Li Dachuan, who shares the same surname, be so unreasonable? Besides, it was Sun Fengqin and her daughter who discovered the wild vegetables, and it was Li Fubin who went to the city to find a buyer. What credit did Su Xuanli have in this? Thinking about how he was still the team leader under Li Fubin, he decided it was better to find Li Laosand instead. Feeling upset, Li Chongqing left Su Xuanli's house and headed toward the west side of the village. Although the team had not gone anywhere these days, they had been busy. Li Fubin, as the head of the family, used his imagination to divide their one room into a half kitchen. Otherwise, when they entered the house, the first thing they would see was a large kong, a traditional heated bed, with a stove connected to it. While such houses are common in the countryside, Li Fubin felt it looked awkward. So, he built a half wall with mud bricks beside the kong. This way, the stove was separated from the main room, and when someone came in, they wouldn't immediately see the large kong. Li Rouge didn't expect her father had this skill. The mud brick wall was both sturdy and smooth. Li Fubin, not one to shy away from trouble, smoothed the walls again with yellow clay to make them look nice. Then Li Rouge came to ask for something. She wanted to sleep in a separate room with Xiaorui. The sisters were growing up and deserved a room of their own. So, for the past few days, the family had been busy making clay bricks. Building a small room doesn't require many bricks. They just needed to divide one room into two. One side would be a bit larger for the two daughters, while the other side would be smaller, just needing a wall between them. They had borrowed quite a few bricks when they built the house, so whenever they had time, they tried to make more bricks to dry and return to others. Now that it wasn't raining, it was the perfect time to make bricks, especially since there was still some water in the river. The family worked hard and managed to make over 1,000 bricks in 3 days. Sun Fengqin was very capable, full of energy. She woke up every day around 4 o'clock, preparing breakfast for the family, while also finding time to sew pants for everyone. Although she had practiced martial arts since childhood, she was also skilled with her hands. In her youth, she even spent money to learn tailoring, and she could knit sweaters perfectly. In this life, Sun Fengqin was also skilled, but she hadn't had many chances to show it before. Having lived 2 lives, she combined the strengths from both, so sewing was no challenge for her. Today, everyone wore new pants, and the 2 daughters even had new tops, which, while not brand new, had no patches. However, Sun Fengqin wasn't in a hurry to make new tops for herself and Li Fubin. Even if she had time to make them, they couldn't wear them just yet. They had been very poor before, lacking both food and clothes.
Now?
Well, they were considered one of the wealthier families in the village, at least not worrying about food and clothing, which was a good life. To avoid drawing too much attention, they still had to pretend to be poor, so they couldn't use all the new fabric to make clothes. If it weren't for the fact that everyone's pants were nearly worn out and too short, Sun Fengqin wouldn't have been so extravagant as to make new pants for everyone. However, the pants she and Li Fubin wore were made from old pants given by Aunt Shin, which Sun Fengqin mended and altered. The old clothes the family had were mostly patched, but Li Rouge's were in better shape, with fewer patches and not close to falling apart. The original person probably thought about their daughter growing up. If her pants really tore and exposed herself, it would be quite embarrassing. That's why they gave the best and sturdiest pair of pants at home to the second daughter. The old, worn-out pants were neatly packed away by Sun Fengqin, as they were handmade by the original person, and she wanted to keep them as a memory. Compared to the previous patched-up clothes, the 2 pairs of pants given by Mrs. Shin only had some wear at the back and knees, and with a little repair, they would be good as new. Finally, they had pants that didn't let in the wind, and of course, the happiest one was Li Rui. In the past few days, while the family was busy with work, the little girl helped out a lot and didn't take a break. Today, they finally finished the work, and Sun Fengqin dressed her daughter in new clothes. Li Rouge, the second sister, even styled her little sister's hair. She noticed that there were lice in her sister's hair, so using the lice medicine their mother bought, she thought it would be best to cut it short. She gently convinced Rui to let her cut her hair a bit shorter and styled it into a half bun. The child looked like a little star and was very cute. With her new outfit and hairstyle, she was truly stunning. Of course, the three of them might have been a bit boastful, but Rui's little face really was getting prettier. This wasn't just their opinion. When Rui stepped outside in her new clothes, the other little girls who came to play with her were amazed. Li Rouge loved hearing the compliments from girls her age. It was such innocent joy. Unfortunately, even though she had the body of a child, she had the heart of an old lady. One girl asked Rui, "How does your family have money to buy you new clothes?" Hearing this, Li Rouge quickly moved closer to the door to hear how her sister would respond. Rui raised her arm to show everyone her elbow, saying, "These clothes aren't new. Look, there's a patch here." "But it looks almost new," Pan Di said enviously, pointing at Rui's pants. "Look at your pants. There's not a single patch. They look just like new." "I think they are new. My mom said that clothes without patches are all new," another girl said excitedly. The unevenly dyed fabric really made it hard to tell the difference between new and old, especially since the blue cloth they brought back had been soaked in water. So, the few of them wore these pants, and from a distance they looked fine, but up close, they seemed unwashed. However, in times like this, especially in the countryside, it's not a big deal. Didn't that little girl say her mother mentioned that as long as there are no patches, it's considered new? Li Rouge wanted to hear what Rui would say next, because no one had taught her how to respond when someone asked about clothes after going out. Her parents always let their children develop on their own. If they said something wrong, they wouldn't be punished for it. Of course, this was just one aspect. The main reason was that Li Fubin and Sun Fengqin had a mysterious confidence in their children, believing that their kids would never say the wrong thing. To put it simply, there was no one their children couldn't handle or questions they couldn't answer. The little girls were chatting back and forth until it was finally Rui's turn to speak. She calmly explained, "My family can't afford new clothes for me. On the day I went to the city for a checkup, a kind person saw our family was in need and gave us a lot of old clothes. Look at this top. My mother shortened it and used the leftover fabric to patch the elbows. Don't you see that?" As Rui spoke, she showed the hem to the girls and lifted her arms to show them the patches. It was indeed true. Rui wasn't lying. The other girls then started to envy Rui for her good luck, thinking it was great that she met such kind people at the hospital. They even admired her mother for being so skilled with sewing. Some of the girls even said that getting hit that day was a good thing, otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to the hospital and met the kind person. It was surprising how these girls thought that being hit was a good thing just for a few old clothes. Hearing them, Li Rouge felt both amused and a bit frustrated. Although Rui's answer was half true and half false, it was clear that she didn't need an adult to teach her how to speak. Her explanation, while not perfect, was convincing enough. Clearly, the other girls believed Rui's words, and upon hearing this, Li Rouge felt there was no need to listen any longer. In their family, there really isn't anything to worry about, and now Comrade Li Fubin and Comrade Sun Fengqin have something to brag about. After a few days of good meals, and possibly thanks to the space water, everyone's complexion has improved a lot. Now they're wearing new pants. Although the color is uneven and the cotton has faded from the rain, it still looks much better than wearing patched-up pants that are too short. Feeling pleased, Li Fubin thought that his family finally looked more like a proper family. However, as he looked at the yard that was starting to resemble a home, he suddenly felt something was missing. What could it be? Oh, right, glass. Last night, Mr. Wang the carpenter, along with a few others, came over to install the window and door for their house, trying to avoid being seen. Although the house now has doors and windows, it still lacks glass, but it looks much better than before. There are 2 large wooden boxes, and Mr. Wang said they just need to be polished before he can deliver them to their home tonight. In a couple of days, he plans to visit Su Xunli to get a letter of introduction and go into town to find some glass. After all, having window frames without glass won't do. It hasn't rained yet, but who can guarantee it won't rain in the future? These days, he has seen his wife and daughter praying to the heavens every day, believing that since they have divine protection, they might just get some rain. Li Fubin started to think that maybe it could happen, and rain might come one day. When Li Chongqing came over, he was surprised to see the changes in Li Fubin's home, especially the new window and door. Upon entering, he saw the family sitting at the new dining table, eating. The meal consisted of thick porridge and green pickles. Li Chongqing was stunned for a moment before he heard Li Fubin inviting him to sit down. "Captain Li, have you eaten?" Normally, Li Chongqing should call him third brother, but he just used his name. However, in his memory, it seemed that Li Fubin had never called him brother. Knowing that Li Chongqing cared about his position as a small team leader and even aspired to be a big team leader, Li Fubin chose a title that would please him. "Not yet, I haven't eaten." In reality, Li Chongqing had already eaten, but compared to the porridge at Li Fubin's house, what he had at home hardly counted as a meal. Plus, if he said he hadn't eaten, would Li Fubin's family invite him to stay for a meal? He noticed there was still quite a bit of porridge left in the pot. After Li Chongqing spoke, he realized everyone had gone quiet, and he felt quite displeased. Li Fubin hurriedly finished his porridge and politely asked Li Chongqing, "Captain Li, you haven't even had a meal. Is there something you need to discuss at my house? Is there something so urgent that we can't eat first?" People say that Li Laosher's sons look down on him, which is why he was separated from them. He really doesn't know how to handle things well. Li Chongqing replied with a serious face, "Yes, there is something. We need to continue discussing the wild vegetables. Otherwise, we don't know when the relief food will arrive, and the little food everyone has won't last long." "I understand, but I've heard that no one has found any wild vegetables in the mountains these days," Li Fubin said, pretending to be clueless. "Our family has been busy repairing the mud bricks and hasn't had time to go into the mountains, so I really don't know what's going on there." Li Chongqing and his wife carried a large bamboo basket and passed by their house every day. Li Fubin knew they had been going into the mountains a lot lately, so he said this on purpose. When everyone came down from the mountains that day, they discussed the need for secrecy. Su Shunli insisted that no one should enter the mountains for a few days to avoid attracting outsiders. Everyone agreed at the time, and Li Chongqing also promised not to go into the mountains alone. But how did he act? He must have gotten greedy when he saw the food, right? Now the whole village knows about this, and those who don't know are probably wondering what treasure they found in the mountains. Rui came back and told them that the villagers were spreading rumors, and some even asked her about her father, who had been going to the city every day. At such a time, he was foolish. Su Shunli was lying in bed pretending to be sick, and he was following Li Chongqing around. When this matter came up, Li Chongqing felt guilty, but when he looked at the food on Li Fubin's table, he no longer felt that way. "Third brother, most of those wild vegetables from your family were sold by you and Rouge in the city, right? You must have made quite a bit of money," he said with a grin, adding, "Look at your porridge. It's much thicker than ours. Ours is almost like water." "You shouldn't say that, Captain Li." Before Li Fubin could respond, Sun Fengqin interjected, "If people hear that we sold a lot of wild vegetables in the city, our family could end up in trouble." "Don't worry, this won't get out. We're just talking behind closed doors. If we're outside, in front of others, I would never say this," Li Chongqing said, which sounded a bit threatening, but Li Fubin wasn't afraid of him. He waved his hand, signaling Sun Fengqin to be quiet. As the head of the family, he believed it was his role to speak for everyone. Li Fubin chuckled, and without realizing it, his authoritative presence emerged as he said, "It's fine if Captain Li shares this information. This isn't just our family's issue. It involves over 30 households and more than 50 people in the village. If trouble comes, we all face it together. With you leaders at the front, it's unlikely our family will be singled out, right?" He thought to himself, still trying to intimidate him. When Li Fubin was out in the world, Li Chongqing was already long gone. Li Chongqing was surprised that Li Fubin dared to speak to him like that. Angrily, he stood up and said, "Li Fubin, have you forgotten that you're still a member of the first team, and I'm the team leader? Huh, What a show of power. Sun Fengqin couldn't hold back anymore. Good thing you're just a small team leader. If you were the big team leader or the commune secretary, would we common folks have to kneel and bow to you? Who did he think he was, coming to their home to act tough? Did he think Sun Fengqin was easily intimidated? Or that the men in her family were? She noticed her two daughters wearing disdainful expressions, with Xiao Rui even rolling her eyes. Almost amused by her daughter's little expression, Sun Fengqin, who had been fuming and ready to confront someone, sat back down. Li Fubin was startled by Sun Fengqin's earlier demeanor. He realized she was genuinely upset, and while he might just exchange a few harsh words, she could actually take action if provoked. Seeing her calm down for some reason, Li Fubin cautiously advised, "Fengqin, you don't need to worry about this. By the way, you and the girls are going to visit the team leader, right? Could you ask him what he thinks about Captain Li causing a scene at our house?" Li Chongqing felt like he had entered the wrong house today. These two were definitely not the same Li Fubin and Sun Fengqin he once knew. Once, they were the two most honest people in the team, too afraid to speak loudly to him or anyone else. You too. He wanted to say that if they dared to report him to Su Xunli, they should be careful he wouldn't make things difficult for them. But then he thought of something else and changed his words. "You've misunderstood me. We're all surnamed Li. I'm just trying to discuss this with you. There's nothing to discuss. From now on, you can do whatever you want. Our family won't be involved anymore to avoid being dragged into trouble." Sun Fengqin rushed ahead of Li Fubin and confronted Li Chongqing, who opened his mouth to speak but found himself speechless. Is this really the most honest woman in the village? People used to think of Sun Fengqin as a good daughter-in-law, but not a good mother. Watching her daughter being taken away, she didn't even dare to speak up. How many mothers must be laughing at her behind her back? Yet now, this same person has left him with nothing to say. Li Chongqing had a tough time at Su Xunli's house, where he was kicked out by Li Dachuan with a broom. He had high hopes of showing off his authority at Li Fubin's home, but to his surprise, the couple gave him no respect and even planned to report him to Su Xunli. Realizing that this family had changed since they got their lives back, first, they made Li Laoshi helpless and split up, then they went to the city for a few days. Li Chongqing didn't dare to say much more. Angrily, he turned to leave and slammed the door his way out. Oh, he dared to slam their new door. Li Rouge exchanged a glance with Li Rui, who quickly got up and chased after him. Wang the carpenter and his crew were supposed to come over to deliver a box. If Li Chongqing saw them, this news would spread to the Li family courtyard by tomorrow. They weren't afraid of the Li family, knowing they bought furniture, but they didn't want to involve Wang the carpenter's family or Li Pinggan. Thankfully, that person didn't retaliate, and the couple managed to send him away with just a few words. Before long, Li Rui returned, saying that Li Chongqing went straight home, without stopping anywhere. She saw him go inside before turning back. You followed him closely, and he didn't notice you, right? Li Fubin was only worried about Li Chongqing seeing Rui and letting his kids bully her. No, I hid when he turned around. He glanced, but then walked away. The girl replied cheerfully. Haha, look at that. He can't even handle my daughter, but thinks he can be the captain. While the family was chatting, they heard a few knocks on the back window. Sun Fengqin quickly stood up. It must be Wang the carpenter and his crew bringing the boxes. It felt like a secret meeting, even though it was a straightforward matter. They couldn't use the front door and had to give a signal first. These two boxes are quite large, looking bigger than usual small cabinets. They are polished smoothly, and the natural wood color is much nicer than painted ones. The whole family loves their new furniture, especially since these boxes come with locks. They paid 30 yuan in full yesterday. Li Fubin glanced at Sun Fengqin, and after many years of marriage, they understood each other well. Sun Fengqin turned and took a small cloth bag from the top basket, which contained the 3 pounds of corn they received. The family is very satisfied with the boxes, and they even installed the locks. This little bit of grain is enough to cover the cost of the locks. Look, I feel like 30 yuan is too much for these boxes, so I thought I'd give you 2 locks, said the carpenter, feeling a bit embarrassed. It's not too much. We needed this work done quickly, and you all have been busy these past few days. Please take this grain as a small gesture from our family, replied Li Fubin. This is food, and of course the Wang family wanted it, but I heard from Ping'an that you didn't get a single grain from Li Laoshi. A good man doesn't take food from family, right, Brother Wang? Li Fubin cleverly confirmed that they indeed received nothing while also stating he could support his family. After the four of them left, they discussed Li Fubin's family on the way, concluding that anyone who is under Li Laoshi's influence cannot stand up for themselves. They needed to find a way to separate their daughter from the Li family. If Li Fuyo and his wife disagreed to split, they could forget about having their only son. With support from a family like that, if Li Ping'an could be as ambitious as his uncle, he would surely have a good life ahead. Not to mention what the carpenter and his family thought, the family of four was now discussing whether to place the boxes in their parents' room or in the sister's room for safety, to avoid anyone seeing them. Although the sister's room is small, it has a little heated bed, so there is still space for the two boxes. Their lives will surely get better, and in the future, he wants to buy a bicycle and a sewing machine for Fengqin. They can't hide these things forever, right? The sewing machine can be hidden somewhat, but if they hide the bicycle, what's the point of buying it? He wants the villagers to know that Li Fubin is capable and then gradually accept him. Eventually, no matter what they add to their home, it will seem normal to everyone. This is just a matter of time. One day, his wish will come true. People respect those who have power, and Li Maoshuan can walk confidently in Qingshan commune. When Li San is mentioned, everyone gives him some respect. You really think it's just because he is older and people respect their elders? No one believes that. No matter what era humans live in, being snobbish is a common problem. Of course, the current situation doesn't allow him to be too flashy, but pretending to be foolish or weak is not a good idea either. Especially with the image he had before, anyone could kick him for being so timid, and just thinking about it makes him angry. So, he needs to come up with a plan to improve their lives without raising suspicion. He has to start by standing up for himself. With that in mind, Li Fubin thinks there's no need to hide these two boxes. These are just two ordinary wooden boxes, not decorated or painted. If they can't use these, then there's nothing worth holding on to in this village. You two sisters can use one box, and I'll use the other with your mother. Since we have them, let's use them openly. Okay, but our Kong bed in that room isn't dry yet. I'm worried about dampness, so let's keep both boxes in your room for now. Once our room is dry, we'll move them over. Actually, Li Rouge feels the same way as her father. Why shouldn't they use their own things openly? Do they think it's normal for their family to go without food and clothes? The father and daughter agree on this matter. They feel it's necessary to show a bit of Li Fubin's ability to establish his image as a capable person, so that no one, like Li Chongqing, dares to come to their home and act superior. In the future, when people hear about Li Fubin from Li family village, they must say he is a capable person. Besides, her father is already capable, and there are still a few years until that 10-year mark. They must build a strong foundation during these years. Otherwise, anyone could step on their family and anyone interested in their sisters could take them away. They can't even think about living like that. Li Fubin doesn't know that his daughter is already thinking about establishing his image as a capable person, so that she and her sister can benefit from him. Haha, but even if he knew, he would just say that his daughter is doing the right thing. After a quiet night, the next morning, Li Fubin and Sun Fengqin went to Su Xunli's house to borrow a wheelbarrow. They returned the dried clay bricks to the families who had helped them, especially to Li Chongqing's family, who had lent them dozens of bricks. Zhang Hong had mentioned many times that the room in their house should belong to everyone. Li Rui had heard this and got scared, rushing home to ask her parents if their house would be taken away. So, seeing that the bricks were dry, the couple hurried to Li Chongqing's house first. They not only returned the borrowed bricks but also gave a few extra as a thank you. For them, returning the bricks was a big deal, even though it was just a matter of mud. The two sisters, Li Rouge and Li Rui, didn't need to help with this. They took their small baskets, which also had a jar in them, and planned to go to the river near Li family village to see if they could catch some fish. They had been busy with the bricks and cleaning the house, and Li Rouge had almost forgotten about the fish she was keeping in storage. She had only taken out 2 big fish the day they returned and gave one to Su Xuanli's family. Now, she watched the fish grow bigger each day, but hadn't had a chance to eat them. She planned to go to the river today and hoped to catch at least 2 fish, thinking about how she would cook them. But little Rui insisted on coming along, and with her eager eyes, how could her older sister say no? Sighing, Li Rouge thought it was tough being an older sister. The 2 girls happily walked to the river and, from a distance, saw someone washing clothes by the water. Despite the lack of rain, the river wasn't completely dry, but the water was muddy. Who would wash clothes there? Second sister, it's San Tang's sister-in-law, Rui said, recognizing the woman by the river as Jang Ling. Jang Ling? Is she the little sister-in-law of our eldest sister? Li Rouge was momentarily confused before recalling who Jang Ling was. Yes, who else would it be? If it weren't for her, our eldest sister wouldn't have been sent to the mountains, Rui replied angrily. We can't blame Jang Ling. With our grandmother and Song Ho Hot around, even if our eldest sister wasn't sent away, she wouldn't have found a good family, Li Rouge pointed out. Her sister was right. Rui kicked a stone in frustration and said fiercely, one day, I will get revenge for our eldest sister and give that old witch grandmother and aunt a good beating. Is beating someone enough for revenge? The little girl is still naive. Li Rouge smiled and patted her little sister's head, teaching her there are many ways to truly get back at someone, and often hitting them is the least effective. Because after they feel the pain, they might forget how it felt. The little girl stared with wide eyes, listening seriously. When she didn't understand, she would humbly ask, so what should we do? How can we make them remember the pain and feel it for a long time? That depends on what they care about most. For example, Annie has always dreamed of Li Ruxia marrying into the city and Li Debao being successful. As for our grandmother, Li Rouge really didn't know what the old lady cared about most. In reality, Grandma Li was very selfish, caring more about herself than her children or grandchildren. Otherwise, why would she eat all the good food and wear the best clothes, only caring about her own comfort without worrying about others? In her memory, Li Rouge had never seen her truly care for anyone. She always hid the good food from Li Debao, never wanting to share even a bite. I know what Grandma cares about, Li Rui suddenly said with bright eyes, pulling her sister down and whispering in Li Rouge's ear, Grandma cares most about money. Actually, so does Grandpa. I once saw them hiding in a room, holding a box and whispering about burying it, saying no one could know. After finishing, the little girl added, I bet there's money inside. How could they possibly bury money? Maybe it was gold. But with a family like the Lees, how could they have gold? It could be something else. Li Rouge couldn't figure out what the 2 old people wanted to bury, but it wasn't difficult. One day, she could take some time to search around the Li family courtyard. If there was something buried underground, it would be easy to solve with just a word. After the sisters finished talking, they walked over to Jang Ling. She wanted to ask Jang Ling about her older sister, and since they had met today, Li Rouge wouldn't miss this chance. As they got closer, Li Rouge noticed Jang Ling suddenly turn and look at them, her gaze sharp and piercing. The original owner had a poor impression of Jang Ling and had never really looked at her, so she only had a vague idea of her. Today, Li Rouge finally saw clearly that this girl, only 21 years old and already a mother, was indeed quite good-looking. At this age, many women in later generations might not have graduated from college, but at this time, most women of this age are already mothers. Her older sister, who is 2 years younger than her, is only 19 this year. I wonder if she has also become a mother? Jang Ling, Li Rouge did not call her sister-in-law, we happened to run into each other today, or I would have asked you how my sister is doing. Updates will be on time at midnight, so check back then. Please give a 5-star review and watch the videos to encourage updates. Free gifts are available. Recently, Jang Ling has heard Li Jiawang say that his uncle's family is living well, but she doesn't believe it. With Li Fubin and Sun Fengqin, those 2 are so useless. She can't believe they would dare to beg in the city. Li Jiawang said his uncle and aunt took their 2 cousins to the city to beg and even brought back a lot of old clothes. Seeing that Li Rouge and Li Rui were both wearing new clothes, which clearly looked like they were made from old ones, Jang Ling couldn't help but doubt them. She looked down on this family. So, what if they wore new clothes? They were still begged for. I haven't gone back to my family, so how would I know if your sister is doing well? After saying this, Jang Ling squatted down again, continuing to pound the clothes on the stone with a stick. Where do you live then? You must know the exact address, Li Rouge asked patiently. Hearing this, Jang Ling stopped what she was doing, tilted her head to look at Li Rouge, and smirked slightly. What? Are you planning to bring your sister back? This girl is really hard to talk to. It seems there's no way to communicate normally with her. Li Rouge replied bluntly, my sister married into your family, not sold. You wouldn't want to keep us from seeing each other forever, would you? If that's the case, I won't need to ask you anymore. Tomorrow, I'll go to the commune and report your family for trafficking women and keeping my sister from contacting her family. Who are you trying to scare? If you have the guts, go ahead and report me. I actually want to go back and see my family too, but what has your family done? After saying this, Jang Ling turned back to wash her clothes, ignoring Li Rouge and Li Rui completely. This person really isn't afraid of her reporting them. Did she not willingly agree to the marriage in the first place? She remembered that Song Ho Hot said Jang Ling willingly married Li Jiawang and even mentioned that she had spent enough time in the mountains and actively sought a matchmaker. Second sister, what should we do? Li Rui asked, worried that they might never see their elder sister again. We won't really be unable to see her forever, right? Not unless she never returns to our home. Li Rouge said this loudly on purpose. When she saw Jang Ling pause for a moment while beating the clothes, she continued her work, feeling a bit of admiration for the woman. Jang Ling dared to marry so far away and could stand her ground in the Li family courtyard. When necessary, she even had the courage to light lanterns for Li Jiawang. A woman like Jang Ling surely couldn't be intimidated by just a few words from a young girl. Today, without wild vegetables as bait and with the water nearly dried up, Jang Ling was still nearby, and Li Rouge didn't dare to mix space water into the river. So, it was no surprise that after working hard for a while, the sisters only caught a few small loaches. Just as Li Rouge was about to lose patience and head home, Rui suddenly said she needed to go to the restroom. During this time, Li Rouge took out a small carp weighing over a pound from her space. She didn't dare to take out the bigger ones, estimating that this fish was only half a pound a few days ago and had grown this big in just a few days. Second sister, you caught a fish? Wow, it's so big! Rui exclaimed happily when she returned and saw the fish in the jar. In the distance, Jang Ling, who had finished washing her clothes and was about to leave, heard Rui's shout. She glanced over, snorted in disdain, and said, the water is almost gone. You must be dreaming of fish. Mind your own business. Before Li Rouge could respond, Rui retorted. After all, they were still young, and Jang Ling had been spoiled as the only girl in her family. For someone like her, who had never been challenged growing up and was not liked by her in-laws after marriage, her mindset was likely quite twisted. Li Rouge saw through Jang Ling. To get the truth out of her and find out about Li Roland's whereabouts, they would have to corner her, forcing her to speak. Otherwise, they couldn't expect kindness from someone like her. Maybe it was the little carp that brought the sisters good luck. Although they still didn't catch any fish, the loaches suddenly became plentiful. After working for a while, feeling like they had finally caught all the loaches in the area, the sisters returned home covered in mud. As soon as they entered the house, they were surprised to find a bicycle parked in the yard. How could there be someone riding a bicycle at their home? Could it be that someone has come to catch their father? Recently, the village has been gossiping that their family went to the city to beg, which is absolutely not allowed and is against the law. Second sister. Little Rui was still too young and, feeling nervous, was about to cry. Feeling her little sister's trembling hand, Li Rouge quickly patted her to comfort her, saying, "Don't worry, no one in our family has broken the law. Someone might just be here to ask about something. In the entire Qingshan commune, there are only a few bicycles, and you could count them on one hand. But everyone knows that the public security officer, Tang, has a bicycle. So even Li Rouge began to believe that this bicycle belonged to Officer Dong and that he might be here to investigate their family's trip to the city. The first trip to the city was to take Rui for medical treatment, and everyone in the village could confirm that. Glancing at her little sister, Li Rouge regretted taking the bandage off too soon. She should have kept it on for a few more days. The second trip to the city had no clear reason, and Rui hadn't gone along, so they couldn't say it was for a follow-up check on her injury. They certainly couldn't mention the wild vegetables. They needed a good excuse. She wondered how their father would handle it. Li Rouge had confidence in her father, so she wasn't as worried as Rui, who was on the verge of tears. The two sisters quietly set down the bamboo basket, as they were worried the mudfish inside would die of thirst, so they added some water to the jar. Zhou Chaoyang, who was helping Li Fubin with work in the back, heard some noise in the front yard. When he came over and saw the two sisters had returned, he grinned and asked, "I heard you went fishing. Did you catch anything?" Oh my! It turned out that the brother with the water jar had come to their house, not Officer Dong. Just as Li Rui's heart relaxed, it tightened again. She tugged at her sister's sleeve and whispered, "Second sister, he's not here to ask for the water jar, is he?" She really liked that water jar. The water inside was delicious, and she didn't want to give it back. Although the little girl's voice was soft, those with keen senses usually have better hearing than others. Otherwise, Li Fubin wouldn't have missed the sound of the bamboo basket being set down, but Zhou Chaoyang heard it. So when Li Rui called him the brother with the water jar, Zhou Chaoyang definitely heard her. Seeing the twitching corners of his mouth, Li Rouge almost laughed. "Zhou, Comrade Zhou, how do you have time to come to my house?" Actually, Li Rouge forgot what Zhou Chaoyang's name was, but she remembered that he introduced himself with the surname Zhou. "I came to deliver a basket to your home," Zhou Chaoyang said, then suddenly turned to Li Rui and seriously explained, "Don't worry, I'm not here to ask for the kettle."
Li Rui.
How did he hear that? She said it so quietly. Li Rouge was also surprised. How could this Zhou have such good hearing? When Rui was whispering in her ear, she only caught a general idea, but he heard it from so far away. Zhou. Zhou Chaoyang. Zhou Chaoyang didn't know why, but when Li Rouge called him comrade, it sounded off to him. So before Li Rouge could call him Comrade Zhou again, he quickly said his name, thinking, "I remember telling you my name that day. Did you forget?" He noticed that he was quite clever. But even if she hadn't forgotten his name, she was just a little girl and couldn't directly call him by his name, right? Li Rouge thought for a moment and said, "Then from now on, Rui and I will call you Brother Zhou. By the way, Brother Zhou, you're not in a hurry to leave, are you? We just caught a lot of loaches, and I want my mom to cook some braised loach for you. It's really delicious." Actually, the dry-fried version is better, or loaches with tofu make a nice dish too. But given the circumstances, with Comrade Sun Fingqin's cooking skills, braised would still be very tasty. That day, she traded mushrooms and wild vegetables for a big kettle. Although this year's wild vegetables and mushrooms weren't worth as much as in previous years, Li Rouge still felt she got a good deal from Zhou Chaoyang. Now that he was here, she wanted to invite him for a meal and would ask her mom to make something nice as a treat. You know, in these times, inviting someone for a meal is a big favor. Even officials visiting the countryside can't eat for free. They have to pay with food stamps or money. Oh, right, if he agrees to stay, she would need to remind her parents not to accept any money or stamps when he offers them, or else the favor would be owed. While Li Rouge's big eyes were darting around, calculating in her mind, Zhou Chaoyang nodded and agreed. "Okay, but can you accompany me into the mountains? Or tell me where you found those wild vegetables and mushrooms the other day." He didn't come just to deliver the bamboo basket. Uncle Li was too cunning, and after all that questioning, he didn't let anything slip. Zhou Chaoyang was worried that Li Rouge might be like her father and not tell him. He explained, "The mushrooms and wild vegetables we traded at your house were really good. I was hoping to trade for more." As he spoke, Zhou Chaoyang took out a small stack of food coupons from his pocket and showed them to Li Rouge. "Look, these coupons are from everyone pooling together. But Uncle Li said your family doesn't have any wild vegetables left. If you can guide me to find some, These coupons will be yours. Li Fubin had just come over from behind. He had been trying to send Zhou Chaoyang away quickly, fearing he would meet his daughter, so he had gone to the back garden to work. To his surprise, this young man didn't treat himself as an outsider. Not only did he follow him to the back garden, but he also helped him with a couple of rows of digging. If it weren't for the wild vegetable issue, Li Fubin would have had a good impression of Zhou Chaoyang. Hearing that he was only 19 and had already been a soldier for 2 or 3 years made him wish he had a son like him. Unfortunately, he wasn't his son, so he had to be cautious. Rouge Roy, you two are back. Your mother just said that when you return, you should stay home and behave. Dad, where's Mom? What is she doing? Li Rui asked after searching for their mother. Your mother went to the team leader's house. She'll be back soon. What could she be doing at the team leader's house? Seeing his daughter's confusion, Li Fubin explained, the team leader's wife said your mother made beautiful clothes for you too and asked her to come over to help with some work. They were quite busy at home, but since it was Li Dachuan, Li Rouge was unhappy but didn't say anything because Su Xuanli was there. Seeing Zhou Chaoyang still standing there, looking hopeful, Li Fubin didn't want to say too much directly, so he gave Li Rouge a knowing glance. Li Rouge understood her father's hint. He didn't want her to agree to help Zhou Chaoyang. But Dad, don't you remember that we owe him a favor? Plus, Zhou Chaoyang gave us so many food coupons and a water bottle, indicating he wanted to work together again. It was just a trip into the mountains, but she needed to be clear. Li Rouge looked at Zhou Chaoyang and said, the wild vegetables around here have almost all been picked. People from our village have been going into the mountains every day and haven't found any. They all came back empty-handed, so I doubt we will find any either. He certainly knows this. In the past few days, they haven't gone into the mountains much. They haven't seen any wild vegetables or mushrooms, and even grass is scarce. Seeing the intentions of Li's father and daughter, Zhou Chaoyang regretted his earlier words. He realized he had been a bit reckless, considering how big the girl was. Misunderstanding that Li Fubin didn't want his daughter to go into the mountains with him because of concerns about reputation, Zhou Chaoyang decided not to push the matter further. Since he was already there, he said, I'll go into the mountains myself. I'll leave this bicycle at your house and come back to get it later. That's fine. I'll have my wife prepare the meal. Comrade Zhou must come to our home for dinner before leaving, Li Fubin quickly replied, as long as he didn't take his daughter with him. All right, I'll consider these food coupons as payment for the meal. One meal from such a family would probably cost several days' worth of food for them. However, Zhou Chaoyang knew he would be hungry after coming down from the mountain, so he thought it wouldn't hurt to stay for a meal and leave the coupons for them. Without asking if Li Rugo wanted them, he handed her a stack of food coupons, then turned to leave.
Wait, she said.
You don't need to give me so many coupons for one meal. Even if you're willing to take a loss, I don't want to take advantage of you. Li Rugo called out to Zhou Chaoyang, glanced at her father, and said, I'll go with you. Otherwise, you won't find your way. Understanding his daughter's thoughts, Li Fubin looked at the coupons in her hand and didn't stop her this time, but he reminded her, if you don't find anything, come back early. Just because others can't find anything doesn't mean you will. And remember to return those coupons to Xiaozhou later. Got it. She wasn't foolish. Everyone in the village had been heading into the mountains these past few days. She wouldn't dare to make a move now. Li Rugo secretly winked at her father to reassure him, then waved the food coupons in her hand. I'll return them to him. At that moment, Zhou Chaoyang had already reached the front door, but since they asked him to wait, he decided to do so. However, while waiting, he remembered the look from Uncle Li. So when Li Rugo caught up, he quickly walked ahead. Oh, this guy. Li Rugo couldn't understand what was wrong with him. He had been the one who asked her to come along, yet he acted like he didn't want to walk with her at all. Then the two of them walked for a long time, one in front and one behind, until they entered the forest, where the person in front finally stopped. It reminded her of yesterday, when she saw a girl from the Li family in the village who had just gotten engaged. Her fiancé came to pick her up, and they walked just like them, maintaining a distance of about 3 meters apart. At that moment, Li Rouge was so curious that she almost ran after them to see if they ended up walking side by side, though holding hands was definitely out of the question. Just like her and Zhou Chaoyang, they were also walking one in front and one behind, keeping a similar distance to that couple from yesterday. When she caught up to the person waiting in front, Li Rouge took a breath and curiously asked, "Is this a rule for adults? Can't men and women walk side by side?" In reality, she wanted to ask if this was a custom of their time, but she couldn't ask so directly, so she pretended to be a child. She was really curious. Zhou Chaoyang had clearly been keeping his distance on purpose. Zhou Chaoyang replied, What does this have to do with adults or children? Isn't this your father's idea?" "My father?" Li Rouge was truly confused. When did her father say they couldn't walk side by side? Given that her father had never seen anything unusual in her past life, it was hard to believe he would think that way. "Hee, don't think I didn't notice. I saw your father secretly giving you signals," Zhou Chaoyang said with a hint of jealousy.
Li Rouge.
So, he wasn't just good at hearing, he was also quite observant. But his understanding skills still needed improvement. Ahem, actually what my father meant was that our family still owes you a favor, so I should be diligent and agree to walk with you. Is that really what Uncle Li meant? Zhou Chaoyang stared into the girl's expressive eyes and noticed his own reflection in them, causing his face to turn red. All right, even if she was right, he misunderstood Uncle Li's intentions. However, people in the countryside were more traditional. He only learned today from chatting with Uncle Li that although Li Rouge was not tall, she was already 13. 13 at that age in the countryside, one could get engaged. Even if Uncle Li didn't mean it that way, you should be careful in the future, since you're already 13.
Li Rouge?
What's wrong with being 13? Were they having a communication gap? However, from then on, Zhou Zhaoyang did not leave her far behind, but still kept a distance, walking ahead while Li Rouge followed behind. Remembering her father's advice, Li Rouge almost couldn't resist using her space water a few times, but in the end, she managed to hold back. So, the two of them wandered in the mountains for a long time, which was clearly a waste of time. Li Rouge even took Zhou Zhaoyang to the place where they had dug up wild vegetables that day. When they arrived, they found only a few large holes and hardly any dry grass, and Zhou Zhaoyang finally gave up hope. After going back and forth, when they returned to the foot of the mountain, Li Rouge secretly glanced at the time and couldn't help but click her tongue. The mountain path took too long. It felt like they hadn't walked far, yet over 2 hours had passed. No wonder she was hungry. Thinking about her mother's braised loach fish at home, Li Rouge's steps became much lighter. However, before they reached the front door, they saw a crowd gathered outside, and they could hear shouting coming from their yard. Li Rouge quickly ran a few steps. She recognized the voice and realized it was Old Lady Li, whom she had almost forgotten after not seeing her for many days. It wasn't just Old Lady Li. When Li Rouge entered the yard, she noticed that almost all the women from the Li family had come, although Jang Ling was nowhere to be seen in such a situation. If you asked why this family had come, it was certainly not to congratulate Li Fubin's family on their new home. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a commotion, attracting half the village with their shouting. It turned out that Old Lady Li had heard from Li Debao and others that Li Fubin's family had not only moved into a new house but also installed new windows and doors, which made her restless. How could a few poor folks deserve to live in a nice house with windows and doors? Previously, when the two families lived at opposite ends, the women from the Li family rarely went to the west side when they didn't have to work. So, while Su Xunli led everyone to help build a room for Li Fubin's family, Old Lady Li had heard about it but hadn't paid much attention. When Song Ho-hot came over with her 2 daughters-in-law to grab things, that old house didn't even have windows or doors, just covered with tattered straw curtains. Just a few days later, upon hearing that Li Fubin's family had installed new windows and doors, the whole family was shocked and immediately thought about how to take those new windows and doors for themselves. Song Ho-hot had even planned that since her window had been broken by Sun Fengqin that day, she could just take the new ones as compensation. They should give her the new house. After all, they are the firstborns, and good things should go to them. Isn't that how it should be? Zhang Xiaoying also had her own plans. She thought she might as well take the house too, so when their branch splits off, they could move over here. So, a group of women got more and more excited, convinced that everything belonging to Li Fubin's family should belong to them. At first, old lady Li just scolded a few times, but then her 2 daughters-in-law and several granddaughters pushed her to act. When she turned to ask her husband for his opinion, old man Li said nothing, stood up, picked up his pipe, and left. After years of marriage, old lady Li realized that her husband's silence meant he supported their plan to take the house. So, the group of women, led by old lady Li, marched over confidently. Along the way, she painted herself as a wronged mother, claiming that Li Fubin and Sun Fengqin were ungrateful. Now that they had money, they didn't care about supporting their elders and just hid away to live a good life. Song Ho Hot was beside old lady Li, crying and wailing as if she had just lost her parents or in-laws. The group thought they were performing well and had a good reason to demand the house, but they didn't even get inside before Sun Fengqin stopped them in the yard. Sun Fengqin even locked the door, using a lock given by Wang the carpenter, which they hadn't expected to use. Old lady Li, who wanted to put on a show, was shocked to see Sun Fengqin, who used to be too timid to speak in front of her, acting so boldly. Old lady Li's temper flared, and she completely forgot about Sun Fengqin's changes from a few days ago. She still thought she was facing the same timid person and started shouting insults, calling her names like a useless hen and a ghost. It was unclear where she learned such harsh words. Just as old lady Li was in the middle of her rant, Li Rouge entered the yard. Li Rouge didn't believe in those curses, but didn't want to see anyone insulting her mother. Since her mother was silent and only old lady Li was shouting, Li Rouge thought her mother must have been deeply wronged. "Grandma, what are you doing? Our family has already been driven out with nothing. What more do you want?" Li Rouge's shout caused a big stir. Originally, Grandma Li noticed that Sun Fengqin was silent and felt it was not good for everyone to see her cursing alone. Just then, Li Rouge returned and exclaimed, "Hey, everyone, come listen to how this ungrateful girl talks. I'm over 70, and she dares to say I'm crazy?" In the Li family courtyard, where Grandma Li held great authority, she had never experienced such disrespect. Angered, she nearly lost her composure. "I can't take it anymore. Oh, heavens, open your eyes and see these ungrateful ones. They're going to drive me to my grave." The scene was familiar to the original owner of the memories. Grandma Li often caused such scenes every few days. In the past, no one dared to argue with her, and after a while, she would lose interest and quiet down. However, today, her daughter and granddaughter did not let her scold them as usual. It was certain that the old lady was angry, but her dramatic display seemed more like an act. Some people, not understanding the situation, genuinely worried that Grandma Li was truly upset and felt a bit sorry for Sun Fengqin and her daughter. Zhang Hong, squeezed in the crowd, was looking for a chance to retaliate against Li Rouge and finally saw her opportunity. TSK, she usually acts so obedient, but who knew Sun Fengqin was like this? How can we, as daughters-in-law, treat our mothers-in-law this way? It's such a disgrace. Zhang Hong said. When no one agreed with her, she added, "That second girl from Li Fubin's family is no better. How can a young girl be so ungrateful? Who would want such a daughter-in-law?" Rouge wasn't like this before. She was forced by Grandma Li. Someone spoke up in defense of Li Rouge. Zhang Hong turned to see it was Wang Juhua and scoffed. How is she forced? Isn't it normal for a grandmother to help her granddaughter find a match? Rouge is still young. Your daughter is 2 years older than her. If her grandmother wanted to find a match for your daughter, would you be upset? This situation was known throughout the village and even caught the attention of old man Li, who had to intervene to calm things down. It's easy to criticize others, but when the tables are turned, it's a different story. Wang Juhua, from the 4th team, had no fear of Zhang Hong, the first team leader's daughter-in-law, and quickly silenced her with just a few words. With the noise dying down, the courtyard was still buzzing with commotion. After watching the performance for a while, Sun Fengqin and her daughter still hadn't come over to apologize. They just stood there, looking entertained. Their expressions clearly showed they were enjoying the show. Old Lady Lee gave a glance, and Song Ho-hot understood it was her turn to step in. As soon as Song Ho-hot entered, she didn't even bother to cooperate with Old Lady Lee and instead went to inspect the brand new window doors. If it weren't for the sharp look from Sun Feng-chin, she would have approached to take a closer look. However, she could see well enough that the size was similar to the windows in their house, so she figured they could definitely use them. The wood looked good, but it was a pity that the window paper hadn't been put on yet, which meant she would have to do some extra work. Before speaking, Song Ho-hot tucked her hair behind her ear. Lee Rouge was very familiar with this habitual gesture of her aunt. Whenever she was about to scheme, she would lower her head and tuck her hair, likely thinking about how to phrase her words to achieve her goals while maintaining her good image. Since the mother and daughter arrived, they had no phones or computers, making it impossible to watch a movie. It seemed this family was worried they would be too bored, so every few days, they would create a big scene like this. Lee Rouge had just rushed into the yard, still concerned about her mother and Rui, wondering if they would be at a disadvantage. But seeing her mother so entertained, she realized her mother was treating the women of the Lee family like a circus act. But where was her father? Rui was also missing. Oh right, Zhou Chaoyang's bicycle was nowhere to be seen. She guessed her father must have been craving a ride, so instead of taking the car out, he took the bicycle with Rui for a stroll. Lee Rouge was right. Lee Fubin was indeed riding the bicycle, taking his daughter, who had never been on one before, out for a ride. Luckily, he wasn't around, otherwise, seeing Zhou Chaoyang's bicycle would have driven the family crazy. Just seeing the new window doors was enough. They hadn't even seen the two boxes yet, and they were already acting like they had never seen anything before. I have to say, sister-in-law, Song Ho-hot hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. You've been a part of the Lee family for 20 years. How do you still not know our mother's temperament? What temperament does my grandmother have? Lee Rouge couldn't help but interrupt Song Ho-hot, wanting her to describe Old Lady Lee in front of the onlookers. Song Ho-hot clearly did not expect Lee Rouge to interrupt. She was taken aback for a moment and then replied with a displeased expression. Who do you think you are? Speaking when adults are talking? Look at how upset your grandmother is. If something happens to her because of you, can you take responsibility?
Child, Lee Rouge lauga.
I remember when my aunt wanted to sell me as a bride. She didn't say that. Back then, she said I was already 13 and grown up, not just for marriage but also for having children. Lee Rouge didn't need to think hard about this. It just came out. She clearly remembered how her aunt had said it with a smug smile. Because Sun Feng-chin's daughters were prettier than her own, Song Ho-hot tried to scheme against them. She was the one who arranged the marriage exchange between Li Rulan and Jang Ling, and she was also behind sending the original owner to another family as a child bride. What was worse, she maintained a good image in front of others. That's why Lee Rouge said this on purpose, wanting everyone to see what kind of person Song Ho-hot really was. I never said that. Why are you making things up? In front of everyone, Song Ho-hot would never admit to saying those words. The position of the village women's director was still open, and she wanted to compete for it. According to her, she was the only one suited to be the village's only female official. But with that girl spreading rumors, how could she still be the women's director? To become the women's director, Song Ho-hot, who only completed 3rd grade, had learned one thing. She must not let people in the village trade women. Her sister-in-law from her family had taught her a lot about protecting women and children. It didn't matter if she denied it. Lee Rouge didn't expect her to admit it was her who had instigated it. Besides, whether she admitted it or not, that was all in the past. Lee Rouge brought it up now just to confuse Song Ho-hot. In the Lee family courtyard, the most difficult person to deal with was Song Ho-hot. Unlike Lee Old Lady, who relied on her age, or Zhang Xiaoying, who lacked sense, once Song Ho-hot was thrown off balance, the others would be much easier to handle. Sure enough, with Lee Rouge's interruption, Song Ho-hot's composure was shaken, and before anyone else could speak, Zhang Xiaoying couldn't hold back any longer. I'm so annoyed. What's the point of talking to someone like Lee Rouge? Zhang Xiaoying muttered quietly, feeling frustrated. She thought to herself, how can Song Ho Hot still pretend to be a good person after everything? It's ridiculous. If Song Ho Hot wants to play the role of a good person, that's her choice. Zhang Xiaoying won't do the same. She had her eyes set on this house, which was quite sturdy, and it had a big yard in front and back. Once their family worked hard and built a few more rooms, they could even make a place for Ping'an. Then she could finally be the one in charge, like a respected elder. After being suppressed by Grandma Li for so many years, Zhang Xiaoying felt resentment but also envy towards her. That's why she was eager to move out of the Li family courtyard. She wanted to be like Grandma Li, a matriarch who had a say. Otherwise, as long as that old woman was around, when would she ever get to be the elder? Zhang Xiaoying secretly glared at Grandma Li, then turned to Song Ho Hot and shot her a look. Without waiting for a response, she jumped in and said, "Sister-in-law, let's be honest. We're here today because we want your house." "Sister-in-law," Song Ho Hot exclaimed, panicking.
What are you talking about?
"My reputation, my position as women's leader. I'm not making things up. Sister-in-law, you always act like this. Can't you see the situation?" Grandma Li appreciated this about her second daughter-in-law. "Second daughter-in-law, you speak for me." Hearing Grandma Li say that, Zhang Xiaoying felt triumphant and raised her voice even more. "Sister-in-law, did you hear that? This is what our mother wants. And about this house, you should forget it. I know you have your eye on those windows and doors, but that's not happening. When we move in, we need them." Zhang Xiaoying's words made Song Ho Hot anxious. She blurted out, "Why should it be yours? We're the eldest family. Why should this house belong to you?" Realizing she had said the wrong thing, she quickly thought about the house that might be taken from her and continued, "Fine. The house can go to your family, but the windows and doors must belong to us. Consider it compensation for the window you broke at our place." Sun Fengqin, who had been listening, thought, "Am I surrounded by a bunch of fools?" Li Rouge understood the situation now. She wanted to laugh, but also felt sad for the original family. This family, lacking any conscience, would probably starve to death while still thinking of themselves as a family. Listening to what they said and did, it was clear they never considered the original family as people. The two sisters-in-law were arguing louder, and even the confused ones began to understand that old lady Li had brought a group of women to demand the house from Li Fubin's family. At that moment, Wang Juhua couldn't hold back anymore and loudly asked, "What are you two fighting about? If you take this house, where will Li Fubin's family live?" "I don't care where they live. This house is ours," Zhang Xiaoying said, hands on her hips, looking ready to fight. She approached Wang Juhua and added, "If you feel sorry for them, let them stay at your place." "How shameless. Zhang Xiaoying, why do you think you can just take someone else's house? You all have split up and live separately now." Wang Juhua was a tough character, and her words made sense. Sun Fengqin and her daughter wanted to applaud her. But no matter how reasonable you are, if you face unreasonable people, there's not much you can do. Sure enough, as soon as Wang Juhua finished speaking, old lady Li turned her anger towards her, huffing and pointing. "This is a family matter of the Li family. What does it have to do with you? You shouldn't meddle." Previously, Li Rouge had a rather average impression of Wang Juhua, but this incident changed her view of her new neighbor. Someone stood up for their family, and they couldn't let their supporter be wronged. So, old lady Li confronted Wang Juhua, and Sun Fengqin felt they had watched enough of the show before shouting, "Enough. We moved out with nothing, not taking a single grain from you. Our family is surviving thanks to the help of others, not because of you. Yes, my mother is right. You people are so shameless." Li Rouge joined in, shouting loudly, You. "What about me?" Before old lady Li could finish her sentence, Sun Fengqin already knew their purpose and wouldn't let them off easily. "You're older and forgetful. Have you forgotten what we agreed upon when we split up? It's okay, you forgot. I can remind you that at that time, the captain was present, and if you still can't remember, we can go ask the captain. Is this considered robbery?" "Mom," Li Rouge added, "it's breaking and entering." Yes, it's blatant breaking and entering. Talking reason with these people is useless. Sun Fengqin slapped her thigh and cried out, "Heaven, please open your eyes and see these heartless people. They have split up and still want our things. They want to drive our family to ruin." Seeing the commotion in the front yard, Zhou Xiaoyang went around to the back and entered from there. He noticed that the mother and daughter weren't harmed, so he stayed hidden. Now, hearing Sun Fengqin's cries, Zhou Xiaoyang didn't realize Aunt Li was acting and quickly stepped out to approach. When Li Ruxia and Li Rufin saw Zhou Xiaoyang, their eyes widened. Wow, where did this handsome guy come from? No, it's not just about being handsome. They had never seen a man who looked so clean. Yes, clean. His face was clean, his hair was clean, and his clothes and shoes were spotless, without a speck of dirt. Li Ruxia was 19 and eager to marry, so when she saw Zhou Xiaoyang, she felt like a mosquito sensing blood. Li Rufin noticed her cousin's shining eyes and understood immediately, rushing in front of Li Ruxia to confront Zhou Xiaoyang. "Comrade, who are you looking for? This is my uncle's house. Why did you come in from the back? How dare this girl compete for a man with her?" Humph. She had her eyes set on him, and no one could take him from her. Li Ruxia swaggered over, grabbed Li Rufin like a chick, and discreetly pinched her arm. But when she turned to Zhou Xiaoyang, she quickly changed her demeanor, extending her hand like a city girl. "Hello, comrade, my name is Li Ruxia. May I ask your surname?" Having attended school for a few years, Li Ruxia was the only girl in the Li family who almost finished elementary school. Seeing her act so pretentious, Zhou Xiaoyang ignored her outstretched hand and walked past her straight to Sun Fengqin. "Aunt, I just heard everything. Do you need to report this to the police? I can go for you." Reporting to the police is definitely unnecessary, but if they can scare these people away, Sun Fengqin doesn't want to think of other methods. Besides, what other options do they have? In this era where everyone has parents, they can only turn to Su Xuanli or invite Li San again. But after all this time, Su Xuanli must know, and Li San has probably heard the news too. It's hard for a fair official to settle family disputes if it doesn't directly involve them, who would want to step in and manage these messy issues. Thinking this, Sun Fengqin pretended to be helpless and nodded. "All right, then I'll trouble Comrade Zhou to make a trip." Why report to the police? This young man appeared out of nowhere. Song Hohat noticed her daughter was giving her signals and thought that getting her daughter a good son-in-law was indeed more important than this door issue, so she quickly spoke up, "Young man, don't listen to my sister-in-law's nonsense. We are all family, a little argument is nothing. The police are too busy to handle this."
Who is family with you?
"Ever since our family was forced out, we haven't been family anymore," Li Rouge said. "Rouge, how can you say that about your grandparents? As younger generations, we should be respectful to them, right?" Zhou Qiaoyang had ignored her earlier, and Li Ruxia thought he was just shy, especially in front of so many people, so she wasn't discouraged. After saying that, she winked at Zhou Qiaoyang again. Li Rouge had always thought Li Ruxia was strange. Who thinks they are the most beautiful when they are overweight and unattractive? Of course, she must be unwell, and not just a little. She must have some delusional disorder to think like that. Sigh, Zhou Qiaoyang was quite unfortunate, coming to the Li family village for the first time and encountering such unpleasant people. If it weren't for his own family, he might have grabbed some seeds and found a good spot to watch the show. But now Li Rouge couldn't just stand by. "Ruxia, what's wrong with your eyes? Why do you keep winking at Comrade Zhou? Are you trying to flirt?" When Li Rouge said this, it made the onlookers laugh. "Oh, Rouge is still so young. Your cousin is sending flirtatious glances to this comrade, haha." Suddenly recalling a line from a skit, Li Rouge blinked her beautiful big eyes and asked, "What does flirtatious glance mean? Is it spinach in autumn?"
Haha.
Amidst everyone's laughter, Li Ruxia's big face finally showed signs of embarrassment. She stomped her foot in frustration, wanting to turn and run, but after glancing at Zhou Xiaoyang, she hesitated, feeling a bit reluctant. What if this guy liked her?
Zhou, is it?
"My cousin hasn't had much education, so please don't listen to her nonsense." Zhou Xiaoyang continued to ignore Li Ruxia, treating her like she was just a breeze. However, he was interested in Li Rouge. She was quite amusing. At this moment, Grandma Li shifted her focus from a house issue to Zhou Xiaoyang, who seemed like a good catch. With a serious face, she asked, "Young man, where are you from? My Ruxia can have children. I need to know what your family is like. My Ruxia won't marry just anyone."
Grandma.
Li Ruxia shyly approached, tugging at Grandma Li's arm, shaking it slightly. In a voice loud enough for Zhou Xiaoyang to hear, she said, "Zhou must come from a good family. You can trust him." Suddenly, Li Rufa rushed over, looking at Grandma Li, pleading, "Grandma, I'm already 17. You can't just think about Ruxia. I'm your granddaughter, too. What's the rush?" Grandma Li pushed Li Rufa aside. "I need to ask what this young man does. If he's just a worker from the city, then Ruxia will have to be careful." Author's note: the update is finished. Please leave a 5-star review. Zhou Xiaoyang rarely wore his military uniform outside, so it was hard to tell what he did just by looking at him. Oh my, how ridiculous. The women in the Li family seemed to think they were something special. Like queens? Princesses? It was as if just because Li Ruxia liked someone, that person would be lucky to have her. Clearly, Zhou Xiaoyang didn't think that way. His face showed disgust, but the women in the Li family didn't seem to notice. Or maybe they did notice but didn't care, thinking that Ruxia's ability to have children made her a treasure. The conversation had shifted from asking for a house to a matchmaking event. Zhou Xiaoyang was starting to regret coming out. Fortunately, at that moment, Li Fubin returned from taking his little girl for a walk. As soon as he entered the village, a group of children ran to Li Rui, reporting that Grandma Li had gone to their house to ask for a place. Li Fubin hurried home on his bicycle and saw Li Laoshi chatting with a few old men under a big tree at the village entrance. When Li Laoshi noticed him riding by, his eyes lit up, and he quickly asked where the bicycle came from. Upon learning that it belonged to someone else and would be taken back soon, Li Laoshi's expression immediately dimmed. The look of disappointment and longing on his face made Li Fubin feel a bit disdainful, but he couldn't do much about it since Li Laoshi was still in a position of authority over his father. However, Li Fubin didn't hold back and directly asked if Li Laoshi knew about Li Laotai's attempt to take their house. He even questioned whether Li Laoshi had sent those women to do it. There were many people around, and everyone was shocked by Li Fubin's words, looking at Li Laoshi in confusion. Someone even asked why he would try to take his son's house when they had a home. Under the big poplar tree, Li Laoshi loved to gather and talk, enjoying the attention of the villagers who seemed inexperienced. This usually made him feel very satisfied. But today, he was embarrassed by Li Fubin's boldness. After speaking, Li Fubin didn't even glance at him and rode off. Seeing a crowd gathered at his home, Li Fubin's anger grew. With the relief food arriving, everyone seemed more lively, knowing they wouldn't go hungry. As he approached with his bicycle, the onlookers quickly made way for him. Strangely, even those who usually looked down on him, like Zhang Hong, hesitated to say anything to provoke him. When did he become so formidable? As Li Fubin passed by with a stern face, everyone had this thought. Li Fubin didn't care about others' opinions. He had come back in a bad mood after hearing the news and had just witnessed a disgusting scene with Li Laotai and Li Ruxia. "Mom, what kind of dream are you having?" With Ruxia being so lazy and not very attractive, she thinks she can marry Comrade Zhou? No matter how unpleasant it was, he still had to call her mom, or else everyone would think he wasn't Li Laoshi's biological child. Then there are you people. Li Fubin, who was very angry, didn't give anyone a chance to speak. He handed the bicycle to Zhou Xiaoyang, looked around at the women in the Li family courtyard, and said with a sneer, "My home does not welcome you.
Get out now."
Oh my goodness. Old Lady Li started to speak but was interrupted by Li Fubin. "You're not leaving? You want to keep causing trouble? Fine, then we can't be blamed." Zhang Xiuying still thought Li Fubin was useless and sneered. "What can you do? It's not like anyone is afraid of you." Li Fubin, unsure of who to target, turned to Sun Fengqin, who looked eager to act. "You can take action now. Don't worry, if anyone gets hurt, it's self-defense." "Right. Everyone can testify that these people are here to take our house," Li Rouge said, picking up a stick to join her mother. Li Rui, seeing the people from the Li family courtyard, felt like kicking a few of them. She quickly jumped off her bicycle to grab something. No one expected that Sun Fengqin and her daughters would actually start hitting people. They thought Li Fubin was just trying to scare the women from the Li family courtyard. After all, if this couple had any backbone over the years, they wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Even old lady Li and the others, including Song Ho-hot, Zhang Xiuying, and the sisters Li Ruxia, Li Rufang, and Li Rumei, didn't believe that the three women would dare to swing their sticks at them. But unexpectedly, as soon as Li Fubin finished speaking, the three women rushed in like little leopards, attacking fiercely with their sticks. Hearing the cries of pain, everyone finally believed that Sun Fengqin and her daughters were not only willing to fight, but were also quite fierce. Li Fubin originally wanted to use Zhang Xiuying as an example, but the already enraged women didn't care who they were hitting, although they wouldn't dare to touch old lady Li in front of everyone. Song Ho-hot and Zhang Xiuying were not pushovers, but in front of a fierce woman with skills, they were helpless. By the time Li Ruxia, Li Rufang, and Li Rumei realized things were going badly, they had already run away, leaving the two sisters to become easy targets for Li Rouge and Li Rui. Of course, just the two of them wouldn't be able to match up against Li Ruxia and Li Rufang. This isn't just about Sun Fengqin, who is always watching and listening. Sometimes, she swings her stick, which makes the two sisters fight it out. It's crazy. It's all crazy. Old lady Li couldn't stand it and wanted to help, but Li Fubin firmly pushed her aside. Mom, you shouldn't get involved in their family matters. If you help one side, it will seem unfair. Let them handle it themselves. At that moment, someone watching said, "Exactly. It's normal for sisters-in-law to fight. Aunt Li, just leave it alone." But she couldn't ignore it. Why was Sun Fengqin so fierce? Every time she tried to move, Li Fubin would pull her back down, making her so angry that she was breathing heavily. Just now, Li Rumei had let her family go on purpose. That girl was clever. If she ran out, she was definitely going to find someone. As people were arriving, the three women stepped back from the circle and tossed aside what they were holding. They weren't hitting each other in the face, especially the sisters Li Rouge, who couldn't reach each other's faces even if they wanted to. So, they were being whipped with willow branches, which hurt deeply, but they couldn't lift their clothes to show everyone. Amidst their cries, Li Rumei led Li Fugue and Li Fuyo, followed by Captain Su Xuanli and Old Man Li. Li Fugue and Li Fuyo rushed in, eager to help, but when they saw only their wives and daughters crying on the ground while the third family stood quietly aside, they were a bit confused. Their mother was still sitting there. What happened? Third brother, how can your family just hit people like this? Look at what you're saying, big brother. When did we just hit people? Did we come to your house to cause trouble? Or did we try to take your house? As soon as Li Fugue spoke, Li Fubin shot back at him.
Well.
Li Fugue was left speechless and could only scold Song Ho-hot, "You woman, didn't I tell you to stay away from the third family's business?" He had indeed said this before, but Li Fubin's family had left such a deep impression of being weak that everyone easily forgot their fierce moments. After today, it seemed that Song Ho-hot and Zhang Xiuying would behave for a while. Others might not dare to say it, but Li Ruxia would probably avoid Li Rouge and her sister from now on. "Oh my body hurts so much. Dad, look at me. I can't lift my clothes, but I can roll up my sleeves," Li Ruxia said, glancing at Zhou Chaoyang. "Wah, it's all that troublemaker Rouge's fault." Li Fugue never liked his daughter, and since Li Ruxia was lazy, he didn't pay her any attention now. However, he felt he had to scold Li Rouge, saying, "You're already a young lady. How can you just hit someone? Ruxia is your cousin. But you are my uncle, and you said you would sell me if you wanted to. My older sister has already been sold by your family, and we don't even know if she is alive or dead." As she spoke, Li Rouge wiped her tears with her arm, looking even more pitiful than Li Ruxia. Su Xuanli and Old Man Li had already entered the courtyard and were learning about the situation from Li Fubin. When they found out these people were trying to take their house, any resentment Su had towards Sun Fengqin disappeared. This house was built by dozens of families pooling together for Li Fubin's family. None of you have the right to live here. We hope this kind of thing doesn't happen again, right, Uncle Li? What could he say? If he had known things would escalate this much. In reality, Old Man Li knew Su Xunli had been sick these past few days, which is why he let his wife come and stir things up. If they could gain something from it, that would be great. If not, it would serve as a reminder to the family not to forget about them, the elders, who were still alive and deserved respect. But he didn't expect that Li Fubin and his family would go crazy. Seeing Su Xunli still looking at him, Old Man Li nodded and turned to Li Old Lady, scolding, "You old woman at your age, why do you still care about such things? No matter how precious it is, you can't take it with you when you die." He then looked at the two daughters-in-law who were still crying, saying, "You two are going to drive me and your mother to our graves." With just a few words, Old Man Li distanced himself from the situation, implying he had no prior knowledge and that it was all the women's fault. Then, amidst the shouts of Li Fugue and Li Fuyo, the women and daughters from both families cried as they left. Li Old Lady was helped back by Li Ping'an, and although several younger relatives came along, he was the only one who followed. Ignoring whether Li Old Lady wanted help or not, he assisted her and left. The people from the Li family courtyard have all left. Those who came to watch the excitement found there wasn't much to see, and since Li Fubin's family wasn't providing food, they all returned home, looking unsatisfied. As for how the news would spread after everyone left, the women didn't care at all. From now on, if anyone wanted to bully their family, they would have to think twice. Didn't Zhang Hong leave quickly? It seemed like if she had moved any slower, Sun Fengqin would have given her a beating. However, Li Rouge stopped Wang Juhua and went back inside to get a few loaches for her. "These are the ones I caught with Rui by the river this morning. We didn't catch many, but Annie, please take a few back for Uncle Zhu to help him get better." "Oh dear. How can I accept these?" "We haven't helped your family at all," Wang Juhua said, but her hands moved quickly to take the loaches. "Rouge, if you ever need help with anything, just have Rui call me. We're closer than distant relatives, right?" "Sure, Auntie. I'll definitely need your help in the future." "Thank you so much," Li Rouge replied. "No need for thanks. We're not strangers." "Haha, I'll head home now to make some soup for Uncle Zhu." Although Li Zhu's foot could touch the ground now, it still hurt when he walked quickly. Wang Juhua lifted the loaches, estimating they weighed about half a pound. Wow, Rouge is really generous. On the other side, Su Xunli was also kept back by Li Fubin to accompany the esteemed guest, Zhou Chaoyang, for a drink. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Su Xunli explained to Li Fubin why he had just arrived. In truth, Su Xunli was genuinely unwell, and when he felt off, he tended to be lazy. Hearing that the old lady from the Li family had come over to cause a scene, and recalling Sun Fengqin's fierce nature, he thought they wouldn't suffer much, so he didn't move. If it hadn't been for his eldest grandson returning to say things had already escalated, he might not have bothered to get up. Once everything was explained, Sun Fengqin and her daughter understood and didn't blame him. However, after all the commotion from the Li family, lunchtime had long passed. Fortunately, they had a big pot, so they stewed the loaches and made some cornmeal pancakes, serving a pot of food that included both the dish and the rice. Zhou Chaoyang went to buy the wine. In those days, not many families could afford to buy a pound of liquor at once, but he surprisingly brought back 2 bottles. The liquor at that time was made from pure grains and was quite tasty. Li Fubin immediately felt a craving for alcohol when he saw the 2 bottles of wine. He smiled at Zhou Zhaoyang and gave him a thumbs up, saying, "You're quite capable, kid. Uncle Li will be counting on you for drinks in the future." "Don't worry, Uncle Li. You can count on me," Zhou Zhaoyang assured him with a smile. Sitting nearby, Su Xunli listened to their conversation and reconsidered the relationship between Zhou Zhaoyang and the Li family. Li Fubin mentioned that he met this young man while selling wild vegetables. Su Xunli felt that there was more to their connection than just that. Even though the meal only had one main dish, everyone enjoyed it because of the good bottled wine. Su Xunli, in particular, felt pleased since he had previously received a large fish from Li Fubin's family and now enjoyed a nice meal and drinks. He thought to himself that after this, if anything happened at Li Fubin's house, he would have to make an effort to come over, even if he felt lazy. Although he realized today that this family might not necessarily need his support, whether they needed it or not was their concern, showing up was his responsibility. While Su Shunli pondered this, Zhou Xiaoyang left with no wild vegetables, but Sun Fengqin generously gave him a whole jar of pickled vegetables made from wild greens. Zhou Xiaoyang even took the jar with him, and Sun Fengqin kindly said he didn't need to return it. Then Li Rouge gave him a small bag of ground spices. Although it wasn't much, just a little over a pound, it was enough for him to take home. The pickled vegetables made by Aunt Li were so delicious that he felt embarrassed to take so much. He had to carry it in a bamboo basket. Otherwise, if he broke the jar, it would be a small issue, but spilling the juice would be heartbreaking. Su Shunli stayed until he saw Zhou Xiaoyang off, and of course, he took a bowl of the special pickled vegetables back with him. This feels a bit embarrassing. I'm taking so much, he said, mimicking Wang Juhua's style, but he didn't hesitate to accept the bowl. As Su Shunli walked home with his hands behind his back, he reflected on the Li family. He realized he had underestimated them. It seemed that the people in Lijiazwang had missed the signs. No one noticed that Li Fubin was quite extraordinary. Making a connection with someone like Zhou Xiaoyang during a trip to the city was not something simple people did. While Su Shunli thought about the Li family, they finally sat down together after seeing their guest off and began discussing the events of the day. Li Rouge and Li Rui talked to their parents about the time they met Jang Ling by the river. Li Fubin frowned when he heard this. She wouldn't even tell you her address? Yes, I thought since we have a place to live now, we could bring our older sister back. If necessary, we can give the Jiang family some money to find them a new daughter-in-law. In reality, Li Rouge always thought this way. Even if they went to the Jiang family, it wouldn't be easy for them to take her away. So she had been preparing, including keeping the nice checkered cloth she brought back. She didn't use it herself or give it to Rui because she wanted to save it for their older sister, Li Rulan. As the eldest, Li Rulan had suffered the most in the family and was often bullied by the other family. Thinking about this made Li Rouge regret that she had gone easy on those people today. But since it happened in front of everyone, she couldn't be too harsh. She was the type who wanted to take revenge immediately. Otherwise, she would feel restless and couldn't sleep well. After their chat, Li Fubin and Sun Fengqin needed to go chop firewood since they had run out for heating the house. Seeing that Rui wanted to follow their mother, Li Rouge quickly stopped her and signaled with her eyes, "You should stay home with our second sister to watch the house. Otherwise, if the others come back, our second sister can't handle them alone." Hearing that she could be useful by staying, the little girl quickly agreed, "Okay, I'll stay with our second sister to watch the house." Li Fubin and Sun Fengqin weren't worried about their daughter, as she wasn't really 13 yet and they didn't suspect she was planning something. Finally, it was just the two sisters left. Li Rouge closed the door and pulled her little sister inside, asking mysteriously, "Rui, tell me again where our grandparents hid their things. When we have a chance, I want to see what they buried." Once this was mentioned, Rui had a lot to say. She explained everything to Li Rouge in detail. She even helped plan the best day to go, including what time would be safe so that the family wouldn't notice. "We can go when the production team starts working. Then there will be only one adult at home, and Li Debeo and the others will be at school. Second sister, we can go then, and I'll keep watch outside. If anyone comes out, I'll bark like a dog. I'm not allowed to have a dog, so I guess I'll learn to meow like a cat." Fortunately, Zhao Xiaohua's family next door has a cat. Her little sister is quite clever. She clearly takes after comrade Li Fubin. Of course, comrade Sun Fengqin is also smart, but daughters tend to take after their fathers, while sons take after their mothers. At this point, their parents are only 42 years old, and since there are no restrictions on having children now, who knows? If comrade Li Fubin and comrade Sun Fengqin work hard, they might even have a little brother someday. "Rui, do you want a little brother?"
Huh?
Why is my second sister suddenly asking about this while I'm planning to dig for treasures hidden by our grandparents? But not being able to have a son is the biggest regret for her mother, so without hesitation, Li Rui nodded. Yes, if Mom could have a little brother, then Grandma could never call her an old hen that doesn't lay eggs again. What good words can come from that old witch? Anyway, every time she insults them, they will hit her back. If they can't do it openly, they can use a sack to make sure she doesn't know who hit her. Li Rouge has already decided to dig for treasures, but she can't let Li Rui join in. Otherwise, she would really have to dig one shovelful at a time. Fortunately, the place where the treasures are buried is in the backyard of the Li family courtyard, not far from where they used to live in a straw hut. It shows how little the two old folks care about them. They probably never thought they would find it or have already given up on their parents, thinking they wouldn't dare to act even if they knew. Li Rouge doesn't even want to tell her parents about this. After all, she has her own space to hide in when she encounters people. If she took her parents with her, she wouldn't be able to bring them into her space either. She hasn't tried bringing people in yet and doesn't know if living beings can enter her space, which only allows animals to breathe. So that night, after everyone was sound asleep, Li Rouge quietly got up. Maybe she was too tired from chopping wood during the day, or maybe she didn't feel the need to be cautious around her family, but Li Rouge successfully slipped out from under her parents' noses. Then she headed straight to the east side of the village, aiming for the backyard of the Li family courtyard. Right now, there isn't enough food for people, and some officials are specifically watching over the dogs that families keep, so there isn't a single dog in the entire Li family village. Without any barking dogs or disturbances, Li Rouge successfully sneaked into the back garden of the Li family courtyard. Since their family moved away, the grass shed had completely turned into a storage area for the Li family. However, the place Rui mentioned was right in front of the back window of the room where the elderly Mr. and Mrs. Li slept. Li Rouge crouched down and took a look, feeling amused. Perhaps older people are more sensitive to the cold, and since summer hadn't truly arrived yet, the window was not only closed but also blocked with a layer of mud bricks. This layer of mud bricks was certainly not meant to block the view from inside. It was likely a gesture of filial piety from the children, adding insulation for the elderly couple's room. However, the two small windows above were intentionally left open, indicating that the old couple was not completely unguarded. Li Rouge pressed her ear against the window and listened carefully, not hearing any noise. She guessed that the two elderly people had gone to sleep, so she began to search for the location described by Li Rui. Rui said there used to be a fruit tree there, but somehow, Mr. Li had ordered it to be cut down. The tree was gone, but a stump remained, making it easy for Li Rouge to find. However, how would she check if there was anything under the stump? It would be great to have a metal detector, so she wouldn't have to shout and disturb the ground or uncover buried insects. Ugh, just thinking about that was disgusting. She needed to think of another way to pinpoint her target. Just then, footsteps suddenly echoed from the front yard, as if someone was walking toward the back garden. Li Rouge was startled and quickly hid in her space. Two people walked by, bickering as they went. Li Rouge listened closely and realized it was Li Ruxia and Li Rufang. The Li family's girls were all sleeping in the side room, and it seemed that Li Ruxia had an upset stomach and didn't want to go to the outhouse alone, so she called Li Rufang to accompany her. Li Rufang had been sleeping soundly, but was reluctant to come to such a place and smell unpleasant odors. That's why they were quietly complaining about Li Ruxia's late-night snack. Li Rouge waited in her space for about 10 minutes before Li Ruxia finally came out of the outhouse, scolding Li Rufang a few times before they both left. It was impressive how long she could stay there. The Li family's outhouse was in the back garden, and Li Rouge worried that more people might come by, just like Li Ruxia, who might make several trips that night. Li Rouge didn't dare to delay any longer. She quickly came out of her space, placed her hands beside the fruit tree, facing the back window of Li Laoshir's house, and said collect. Then she heard a clanging sound from the space. Wow, there really was something underground, and she had found the right spot. Maybe there were other places too. Excited, Li Rouge circled the fruit tree and tried saying collect a few more times. When no miracle happened, she gave up and hurriedly left the backyard, running towards home. Haha, she actually came tonight to test her space. She wasn't sure how magical it could be. She didn't expect to be able to collect things from afar, through the ground. But it seemed she needed to be precise about the location, or there might be a limit to the range. She guessed there must be some measurements involved. When she had time later, she would definitely study it more closely. Li Rouge quietly slipped into the house. Just as she was about to sneak back to her room, she heard Li Fubin's deep voice. Rouge, where have you been?
Ah?
Startled, Li Rouge quickly stopped and waved her hand, not caring if her dad could see her. Dad, come out for a moment. She was so excited that she couldn't sleep, and since her dad was awake too, why not check what was in that box right now? Actually, as soon as Li Rouge went out, Li Fubin had been startled awake, thinking his daughter had gone to the bathroom. After waiting for a while and not seeing her return, he realized something was off. However, he wasn't worried about her encountering danger, since she had a space that could hide her. So, he pretended to sleep, but kept his eyes open, waiting. Sure enough, he caught her red-handed. Hearing the father-daughter duo whispering about going out, Sun Fengqin also woke up and quickly stopped them. Where are you going? Is there something you can't say inside? It was fine to talk inside. Rui was sleeping soundly and could fall asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. The sisters' room didn't have a door, but it had a curtain. Li Rouge lifted the curtain to peek inside and saw her little sister sleeping soundly, then turned back and took out the iron box she had just collected into her space. Li Fubin had already turned on a flashlight and, seeing the ground covered in dirt and 2 iron boxes, one big and one small, was surprised. Where did you get these? At the Li family courtyard. I heard Rui mention that the 2 old ones buried things in the backyard, so I wanted to give it a try. Hee, I didn't expect it to actually work. Li Rouge just discovered that she had not 1, but 2 boxes in her space. Oh my, I thought there was only 1. I didn't expect there to be a smaller box too. Dad, let's open it and see. I have a feeling these 2 boxes might be related to your background. Now that they had retrieved the boxes, it was pointless to complain about her daughter's bravery. Li Fubin quickly took out tools from the car. Sun Fengqin held the flashlight while Li Fubin worked. Using modern tools, it was easy to cut through the rusty metal box. Seeing that the larger box was already open, Li Rouge quickly put down the smaller box she had been examining. Both boxes were not very big, but the larger one felt heavy, leading them to guess that its contents were likely related to gold. Sure enough, when the box was opened and the red cloth was lifted, it revealed a whole box filled with gold bars. Perhaps due to age, the red cloth was torn, and the gold bars were covered in dust, which is why they didn't shine. Li Fubin had some knowledge about gold. He had seen gold bars in the safe of the former Mr.
Li.
It's night now, and in this light, the gold looks almost like brass. Right? Gold isn't a luminous pearl. With just the flashlight, how can it shine? Oh my, I didn't expect Mr. Li and Mrs. Li to be hidden wealthy. But it seems like there are 2 bars missing, don't you think? The issue that Sun Fengqin noticed was also recognized by the father and daughter. This box of gold must have been full at one time. I guess when the old couple needed money, they took 2 bars, which explains the gap, Li Fubin replied. That must be it, Li Rouge agreed with her father. However, she recalled that the Li family hadn't spent large amounts of money in recent years. The original owner had only lived for 13 years, and considering the years without memories, there were at most 10 years of recollections left. Had there been no significant expenses in the past 10 years? What about earlier? So, the time when Mr. Li used those 2 gold bars must have been 10 years ago. Her father was likely confused now, but once he calmed down and thought it over, they would be able to figure this out. Seeing the gold, Li Rouge became even angrier. Those 2 old people are so rich, yet they still plot against our family. Because of this, Dad, I can guarantee that you are not their biological child, and you are likely the child of their enemies. Although Li Fubin's mind was a bit confused, he had a clear understanding of his identity, or rather, the identity of the original Li Fubin. I have no memory of what happened back then, which means it must have occurred before I turned 5. It's been almost 40 years. Investigating this matter won't be easy, but since he is here, he will definitely find out the truth. This is also a way for him to make peace with the original Li Fubin. At the very least, he wants that person to understand that it wasn't because he was unworthy that his parents neglected him. It was because he wasn't their biological child at all. That's why he was often scolded by Old Man Li and Old Lady Li, called useless and a born loser. Besides being able to do some farm work, he was seen as an idiot who didn't deserve to eat dumplings, let alone just having some cornbread. At this moment, these memories suddenly surfaced, and Li Fubin was sure that these feelings belonged to the original Li Fubin, not to him. This box is full of gold bars, I checked, and there are 58 of them. Fortunately, at that moment, Sun Fengqin chimed in, and Li Fubin felt he could finally control his emotions again. After all, what's there to be angry about? If they are not family, then they are enemies. If there is a grudge, just settle it. Why be upset? Being too angry is harmful to health. After all, he was only 42. Would he really starve to death? It seemed that years of pent-up negative emotions had affected his health. Rather than dying from hunger, it seemed more like he was dying from being downtrodden. The father and daughter were still examining the jewelry box's lock. This lock was much more complicated than a regular one, and the jewelry box itself was quite beautiful. Li Rouge didn't want her father to use pliers to break the lock. So, she left the task of counting the gold bars to Sun Fengqin, who was more than willing to do it. Even if it meant staying up all night, she would gladly keep checking. Unfortunately, the two-digit number was too easy to count. After checking several times, she confirmed, yes, there are exactly 58. Hearing her mother's dismissive tone, Li Rouge stifled a laugh and reminded her, Mom, please check carefully if there's anything under the box that can prove my dad's identity. I looked, and there's nothing. Just a layer of red cloth under the box, nothing else, Sun Fengqin replied, having also thought of that and checked thoroughly. Then we can only put our hopes in this jewelry box. I have a feeling that this time, our efforts won't be in vain. Of course, it won't be in vain. Sun Fengqin gestured for her daughter to look at the box of gold. With this box, you three sisters will never have to worry about a good life. I don't believe the old Jiang family wouldn't want money. One day, we can sell a piece to get enough money to rescue your older sister. Honestly, her mother's idea was good. Yes, let's use money to help them. But Mom, why just the three of us sisters? You know, there are no family planning policies right now, and you and Dad are still young. If you try hard, maybe one day you can fulfill your dreams. In their past life, Comrade Li Fubin and Comrade Sun Fengqin must have wanted a son, but when they were allowed to have more children, they couldn't. They worried that their only daughter might feel lonely, so they didn't say anything. You girl. Sun Fengqin blushed a little when her daughter touched on her feelings, but what her daughter said was true. She and Li regretted not having more children in their past life. But her health this time was too poor. With her body, could she still have more children? Worried that having too much hope would lead to disappointment, Sun Fengqin pouted. I have you three daughters, and that's enough for me. As for a son, if it's meant to be, it will happen. If not, your father and I will accept it. Li Fubin was focused on the lock of the jewelry box and didn't pay attention to what the mother and daughter were saying, but Sun Fengqin surely took her daughter's words to heart. Finally, with a click, everyone got excited. The three of them crowded together as Comrade Li Fubin carefully opened the lid of the jewelry box, and they all gasped in surprise. After a moment, Sun Fengqin exclaimed, Wow, what a wealthy family this must belong to. Look at this, it's all top-quality jade. And this. I can't believe the owner of this jewelry box is Old Lady Li. With her greedy nature, I can't believe this stuff is hers. She didn't believe it, and Li Rouge nodded in agreement with her mother. Li Fubin also didn't believe it. Just looking at Old Lady Li's big feet, it didn't seem like she came from a wealthy family. Old Lady Li was over 70 years old, and back then, women were still binding their feet. Only daughters from poor families or maids from rich households had big feet. The box of gold did not dazzle the family. Instead, the box of jewelry quickly filled the gap for the three of them. Perhaps the jewelry was well preserved, or maybe the jewelry box was sealed tightly. In any case, this box, buried underground for who knows how long, looked as good as new. Eager to find evidence, the family quickly reached out, carefully taking out each piece of jewelry from the box. Worried about damaging them, especially since there were many jade pieces, Li Rouge took out a cloth from her space and spread it on the ground. The family cautiously placed each piece of jewelry on it. After squatting for a while, they decided to sit on the ground. Once they were seated for a bit, they exchanged glances, wondering why they hadn't taken the box to the couch. Haha, they were so happy that they seemed a bit dazed, and their minds went blank. Even though they usually considered themselves smart, none of them thought to suggest moving the box. Sun Fengqin got up to find 3 wooden stools and placed one under each of the men and her daughter. Just as she sat down, her daughter exclaimed, "What's wrong?" The couple turned to their daughter, each holding a small flashlight. They had quite a few flashlights in their car, so they could only see what was right in front of them and didn't notice what others were holding. "Dad, Mom, look. There's a small photo inside this pendant." Li Rouge handed over a large jade pendant with gold inlay. The important part was that this pendant could be opened, and inside was a small photo. It seemed that Li Laotu and Li Laotai had not noticed the photo before. After all, since it wasn't theirs, they wouldn't dare to check it as openly as the 3 of them did. The elderly couple must have been in a state of panic when they found these items, doing a quick check before hastily burying them. They probably lived in fear for the first few years, but now, after so much time had passed, they felt it was safe to show off again. Li Rouge felt confident in her assessment of the 2 elders, as this small photo almost confirmed that Li Laotu and Li Laotai were thieves and might have committed even more serious crimes. The woman in this photo looks very much like their eldest sister, Li Rolan. This suggests that this elegant and beautiful woman could possibly be their grandmother. Li Fubin was also carefully examining the woman in the photo. Ever since he received this pendant, he felt a strange connection, as if something was pulling at him. Sun Fengqin was so anxious, she could almost climb a tree. Seeing that the man's mood was off, she didn't dare to reach out and take it from him. Liuga explained quietly to Sun Fengqin, "I think the lady in that photo might be our grandmother, because she looks so much like my sister." This explanation made Sun Fengqin even more worried. If she resembled her eldest daughter, didn't that mean she looked a lot like Li Fubin? All 3 daughters actually resembled their father, but only Liuga had some resemblance to her mother. In reality, their father was quite thin and had never worn good clothes, but if he dressed nicely, he wouldn't look bad at all. "Old Li, how do you feel now? I've heard that blood relatives can sense each other when they meet." But Li Fubin was looking at a photo, not a person, so he probably wouldn't. Oh dear. Seeing her husband look up with slightly red eyes made Sun Fengqin feel like she could swallow a big duck egg. "What's wrong, Old Li?" Sun Fengqin reached out and touched Li Fubin's chest. "Do you feel particularly upset? If you really feel that way, then this lady must be my mother-in-law." Li Fubin handed the pendant to his wife, sighed, and said, "I don't know how I feel. It's just like you said, I feel really bad inside and have this urge to cry." He had only felt this way when his father passed away, but he was reluctant to say it now because, whether or not the woman in the photo was his biological mother, he hoped she was living well. Sun Fengqin took the pendant and looked at the small photo inside. Her heart skipped a beat. The woman in the photo was very young, probably around 20. If it weren't for her high bun, which only married women wore, someone might believe she was an unmarried girl just leaving her family. "Just now, I heard my daughter say something, but seeing it with my own eyes, this woman really looks like my man, especially like my eldest daughter. In fact, she resembles both of them a lot." Sun Fengqin, who often reads novels, couldn't help but make connections in her mind. Her heart raced. "Oh no, I hope it's not what I'm thinking. No, it can't be. A woman as beautiful as this could not be her mother-in-law. She wouldn't want her to face any misfortune." "Hey, Laoli, don't overthink it. I think if this person really is our mother, just looking at her blessed face, she must be fine," she said. Her mother was clearly trying to hide something, and it was possible her father hadn't thought of it yet. Li Rouge secretly tugged at Sun Fengqin and gave her a knowing look. "Mom, let's pack everything up quickly and go to bed. We can talk about it tomorrow." "Right, tomorrow." Lao Li, you don't need to worry about it. Just go lie down. I'll help our daughter clean up, she replied. Even though they knew that Li Fubin wasn't the original, the whole family had already accepted themselves as part of this time. They were gradually forgetting their past selves. Oh, her man was so pitiful. Not only did he grow up without his real parents, but it was also very likely that his real mother had already. Sun Fengqin now looked at Li Fubin as if he were a poor little puppy, wanting to reach out and pat his head. Ever since she saw that small photo, she was almost certain that something that originally belonged to her grandmother had ended up with the old Li couple. And how did her father become the third son of the old Li family? Li Rouge's mood was affected too. She didn't even find the gold and jewelry appealing anymore. But when she saw her mother looking at her father, she couldn't help but want to laugh. At that moment, Li Fubin seemed a bit dazed and didn't notice Sun Fengqin's puppy-like gaze. Otherwise, he would have been quite upset. The three of them spent most of the night fussing around, and by morning, there were no traces left in the room. However, the next morning, they all had panda eyes, which startled little Li Rui. The little girl timidly looked at this one and that one, noticing that both her father and mother, as well as her second sister, seemed to be in a bad mood. She wanted to ask what was wrong, but didn't dare to. Yet, not asking left her feeling uneasy. Suddenly remembering something, the little girl perked up, as if she had finally found the reason for the family's low spirits. She quickly pulled Li Rouge aside and whispered, "Second sister, I had a dream last night about our eldest sister. Did you and our parents dream about her too?"
Li Rouge.
This understanding little girl really knows how to help others feel better. Li Rouge didn't know what else to say, so she nodded and admitted, "Yes, we all dreamed about our eldest sister. Otherwise, why would Dad go to the village leader's house so early? He wants to see if he can get an introduction letter for our family. Dad said he wants to look for our sister in the next few days." Although the first part was just to comfort little Rui, the latter part was true.
Her father really thought that way.
Since there wasn't much work in the production team right now, their family was taking this opportunity to search for Li Yulan. However, to leave Qingshan commune, they needed an introduction letter from the village. Otherwise, they couldn't go anywhere. Fortunately, Su Xuanli had a good relationship with their family. Otherwise, how could they just ask for an introduction letter? There aren't many officials who are that easy to deal with, especially now that there are orders from above not allowing farmers to leave without permission. So, the officials who issue introduction letters are also taking on responsibility. Moreover, their family had just separated and started fresh, and now rumors were spreading in the village that they were going to the city to beg. So now, in the entire Li family village, many people were eager to go to the city, but couldn't.
Why?
Of course, because they didn't have an introduction letter. It was said that several village officials held a meeting about this issue and concluded that from now on, no one could get an introduction letter unless it was a matter of life and death. So when her father went to Su Xuanli to ask for an introduction letter today, Li Rouge wasn't sure if he would get one back. As her father had said, he would just try. However, when little Rui heard they were going to find their sister, she was overjoyed. "Then I'm going to find Pandai and Xiaohua. They said they want to go to the riverbank to collect wild duck eggs. If we find some, I can bring them to our sister. Be careful. Don't go into the river. Even though the water isn't deep, it's muddy underneath. With your small size, you could easily get lost in there, understand?" "I understand," the little girl replied and quickly ran off. Sun Fengqin came in from outside and heard Li Rouge's advice to Rui, smiling, "I can see you really treat your sister like your own." Of course, she considers Li Rui as her own sister, both by blood and in her heart. Since she accepted this era, she has accepted everything that comes with it. "Mom, our family's journey through time has been quite good, right?" "Of course, it's been great," Sun Fengqin replied with a bright smile. "Having 2 daughters for free is better than what your father earns in a year." "Humph, I knew it. You always thought having just me was too little." "Oh, are you feeling jealous?" Sun Fengqin put down the torn clothes and pinched her daughter's cheek. "Stop pretending. You always say how nice it would be to have a brother or sister. Now you have an extra sister. You hit the jackpot."
Hee.
Li Rouge giggled and reached out to help her mother tear the old clothes. Now, they had finally replaced all the worn-out clothes from the Li Fugue family. In the past few days, whenever Sun Fengqin had time, she would take apart the patched-up old clothes. Seeing her mother neatly folding the pieces of fabric, Li Rouge curiously asked, "Mom, why are you taking apart these rags? Why not just throw them away?" "Throw them away?" Sun Fengqin looked at her daughter and said, "There's nothing to throw away at this time. Don't underestimate these rags. Later, I'll mix some flour to make glue, and then I'll stick these pieces together. Once they dry, do you remember what we call this? Leather cloth? It's used to make shoes, right?" "I don't remember." The original owner hadn't done this for years. Before, they didn't have any rags to make leather cloth, and later, they lacked flour to make glue. So, in the past 2 years, even the big and small households rarely made leather shoes. As for their family, they hadn't worn new cloth shoes at all. Now, everyone was wearing straw sandals, and almost everyone in the village wore them too. Only people like Old Man Li, whose children lived in the city, could wear cloth shoes or military rubber shoes. And the men in each family had to wear warm shoes for winter work, so the whole family would save money. While everyone could do without cotton shoes, the head of the household must have a good pair. Of course, even decades ago, if her father had cotton shoes, they were never new. They were always hand-me-downs from a nephew or tossed over by Li Fugue and Li Fuyo. Then her mother would carefully take it back, patching it up repeatedly. Without adding any cotton stuffing, she would pull a bit from her own cotton coat and stuff it inside. As for her sisters, even though they rarely wore cotton shoes in winter, their mother would stuff some cotton into their straw shoes and sew a piece of cloth over it. Most of that cotton came from Sun Fengqin's coat, so the old cotton jacket their mother wore in winter was not really filled with cotton. It was said that the old jacket was part of her mother's dowry and had been used by all the men in the family. Thinking of these memories made Li Rouge's nose feel a bit sour. "Mother, we have flour now, and we have old cloth. If we don't have enough old cloth, we can use new cloth. Let's make new shoes for everyone in the family." If she weren't worried that bought shoes would stand out too much, she would have wanted to buy each person a new pair. In the countryside, people rarely bought shoes. Being able to wear a pair of homemade cloth shoes was considered quite luxurious. Who would go to the city to buy shoes? Li Rouge knew she shouldn't act that way without her parents reminding her. That's why she wore straw shoes for so many days and never mentioned buying a pair of cloth shoes when she had money. But she also thought that just because they needed to be careful with their spending, it didn't mean they had to suffer too much. They needed shoes, and she could make them herself. Right? Mother thinks the same way. She also wants to make a pair for your older sister. Your sister has never worn a new pair of cloth shoes from childhood until she got married, Sun Fengqin said, her hands never stopping. Her mother was truly capable, able to hunt in the mountains, fish in the water, and sew beautifully while sitting on the Kong. "Can you also give my sister that checked cloth? And a few yards of the floral fabric too? Let's take all of it this time. What do you think, Mother?" "Sure, I'll give your sister a few yards of blue cloth, enough for her to make a pair of pants." "Mother, are we saying this because you're worried my sister won't come back with us?" Sun Fengqin paused her work, thought for a moment and nodded. Nowadays, once a woman gets married and has children, she rarely returns to her family casually. Unless your sister hasn't had a baby yet? But that possibility was very small. After all, 2 years had passed, and Jang Ling was so capable that she had heard they wouldn't let Li Jiawang near her. The girl was already 8 months old. Both mother and daughter likely thought of this possibility. So this time, if Li Rulon really doesn't want to come back, they can't force her to return. They should bring her as many things as possible to support her, but of course, it all depends on how Li Rulon is doing now. If their daughter is facing hardship or mistreatment at her in-laws, then no matter what, they must bring her back. Sun Fengqin was thinking this way, and Li Rouge happened to have the same thoughts. The two chatted while working, and just as they were finishing up, they saw comrade Li Fubin returning from outside, hands behind his back, swaying a bit. "You didn't sleep much last night. Are you not tired?" Sun Fengqin noticed that her husband seemed to be in a good mood, so she teased. "What's going on? Did something good happen?" Nothing too special, but it could be considered good news, Li Fubin replied with a smile, looking a bit proud. What good news? Li Rouge asked eagerly. Dad, didn't you go to find the team leader? Did you get the introduction letter? Li Fubin waved his hand, signaling the mother and daughter to be patient. Once seated, he spoke. I first went to find the team leader. Su Xunli said we should wait a couple of days. He mentioned that recently, the villagers have stopped trying to go to the city for food, and with our family leaving now, it would be hard for him to explain to everyone. That makes sense. Sun Fengqi nodded, understanding Su Xunli's reasoning. Before the mother and daughter could ask more questions, Li Fubin continued. After leaving the team, I went to sit under the big poplar tree at the east end of the village for a while. Then guess what good news I heard? No need to guess. It must be related to the Li family courtyard, and someone there must be having bad luck. Otherwise, you wouldn't be this happy, Sun Fengqin said, hitting the nail on the head. Ever since her husband saw that small photo last night, he had been wide-eyed until dawn. Then he left with a gloomy face in the morning and returned with a smile, so it was clear that someone in the Li family courtyard was in trouble. Currently, that whole family in the Li family courtyard, if not enemies, at least those two elders could never be considered friends of their family. Even though he was raised by them, he had actually gone to work for the landlord when he was very young. Speaking of it, the money for Li Fugue and Li Fuyo to attend school was earned by her husband taking care of the landlord's pigs and cows. Sun Fengqin was feeling sorry for her husband, while Li Fubin had already started to share some news. That big poplar tree in our village is a great place to gather information. I rarely go there, but today I went and just sat down. Before I could say much, I heard someone mention that in the Li family courtyard, the back wall of the room where those two old folks live collapsed for some reason. Collapsed? The mother and daughter looked at the smiling Li Fubin in surprise. Sun Fengqin exclaimed, Could it be the daughter? Sure, keep it down. I suspect it is, Li Fubin said, peering outside. I heard those two old folks almost got buried alive in there. Luckily, it was just the back wall that fell. Otherwise, we would have to go pay our respects this morning. Uncertain about what those two old folks had done to their family, Li Fubin didn't actually want them to die just yet. He still held the position of the third son in the Li family, and if they died now, he would have to kneel and keep vigil for them. But if it turned out they were indeed his enemies, he could claim ignorance after all these years. Now that he knew, he felt he might not be able to kneel before them. That's why Li Fubin said he didn't want them to die just yet. Besides, some secrets might only be known to those two old folks. However, since they weren't crushed and were instead scared out of their wits, even calling Dr. Wang to their home, it was both a loss and a hassle for them. So, how could he not feel happy? He heard that at the time, Old Li was just about to get some tobacco from the cupboard when the walls suddenly fell. He wasn't sure if his leg was broken, but his cries were loud enough for the neighbors, the Zhao family, to hear. The mother and daughter were naturally pleased to hear this, but Li Rouge also had her concerns. Dad, do you think Old Li might have guessed that the treasure buried underground is missing, which caused the back wall to collapse? I doubt he would think of that right away. The houses in the Li family courtyard are made of mud, and after decades, it's not surprising for them to collapse, Li Fubin replied. Exactly, those two small boxes can't take up much space. I think they are just facing their own consequences, Sun Fengqin added. The boxes may be small, but they could be heavy. What if those two boxes have some kind of spirit? Li Rouge suggested. Sho, hearing the sound of the door opening, the three quickly fell silent and looked up to see Li Rume entering, and they guessed what was happening. The house had collapsed and it needed repairs, which meant someone had to work. She had come to find her father again. Li Rouge quickly threw a pillow at Li Fubin, saying, Dad, hurry and lie down. Just say you're sick and can't get up. I just came back from outside. That's why you can't get up. Your stomach hurts badly. Otherwise, why would you come back? There was no time to say more. Li Fubin had to follow his daughter's plan. After lying down, Sun Fengqin covered him with a worn blanket. Li Rume felt like she was the least favored in the family. Ever since her uncle's family moved away, whenever something went wrong, everyone made her deal with it. For example, today, everyone got scolded yesterday, and now they all knew how strict her aunt was. Even her mother, when mentioning her aunt, seemed angry but didn't dare to say much. Now, the task of getting her uncle to work fell on her again. If she refused, her grandmother would scold her, or worse, hit her. If that didn't work, they would make Ruxia do it. Thinking about Li Ruxia's big hand that always pinched soft spots, Li Rumei dared not refuse. "Uncle, what happened to you?" Li Rumei asked, seeing Li Fubin groaning on the bed. "Isn't it obvious? Who lies on the bed in broad daylight? It's because your family upset me yesterday." "I'm sick," Sun Fengqin replied angrily.
Sick?
Li Rumei blinked and quietly thought to herself, surprised that her aunt could not only scold but also glare fiercely. Worried about how to explain this to her grandparents, Li Rumei steeled herself and said, "But I just heard that my uncle was chatting under the big poplar tree. How could he be sick now?" Did this girl come prepared? Even though Li Rumei was only 15, Sun Fengqin never underestimated her. Among all the girls in the Li family, Li Rumei was definitely the smartest. "Exactly," Sun Fengqin said with a smile. "He was just sitting outside for a little while, and now his stomach hurts so much he can't get up. By the way, Li Rumei, do you need something? If not, I was thinking of sending Rouge to find a doctor for your uncle. Would you like to go with her?" There was no doctor in Li village, so they had to go to Wangjiadian, which was 2 or 3 miles away. Sun Fengqin spoke without any hesitation. Most of the paths were mountain roads, and it was common for village girls to walk together, so this was not unusual. During this time, everyone was so hungry that they could barely move. The little girls who liked to run to the supply and marketing cooperative had also calmed down. Otherwise, someone would have come to their house to call them. However, the 2 daughters at home rarely ran around with those girls because they had too many chores to do. Aunt San said that Li Rumei was only 15 years old. After hesitating for a moment, she said, "Dr. Wang is at our house. He came to check my grandfather's leg." "What happened to your grandfather?" Li Fubin, lying on the Kong and groaning, raised his head to ask, then continued, "Oh, my stomach hurts so much." Seeing her uncle's face scrunched up in pain, Li Rumei believed that he was really hurting. Her uncle was such an honest person. He wouldn't lie, and even in his condition, he was still concerned about her grandfather. "My grandfather broke his leg." Li Rumei didn't explain how it happened and ran off after saying this. "That girl runs pretty fast." "I wanted to ask how bad the injury was," Sun Fengqin said with a look of regret, as the girl had already left, and she couldn't chase after her to bring her back. "Mom, you said Dad is sick, but we're both fine. Shouldn't we go take a look?" "Right. We not only should go, but we should make a big deal out of it so the whole village sees how thoughtful and filial we are." "Exactly. We need to win people over with our kindness so that those 2 old folks won't have anything to say about our family in the future." The mother and daughter decided to go, but Li Fubin got anxious. "What about me?" He also wanted to see how unfortunate Grandpa Li was, so pretending to be sick was just wasting time. "Dad, Mom and I are going to watch the excitement. If you go, you'll just be doing hard labor. Then I'll just stay home and deal with my stomach pain. By the way, if you see Dr. Wang, tell him about my situation. That will make it seem more believable." "Sure, with your condition, it wouldn't be surprising if you really had a problem. It's good to have Dr. Wang check on you." After days of care, the family was drinking plenty of water and eating well. Just by looking at their complexions, it was clear that they were all feeling much better. Little Rui had grown taller, and as for Li Rouge, she didn't feel like she had grown much, but her mother said she must have grown at least 2 or 3 centimeters. Compared to the pale-faced people in the village, the mother and daughter didn't have the best clothes, but even though their outfits had patches, they were still in better shape than many others. Now, let's not talk about what to wear. Just by looking at their faces, it's clear that the mother and daughter are much fairer than the women in the village. Li Rouge noticed this too. Both their complexion and energy were different, and they walked with straight backs, while others often hunched over, probably because they were too hungry. Wow, should they also bend their backs like everyone else? Especially comrade Sun Fengqin, who walked as if she was gliding. "Bend over to walk." "Ha, don't even think about it." When her daughter said this, comrade Sun Fengqin stood even taller and her gaze was different from the timid woman who used to hide from others. Li Guizhi helped her mother walk from the side. When they saw the mother and daughter pass by, Grandma Li San was momentarily stunned and asked in disbelief, was that mother and daughter from Li Fubin's family? Li Guizhi also noticed Sun Fengqin and was equally surprised. She nodded and replied, yes, I thought I was mistaken. The change in her is so big that I hardly recognized her. Is that young girl Rouge or Rui? Grandma Li San squinted at the mother and daughter walking away. Where are they going in such a hurry? It should be Rouge. Rui is a bit shorter than her sister. Li Guizhi, with better eyesight than a 70-year-old, watched as the mother and daughter turned a corner and added, I guess they're going to the Li family courtyard. Didn't that old couple almost get buried alive? They must want to check on them. Yes, that's possible. After thinking for a moment, Grandma Li San said, since we have nothing to do, let's go take a look. After all, they share the same surname. Sure, Mom. I also want to see if that family is bothering the mother and daughter again. Hee hee. Grandma Li San, wise with age, replied, just now I saw how Sun Fengqin walked. Who is bothering whom is still uncertain. That's true. I didn't go yesterday, but I heard that Wang Dimiai took her 2 daughters-in-law and 3 granddaughters to Li Fubin's house, and they didn't gain anything. Unlike others who were too hungry to move, Li Guizhi, a remarried woman living close to her family, often came back to accompany the old lady for a stroll. Wherever the mother and daughter went, they simply followed behind Sun Fengqin and headed toward the Li family courtyard. I heard that the relief grain has arrived at the commune, so it's expected that it will be distributed to the villages in the next few days, which is why many people are out strolling today. Grandma Li San and Li Guizhi met a few people on their way to the Li family courtyard to visit Li Laoshi, who were actually just there to watch the excitement, and they all came together. The mother and daughter, who had been moving quickly, must have arrived early. As soon as they got there, they ran into Dr. Wang, who was leaving. Sun Fengqin raised her voice on purpose and told Dr. Wang about Li Fubin's condition, saying she wanted him to check on Li Fubin at home. Dr. Wang, who goes from one family to another all day, knows the situation of everyone in the nearby villages, so he surely knows what the Li family is like after all these years. Dr. Wang quickly guessed what Li Fubin and his wife meant and agreed readily. Even before he went, he started thinking about how to help Li Fubin maintain this lie. Li Fugui and Li Fuyo came out to see Dr. Wang off, and as soon as they saw Sun Fengqin, they felt a bit nervous for some reason. Inside, Song Hohot and Zhang Xiuying also wanted to avoid Sun Fengqin as soon as they heard her voice. Li Ruxia, who was still sore from being scolded by the Li sisters, quickly ducked into the house when she saw Li Rouge also arriving. Li Rouge almost laughed at Li Ruxia's reaction, but this was the effect she wanted. Now, anyone who thought about bullying their family would have to think twice. It shows that sometimes you need to be a bit tough. Thinking back to how their family used to be bullied, even someone as timid as Li Ruxia would often get picked on. Later, when Li Rouge grew up and became strong, no one dared to bully her anymore, and they focused on picking on little Rui instead. Now, even if they tried to pull Rui in front of Li Ruxia, she wouldn't dare to bully her anymore. After seeing Dr. Wang off, Li Fugui quickly left, and Li Fuyo, who felt he had been decent to the third brother's family, decided to ask, why did you and Rouge come? Is there something going on? Neither the original character nor Sun Fengqin had a good impression of Li Fuyo. He wasn't necessarily bad, but he was too slippery, always trying to be the good guy in front of others and often playing both sides. In Sun Fengqin's eyes, he was not as straightforward as his wife, Zhang Xiuying, who is direct and honest. If someone makes her angry, she will give them a beating. If one beating doesn't work, she'll give 2. Eventually, there will be a day when they behave. But when it comes to someone like Li Fuyo, if you hit him, someone will definitely jump in and ask, what's wrong with him? He's a good person. Why are you hitting him? Sigh, with Li Fuyo like this and Zhang Xiuying like that, I really don't understand how they could have a simple child like Li Pingan. Just for Li Pingan's sake, Sun Fengqin decided that as long as Li Fuyo and his wife didn't bother her today, she could give them a friendly face. Look at what you're saying, second brother. Why would we come here? It's just that Rume came to my house and said the old man broke his leg, so her third uncle couldn't come, and Go and I came to check on things. Rume went to your house. Li Fuyo didn't know about this. He glanced back at his older brother, who was hurrying away and couldn't help but hum, "Oh, maybe her uncle sent her. I didn't know about this. Whoever sent her doesn't matter. Someone is sick. How can they work? Right? Second brother?" Sun Fengqin asked with a smile. Now, whenever Li Fuyo saw Sun Fengqin smile, he felt uneasy and quickly said, "Yes, yes, so what's wrong with the third one? What's bothering him? They say he has a bad stomachache and it's really severe." "We don't know what's going on," Sun Fengqin replied. "Well, I'll go check on the third one later. You two should go inside first, but your parents can't stay in that room anymore. They've moved to the big brother's place now." Where did big brother and sister-in-law go?" Sun Fengqin was quite curious. Old Li and old lady Li moved to Li Fugui and Song Ho-Hat's place. Where did that couple move to? It would be best if they could stay in the livestock shed for a while, but that was impossible. In this family, besides the two old ones, it was Li Fugui and Song Ho-Hat who made the decisions. There was no way they would move to the livestock shed. If it were possible, she thought Song Ho-Hat would definitely want Li Fuyo and his wife to clear out the room, just like they treated the third family back in the day. But with Zhang Xiuying's nature and her brothers backing her, that plan wouldn't work. Sure enough, Li Fuyo then said, "Big brother and sister-in-law are still in that room. They built a platform in the basement. What else could they do? Luckily, it's getting warmer every day, so it doesn't matter if they sleep on the Kong or not." Li Fuyo said this while walking, and just as they reached the door, Song Ho-Hat heard him. Song Ho-Hat felt wronged living under the same roof as her in-laws. When she heard Li Fuyo say that, she immediately exploded. "I say, since you feel that way, fine. Tonight, you all can stay in the same room as your parents." Zhang Xiuying, who had been eavesdropping, worried that the man would agree, quickly ran out. "That won't do. We are the second family. Why should all the benefits go to you? If something bad happens, it always falls on us."
"What?
Staying with us is a bad thing?" At that moment, Grandma Li poked her head out the window, glared at Zhang Xiuying, and scolded, "You ungrateful child. If you say that again, I'll make your husband send you back to your parents." This phrase had almost become Grandma Li's catchphrase. No matter which daughter-in-law she scolded, she always added that line. Surprisingly, this threat had a strong effect on women of that era. Seeing Zhang Xiuying, who had just been loud, suddenly quiet down, Li Rouge felt a bit envious of the authority that grandmothers held in those times. At that moment, following the mother and daughter, Grandma Li San, supported by Li Guizhi and a few villagers, also walked in. The mother and daughter didn't want to enter Li Fugui's room, so they stepped back. Sun Fengqin warmly went to support Grandma Li San's other arm and said with a smile, "What brings you here? You've come such a long way, but you seem stronger than ever. You look younger than the last time I saw you." In those days, living to 70 was considered a long life, and these elderly people loved to hear the phrase, "You look younger every year." Sun Fengqin's flattering words made Grandma Li San very happy. She held her hand and patted it, saying, "You're quite the talker. Why didn't you speak up before?" Grandma Sen, I've been through a lot, and I suddenly realized how to live in a way that honors the life my parents gave me. How to live in a way that honors the life given by her parents." Sun Fengqin's philosophical words left Li Guizhi stunned. Since her husband passed away and she remarried, she always felt inferior in front of her in-laws, careful in her actions, which only spoiled their tempers. Seeing herself like this made her parents and brothers worry. It seemed she suddenly understood how to live her life moving forward. Yes, she would live with her head held high, just as Sun Fengqin said, or else she wouldn't be honoring the life her parents gave her. "Fengqin, what you said is really good," Li Guizhi said excitedly, holding Sun Fengqin's hand. Because of their age difference, she was a generation older than Li Fubin, or else she would have liked to call Sun Fengqin sister. Grandma Li Sen noticed her daughter suddenly so happy, her eyes sparkling, and understood what was happening. Many people had advised her daughter to stand tall and live well in her in-laws' home, but nothing seemed to work. Every time she thought about how her once lively daughter had become increasingly timid, the old couple felt they would never be able to rest in peace. Now, with just one sentence from Confrontation, it seemed her daughter had figured things out and understood how to live moving forward. Thinking that she could finally let her daughter return to her in-laws with peace of mind, Grandma Lee Sen looked at Confrontation differently, feeling that she was truly a wonderful daughter-in-law. She regretted not noticing her qualities sooner and not helping them earlier. Since Grandma Lee Sen had come in person, Grandma Lee did not dare to act like a senior anymore and came out from the house to greet her. "Third aunt, you're here. Come in and sit," she said, noticing Confrontation trying to follow her inside. With a roll of her eyes, she added, "What are you doing coming in? Go help with the mud and bricks in the back." She meant to send them to help the elderly with the bricks, but only if it was for urgent use, then she would definitely do it. However, Confrontation didn't rush to speak because she knew someone would speak for her later. Sure enough, Grandma Lee San turned to Grandma Lee with an annoyed look and said, "I'm telling you, sister." Since Grandma Lee was called Wang Dimiai, even though they were the same age, Grandma Lee Sen still referred to her this way because of past family dynamics. "Your family has men. It's not like you don't have any. Those grandsons of yours, aren't they all more capable than Fengqin? Is that kind of work something we women should do? Why not?" Grandma Lee started to say they could do it. As in the past, all the work had been done by Li Fubin or Confrontation. But she quickly changed her mind when she saw Grandma Lee San's expression. "Oh, I was just confused. You should have seen it." The back wall suddenly fell down with a loud.
It was terrifying.
Confrontation didn't need to go, and Li Rouge didn't need to move either. The mother and daughter followed Grandma Lee San into the room where Li Fugue and the others lived, pretending not to notice Grandma Lee's several glares. Then they saw Old Man Lee, propped up on one leg, lying on the bed with his eyes wide open, lost in thought. A few people entered the room, but he seemed unaware, still staring blankly at the ceiling. "Old man, Aunt San is here to see you." Seeing Old Man Lee's expression unchanged even after Aunt San entered, Old Lady Lee felt something was off. She stepped closer and nudged him. "Old man, Aunt San is here." It seemed to wake him up. Old Man Lee turned his head to see Aunt San and quickly tried to sit up. "Aunt San, why are you here? Look at me." "Lie back down and don't move," Aunt San quickly called out. "Don't let my visit cause any trouble for you. Your legs shouldn't be moved easily." Yes, I can't sit still, but I have to lie down now," Old Man Lee said, and he lay back down. However, Li Rouge noticed that before he lay down, he glanced at the two of them. That look was hard to describe, almost like it was filled with suspicion. Did the old man sense something? Li Rouge never underestimated anyone, especially since her family had just arrived in this time. With only the limited memories of the original owner, they were outsiders and needed to be cautious. "Grandpa, does your leg hurt? My dad is also unwell, otherwise, he would have come right away," Li Rouge said, holding back the urge to punch him, and then explained about her father, Li Fubin. As soon as Li Rouge finished speaking, before the frowning Old Man Lee could react, Aunt San said, "Fubin's family is very filial. Look at how this child speaks. She cares for her grandpa." Yes, they are all filial," Old Man Lee replied, following Aunt San's lead, and managed to smile, his gaze softening as he looked at Li Rouge. With Aunt San present, many more people came in, and with so many witnesses, the mother and daughter's visit was sure to be successful. Since the men at home were still sick, everyone urged them to return and take care of Li Fubin, especially Aunt San, who insisted they go back. Seeing the constipated expressions on Old Man Lee and Old Lady Lee, the mother and daughter left the room and laughed all the way home. Dr. Wang has already left. Seeing that the mother and daughter were in good spirits, Li Fubin chuckled. "You two are quite impressive now. I heard Dr. Wang say that when you both went," Li Fugue turned pale. "Really? But I guess the people at the Li family courtyard don't want to see us for a while. By the way, Dad, what did Dr. Wang say? Did he notice that you were pretending?" "He didn't notice that, but from what Dr. Wang said, it seems that even if he did, He wouldn't tell anyone. Dr. Wang is quite sharp. That's why I felt safe letting him come over. While they were talking, it was time for lunch. Sun Fengqin was putting on her shoes and said, I really want to eat something good for lunch, but I don't know what to have. Sigh, when will these days end? Even I, who usually doesn't like meat, am craving it these days. Mom, I have mutton. We haven't eaten any since Dad prepared that sheep last time. How about we make dumplings with mutton filling? Mutton dumplings? Let's add more wild onions. That will be delicious. Sun Fengqin said, while looking at her husband. She didn't dare to decide without Li Fubin's approval. Feeling the pressure from the two women, Li Fubin felt tempted too. He gritted his teeth and said, then let's make them. Tell Rui that I brought the mutton back, and she shouldn't say anything. Don't worry, our little girl is clever. Sun Fengqin felt reassured about her eldest daughter. Li Rouge was also confident about Li Rui. That kid, when we have a big meal, she reminds me to keep it a secret and not to tell anyone. I think she's more cautious than we are. Happy to go to the backyard to gather firewood, he returned shortly, empty-handed, but brought back 2 people. Their backyard leads directly to the back mountain, and there's a path that villagers often use. So when Wang the carpenter and his group came over, they took the back route to avoid being seen by the villagers. The 2 men who arrived today were none other than Sun Fengqin's younger brother, Sun Dazhuang, and Wang Chongzhen, the husband of Sun Fengmei, the youngest in the Sun family. Moreover, the 2 of them were carrying a tattered sack, and as Li Rouge watched them walk by, she noticed that the sack seemed to be dripping blood. Li Rouge had good memories of her grandmother's family. In the brief 13 years, it was only with them that she and her sisters experienced a few happy days. Unfortunately, her grandmother's family was very poor, and even though she wanted to help them, she felt powerless. In her grandmother's family, there was only her uncle, who was the youngest child, so during the 20 years her mother had been married into the Li family, she had not received any support from her own brothers. Not that Sun Dazhuang didn't care about his older sister, but he was too young before. Now that he was older, he could support his sisters, but his sister's timid nature had already formed. This is why people at that time preferred to have sons. Families without sons often faced bullying from outsiders, and even their own brothers would treat them differently because they lacked a male heir. Li Rouge recalled that her grandfather seemed to be named Sun Baoshan and was 64 years old this year. Her grandmother was named Yang Azuzu and was 4 years younger than him. People married young back then. Sun Fengqin just remembered that her mother was only 60 and already had many grandchildren, but unfortunately, they were all grandsons. However, her younger brother was already 20 this year, and if he found a suitable girl, he was definitely of marrying age. She thought about how people nowadays say that girls are too practical when looking for partners, but every era is like that. Just look at her brother. He has looks and character, yet no girl wants to marry him. The reason is still that their family is too poor. So Sun Fengqin always felt that those who could say such things probably didn't have daughters. Otherwise, which family would want their daughter to marry into poverty? The Sun couple had 5 children in their lifetime, 4 daughters and 1 son. Sun Fengqin was the eldest, with 3 younger sisters, Sun Fengying, Sun Fengxia, and Sun Fengmei. Since there was only 1 son in the family, when Sun Fengqin and Sun Fengying got married, their younger brother hadn't even been born yet. Later, when the 3rd sister, Sun Fengxia, married into a neighboring village, the couple decided they couldn't let their youngest daughter marry outside anymore. They chose a husband for her within their village, which was Wang Chongzhen, who came with Sun Dazhuang today. Sun Dazhuang rarely visited the Li family because he didn't think highly of them. Li Fubin and Sun Fengqin took a few daughters and would return home a few times a year. This time, after a long absence, Sun Dazhuang entered and was surprised to see Li Fubin and Li Rouge. He exclaimed, "Why do you all seem different?" Earlier, he had noticed Sun Fengqin in the backyard and mentioned that his sister seemed a bit changed, but Sun Fengqin quickly changed the subject. "I told you ever since we split up, our family feels like we are living a new life. How could we not change?" Sun Fengqin hurriedly explained for the father and daughter, then worried they might forget who she was talking about, added, What are you two waiting for? Rouge, your uncle and Anne are here. Hurry and get them some water.
Okay.
The water from the space was much sweeter than well water. Li Rouge worried they might find the space water strange, so she mixed in a little less, boiled it, and added some sugar. Sun Fengqin had almost forgotten about her family until she saw Sun Dazhuang. Just a moment of surprise brought back the excitement of remembering her brothers. Blood ties matter. In her eyes, as long as someone is a good person, she would recognize them as family without hesitation. We just heard you split up a few days ago, and it was a clean break. Mom got really worried, and Dad was anxious too. Sun Dazhuang's words were sincere. When Sun Baoshan heard about it, he sat down in shock, losing quite a bit of hair. Yang Azuz was already weak from hunger and fainted, crying about how they hadn't given her daughter's family a grain of rice to survive. Noticing his sister's red eyes, Sun Dazhuang quickly changed the subject, cheerfully saying, "Last night, my fourth brother-in-law and I hunted a small wild boar in the mountains. Mom asked us to bring some meat to your family, and we also have a bit of grain that Mom and my fourth sister gathered for you. Dad said to hold on a bit longer. Relief supplies might arrive in a few days." There wasn't much grain, just over 2 pounds, but at this time, that little bit felt almost as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Her uncle was quite eloquent, probably because he was the only male in the family and the youngest, so his sisters likely spoiled him a bit. You could tell from his speech that he had a bit of a bold personality. The wild boar meat has been taken out of the sack, a large hind leg, and a whole set of pig offal has been brought to their home. It's over 200 pounds. Our family and fourth brother-in-law's family will split it in half. They want the pig's head, and we want the offal. Dad said my brother-in-law really likes this, so it all went to your family. Li Fubin, who was always hungry, didn't have much to be proud of. He had rarely eaten meat since he was young, and only had a few good meals at his father-in-law's house. But his father-in-law's family was poor too. They didn't have much to offer. Once, they happened to get a set of pig offal and sent Sun Dazhuang over to invite them. Li Fubin still remembered that meal vividly. Even until his last moments, it was truly delicious. Boss Li, who had never eaten well, recalled this and felt his eyes welling up with tears. Why did they bring it all to us? Dad loves this too. By the way, Fengqin, do we still have 7 or 8 tails of that wine left? Let Dazhuang take some back for Dad. I'll clean the offal, and you can stir-fry it nicely to go with the wine.
What?
Sun Dazhuang exclaimed, nearly wide-eyed. How do you still have wine? That wine was a gift from someone. Your sister and Rouge will explain the details later. Li Fubin felt very confident about his wife and daughter, especially his daughter, who was much better at making up stories than he was. As he spoke, he had already put on his shoes. I'm going to wash the offal by the river now. Brother-in-law, you sit and have some water first. Later, you and Dazhuang can have a drink to satisfy your cravings, and we'll take the rest back for Dad. That day, Zhou Chaoyang bought 2 bottles of wine. The 3 of them, especially Su Xunli, could really drink. They finished over 1 pound in one sitting. There should definitely be 7 or 8 tails left. They could take out 2 or 3 tails to treat Wang Changzhen and the brother-in-law, leaving half a pound for the father-in-law, which would be enough to satisfy him. When Sun Dazhuang heard there would be wine, he forgot his mother's advice not to let them stay for dinner, fearing they would eat up half a month's worth of food for his sister's family. What man doesn't love to drink, especially when he hasn't had much before and feels a mysterious attraction to it? Seeing his brother-in-law agree, Wang Changzhen was also very happy and quickly nodded. Sure, brother-in-law, how about I go with you? We can wash it together and finish faster. With someone helping him, Li Fubin had no objections. Besides, he wanted to ask this brother-in-law about his father-in-law's situation. Sure, brother-in-law, you drink some water first. We're not in a hurry to leave. Li Fubin knew that the water must have some special properties, and since they had just walked for several miles, drinking some water would surely help them feel better. Okay, Wang Changzhen said, eager to go wash the pig's offal with his brother-in-law. He picked up the bowl and quickly drank it all. However, after finishing the water, he regretted it. If he had known there was sugar in it, he would have sipped it slowly to enjoy the sweetness. With both wine and sweet water, it seemed that his sister's family was doing well, contrary to what others said about them begging in the city. The pig's hind leg must weigh around 7 or 8 pounds. Sun Fengqin took out a large enamel basin from home and put the meat inside, while the offal was packed into a worn-out sack brought by Sun Dazhuang. You two just carry this old sack. It's not very noticeable. When we get back, we can rinse it with clean water. By the way, as Gij said, there are people washing clothes by the river, so avoid going upstream and keep a low profile. Got it, Li Fubin replied, and before leaving, he secretly signaled his wife to be careful and not talk too much. What should she be careful about? She could pretend for a day or two, but she wanted to maintain a good relationship with her family later. How could she keep pretending? Sun Fengqin had already made up her mind to let her brother Sun Dazhuang accept her as she is now. He would surely tell their parents about her big changes. This way, their parents would be somewhat prepared to see her different from before, and they probably wouldn't react too strongly. Thinking about how often her parents mentioned that before her sister got married, she was like a protective hen, always looking out for her younger sisters, Sun Fengqin felt a mix of emotions. At that time, they didn't have him yet, but it was clear that her sister was never someone to be underestimated. So when Sun Dazhuang saw the current Sun Fengqin, he was surprised by her transformation but accepted it quickly. Yes, his sister should be like this, smiling when she speaks, standing tall, and even daring to boss her brother-in-law around. Seeing his sister like this made Sun Dazhuang happy. Once the two brothers-in-law left, he started asking Sun Fengqin, "Sister, did your family really go to the city to beg? Did you get that wine from begging too? Is life in the city really as good as Xiaozhen says, like living among gods? Who do you think can beg for wine?" Sun Fengqin glared at her younger brother, then while preparing the pork leg, she shared everything that happened with her old friend, saying all she could. After finishing, Sun Fengqin remembered to ask, "Who is Xiaozhen that you mentioned earlier? Don't you remember who Xiaozhen is?" The older sister was surprised. How could he forget? Sun Dazhuang's face turned a bit red. "She lives 2 houses away from us, the daughter of the old Qin family. Her name is Chen Xiaozhen." "Oh, you mean Chen Xiaoyun's younger sister?" Chen Xiaoyun was about the same age as Sun Fengqin, so after hearing Sun Dazhuang, she recalled her memory. Li Rouge noticed that her uncle's face had turned red, and she couldn't help but smile. It seemed that this Chen Xiaozhen was someone her uncle liked. However, the way that girl spoke made it sound like she thought city people lived a perfect life. It seemed both ignorant and a bit vain. Her grandmother's family were all honest and kind people. She hoped they wouldn't bring in someone who would disrupt the family. "I understand, uncle. That Xiaozhen probably wants to marry a city person just like my cousin Li Ruxia. They don't even realize how they glorify city life." Not sure if Li Rouge had a nerve, Sun Dazhuang suddenly looked a bit down and didn't argue with her. Did she strike a chord? "Uncle, let me tell you, life in the city isn't as great as everyone says. It can be quite poor." "Really?" Sun Dazhuang's eyes lit up again. "Of course. Think about it. They rely on the food we grow. How could their lives be better than ours? If you talk too much, it sounds fake. City folks earn salaries. How could they compare to those of us who work the land?" Hearing this, Sun Dazhuang chuckled. "All right, Rouge, I understand what you mean. I know that Chen Xiaozhen doesn't have any interest in me. That's her lack of vision and fortune." "Humph. Uncle, let me tell you, when choosing a wife, one should choose wisely. A woman who only wants to marry a city person isn't worth it. If you brought her home, who knows, she might run off with someone better one day." What the girl said. Although Sun Fengqin agreed with her daughter, she stole a glance at Sun Dazhuang, feeling a bit sorry for her younger brother. "All right, let's not talk about Xiaozhen anymore. Whether she is vain or not, it doesn't concern our family." After saying this, Sun Fengqin shot her daughter a secret glare. "She just wants to be cautious, right?" Li Rouge secretly made a funny face at her mother and then turned to start digging a hole for her mom. Yes, let's not talk about it. "Uncle, I'll leave the matter of your partner to my mom from now on." "Leave it to her mom? How could she find a partner for her brother?" "Mom, in the future, Our family and Grandma's family will definitely live well. When that time comes, we can plant more phoenix trees. Won't we attract good fortune then? Li Rouge said this softly, but Sun Dazhuang heard the words about living well and quickly asked, "What are you two talking about?" What else could she say? Sun Fengqin quickly changed the subject and continued talking about food. In these times, nothing is more important than food. As soon as she mentioned how to cook the meat, Sun Dazhuang had already thought of several ways to prepare it since he saw the pot at his sister's house. However, Sun Dazhuang scratched his head and remembered what his mother said. "Mom told me and fourth brother-in-law not to eat too much, so we don't finish all your food. The meat is for your family. Mom also said that since your family is short on money, we could sell a few pounds to Li Sanyi's family to make some money." Actually, his mother said even more than that. The main point was to leave a pound or two of meat and some pig offal for a good meal, and that would be enough. Even their family and fourth brother-in-law's family had secretly sold some pork. After hearing her brother's words, Sun Fengqin thought about how having a mother means someone cares for you. The original person was so weak. At over 40, she still made her mother worry like this. Her mother knew that Li Sanyi's family had money and even suggested where to sell the meat. "Dazhuang, just relax and stay. When we go back, we'll take some back for Mom and Dad and tell them the truth about our situation. I don't believe Mom will scold you. Right? It seems like my sister's family is doing better than ours. They don't even have a pot at home. And those two big enamel basins, although a bit chipped, look brand new." When she saw the two locked boxes, it was hard to notice them since the big room was always covered with old stuff. Sun Dazhuang didn't feel like an outsider. He just looked around and found not only a new big box in his sister's room but also one in his two nieces' room. The older sister is right. With the good life they have now, when he goes back and tells his mother, she will surely be happy. Is this really considered a good life? If Li Rouge knew that her newly appointed uncle thought this way, she would definitely scoff and tell him that for their family, this is just a small beginning. They definitely can't eat the lamb dumplings. It's not that they can't afford it, but they can't reveal too much at once. However, having wild boar meat is still nice. Li Rouge helped her mother share the story of their family's rise to success, which could be considered a success, right? She was also thinking about how to make the wild boar meat taste good. With limited seasonings, the best way to cook it would be to boil it in plain water, throw in some vegetables, and eat it with garlic. This is the best way to enjoy pork in the countryside. Otherwise, they only get a bit of meat during the new year, and no family would waste it. Li Rouge remembered the meat dishes they had in the Li family courtyard, which usually involved boiling a pot of vegetables and adding a few slices of meat. That was considered a meat dish. Fortunately, they had soy sauce and garlic, but it was a pity not to add some greens or pickled vegetables while cooking the meat, as it would enhance the broth. Seeing that the two sisters were chatting animatedly, her mother surprisingly remembered almost everyone from the Sun family's hut that her uncle could mention. Comrade Sun Fengqin had opened the door to her memories, recalling not only her own relatives, but also the entire village. "Mom, I'm going to look for Rui. She's been out for a while," Li Rouge said as she approached her mother. Sun Fengqin believed her daughter completely and replied, "Okay, go ahead. That girl is probably playing too much. Tell her her uncle is here, and she'll definitely run back." Sun Dazhuang agreed with this statement, saying, "Of course. Rui loves her uncle the most. How could she not?" Every time little Rui visited, her uncle would go out of his way to bring them food, sometimes finding bird eggs or catching a few loaches. If he couldn't find anything good, he would pick some wild fruits from the mountains to cheer them up. So, she wanted to treat her uncle well. Li Rouge reached the door, grabbed a small basket, and, noticing her mother wasn't paying attention, dashed off to the back mountain. The little greens in her space had already been pickled, and she had been thinking about where to find more wild vegetables and mushrooms. The corn she had planted was now growing tall. Her father said that meant they were close to getting corn cobs. The watermelon is almost ripe just by its size. However, the apple tree looks tall, but it seems it won't bear fruit for a while. Li Rouge, being alone, didn't need anyone to remind her and didn't dare to venture deep into the mountains. But this meant her harvest wouldn't be very large, as wild vegetables on this side of the mountain are often picked by others, leaving little for seeds. Without seeds underground, no matter how much water she poured, she wouldn't grow many wild vegetables. She managed to gather a big basket of wild vegetables, but she didn't see a single mushroom. Fortunately, most of the wild vegetables were lamb's quarters and shepherd's purse, which are great for making a delicious stew. She also found some small garlic, which she divided into 2 bundles to take back to her uncle and aunt so they could enjoy some fresh produce too. Li Rouge carried the basket home, hid it in the backyard, and then quickly ran to the river. She was starting to worry because little Rui hadn't returned yet. At that moment, Rui was by the river with a group of friends, looking for wild duck eggs and catching loaches. She was wrestling with Li Debao. At first, she was at a disadvantage due to their size difference, but then she remembered her mother's advice. If she faced danger, she should fight back, or she would be the one to get hurt. Sun Fengqin taught her this because she was worried that Rui, living under pressure for so long, might become too soft like her original self. However, when Sun Fengqin was teaching Rui, she probably forgot that her daughter was not soft at all and actually listened to her mother's words. So, when Li Debao was on top of her, Rui quickly grabbed a stone and hit him on the head. When Li Rouge arrived, she saw a crowd of about 10 children by the river, shouting that someone had been hurt. When she heard them call her little sister's name, she hurried over, pushing through the circle of kids, and anxiously asked, "What happened? Rui, are you okay?" Seeing her older sister, the scared little girl, who had been trying to be brave, burst into tears and pointed at Li Debao, who was sitting on the ground with blood on his forehead. "Debao took my wild duck egg. I didn't give it to him, so he hit me." "Boo, sister, he won't die, will he?" Li Rouge glanced at the injury on Li Debao's forehead and saw that it wasn't serious. She thought it couldn't be too bad. After all, little Rui was not very strong. However, it's hard to tell if the child is acting well or is truly scared. Their face is so pale, it looks like they might faint. For this spoiled child from the Li family, who always insults her sisters as worthless, Li Rouge, the adult, really wants to teach this child a lesson. Don't be afraid, Rui. Sister will tell you that Li Debao's actions were robbery first. When the police come, they will have to investigate his robbery, and since you hurt him, it counts as self-defense, okay? Sister, what does self-defense mean? Li Rui asked, wiping her tears and looking at her sister with curiosity. Li Rouge glanced at the other children and then at the frightened Li Debaos, chuckled, and said, "All right, let me explain what self-defense is." As someone from a future time and a top student, Li Rouge didn't even have to think to deal with these kids. With just a few simple sentences, she convinced them all. Seeing Li Debaos hang his head in defeat, Li Rui proudly lifted her chin and huffed, "Humph. If you dare to steal from me again, I'll hit you. It won't matter if I hit you hard." Li Rouge thought, "That's not what I meant, Rui." Li Pundi and Zhao Xiaohua chimed in, "Yes, Rui. If Li Debaos insults you or steals from you again, just hit him as hard as you can. When the police come, we'll both testify for you." Why was no one testifying for him? These so-called worthless kids were just their family servants. What was wrong with the master hitting his own servants? How could that be illegal? Fortunately, Li Debaos didn't say this out loud. He just thought about it quietly. Otherwise, he might have ended up with more than just one bump on his head, as the two girls could have really hurt him. On the way back, Li Rui proudly presented the 3 wild duck eggs she found to her sister. "Sister, look. I found these with Pundi and Xiaohua. There are 9 in total, so we each took 3. These are mine. Our Rui is so capable. Let's take them home and have Mom stir-fry them with some wild onions. It will taste great." Wild onions stir-fried with wild duck eggs? That sounds delicious. Li Rouge's words made all the kids drool. Li Daba was also drooling and asked his friends to keep an eye on him. He simply wiped around his wound with river water and reminded the kids he usually played with, "You must not tell anyone about this. I'll say I hurt myself. Otherwise, my grandma and great-grandma will definitely go to my great-grandpa's house and make a fuss." If they could win the fuss, that would be fine. He really wanted to eat wild duck eggs with wild onions. But he was afraid that if things got out of hand, it might attract the police, just like Li Rouge said. He was only 9 years old and didn't want to be known as a robber and get caught by the police. A few boys around 10 years old had just started school and hadn't learned much. They only knew how to run around and didn't understand that stealing was against the law. Why would it be illegal? Aren't Li Rui and Li Daba from the same family? Would stealing from family members also get them in trouble? Even though these kids acted carefree while climbing mountains and crossing rivers, they were all scared when they heard the word police. After Li Rouge gave them a lesson on the law, they were a bit frightened and didn't dare to speak carelessly. Meanwhile, Li Rouge was leading Li Rui and the others back while explaining how girls should avoid risks. The first rule was to avoid going to places with few people, especially when alone. She also said, when facing someone stronger than you, it's best not to confront them directly. If necessary, it's better to lose money than to lose your life. Understand? The little girls realized how knowledgeable Li Rui's older sister was, and they nodded along, showing they understood. Although Li Rui nodded too, she had another question in her mind. Why did her mom and older sister say different things? Didn't mom mean that it was okay to fight hard? But her sister said it was okay to lose money if necessary? Oh, when would she grow up? Would she understand all these things when she was older? With many questions in her mind, the little girl followed her sister home. When she saw her uncle had come, she happily offered him the duck eggs. As for her older sister, she would definitely find more the next time she went to the river. Since their family moved from the old house, the little girl noticed that their luck had improved. Look, her sister had found so many wild vegetables again. She had heard that many people from the village went into the mountains every day, but none of them had found any wild vegetables. Li Fubin and Wang Chongzhen returned with freshly cleaned pig offal. When they saw their daughter bringing wild vegetables from the backyard, Li Fubin and Sun Fengqin quickly helped to cover for her. No matter how dry the weather is, there are springs in the mountains, and sometimes you can find wild vegetables nearby. So, with Li Fubin and Sun Fengqin's help, the basket of wild vegetables that Li Rouge brought back was claimed to have been picked earlier and stored in the cellar, not taken out until now. Otherwise, it would be too short a time to say they had just been picked, and it would be hard to explain the lie. As for Xiao Rui, since her parents said so, she couldn't argue against it or say that their new cellar had nothing in it. The clever girl might not know where the vegetables came from, but she wouldn't contradict her parents. With mutual trust, everything was easily managed. The sisters quickly helped to sort the vegetables, separating the garlic sprouts into 2 bundles for their uncle and aunt to take. They also set aside some shepherd's purse and dandelion, as their uncle wanted to take some back to dip in sauce. In reality, who still had soybean paste at home? Most likely, they would just dip it in salt water. But since their uncle enjoyed it, they decided to send some raw wild vegetables back with him and their aunt. After dividing everything, they continued sorting through the rest, including some edible weeds. Anything that was safe to eat was briefly cooked in the pot with the meat, making it tastier than if it were boiled in plain water. The weather was nice, with little wind, so the aroma wouldn't drift too far from their home and village. However, when Sun Fengqin stir-fried pig liver, heart, and lungs with red chili peppers, the smell became quite strong, especially when cooking the intestines. The mixed aroma was simply delightful. This bag of chili powder had been brought from their home decades ago, as the 3 of them enjoyed spicy food. So, when they planned a road trip, her mother brought a bag of chili powder along. Before cooking, Li Rouge asked if her grandmother's family could handle spicy food. Before her uncle could answer, her mother confidently said that her grandfather used to love eating chili with his meals. They would pick some peppers from the garden, take a bite of the chili, and then a bite of rice or flatbread, and her grandfather would say it was delicious. This year was dry, and no one was allowed to plant gardens. Otherwise, if someone used well water to irrigate their garden, they might run out of drinking water. So they simply ordered that no one is allowed to plant gardens until it stops raining. Sun Dazhuang, who really likes spicy food, was amazed when his sister brought out such a large bag of red chili powder. He was even more sure that his sister's family must be doing well. With good ingredients, Sun Fengqin couldn't hold back. As soon as the meat was cooked, She started frying. Before long, she had cooked 4 big dishes. One with stir-fried pig liver, heart, and lungs, one with stir-fried intestines, and one with garlic slices. Since these dishes were all meaty, Sun Fengqin used the oil from cooking them to quickly prepare a small vegetable dish. Then she made a big stew with the meat. This meal would be great even if served decades later. Sun Fengqin did this partly to satisfy her craving for cooking and partly because it was so hot that if she didn't cook these ingredients, they would have to be pickled. She salted half of the 7 or 8 pounds of meat and cooked the other half. She also needed to take half of the pig offal back to her family, so she decided to cook it all and packed a large portion in a jar for Sun Dazhuang to take back for their father to enjoy with drinks. Her mother also liked spicy food, so this would be a treat for her. Since it was the first time making so many dishes, there weren't enough containers, and they even used a large tea jar to hold the stew. They also took out a couple of small plates from their car that were originally bought by Li Fubin for decoration, to hold the garlic. Not to mention that they were eating coarse rice mixed with millet. Just the variety of dishes was enough to make Sun Dazhuang and Wang Chongzhen widen their eyes in surprise. At first, they were curious and asked questions, but after spending a few hours together, they realized that their brother-in-law was not the same honest Li Fubin they remembered. However, they understood, since he used to live with their parents and had 2 older brothers, especially with Li Fugui being the way he was. It's not easy for their brother-in-law. He clearly isn't weak, but has to pretend to be. But he was really good at pretending. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would believe he could change so much. It was like he had become a different person. There were no cups for drinking, so Li Fubin poured about a small bowl of wine for each of them, took a small sip himself, and saved the rest, which was about half a pound, for Sun Dazhuang to take back to his father. There was also pig offal in that jar. Sun Dazhuang watched as his older sister packed more inside than what was left outside. That wasn't all. There was also a pot of mixed vegetables. She gave both families a bowl and said to share it since they couldn't spare much from their own home. What was this little bit? When they were full and ready to leave, they discovered that their older sister had also prepared 5 pounds of cornmeal for each of them. This can't be right. Before Sun Dazhuang could say anything, Wang Chongzhen blushed and said, "Your family just separated and started fresh. We haven't been able to help you at all, so how can we accept your food?" Their family had only 2 small cloth bags. Each could hold about 5 pounds. Otherwise, the 2 of them would have liked to bring some sorghum rice for their grandmother. "Take what we give you. If we didn't have enough to eat, we wouldn't let ourselves go hungry just to give you our food, would we?" Li Fubin said, hinting that he had connections in the city. The 2 of them foolishly took back 2 pounds of broken rice and 10 pounds of cornmeal. That was 10 pounds of cornmeal. What they gave to their older sister's family was just some broken rice sifted from the sorghum. Since this kind of grain was cheaper, many families chose to exchange for more of it when trading for food every year. Now, the best grain they had at home was this kind of rice. They had already run out of cornmeal. 4th brother-in-law. How is it that the brother-in-law is so capable? Sun Dazhuang wondered, feeling a bit tipsy from the drinks or perhaps surprised by his sister's family situation. Wang Chongzhen lived in the same village as his father-in-law and knew very well what their older sister's family was like. Sun Dazhuang was puzzled. He had never eaten such delicious food in his 20-plus years of life. And the wine, it was good wine, bottled. Brother-in-law is really good at this. He used to be so honest, but now look, I bet their family will have a better life in the future. Of course. And Rouge said she wants to help us all get rich together. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this made Sun Dazhuang laugh because his niece also told him not to rush to find a partner. She said that when they helped him improve his life, he could choose a wife at his leisure. The 2 of them chatted and enjoyed the aroma as they stumbled home, surprising Grandpa Sun and Grandma Sunday originally. The 2 of them went to the village and passed by Wang Chonggen's house, but Sun Dazhuang insisted on not going back. He wanted to come along and talk to his parents about his older sister's family. To avoid any misunderstandings, he thought it would be better to bring his brother-in-law over. Old Sun held an empty pipe, as he had run out of tobacco long ago, but he had gotten used to carrying it everywhere. Old Mrs. Sun, worried about her daughter and feeling hungry, sat up after lying on the couch. The old couple looked at the clay pot on the couch, a bottle of wine, 2 small bags of grain, 2 bundles of garlic, some wilted wild vegetables, and a pot of delicious-looking stew. Lost in thought. Dad, Mom, my sister's family is doing well. Look at these things, you can relax a bit. The old couple looked up and saw Wang Changzhen nodding vigorously. They might have doubts about their younger son, but they trusted their son-in-law completely. Old son excitedly tapped his empty pipe, which was actually dust-free, and said, I told you, Li Fubin is not an ordinary guy. He was just held back before. In these times, the bold thrive and the timid starve. Instead of waiting for the whole family to starve, it's better to take a chance. Sun Dazhuang thought, why does my dad talk about my brother-in-law differently than he talks to me? When he went into the mountains to hunt for food to sell in the city, his dad warned him not to risk losing everything without making any money. But now, with his brother-in-law, it seemed like taking risks was encouraged. Dazhuang, why are you just standing there? Old Sun shouted several times, almost kicking him. Hurry and go to Uncle Wang's house to call him over. We want to have a drink together. The dishes and wine from his daughter smelled wonderful. The old couple were not stingy, especially since the Wang family had also contributed some rice for their daughter. They couldn't enjoy the good food and drink all by themselves. Their 2 little grandsons could also eat some spicy food, and there were a few big pancakes. It seemed that their daughter, who had just started having a good life, had forgotten about them. These pancakes were given to me by Rouge. She said to bring them back, heat them up, and we'll have both food and dishes, so her grandma wouldn't have to work in the fields. Old Lady Sun wiped her tears and said, my poor granddaughters are so lovable, but unfortunately, I can't do anything. I can't fight or scold Old Lady Li. Otherwise, Rulon wouldn't be in this situation. Why are you saying this now? Old Man Sun had faith in his son-in-law. Don't worry, your son-in-law has survived a great difficulty and will have good fortune. He has realized things and won't listen to Old Man Li anymore. He will bring Rulon back eventually. Yes, bring her back. It's better for the family to be together, sharing porridge and food, than to be scattered and worried about each other. You don't need to worry about this. My brother-in-law said he is already thinking about it. I heard life in the mountains is tough, and they are considering moving the hunters to the villages. My brother-in-law thinks if Rulan's in-laws are willing, he will find a way to move their whole family to Li Family Village. That way, we can keep an eye on them, and no one will dare to bully our Rulan. Sun Dazhuang wasn't just comforting his parents. His brother-in-law Li Fubin really said this, and he sounded quite confident. Li Fubin was indeed confident. Ever since he heard the news from Su Xuanli, he had been working on it. He was just worried that the news might be false and didn't want to get everyone's hopes up, so he hadn't told Sun Fengqin and her sister. This time, since Sun Dazhuang mentioned his eldest daughter several times, Li Fubin finally shared the news he had heard. He was also prepared to look for Zhou Chaoyang in the team if necessary. He learned at the dinner table that the director of the sugar factory, Zhou Xiangyang, is Zhou Chaoyang's older brother. And the secretary from Qingshan Commune turned out to be that guy's comrade. Those 2 bottles of wine were gifts from his comrade. Having connections means you have to learn to use them. Li Fubin had already made a plan. The first step was to check on his eldest daughter. If Rulan had given birth and the couple's relationship was good, he could move to the second step, bringing the whole Jiang family to Li Family Village. However, these discussions happened over drinks, and Sun Dazhuang, who didn't handle alcohol well, only caught the gist of it. He remembered his brother-in-law saying that if he couldn't accomplish this small task, he would change his surname to Sun and not even keep the Li surname. Good. Your brother-in-law's idea is great. This news is more exciting than any snack, and Old Sun is smiling widely, urging Old Lady Sun. Wang is coming over soon. Why are you just sitting there? Hurry up and get the food warmed up. Okay, I'll go heat it up now. Old Lady Sun, feeling energized, quickly got up, put on her shoes, and went to start the fire. Seeing his mother like this, Sun Dazhuang was surprised. He felt like there was a fire in his heart, and he was full of energy too. But he thought it was just because he had a good meal and some drinks. Yet his mother hadn't eaten yet, So how did she have energy? She wasn't sick anymore and wasn't grumbling. Wang Chongzhen didn't let his brother-in-law make the trip. He said he would go back and tell his father to come. He only took some garlic and wild vegetables, leaving the stew and cornmeal behind. Old Sun asked Sun Dazhuang to find a small bowl to put some stew in, as Fengmei and her 2 little grandsons would definitely come later. He wanted to send some back with them so everyone could enjoy it. He also planned to take the 5 pounds of cornmeal back to the Wang family. His eldest daughter's family was doing well and bringing him pride. In their village, the Wang family had many sons, while they only had Dazhuang. Over the years, they had benefited from the Wang family's help. At this time, this bright cornmeal could probably be traded for over 10 pounds of broken rice. After this, Fengmei's sisters-in-law would finally stop saying that the Sun family was poor and worrying about Fengmei taking things back to her family. Not to mention how excited the Sun family was. Sun Fengqin was also thrilled. She had just learned that Li Fubin had heard such good news from Su Xuanli. Indeed, Su Xuanli is impressive. It seems the drinks that day were worth it. Worth it? There's no such thing as free drinks. If you get one for free, you should have more, Li Fubin said proudly. Let me tell you, there's more good news. Su Xuanli said he would ask about Jang Ling's family address for sure. Haha, of course. Su Xuanli was asking on behalf of the village, and with such good news, Jang Ling is silly if she doesn't just give the address. But what if Jang Ling doesn't want her family to move to Lijiazhuang? Li Rouge had new worries. That's impossible. I've heard that Jang Ling was quite favored in her family, or she wouldn't have developed such a temper. She must have been spoiled. I heard a bit about this matter. It seems that Jang Ling suggested changing the marriage for her brother, but Jiang Dahu disagreed. So, she ran down the mountain by herself to find a matchmaker. This story sounds quite touching. For someone like Jiang Ling to make such a big sacrifice for her brother? Soon, there will be news, and they just need to wait for good news from Su Xuanli. By the way, Li Fubin turned to ask Sun Fengqin, did you keep the meat I asked you to save? And the stew? Later, sneak a bowl over to Su Xuanli's house. In these times, giving food as a gift is better than anything else. If the eldest daughter's family can settle in Lijiazhuang, there will be many things they will need from Su Xuanli. They must lay a solid foundation first. It's not something Li Fubin can just take lightly. Knowing the whole family was thinking about this, that night, Su Xuanli enjoyed the wild boar meat and stew sent by Sun Fengqin and then went to the Li family courtyard. When he learned that Captain Su came because of this matter, Su Xuanli spoke up. He said it was a policy from above, requiring all villages to actively accept people coming down from the mountains. He then thought about Jiang Ling's family being from the mountains too. If they were willing to come to Lijiazhuang, he could help them out. Worried about the Li family, mainly Jiang Ling doubting his intentions for Li Rulan, Su Xuanli added that it didn't matter who they accepted. Since Jiang Ling could marry into Lijiazhuang, she would be a daughter-in-law there, and he would naturally support his own villagers. Moreover, the policy from above also encourages hunters to connect with friends and family. Su Xuanli wasn't just saying this for no reason. His actions did align with the policy. However, no one in the Li family appreciated Su Xuanli's good intentions. Jiang Ling alone was already difficult to deal with. If her whole family of brothers moved to Lijiazhuang, not only would Lijiazhuang be scared, but even Li Fugui and Song Hohat would shudder at the thought. Besides, if the old Jiang family moved down from the mountains, wouldn't Li Rulan have to come back too? No, we can't agree to this. Our family doesn't want to invite trouble. Well, Captain, I think we should just forget about this. Originally, Jiang Ling was hesitating, but upon hearing Song Hohat say this, she immediately decided and quickly revealed her family's address. The whole Li family, including Li Jiawang, learned for the first time where Jiang Ling's family lived. But hearing it was pointless. It was just an address, probably in a remote corner of the mountains that couldn't even be found on a map. Why should Li Rulan live in that place? What gives them the right to move to Lijiazhuang? Li Ruxia twisted Song Hohat's arm and whispered, Mom, say something. If Li Rulan comes back, she'll be the prettiest in the village again, and I'll be second. What good is it to talk? Can't you see Su Xuanli is ignoring them? He's just here to ask for Jang Ling's address, and it seems like this matter is almost settled. Don't worry, no matter how pretty Li Rulan is, she's still someone else's wife. You're still unmarried, a young girl, said Song Ho Hot, patting her daughter's chubby hand. Though she said this, she was also very anxious inside. But what can she do? Can Su Xuanli listen to her? Or can Jang Ling? Looking back, they shouldn't have brought Jang Ling back. A wild girl raised in the mountains like her doesn't understand any rules. How could she be controlled by her mother-in-law? But regretting doesn't help now. Her son is tightly bound to her, and what his wife says carries more weight than what she, as a mother, says. Song Ho Hot felt that her family had suffered a great loss by trading Jang Ling for Li Rulan, but every time she thought of Li Rulan living a miserable life in the mountains, it strangely made her feel better. Since childhood, everyone in the village praised Li Rulan, and then they would turn around and belittle Ruxia. When she heard that the dispatched official might be interested in Li Rulan, it scared Song Ho Hot. If Sun Fengqin's daughter marries into the city, she would be humiliated. So, she jumped around and finally got her wish to send the annoying Li Rulan away. But now Li Rulan might move back to Lijia's wing. At this moment, Song Ho Hot was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, hardly able to comfort her daughter, so she just offered a few words of reassurance. Once Su Xuanli left, Song Ho Hot hurried inside to discuss with the two elders. Dad, Mom, we need to think of a way to mess this up. We can't let Li Rulan come back. What can we do? If she comes back, what will happen? Grandma Li said dismissively. Su Xuanli came today but didn't even enter the house. He just stood outside and spoke a few words with Jang Ling before leaving. Grandpa Li was not focused on this matter at all. He was pondering Su Xuanli's changed attitude toward their family. Inside, everyone had their own worries, and no one looked happy. Li Ruxia, still standing in the yard lost in thought, became happier the more she thought about it, grinning widely with pride. Her mother was right. Li Rulan had been taken away by the wild people from the mountains 2 years ago, and she probably had a child by now. There was no way she could compare to her. Thinking this, Li Ruxia raised her round face even higher, making Jang Ling want to kick her. It was fine. The entire Li family was not good, and she feared that if the top was crooked, the bottom would be too. Li Rulan was not a good person either. Her older brother was such a good man, and if Li Rulan was like Li Ruxia, always lazy and bullying others, she would have ruined her brother. But if her family could move to Li's village, she could keep an eye on Li Rulan. However, their 5 brothers only knew how to hunt and rarely did farming. What would they come down the mountain for? In fact, Zhang's youngest brother had secretly come to see Jang Ling a while ago, giving her some money and things. After seeing that his only sister was doing well, he hurried back. When the siblings met, there was so much to say that Jang Ling didn't have time to ask about Li Rulan. Suddenly thinking about the changes in Li Fubin's family, Jang Ling hesitated about whether to tell them, since their families were considered in-laws. Moreover, Li Fubin and Sun Fengqin were no longer as weak as before. Every time Jang Ling saw them back then, she was furious. Although she wanted to find a good wife for her brother, her standards were simple. She should be obedient, good-looking, and able to live well with her brother. When she went to matchmake, she immediately took a liking to Li Rulan. As for whether she was obedient or could live well with her brother, she thought there wouldn't be a big problem since her parents were simple people. But after living together for a while, Jang Ling realized how much she disliked such simple people. Fortunately, those parents stood up to oppose when the Li family wanted to sell Li Rouge, even causing a family dispute. At least they had some spirit. Otherwise, such people weren't even worthy of talking to her. The next morning, when the families saw Jang Ling walk in, they were all stunned. However, it didn't take long for them to guess her intention, thinking she probably didn't know they had heard the news last night and had come to deliver it. Since Li Fubin's family moved out, it had been a while, and this was Jang Ling's first time stepping through the store. Jang Ling looked around at what she saw. The earthen house was small, but with its brand new windows and doors, it looked quite nice. The fenced yard had a stone path leading from the gate to the front door, making it look tidy and preventing muddy shoes on rainy days. As she walked further in, she noticed another stone path leading to the backyard, likely used for going to the bathroom or gathering firewood. No wonder her mother-in-law, Song Ho-hot, often complained at home, saying that Li Fubin's family had forgotten their parents and their cruel older brother and sister-in-law after living well. This family seemed to be doing okay. But that was expected. Li Fubin and Sun Fengqin were capable, and their 2 daughters were sharp as well. It made sense for them to live separately. Jang Ling was confident that once they could move out of the old house, they would do even better. "I came to tell you that your eldest daughter will likely be back soon," Jang Ling said as Li Fubin's family came out to greet her, showing no intention of going inside. Because of the girl's actions today, Li Fubin and Sun Fengqin had a better impression of Jang Ling. "Since you're here, come in and sit for a while," Sun Fengqin invited. Li Rouge also wanted to take the chance to ask about her sister, so for the first time, she smiled at Jang Ling and said, "We're relatives, so come in and sit with us." Jang Ling was actually a very sensitive person, and people like her are good at reading others' expressions. Seeing the kindness from Sun Fengqin and her daughter, she hesitated for a moment, nodded, and followed them into the house. The small room was divided into 2 parts, and the kitchen was also inside. Jang Ling looked at the cramped space and thought of her wooden house, then pouted and said, "I know you all care about Li Rilon, but really, there's no need. She's doing well at my place. At least she has more space than here." When Jang Ling mentioned her sister, Li Rouge quickly asked, "Don't you live in caves in the mountains? How come you have houses now?" "Not at all."
Who told you that?
"We hunters all have our own houses, but ours are made of wood."
Wood?
"Isn't it really cold in the mountains? Won't that make it chilly?" Li Rouge asked innocently, like a curious child. "Not at all. We have plenty of firewood, so our house is warm in winter. Unlike you, who freeze in winter and can't even burn enough wood. That old lady Li is so stingy. Every time someone wants to burn firewood, they need her approval. She practically makes sure you can't sleep on a cold bed, and she controls how warm you can make it." Li Rouge really didn't want to recall those past events for the original owner, fearing it might make her want to hit someone again. "The little wooden house sounds nice. It must be cleaner than a mud house, right?" Li Rouge said, glancing at her mother, signaling her to ask more questions. Sun Fengqin was listening carefully. She didn't want to ask too directly, worried it might scare Jang Ling away. But since the person was straightforward, she decided to be direct.
"So, Ling Ling."
Cough, cough. Her mother was really trying to get close, calling her Ling Ling. Sun Fengqin shot a glare at her daughter and continued, "I wanted to ask, are Rulon and your older brother, do they have children now?" Perhaps the mother-daughter duo's behavior pleased Jang Ling, especially since Li Fubin, who had been outside, brought in a bowl of sugar water. Even though Jang Ling often acted prickly, she couldn't resist kindness. Seeing the 3 of them together, she could only respond honestly, "Yes, a little over a month ago, I heard from my 5th brother that my older brother and sister-in-law had a baby boy. It should be just past 100 days old now." "A month ago?" Li Fubin caught on to something and interrupted. "So, you mean your 5th brother came to Li family village a month ago?" Jang Ling nodded. "Yes, that child missed me so much that he sneaked out and traveled for several days to find our village." "Why didn't they mention it?" Li Fubin referred to the people from the Li family courtyard. Jang Ling shrugged dismissively. "I didn't tell them. My little brother had a village kid deliver a message to me. I met him briefly, and then he hurried back. How could he travel for days and not even eat a meal?" Sun Fengqin genuinely felt this way. Even if they were just acquaintances, someone traveling from far away should at least be offered a meal before leaving. Sun Fengqin's sincerity was clear to Jang Ling, who huffed, "You know what that family is like. How could they possibly invite my family to eat?" "That's true. But it will be better from now on. Once your family moves to Li family village, you can go back whenever you want and see them whenever you like." Hearing this, Jang Ling finally understood. "So you all knew about this already?" The 3 of them did not hide it from her and nodded, saying, "Yes, we heard about it last night. But isn't this a good thing for you and our family? So that's how it is. She thought to herself, since she and Su Xuanli rarely spoke, how did Captain Su suddenly remember her family? Now that Rulon already had a child, a boy, the three of them understood that Li Rulon could not leave the Zhang family. So, they had to treat Li Rulon, their sister-in-law, well. This could be seen as paving the way for their eldest daughter. They worried that Jang Ling might misunderstand and think they were using some tricks, even though that was partly true. However, their intentions were good. Modern people can't rely on hunting for their livelihood. Once the animal protection law comes into effect, what will the Jiang family eat and drink? The more Sun Fengqin thought about it, the more she felt it made sense. What they were doing was not just for their eldest daughter, it was practically saving the whole Jiang family. Ling, you see, if you think about it for a moment, let me explain and you'll understand. Jang Ling seemed to like the way Sun Fengqin addressed her. She looked like a little hedgehog about to raise its quills, but quickly pulled back, saying, "Go ahead. I want to hear what your family means by this." Sun Fengqin pushed the sweet soup towards Jang Ling. When she took a sip, blinked, and continued drinking, Sun Fengqin smiled. She was only 20, just a couple of years younger than her, still a child. This is what I think. Having your family settle in Li Family Village is definitely a good thing. Think about it. Our village has plenty of land and mountains. This way, your family can not only hunt, but also earn work points. The key is that this is a policy from above. Otherwise, your family wouldn't come to Li Family Village. You'd have to go somewhere else, right? Are you trying to encourage Li Rulon to bully my brother? Jiang Ling looked at the three of them and voiced her thoughts. Is your brother easy to bully? Li Rouge asked. Of course not. My brother is tough. Jiang Ling quickly retorted, adding proudly, he once even killed a tiger. Well, that's impressive. But isn't a tiger a protected animal? Can you just say you killed one? Cough. At this time, there probably wasn't a wildlife protection law yet. From Jiang Ling's words, the three of them gathered that her brother-in-law seemed capable, being able to kill a tiger, which must mean he was quite strong. Well, Jiang Ling, we plan to visit your family in the next few days. We also want to ask your father and your brothers about moving to Li Family Village. We can't make decisions for them, right? Li Fubin added. And about your worries, I think they are unnecessary. Just think about it. Your older brother is so strong and you live in the same village. What is there to worry about, right? Li Rouge knew how to deal with Jiang Ling's protective nature. Sure enough, after she spoke, Jiang Ling, who had been hesitant, seemed to have made up her mind. In fact, the plan to have her family move to Li Family Village was arranged by Li Fubin, and Jiang Ling thought they might go to the mountains. So, Jiang Ling was still a bit unsure about Li Fubin's words, but after hearing Li Rouge's addition, she finally understood. Do you have paper and a pen? I can draw you a map. Otherwise, even if you know the address, you might still have trouble finding it. I have paper and a pen, Li Rouge said, pretending to go back into the house to open a cabinet. Then she took out a few large sheets of paper and a pencil from her space and handed them to Jiang Ling. Here, it's a bit small. Yes, it's enough, Jiang Ling replied, taking the paper and pencil. After looking at them, she started to draw. From the way Jiang Ling held the pencil, it seemed she had some guidance, even if she hadn't attended a formal school. With 5 strong sons, life should be good, right? In these times, strength mattered and work points were earned, so families with many sons generally had an easier life. But the head of the Jiang family chose to stay in the mountains, relying on hunting to support the family. The key point is that there were only a few households in the mountains. Why would someone like Jiang Ling need to arrange marriages with others? And from Jiang Ling's words, it seemed that Jiang Dahu was a good young man, but why was he still single at 27 or 28? This was definitely related to their life in the mountains. If their family could think of this, the old man Jiang surely could too. It was puzzling that he would rather have his sons remain single than come down from the mountains. Now, the family was somewhat looking forward to their future in-laws, including the strong son-in-law who could hunt tigers. While they were pondering, Jiang Ling had already finished drawing the map. After carefully checking it, she handed it to Li Fubin. Take this map and follow the marked route. Otherwise, you might not only get lost but also face danger, you know? Li Fubin took the map and looked at the winding paths and the notes about going straight and turning. He casually asked, Jang Ling, have you been to school? Oh, I learned from my dad. None of us kids went to school. The words I know were taught by him. Li Fubin asked this without much thought, and Jang Ling answered easily. That's impressive. I didn't know our in-laws were educated. Sun Fengqi noticed that the girl liked hearing compliments about her family, especially her brother, so she added another praise about her father. But after she said this, Jang Ling seemed to realize something, paused, and quickly explained, No, my dad hasn't read much. He just knows a few words. Li Fubin glanced at Sun Fengqi, signaling her not to say more about it, and changed the topic. Why did it feel like there was still some mystery about the Jiang family? Li Rouge had mostly stayed quiet, but when Jang Ling was about to leave, she took out a bar of soap from her room and handed it to her. I saw you washing clothes the other day without soap, so here, we got 2 bars when we went to town. This will be really useful for washing clothes. Jang Ling had used soap before and knew it was good, so she didn't refuse it, but she didn't want to take it for free. How much is it? I can pay you, but I don't have any soap coupons.
Pay?
We're not selling soap. If Rouge gives it to you, just take it. We're not strangers. Just yesterday, they barely spoke, each going their own way, but today they felt like friends. Her mother really knew how to get close. Jang Ling appreciated Sun Fengqi's words and didn't hesitate to accept the soap, quickly putting it away and heading home. The mother and daughter walked Jang Ling back and saw Li Fubin still studying the map, so they curiously walked over to look with him. What can you even see here? It's just a bunch of winding paths. You've been studying it for a while. Did you find something wrong? Sun Fengqi asked. Actually, because I don't see anything wrong, I think something is off. Li Fubin spread the map Jang Ling drew on the bed and pointed to several spots. Look, the place where the Jiang family lives. Doesn't it seem easy to attack or defend? This isn't a battle. Why would it be easy to attack or defend? Sun Fengqi started to say, but when she saw her daughter also studying the map seriously, she felt a sudden chill. You two better not scare me. The old Jiang family isn't a spy, are they? If that's the case, we must bring Roland back this time. You're talking nonsense. Li Fubin glared at his wife. I looked at this map and think our in-laws are not simple people. This time we go, they might not agree to settle in Li family village. Li Rouge had a different opinion from her father. Just because they were not simple people didn't mean they were hiding in the mountains with a large family for no reason. However, that didn't mean the Jiang family's elder was a bad person. Calling him an enemy was too early. But the fact that they lived in seclusion suggested there was more to the story. Instead of guessing, it would be better to go and see for ourselves. We might discover something. Since we decided to go, it's better to go sooner than later. Li Fubin handed the map to his daughter to keep safe and headed to Su Xunli's house. Su Xunli's family was having breakfast. They didn't have any heavy work to do, so breakfast wasn't too early. When Su Xunli saw Li Fubin arrive, he quickly asked his wife to set another pair of chopsticks, but Li Fubin stopped him. No need, sister-in-law, we had breakfast early. See, they had breakfast early. In the countryside, families that eat breakfast early are usually those who can manage 3 meals a day. Only the Li family, especially old man Li, would dare to say such things. But since Li Fubin's family visited the city and got to know 2 capable city folks, their family had to take a step back. Li Dachuan wasn't someone who liked to fuss over things, but hearing Li Fubin's words made him feel a bit uncomfortable. He picked up some stir-fried vegetables, and the discomfort quickly faded when he remembered they were from Li Fubin's family. Just then, Li Fubin mentioned the letter of introduction, and Li Dachuan quickly chimed in, Fubin's family isn't going to the city to beg. They're visiting their daughter in the mountains. What's wrong with that?
How far could it be?
From what Jang Ling said, it's only about 60 or 70 miles. Su Xunli replied, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, but discussing the distance with his wife. He didn't believe that, with a bowl of stir-fried vegetables from their family on the table, Su Xunli wouldn't give him the introduction letter. Of course, he would provide it, and Li Fubin's trip wasn't just for personal reasons. Su Shunli took a few bites of his porridge and some vegetables, estimating that he was only half full. He pushed his bowl away, put on his straw sandals, and called for Li Fubin to follow him. Life in the countryside was still very tough. Even for a family like Su Shunli's, it was considered a good life. Li Fubin followed Su Shunli as they walked to the village committee, thinking about whether their family should help the villagers. They needed to plan carefully on how to help without putting their own family in danger. Everyone around was clever. It wasn't true that people were naive these days. The village committee was in the center of the village, with a few brick houses at the southern end. It was said that this used to be the yard of an old landlord, which was later taken over by the government. No one dared to live there, so it became the village committee. To get an introduction letter, a seal was needed, and Su Shunli would definitely not keep that at home. This was Li Fubin's first time entering the yard. Since Su Shunli lived close to him, he always visited Su Shunli's home instead of coming to the committee. Su Shunli handled all the village matters, so Li Fubin only knew that there was a village secretary named Lu Changxi, but he had never met him. Li Fubin realized that he recognized Lu Changxi, who occupied the position of village secretary but didn't live in their village. He was surprised to see Lu Changxi today, as he hadn't shown up in a long time. Lu Changxi was not very old, probably just 3 to 5 years older than Su Shunli. However, experience is not determined by age. For example, Lu Changxi had several sons and sons-in-law who worked in the county and town, and one son worked at the commune. Li Fubin remembered that the youngest son of Lu Changxi was the messenger at Qingshan commune. Lu Changxi and his wife had moved away because their eldest son went to Qingshan commune and would not return to Li Jiazhuang. Li Fubin thought he had heard the name of Lu Changxi's eldest son. What was it again? He seemed to recall that his nickname was Dog Egg, but he forgot his real name since everyone just called him that. Later, Dog Dan changed his name to Lu Jiefeng, which should be one of the most popular names of this era. Names like Jiefeng, Victory, and anti-Japanese war will be common in a few years when these children grow up and enter society. Lu Changxi doesn't have many memories of his original self, but he knows that Dog Dan or Lu Jiefeng is not very capable. Unlike his sisters and Lu Changxi's older brother, who are quite clever. Perhaps that's why Lu Jiefeng was sent by his family to the Qingshan commune to run errands for the leaders, which doesn't require much skill. To the Li family, the Qingshan commune is just a slightly larger village. But to the old farmers, it has a supply and marketing cooperative, a grain depot, a restaurant, and a police station, with a main street paved with cement. It's not much different from the city. Since Lu Changxi's family moved to Qingshan commune, people from Lijiazhuang have had various opinions. Most are envious, but some express jealousy and make sarcastic comments. As an elder from Lijiazhuang, Lu Changxi naturally knows Li Fubin, but he can't help but take a few more looks at him. He seems a bit fatter and fairer, probably because he's been doing less farm work lately. Fubin, I heard your family has split from the main household. How's it going? Any difficulties? Lu Changxi asked, sounding very formal. Just this tone made Li Fubin dislike him. Thank you for your concern, Secretary Lu. Our family is doing fine and has no difficulties. Good. You are a good comrade who knows not to trouble the leaders. After saying this, he turned to Su Shunli. By the way, Captain Su, I came here to inform you that the relief grain will arrive in our village tomorrow. Should we share this good news with everyone today? Since this matter is confirmed and the relief grain will definitely arrive tomorrow, it's good to spread the news and make everyone happy. What's uncertain about it? Jiefeng is at the commune and he wouldn't lie, Lu Changxi said, feeling dissatisfied that Su Shunli seemed to doubt this. It was precisely because Lu Jiefeng said it that Su Shunli was hesitant to believe it. However, since Lu Changxi was confident it was true, he was willing to accept it. All right, once I finish the introduction letter for the Fubin family, I will gather the villagers to share this news. Li Fubin realized that Su Shunli seemed to have some doubts about Secretary Lu's words. After working together for so many years, Su Shunli must know this person well. Su Shunli went to get the introduction letter, and at that moment, Lu Changxi turned to Li Fubin and noticed his relaxed demeanor, which made him feel uncomfortable. What introduction letter is Fubin getting? Is your family going on a long trip? Where are you going? The city is strict about entry right now. Even with an introduction letter, most people can't get in. Not at all, Secretary Liu. Our family isn't going into the city. We're going to Yunwu Mountain to visit my eldest daughter, Li Fubin explained.
Oh?
Lu Changxi thought for a moment, as if just remembering, and nodded. Then you definitely need that introduction letter. I remember Rulan has been gone for almost 2 years, right? In fact, Lu Changxi remembered this better than anyone else because he was the one who helped connect Li Rulan with the assigned cadre. Unfortunately, when it came to the Li family, he couldn't understand their thinking. They preferred to marry their granddaughter to a hunter rather than let Li Rulan marry into the city. Because of this, Lu Changxi was quite annoyed with the Li family and looked down on Li Fubin even more. Yes, that girl has been married to the Jiang family in Yunwu Mountain for 2 years now and hasn't returned to her mother's side. Her mother has been worried, so now that we're not busy, our family wants to go visit. Lu Changxi spoke of a visit, while Li Fubin referred to it as a marriage. Li Fubin felt he needed to stand his ground on this point. If Lu Changxi continued to speak vaguely, he wouldn't let it slide. Fortunately, Lu Changxi wasn't foolish. After sensing Li Fubin's displeasure, he stopped talking. However, he couldn't help but sneer inwardly, thinking that Li Rulan was clearly sold by the Li family, so why call it marriage? Lu Changxi noticed the change in Li Fubin, not just in appearance and clothing, but also in his attitude. Previously, the couple had been quiet and reserved, hardly speaking to anyone, even when provoked. But today, this person dared to stand up to him? A mere village secretary thinking he could show off. Even if Li Fubin was a fallen phoenix, he shouldn't be bullied by someone of such low status. Seeing Lu Changxi's dissatisfaction, Li Fubin didn't care. Just then, Su Xuanli returned with the introduction letter, and he took it and left. I'll go check on Changshan and ask him to find a few people to spread the word about the grain distribution. Su Xuanli greeted Lu Changxi and followed Li Fubin out. Once they were outside, he quietly said, "Isn't Lu's eldest son-in-law the deputy town mayor?" A couple of years ago, they introduced a match for their eldest daughter, who works in the county as a secretary to the deputy county head. No wonder Lu Changxi is becoming more influential. I had only heard that his eldest son worked at the county supply and marketing cooperative as a deputy director, and all 3 daughters have married into the city. It seems they have connections in the commune, town, and county. You're doing the work of 2 people alone. If it goes well, someone else will take the credit, but if it goes wrong, the blame will fall entirely on you. Li Fubin didn't mean to stir trouble between Su Xuanli and Lu Changxi. He had already seen what kind of person Lu Changxi was. Their family had been here for over half a month, and Lu Changxi hadn't even shown his face. He had almost forgotten that there was a village leader in Lijiazwang. Now that grain distribution is coming up, he hurried back to make an appearance in front of the villagers, hoping to earn some praise. But if something goes wrong, good luck getting anyone from their family to help you. Such leaders are common, and someone like Li Fubin, who has lived 2 lifetimes, knows these little things well. In reality, Su Xuanli might have seen through it too, but he wanted to remind Lu Changxi, showing he was on his side. Wherever there are people, there are conflicts. In conflicts, you have to distinguish between good and bad. According to Sun Fengqin from their family, since they are favored by heaven, they must be on the side of good. So those who oppose them, like the Li family from the big courtyard, and those who are foolish enough to challenge them, shouldn't be surprised if they are treated harshly. Su Xuanli watched Li Fubin walk away, and for a long time, he kept thinking about what he had just said. He couldn't help but respect Li Fubin, who used to be so quiet. Recently, Li Fubin's family had surprised him greatly. First, they discovered a lot of wild vegetables and mushrooms without hiding them, which is not something just anyone could do. In their village, he couldn't find another person as selfless as that. Then, he actually helped everyone by bringing back a good amount of grain. After saying all that, to be honest, if it weren't for working with Lu Changxi for so many years, he wouldn't have seen through that old fox. "Captain, what are you looking at?" The accountant Li Changshan had just arrived from home. Seeing Su Xunli staring blankly in one direction, he thought he had spotted something unusual and watched for a while too. Su Xunli snapped back to reality and quickly shook his head. I wasn't looking at anything. I just heard Secretary Liu say that the relief grain will arrive tomorrow. I was about to find you to see if we should gather a few people to spread the news today. The relief grain is coming tomorrow? That's great. Whenever food was mentioned, the conversation could easily shift. Seeing Li Changshun stride into the house, Su Xunli took a moment before following him inside. Meanwhile, Li Fubin received the introduction letter and hurried home. However, as soon as his family heard that the relief grain would be distributed tomorrow, their plans to leave had to be postponed by another day. Otherwise, if they left, the Leaf family in the courtyard would surely take their share of the relief grain. Then they would claim to be keeping it safe for them, and Su Xunli couldn't afford to have a falling out over that.
They really couldn't count on that.
The next morning, some villagers hadn't had breakfast yet when people from the commune arrived, asking for someone from Leaf Family Village to carry back the relief grain. Leaf Family Village had 101 households. Previously, there had been exactly 100, but now with Leaf Fubin's family as a separate household, it increased the count. On average, with 6 or 7 people per household, that meant around 600 to 700 people in total, and it was likely closer to 700. However, since Leaf Fubin was not the village accountant, he hadn't kept an accurate count. He just estimated that the population of Leaf Family Village should be no less than 680 to 780 people. Moreover, compared to the death rates in other villages, Leaf Family Village and the nearby Kuaishan Village had the lowest rates. Among the oldest residents in the commune, several were over 70 years old, and many of them were from his village, with the rest mostly from Kuaishan. There had always been rumors that these two villages had good fortune and were blessed lands. However, later on, when promoting against superstition, such beliefs were suppressed, but the older generations still remembered. People at that time had large families. A village with just over 100 households had such a high population. It was estimated that later family planning policies focused on birth rates, forgetting that while people could have many children, the death rates were also significant. The distribution of relief grain was based on population, with each person receiving 30 pounds, which was quite a lot. This time, the grain distribution does not consider the elderly or children. Everyone counts as one person. In families like the Lee family, which have 20 or 30 members, especially in the countryside where families do not separate, this is quite common. Let's not talk about other families. Just the Lee family could receive around 800 or 900 pounds of pure grain this time. It's called pure grain because some communes, in order to steal more grain, have been known to mix in husks or even sand. Fortunately, there have been no reports of such practices in the Qingshan commune, so Li Fubin is unsure if these rumors are true. They are just casual conversations among people on the road. This time, the village sent all the capable young adults to work, and Li Fubin was naturally on the list. The 4 production teams finally put their big carts to use, and the horses wore bells that jingled as they ran, stirring excitement among the people. With Li Fubin's efforts, his family has been transferred from the 1st team to the 4th team under the pretext of convenience. The day after Li Chongqing visited their home, he went to find Su Xunli to report Li Chongqing's behavior. Su Xunli also had a low opinion of that person, so it didn't take much for them to resolve the issue. Now, Li Fubin's family no longer has to be in the same team as the Li family and won't have to deal with the team leader, Li Chongqing. Li Fubin believes that to live happily, one should stay away from those who bring unhappiness. Although they don't care much about those people, why add to their troubles? Moreover, they now live on the west side of the village, while the 1st team is on the east side. Leaving the 1st team makes perfect sense. If rural people were allowed to enter the city, Li Fubin would do everything possible to move his family there. He has lived in the countryside before, and this year, there hasn't been a single rain. His daughter doesn't yet know how difficult it is to walk on muddy roads after it rains. Thinking about it makes him worry for his daughter. He and Sun Fengqian are fine since they spent a lot of time in the countryside during their childhood and can cope with it. Li Fubin, chewing on a piece of grass and contemplating his family's future, has no time to pay attention to others. However, His relaxed demeanor, where he seems to ignore everyone, annoys others, especially Li Fugue. It's surprising that the third brother dares to not even glance at his older brother or say a word. This makes others question his authority. If Li Fubi knew that Li Fugue had such rich thoughts, he would surely tell him that he really had no authority and his worries were a bit unnecessary. Looking at Li Fubin sitting on the cart of the fourth team, it was clear that not only people from the Li family were uncomfortable, but even Li Chongqing felt that Li Fubin's eagerness to join the fourth team was a challenge to him as the leader of the first team. Li Fubin didn't care if anyone was satisfied or not. He was just happy to see the big yellow horse. Because Li Rouge often fed the horse secretly, sometimes Li Fubin would sneak some feed as well. This horse recognized their family and would come over to nuzzle him when it saw him. "Look at you, you've gotten so fat. I can't give you too much fresh grass lately. We can't let you get too obvious, can we?" The big yellow horse seemed to understand Li Fubin's words, snorting as if feeling wronged, but soon it came over to nuzzle him again, looking rather pitiful. "All right, when we get back, you'll have to work hard today. I'll sneak you some treats tonight." Li Fubin, who drove a Mercedes, probably didn't know much about horses, but for some reason, he felt that this big yellow horse could understand him. After he said that, he could feel the horse was happy. Zhao Dezhuang noticed that Li Sange was talking to the horse, and the big yellow horse was eager to be close to him. He felt puzzled and a bit envious. However, anyone who treated the big yellow horse well made the cart owner happy, so Li Sange's family were truly kind-hearted people, unlike that Li Fugue, who just had a good mouth. There wasn't much to write about going to the commune for relief grain. It had already been distributed. Each village knew their own, and everyone was careful not to speak out of turn for fear of offending someone, which might result in their village not receiving grain. So, they just kept their heads down and worked. However, a small incident did occur because the accountant of the fourth team was new and was a bit confused when faced with such a big issue. Li Fubin, worried about delays, stepped up to help him. This revealed that Li Fubin could not only write but also do calculations, and someone was bound to ask him, "You've never been to school. How can you write?" Seeing that Li Fugue and Li Fuyo were listening intently, Li Fubin proudly replied, "What's so strange about it? My older brothers went to school, and I learned secretly from them. People who spend money to go to school often end up relying on what they learned for decades, but they become blind to the world." Yet, Li Fubin, who never attended school, only learned a little from his two older brothers, has become so impressive. At this moment, someone was even more puzzled. If Brother Li San is so capable, why doesn't Uncle Li let him go to school? That's right. Since he is family, shouldn't the smartest one be the one supported for education? As a few people talked, they noticed that Li Fugue looked as dark as a pot bottom, so they quickly changed the subject and laughed. Li Fubin was secretly observing the expressions of the two brothers. Li Fuyo seemed embarrassed by everyone's comments, his face a bit red. But Li Fugue's dark face was not due to embarrassment. Considering the background of the original person, besides the two elders, only Li Fugue knew the truth in the Li family courtyard. As long as a third person knew about it, it would be easier to handle. Once he caught Li Laoda in a mistake, he wouldn't be able to hide the truth. Li Fubin planned to tell Sun Fengqin and Li Rouge about this when he got home. Sun Fengqin suggested they take Li Fugue up the mountain and give him a good beating. He would surely talk if they did that, and if he didn't, they would keep beating him. Li Rouge suggested that she could dress up nicely, with long hair and a white outfit, and visit Li Fugue at night, making him see her disappear. When he was scared, he would definitely spill everything. Seeing the eager expressions of the mother and daughter, Li Fubin worried they might actually go through with it tonight. He quickly advised, "Your ideas are good, but we shouldn't rush. Let's wait until we bring Rilon's family back. We will have plenty of time to deal with that. Right? We need to prioritize our actions." "But is Rui coming with us this time?" Li Rouge mentioned that if they took little Rui, they would have to walk the 100 miles, as they couldn't rely on their legs alone. But if they didn't take Rui and found a good road, they might be able to use their off-road vehicle. Sun Fengqin was also uncertain, but she didn't want to leave her little girl alone at home. Especially after just distributing the food, What if the Lee family found out they weren't home and caused trouble? We must take her. There's no reason to hesitate, Lee Fubin said decisively. From now on, our family goes everywhere together. Besides, Rui misses her big sister. If you don't take her, Rui will surely be very sad. Yes, I didn't think of that. So, we must bring Rui. Our family can take a leisurely stroll, just like a trip. If we get tired, we can find a place to rest. If we can't walk in one day, we can take 2 days, and if 2 days isn't enough, then 3 days. Thinking about bringing Rui, we really need to plan this carefully. Mom, please don't get too excited. What I mean is, I'm worried Rui might not be able to walk such a long distance. As soon as Li Ruge finished speaking, the door burst open with a loud. Little Rui rushed in with tears on her face and jumped into Sun Fengqin's arms. Mom, I can walk. I can walk as far as I need to. I won't hold you back. Please don't leave me behind. Okay, I promise you. Our family of 4 will go together this time. No one is going to leave you behind, Sun Fengqin quickly assured her. Li Fubin also quickly promised, yes, our family of 4 will leave tomorrow morning. You 3 should pack everything today. Bring what you need, and we'll get up early and leave. Since Mom and Dad said they would take her, what about the second sister? Seeing little Rui looking at her, Li Ruge smiled helplessly and said, Rui, it's not that second sister doesn't want you to come. It's just that this trip will be tough, so you need to be prepared, okay? I understand. I'm ready. I even talked to Pandy's mom and borrowed 2 pairs of straw sandals from them. 1 for me and 1 for you. As she spoke, she glanced at her parents' straw sandals and looked a bit troubled. I didn't borrow any for the adults. Dad and Mom only have 1 pair of sandals each, and Pandy's mom said we definitely can't walk that far in them. Is this little girl a bit too mature? She even knows to borrow sandals for the trip. Li Ruge patted her little sister's head and smiled. Don't worry, Rui. We won't borrow sandals. When we pass through the town, we can buy a few pairs of cloth shoes. They are much more comfortable for long walks. Cloth shoes are definitely comfortable. In the past, at the Li family courtyard, she envied how Li Debao and the others wore cloth shoes. Once, by the river, Li Debao took off his shoes, and she secretly tried them on. That was her first time feeling what it was like to wear cloth shoes. They didn't pinch at all, they felt great. But can their family really afford to buy cloth shoes for everyone? Am I causing trouble by insisting on going with Mom and Dad to my sister's house? Otherwise, they could have bought another pair of cloth shoes. Seeing that Li Rui was silent, the family thought the matter was settled and began to discuss what to bring to Li Rulan's family. The distance was about 100 miles, and if the path was good, they estimated it would take 2 or 3 days to arrive. But what if the path was difficult? They had heard Jang Ling say that it took Jiang Xiao several days to find Li family village. However, that child might not have known the route and could have wandered off course, wasting time. After some discussion, they thought if they were lucky enough to encounter a mule cart or horse cart along the way, they might reach Yunwu Mountain a bit faster. But at times like this, people were reluctant to move. Who would take their carts out for no reason? So, it was uncertain if they would be that lucky. If they didn't see a single cart, the family would have to rely on their own 2 legs to get to Yunwu Mountain. Plus, with little Rui along, they couldn't take the car and they didn't dare bring out the tent or their cooking pots and solar cooker. That's why Li Rouge considered the idea of not bringing little Rui, but now it seemed that was not a viable option. Just like my mother said, let's treat this as a family trip. If it doesn't work out, we can take our time, walking 30 miles a day. We'll definitely get there in 3 days. All right, then let's prepare enough food for a few days and some moisture-proof gear. Li Fubin was about to suggest bringing the moisture-proof mat in case they had to sleep outdoors. Should we also take those 2 old quilts? Sun Fengqin understood her husband's intention and glanced at little Rui, nodding. Then let's take them. The temperature in the mountains drops at night, and if we end up sleeping outside, we'll need some bedding. Those 2 old quilts were very worn, probably decades old, and the cotton inside was hard and heavy. The family agreed on what to bring and packed everything they needed for Li Rulan into their backpacks the night before. Early the next morning, Sun Fengqin was the first to wake up. She steamed a pot of dough to make big buns and then cooked over 10 flatbreads. Yeast-based foods stay soft for several days, and this amount of dry food would be enough for the 4 of them for 3 days. Li Rouge also put a jar into his backpack in front of Li Rui, planning to use it to make soup when they had their dry food on the road. They also brought over 10 pounds of grain, all from the new supplies they had received this time. The remaining food has been stored by Li Rouge in her space, but she still needs to put on a show in front of Rui. The 10 or so pounds of grain left in the basket is for Li Roland's in-laws. In these times, when visiting others, you must bring some food. Otherwise, no one will have extra to share, especially when hosting several guests. Sun Fengqin has finished cooking the pancakes, and a few people are just starting to wake up. The last one to get up today is actually little Rui. Usually, when her mother wakes up, she quickly gets up to help her mother, even more diligently than Li Rouge. But today, the little girl seems downcast. She stands there with her head lowered, and after a while, she suddenly says with teary eyes, "Dad, Mom, I've thought about it, and I don't want to go to my sister's house with you anymore." "Why not?" Sun Fengqin asks as she places the last pancake in the bowl. "What's wrong, dear daughter? Are you afraid you can't walk? Don't worry, your dad and I will take turns carrying you. I won't let my dear daughter get tired. It's not that. I don't want to go, so you don't have to buy me cloth shoes. Our family doesn't have money, and the shoes Mom made for my sister were made with borrowed twine from Aunt Sue." Li Rouge responds, "Who told you our family has no money? Mom borrowed twine from Aunt Sue because we didn't have time to buy it. She wanted to make 2 pairs of shoes for your sister before we left, so she had to borrow some twine. She has already promised to return it when we come back."
"Really? So it's not that we can't buy twine?"
The little girl, with tears on her face, looks up with wide eyes, excitedly asking, "You little girl, when has your second sister ever lied to you?" Li Rouge gently pinches her little sister's nose. This child is too understanding, but also too sensitive. "Then I can go with you to see my sister. Mom, can I help you with anything?" The little girl happily flies over to Sun Fengqin. "All right, I'm done here. Hurry and wash your face, then come eat. After we finish eating, we'll leave as a family. But who will watch our house?" The little girl asks, concerned. "We'll secure the windows from the inside and lock the door when we leave. Your dad will put up 2 big boards to seal the windows from the outside, adding extra security. Plus, your dad and I have already talked to Li Pundi's parents to help keep an eye on things, and we've also informed Captain Sue. So don't worry." The little girl heard this and finally felt relieved. She happily ate her cake and drank her soup. The family tidied up, locked the door, closed the windows, and set off. It was just about to be June, and the weather was hot and stuffy, almost like the peak of summer because it hadn't rained for a while. Especially around 1 or 2 in the afternoon, the heat was at its worst, making it feel like the ground was steaming. In previous summers, the nights were filled with the sound of frogs croaking, which often disturbed their sleep. This year, however, it was so hot that it was quiet at night, making them feel restless. They would have preferred the soothing sounds of frogs. The high temperatures these past few days seemed unusual for June. Perhaps the rain was just being held back? Since they had already chosen a day to leave, they couldn't change their plans because of the rain. Besides, once it started raining, the farmers would be busy, and the family would have even less time to visit Cloud Mist Mountain. They left early and took a back road, so no one in the village knew they were gone. Of course, a few people were aware, like Su Xunli, who provided a letter of introduction for Li Fubin's family, as well as Li Zhuji and Wang Juhua and their daughters, who knew they were visiting Li Roland. However, Li Fubin's family had asked them not to share this information, and since they agreed, they kept quiet. Li Zhuji was good at keeping secrets and wouldn't share anyone's business without being told. But Wang Juhua and her daughters loved to talk, so they had to hold back. The road to Cloud Mist Mountain was the opposite of the road to the county town, so the family would have to walk a long mountain path before reaching the main road. According to the map drawn by Jang Ling, even if they reached the road, they wouldn't get far before having to climb more mountain paths. Since it was their first day, the family was in good spirits, especially the little girl, Ru-yi, who worried about slowing them down and stayed close to Sun Fengqin, not wanting to fall behind. By noon, they finally arrived at the nearest town to their home, Prosperity Town. In a straight line, it was only about 10 miles from Lee family village, but walking there was more tiring than going to the county town, which was much farther. That's why people rarely came this way for market days unless there was a special reason to climb the mountain. When the three of them planned their route, they decided this would be the place to sell the larger fish from their supplies. Then, with the money from selling fish, buy a few pairs of shoes for some people and get some canned goods and snacks. There's no need to worry about drinking water. With the well water from the space, everyone feels less hot, and their energy is recovering quickly. Selling fish must be kept a secret from Xiao Rui. Sun Fengqin said she was tired and wanted to take her daughter to find a place to rest. Li Rui really wanted to say she wasn't tired, that her mother was just worried about her, but seeing her mother sit down, she had to sit down too. Once she sat down, the little girl realized she was actually tired. The father-daughter pair and the mother-daughter pair agreed to meet after buying things. If they weren't there, they would look for them elsewhere. After agreeing on a place, as soon as the father and daughter left, Li Rouge quickly leaned closer to her father and whispered in his ear, "Dad, I forgot to tell you, the big watermelons in my space seem to be ripe, and the corn looks ready to eat too." Li Fubin stared at his daughter, incredulously asking, "It's only been a few days. Are they really ready?" "Well, they're big enough, but I'm not sure if they're ripe," Li Rouge replied, feeling a bit uncertain, especially about the watermelons. They might just be larger, but still unripe inside. "Let's not rush. We'll sell fish today, and if we make enough money, we can keep the watermelons for ourselves. It's only June, and there are no greenhouses or plastic coverings. How can anyone believe that we grew these watermelons and corn ourselves? Especially the corn. Without enough water, it's impossible to have tender corn at this time. Right, daughter?" Li Rouge nodded. "You're right, Dad. We'll have to give up on selling the expensive watermelons." As for the corn, she never planned to sell it and didn't even think about eating a few ears. She wanted to save it to see the yield. Since the watermelons and corn couldn't be sold for money, they only had the fish left. Li Rouge stopped and asked her father to cover for her while she started counting her fish. As she counted, Li Fubin heard her exclaim in surprise and guessed that she must have caught a lot of big fish. "It's not surprising, daughter. Those big fish will have baby fish, and the baby fish will grow bigger and then have more babies." "Okay, while the process is correct, it's only been a few days and he hasn't seen it himself, so he doesn't know what the situation is like in her space." Since they couldn't eat them, Li Rouge hadn't paid much attention to the fish in her space during this time. Today, Li Rouge was indeed a bit startled. "Well, Dad, it seems like I have over 100 big fish here, each looking like they weigh around 2 or 3 pounds. How did these fish grow so fast?"
Li Fubin replica.
So, why bother with farming when they could just use their daughter's space to raise fish and get rich? Of course, he only thought about it. They really couldn't do that. Heaven's favor surely wasn't meant for them to just lie around without any effort. Their family's rebirth must come with a mission. What could that mission be? Boss Lee thought it must be related to the disasters of the past 2 years. He guessed that seeing so many people starving, Heaven couldn't bear it anymore and sent their family to help. Although this thought made him feel proud of his family, who would believe in such things as time travel or rebirth unless they experienced it themselves. After all, it was a good thing, right? Dying and getting a new life was of luck. Their family wouldn't have experienced such fortune unless they had done something great in their past lives.
"Daughter, stop studying.
Your watermelon and corn are ripe. Why are you still thinking about those fish?"
"You're right, Dad.
But I think I figured out the patterns here. It seems like the growth period for plants is about 21 days. As for the fish, since she hadn't been paying attention, Li Rouge couldn't say much. Anyway, let's hurry and sell the fish. Now we don't have to worry about money for shoes." Although this small town was called Prosperity Town, it was surrounded by mountains and most visitors were local farmers, especially during these times. So, imagining a bustling scene here was unlikely. However, compared to the tense atmosphere outside, it was relatively nice here. The father and daughter could clearly feel that more people were coming to trade in this town. Everyone carried baskets and walked openly in the streets, without anyone checking or causing trouble. This situation might be due to the town's unique geographical position, which shielded it from much outside interference. Still, selling freely wasn't allowed, but there were many items for barter. For example, game, bamboo furniture, and wooden furniture could be openly displayed at the market here. As soon as Li Rouge arrived at the market, she spotted a set of bamboo furniture, which included a small cabinet with double doors, 2 chairs, and a small box with compartments that clearly looked like a jewelry box. Even though the seller didn't say it was for jewelry, Li Rouge thought it was obviously meant for that purpose. Nowadays, with the trend away from a lavish lifestyle and no jewelry to store, what would someone need a jewelry box for? If she were to buy it, it would likely just be used for sewing supplies. However, she had no intention of using it for that, so she took out a large carp weighing over 2 kilograms and asked if they could trade. It wasn't raining, and the mountains were suffering from a severe water shortage, so there weren't many fish around. When the seller saw the big fish, he thought about how his wife was worried about their child not having enough milk, and he quickly nodded in agreement. Then, Li Rouge pointed to the cabinet and asked if she could trade the fish for it. She wondered how many fish it would take for such a large item. The seller thought for a moment, glancing at her basket, which had a lid but still smelled of fish. He held up 4 fingers but then reconsidered, realizing that a jewelry box could be worth a fish, and changed it to 5 fingers, saying 5, let's say 5 fish. This meant there was room for negotiation. Seeing the seller's calloused hands, likely from years of weaving, Li Rouge couldn't bring herself to haggle. She traded 6 large fish for the bamboo cabinet, which was double-doored and stood about 1.2 meters tall, and at least 1 meter wide. She planned to use it in her space for storing clothes or books. Generally, Li Fubin didn't oppose his daughter's choices and quietly followed her. Once they made the trade, he was responsible for carrying it and would later toss it into their space when they reached a secluded spot. When the father and daughter returned to the market, the bamboo seller had already traded 5 fish for a good amount of grain and was packing up, seemingly ready to leave. The saying "giving roses leaves a lingering fragrance" might capture their feelings at that moment, as they saw the seller's happy expression and felt their spirits lift as well. Beyond this small market was the supply and marketing cooperative of the prosperous town, the largest trading place around. Of course, personal sales were not allowed here, but if you needed something, you could trade items you had for what you wanted. This situation is quite humane, as most people who come here are residents from the mountains. They usually don't have many ways to earn money. When they bring items to the collection station, they receive money to buy essentials like oil, salt, and vinegar. So, similar to the Qingshan Cooperative, there is a collection station next to the supply and marketing cooperative. Farmers bring local specialties and state what they need. If the collection station doesn't have what they want, they can go to the cooperative to get it. If it were just one family's business, it wouldn't matter much, as the Qingshan Cooperative, the supply and marketing cooperative, and the collection station are all part of the same entity, with the same main leader. However, here the supply and marketing cooperative and the collection station are separate, independent units. When taking items, they need to keep accounts and promptly return to the cooperative. Later, the supply and marketing cooperative felt they were at a disadvantage, so they opened a window specifically for collecting local specialties from the villagers. This information was gathered by Comrade Li Fubin, who has a habit of chatting with people when he arrives in a new place. He believes that knowing both himself and others is important, and without that knowledge, he lacks confidence. He is not a reincarnation of Zhuge Liang. However, most farmers are unaware of this. They still prefer to send their local specialties to the collection station. Li Fubin and Li Rouge, having traded with Lu Cheng once, understood the situation better and stopped visiting the Qingshan Cooperative's collection station. Lu Cheng hoped that the father and daughter would bring him more good items, and while that plan wasn't entirely unsuccessful, the two were not easily fooled, especially since they had found a way to bypass the collection station. At the beginning of the month, which is usually market day, there were many people around. Such scenes are rare now, as even the Qingshan Cooperative has cancelled its market. However, here large markets still occur at the beginning, middle, and end of each month. This is the benefit of being closed off. Certain policies can last for a while. But this situation won't last for many more years. In a few years, even if they can endure, they won't escape the chaos caused by those in power. After walking around, the father and daughter initially wanted to buy or trade for something directly from the villagers, but they found that not many had good items to offer, and even eggs were rare. Fortunately, outside the collection station, Li Rouge spotted an elderly woman with a basket, and upon asking, she indeed had eggs. The old lady's family lived at the foot of the mountain and raised a few chickens, which didn't require much care, allowing her to collect 1 or 2 eggs each day. Today, the old lady had 30 eggs in her basket. She planned to sell some to pay for her husband's medical treatment. However, there was no one around to buy them, and the collection station only offered matches, salt, and lamp oil, which her family didn't need. She just wanted to make some money. When Li Rouge heard this, she immediately offered to buy them for 5 cents each, totaling $1.50, which she could afford. Of course, they had to make the deals secretly, otherwise, both selling and buying would be illegal. Feeling like she got a great deal, Li Rouge gave the old lady a fish when she was about to leave. Annie, to be honest, if you could sell these eggs in the city's black market, you could get at least 10 cents each. I see you're having a tough time, and I don't want to take advantage of you. This fish is worth about the same. Even though the black market prices were high, it wasn't a place for people like them. The old lady understood everything. In the city, eggs were supplied at 5 cents for large ones and 4 cents for small ones. Selling both for 5 cents was not a loss for her. However, since the girl said that, she didn't push back on the offer, especially since the fish was quite large. The old lady happily took the money and fish and left. At that moment, Li Fubin and Li Rouge didn't want to waste any time and hurried into the supply and marketing cooperative, heading straight to the shoe counter. "Dad, look, there are rubber shoes," Li Rouge exclaimed, spotting a pair of green rubber shoes among the stacks of cloth shoes, and excitedly called Li Fubin over. Finding sports shoes was out of the question, and even if they had money, there was nowhere to buy them. But getting a few pairs of rubber shoes would be nice. "Excuse me, how much are these rubber shoes? Can I trade something for them?" The 2 female sales clerks glanced at Li Rouge when she called out, but then continued their conversation as if they hadn't heard her. "Excuse me, can I trade something for these rubber shoes?" This time, it was Li Fubin who spoke. His deep voice caught the attention of the 2 sales clerks. After more than half a month of recovery, eating well every day and drinking plenty of water, Li Fubin, who used to be nothing but skin and bones and was described by villagers as looking like a ghost, was no longer the same. Although he was still thin, he was definitely different from before. People nowadays aren't really overweight. Being slim is normal. As long as someone looks energetic, it doesn't matter if they are fat or thin, especially if they are not looking for a partner. Comrade Li Fubin is a good example. Even though his clothes are still patched, his spirit and presence make a big difference. The 2 female sales clerks were clearly taken aback by this confident middle-aged man dressed like a farmer and quickly approached him. "Comrade, these rubber shoes are valuable items and cannot be exchanged for other goods," said the first sales clerk. The second clerk added, "These rubber shoes cost 1 yuan and 20 cents a pair. What do you have that could be traded for a pair of rubber shoes? We only accept matches, salt, and soy sauce for exchanges, and it depends on what you have." As they spoke, the 2 clerks glanced at the baskets behind the father and daughter, as they seemed to smell fish, and wondered if the pair was carrying fish, which looked heavy. 1 yuan and 20 cents for a pair is quite expensive, which is why they are considered valuable items. Li Rouge pointed to the cloth shoes and asked, "How much are these cloth shoes?" "Cloth shoes are cheaper. For men's large sizes, they are 90 cents a pair, for smaller sizes, 85 cents, and the smallest size is 80 cents. For women's large sizes, they are 80 cents, medium sizes are 75 cents, and the smallest size is 70 cents. Seeing that the sales clerks were in a good mood, Li Rui took the opportunity to ask about the children's shoes. "How much are those children's shoes?" "Children's shoes are all the same price, 65 cents a pair." Although the sales clerk seemed a bit impatient, she answered all their questions. "That's so cheap. Making shoes requires fabric, and even if it's not the best quality, with labor costs, it seems buying ready-made shoes is more cost-effective than making them yourself. The two of them had enough money to buy shoes if they took everything out of their pockets. However, they hadn't actually said they wanted to buy anything, which gave the clerks the impression they were just asking questions and probably couldn't afford anything. Otherwise, the clerks would have asked them for various tickets, as cloth shoes require fabric tickets. And what about rubber shoes? Are there rubber tickets? What should we do, Dad? Li Rouge said loudly on purpose. What about our fish? We can't sell them. We can only trade for something else. How about we check out the nearby collection station? Oh, you really have fish? How big are they? The sales clerk, hearing this, leaned forward excitedly, wanting to grab the baskets from the two to see what they had. Li Rouge approached and lifted the cover of the basket, revealing several fish inside. They looked to weigh about 3 pounds each, causing the female salesperson to become a bit anxious. You two should wait a moment. I'll go find our manager. Worried that they might leave, one of the saleswomen stayed behind to watch them. The one who went to find the manager rushed through a small door at the back, and it was unclear where it led. Dad, do you think they might take our fish? In these times, it was hard to say. Some people could easily accuse you and seize your belongings. Actually, before the father and daughter entered the supply and marketing cooperative, they had already planned several strategies, including asking the salespeople to contact their superiors about accepting their fish. Don't worry, in broad daylight, we haven't said we're selling anything. We're just trying to trade a few fish we caught ourselves, which is reasonable and legal. We have the right wherever we go. Besides, how many fish they could show depended on the other party's attitude. If they sensed any ill intentions, they would only show a few to the salesperson and keep the rest hidden. The father was from this era, and even if he was young then and didn't remember much, he had heard plenty from his grandparents about those times. So when the father said it was fine, Li Rouge felt reassured. Taking this opportunity, she turned to another counter to look at other goods, such as the ready-made clothes hanging on the wall, the fabric displayed on the counter, and various rolls of cloth standing inside the counter. To Li Rouge, everything was fascinating, and she could never get enough of looking at them. On the other side, near the oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, there were several large wooden barrels and counters displaying big cookies, candies, and canned goods, all giving off a delightful aroma. She wasn't exaggerating. Even the soy sauce and vinegar in those big barrels smelled wonderful. Why, decades later, were there so many food varieties, yet none smelled as good as this? The candies didn't taste as sweet as they do now. Her mother had mentioned that some salt isn't salty and some sugar isn't sweet. Why was that? The books didn't teach her, and even the top students were confused. Li Rouge's big eyes scanned the entire supply and marketing cooperative thoroughly before the manager arrived. The manager came quickly, and it was unclear what the saleswoman had told him, but he looked excited and led the father and daughter to the backyard. Director Huang clearly has a smooth and sociable personality, laughing and joking as if they have known each other for years. After many years in business, Li Fubin prefers to deal with different types of people, but he doesn't dislike this kind. In business, everyone is looking for profit, and being smooth isn't necessarily a bad thing. Dealing with such people makes it easier to talk about money and close deals. Both sides know what they want. Li Rouge picked up on her father's hint. What started as a basket with a dozen fish now had over 30. Since both baskets contained fish, even if it was just a few more, it was still heavy. Now, quietly adding more fish. The baskets were on the ground, so outsiders wouldn't notice. These fish couldn't be traded for goods, and without Li Fubin saying anything, Director Huang offered to pay by weight. The price was 4 yuan per pound, which is quite good. Pork is only about 7 or 8 yuan per pound, right? The father and daughter had no objections about the money, but they mentioned wanting to buy a few pairs of shoes and some cookies and candy. Director Huang quickly agreed, saying they could shop without needing a receipt today. This clever man didn't want a receipt, but he probably thought they wouldn't spend all their money. After weighing, the 38 fish totaled 110 pounds, selling for 44 yuan. Director Huang laughed, saying that amount was what their salespeople earned in 2 months. Li Rouge thought, judging by Huang's smile, that these fish would likely bring him even greater benefits, and she meant benefits beyond just money. He looked to be around 40. How did he become a director? This is a cushy job. Who knows where he would take these fish next? In these times, even 2 big fish are considered a great gift. The father and daughter had seen many situations, especially Li Fubin, who could tell from Huang's smug smile that these fish would bring him more advantages, while they only received 44 yuan. So, they decided not to give that man any favors, especially since he had boasted. Li Rouge already had a plan for their purchases. As they walked back, she headed straight to the shoe counter without hesitation. Each of the 4 family members bought a pair of cloth shoes, and one bought a pair of rubber shoes, totaling 7 yuan and 80 cents. The cookies were 1 yuan per pound, and they bought 2 pounds, one for the journey and one for her sister. Candy is not good for children if they eat too much, but at $1 per pound, it's quite cheap. So let's get a pound. Director Huang asked the female salesperson to accompany Li Fubin and his daughter, and he even mentioned that they didn't need a receipt for their purchases. If Director Huang had come along himself today, he wouldn't have dared to let them spend freely. He really didn't expect that this father and daughter could spend so much money. Li Fubin and Li Rouge guessed that Director Huang was busy distributing the fish and wouldn't pay attention to them, so they certainly wouldn't miss the chance to shop without a receipt. They finally bought the well-known malt extract, which they had seen before but never purchased. However, it was quite expensive at $1.80 per bucket, and since it was a 1-pound bucket, they decided to get 2. Li Rouge paid without blinking, and the female salesperson couldn't help but feel sorry for them, thinking that this pair must not have seen much money before. Now that they had it, they knew how to spend. After this round, they spent $14.40. The female salesperson knew how much money they had and was mentally calculating their expenses. When the father and daughter focused on the canned goods for a while and finally turned to leave, she thought they were done shopping. Just as she sighed in relief, she saw Li Rouge turn to the fabric counter and ask, "How much is this white fabric per yard?" It seemed that the supply and marketing cooperatives were similar everywhere, with several rooms connected. One side selling food, the other selling clothing, and the middle selling miscellaneous items. The fabric salesperson had been paying attention to the pair, and after hearing the shoe salesperson explain the situation, she quickly replied, "This is 38 cents per yard." The female salesperson thought Li Rouge wanted to buy 2 or 3 yards to make shoes, as this fabric was usually used for shoe linings or bedding. So, she didn't think much of it. But then, Li Rouge asked, "How much is cotton per pound?" Cotton? The fabric salesperson paused for a moment, glancing at the shoe salesperson before answering. "It's $1.30 per pound." The fabric salesperson seemed to have guessed what Li Rouge was planning and quickly added, "If you want to buy 2 or 3 yards of the white fabric, you can do that without a fabric ticket. I have some leftover pieces I can help you with. But if you buy too much, I can't approve that. Also, for cotton, at $1.30 per pound, you need a cotton ticket. I can't sell it to you without one." But didn't Director Huang just say that we don't need to provide a receipt for our purchases? Li Rouge looked at the saleswoman beside her with a confused expression. "Why are you saying it's not possible now?" "Yes, Director Huang said that, but you're buying too much," the saleswoman replied, preparing to leave. "I'll go ask Director Huang again, so please wait a moment." "Go ahead and ask." They couldn't miss this opportunity. If it worked out, they would buy it. If not, they would let it go. Before long, the person who went to the back returned, saying, "Well, our director said today is an exception, but in the future, if you have any good items, you must bring them to us." Director Huang felt confident that the father and daughter wouldn't buy much.
Then,
"I'll take 30 feet of the white fabric, enough for 4 large quilts for their family, and 20 pounds of cotton, please." The quilts for her and Xiao Rui would need 4 pounds of cotton, while her parents would need 6 pounds to stay warm in winter. As the saleswoman measured for the father and daughter, she stared at her colleague, Xiao Zhao. "Are you sure this is what Director Huang meant?" In the past, when people came with receipts, they rarely approved such large purchases. "I asked, and Director Huang really said that." though she hadn't expected them to buy this much. After calculating, they didn't have that much money from selling fish. Should I ask again? Xiao Zhao was worried about making a mistake and was about to leave when Li Fubin called out to her, "I'll go myself. I'll talk to Director Huang about this. Don't worry. I won't let you take the blame." His daughter had already spent all their money, and buying so much was beyond what the saleswoman could decide. So, he went to speak with Director Huang, planning to bring them some fish later. When Li Fubin found Director Huang, he was on the phone. Upon seeing Li Fubin, he smiled and waved him to sit and wait. It was clear that the person on the other end of the line was pleased to receive the call about sending fish, as Li Fubin could hear their laughter. After hanging up, Director Huang asked Li Fubin what was the matter. Upon hearing Li Fubin's request, Director Huang was taken aback. "Why are you buying so much? Do you think you can just buy more because you don't need a receipt? It's difficult for me to manage such a large order. If you trust me, how about I bring you 20 more fish in an hour?" Li Fubin didn't waste any time and immediately offered the benefits. If they agreed, they would proceed. If not, he would hold off on buying the cotton that his daughter wanted. Director Huang understood from Li Fubin's words that he still had more fish to offer, probably even more than 20. Excited, he didn't care where the fish came from. He just wanted as many as possible. 30 fish, still at 4 dimes per pound. How about that? Li Fubin looked at the 3 fingers Director Huang held up, hesitated, and finally agreed, saying, "Okay, but about those restaurants." He left the rest unsaid, leaving it for Director Huang to fill in the blanks. Carrying a heavy basket with no money, the father and daughter stepped out of the supply and marketing cooperative, drawing a lot of attention. They were careful not to put their things into their space as they walked. When they reached the agreed spot, almost outside the city and seeing no one around, they stored the cotton and white cloth in their space. To avoid suspicion, they left the shoes, biscuits, candies, and eggs they bought for few people outside. After meeting up, they hid in a small grove to eat steamed buns. When the time was right, they carried the bamboo basket back to the cooperative. This time, they went straight to the backyard, found Director Huang, and placed the 30 fish down. After weighing them, they were 92 pounds, and they wanted to pay for 80 pounds. The remaining 12 pounds, which was 4 fish, were meant for the 2 female sales clerks who sold shoes, 1 for each, with the rest going to Director Huang. The 2 of them really knew how to handle business, making Director Huang so happy that he didn't know how to thank them. When he sent them off, he started calling Li Fubin Brother Li and referred to Li Rouge as Little Niece. With only 32 yuan left, which they had just earned from selling fish, they hurried back to meet the mother and daughter. The family of 4 put on their new cloth shoes and didn't linger. They continued along the winding mountain road toward Yunwu Mountain. Walking in cloth shoes was much more comfortable than in straw sandals, and they didn't have to worry about roots and branches hurting their feet. Wearing rubber shoes is definitely more comfortable than wearing cloth shoes. It's not that I'm afraid they'll get damaged. The soles of those shoes are soft, but they aren't as durable as cloth shoes. They have already spent over 2 hours in Prosperity Town, and during that time, the father and daughter hardly took a break. Meanwhile, the mother and daughter not only rested well but also enjoyed some delicious cookies and nutritious malt milk. The hot water was boiled by Sun Fengqin in a clay pot. After the father and son returned, each of them had half a bowl and found it quite tasty, regretting that they didn't buy more. Sun Fengqin glanced at the curious little Rui, who was listening with wide eyes, thinking that from now on, they would have excuses for anything they brought home, saying it was bought from Prosperity Town. She knew this without her mother telling her. She had seen her second sister taking things out of the basket one by one. Then little Rui became curious again, wondering where all the money for their many purchases came from. Children are very curious, and it's a relief if they don't bombard you with 100 questions. Next, the father and daughter started to support each other, saying that the money was earned by their hard work. As for what hard work meant, Li Rouge explained it to her little sister on the way. Little Rui listened with sparkling eyes, pondering if she could also buy things at a low price and sell them at a high price. Feeling the few coins in her pocket, which her mother had given her, the little girl became even more determined in her idea. If Li Rouge knew that her words today would lead to her little sister becoming a female entrepreneur 20 years later, one of the few in the open economy, she would definitely remember this moment, hoping to share in the success. The family chatted and laughed, making their journey feel like a vacation. They walked at a leisurely pace, resting when tired, drinking water, and eating snacks. That day was quite hot, and Li Fubin looked up at the dark clouds in the sky, sensing trouble. It seems like it might really rain. It's not easy for rain to come during a drought. Just a few days ago, there were big dark clouds that made everyone happy, but in the end, not a single drop fell. Having lived for half a lifetime, this was Sun Fingqian's experience. Men may predict the weather, but she relied on her own wisdom, seeing whose words were more accurate. Hopefully, the rain will come after our family reaches Yunwu Mountain. Otherwise, we'll have to set up the tent, Li Rouge said, looking worriedly at the sky and mumbling softly. If it rains while our family is out in the wild, you should take out the tent and say you've been hiding it in your basket all along. And about the old cotton, when we get back, Mom, let's make a few new quilts. I've already bought the white fabric for the inside, and we can use the floral fabric from home for the back. If we don't have enough, I can go to the textile factory with Dad to get some more. Okay, I understand. Let's not talk about that now. Look, Rui seems tired. I think it's getting dark, so we should find a place to stop and make some food. Let's end today's journey here. Sure, I'll tell Dad. The mother and daughter walked ahead. After Li Rouge spoke, she turned back to share her mother's thoughts with her father and sister. Li Fubin was carrying 2 baskets, one large and one small. When they left, Rui insisted on carrying a basket too, but now it was on her father's back. Walking such a long distance was tiring, especially with 2 baskets to carry, and they couldn't leave them empty. Li Rouge didn't want to struggle, so she had already stored the heaviest items in her space. While little Rui watched in surprise, she put the 2 heaviest old quilts into her own basket. This amazed the little girl, who couldn't help but admire her older sister. They had only walked about 10 miles that afternoon, and the heat made it easy to get tired. Li Fubin sighed, feeling frustrated with this difficult time. With such a long distance to travel, there should be trains or cars. They say times are tough. Walking 100 miles on foot is no surprise. Fortunately, tomorrow they would only need to walk a few more miles to reach the road Jang Ling mentioned. If they were lucky, they might even find a horse-drawn cart or an ox cart to help them along. To find a safe place to rest, the family walked nearly a kilometer before stopping. This area was a bit higher, and from there they could see a village and the nearby fields. Generally, wild animals rarely came to such places. Li Fubin gathered some dry grass and spread it on the ground, then placed a worn quilt on top and called the sisters, who were too tired to move, to come and lie down for a bit. Sun Fengqian had already set up a pot, and the vegetable and mushroom soup was cooking. Did you put in much meat? Li Fubin asked as he approached. Let it go. I brought all the salted meat from home. We can eat some on the way, and the rest I'll take to Rulon. That's right, but the eldest daughter's family probably has enough meat, since they are all good at hunting. You're right. How did I forget that? Then we don't need to save this piece of meat for her. I'll cut some more for you all to enjoy. Nowadays eating meat has become a luxury. In the future, things like pure wild vegetables and mushrooms will be considered the real treats. Li Fubin added a few small sticks to the fire and looked back at his 2 daughters who were already asleep, feeling sorry for them. These 2 are so tired. Otherwise, we could take it slower tomorrow. We rushed a bit today. Yes, especially this morning, we were too hasty. They reached Prosperity Town in just a few hours. If the road were that easy, why wouldn't the people from Li Family Village come here to buy things? They must have come to Prosperity Town before, always leaving early and returning home when it was pitch dark. And she was talking about adults' pace. They were also carrying 2 children. Sun Fengqian then remembered the 4 pairs of rubber shoes they bought and said, I noticed you only bought 4 pairs of rubber shoes. Why didn't you get Rulon a pair? Without his wife mentioning it, Li Fubin had completely forgotten about it. Even Luge had forgotten her older sister. When we bought the rubber shoes, things were a bit urgent. My daughter and I were worried that Director Huang might change his mind, so we hurried to buy them and really forgot about Roland. Then give my pair to Roland. I remember, she wears size 37. I'll also make her 2 pairs of cloth shoes, and with this rubber pair and the fabric for her clothes, it can be considered a little dowry from her family. At that time, when a girl got married, those who could would make a few pairs of cloth shoes and pack some clothes or cotton coats. The more packages, the better, as it brought more honor in front of the in-laws. When their eldest daughter left, she didn't even have a package. She wore her old clothes and left in straw sandals. Thinking about this made Sun Fengqin feel sad and want to cry, so Li Fugue was definitely going to get a beating for this. Let's keep an eye out along the way. If we find more places like Prosperity Town, we'll buy a few more things for our eldest daughter's dowry. Yes, buy more, and don't forget the gift for the little grandson. Have you prepared it yet? Li Fubin agreed quickly and remembered his 3-month-old grandson, who is the next generation of their family and deserves the best. Although fathers may not be as attentive as mothers, Li Fubin surely cares for his daughters just as much. With 2 little daughters growing up in front of him, he and Sun Fengqin would never let them feel wronged, except for the eldest daughter. Li Fubin, with a father's desire to make up for his daughter, feels that buying anything for her is necessary. Besides, their trip is meant to support her. The Jiang family has 5 young men, which means in the future, Roland will have 5 sisters-in-law. He cannot let his eldest daughter be looked down upon by her sisters-in-law because of her dowry. His daughter is precious, no matter the era, and she should never feel slighted. Once the soup was ready and the buns were baked, Sun Fengqin went to wake the 2 girls. As soon as Xiao Rui woke up, she followed the delicious smell to the fire. Seeing Li Rouge still sitting dazed on the old quilt, Sun Fengqin asked, "What's wrong, daughter? Are you too tired to eat?" "No, Mom, I think I just had a dream. I dreamt it was raining and there was thunder and lightning. Our family was running, and then we saw a cave and wanted to hide there from the rain." Sun Fengqin knew that her daughter's dream couldn't be just that simple. If it was only about finding a place to hide from the rain, there wouldn't be any reason to be dazed. Sure enough, Li Rouge continued, "Mom, guess what we saw in the cave while hiding from the rain?" "What did you see?" Sun Fengqin asked, already having a feeling about the answer. She hoped it wasn't something scary or a snake. Perhaps it reminded her of when she was a child, running barefoot over bugs. That year was also dry, but not like this year, which started off dry. She remembered when the melons were ripe and the production team was distributing them. She and a few friends played barefoot outside and saw her mother with a group of women going to collect melons. So, the children followed along, and she remembered seeing bugs crawling all over the road. Every time she recalls that incident, Sun Fengqin still feels uneasy. The various colored bugs were everywhere, especially in the fields, where there was hardly any space to walk. At that time, she was so scared that her legs went weak. In the end, a friend wearing shoes took them off and gave them to her, and that child even walked barefoot in front of her to step on bugs. So, fearless Sun Fengqin still hasn't overcome her fear of bugs. However, compared to her childhood, she is now a mother and has conquered some of her fears. She no longer freezes in place or screams at the sight of a bug. Perhaps the memory of that day left a deep mark on her. Over time, she not only became afraid of bugs but also of snakes, and even eels made her uncomfortable. Yet, when her 2 daughters brought home eels after a long day, she cooked them without a second thought. This shows that the fear of soft-bodied creatures is nothing compared to the importance of food during hard times. When she sees soft-bodied animals, Sun Fengqin still tries to avoid them. If given a choice, she would prefer to encounter a large animal, and who knows, she might even show off her skills. But if it were a snake? Of course, if the snake threatened her daughters, she would rush in without fear. However, if she could avoid it, she would rather walk away from even a single bug. Li Rouge noticed the rich expressions on her mother's face and knew she was remembering the incident with the bugs. She had heard about it more than once, and every time her mother brought it up, she had that same expression. So, everything has a good side. For example, decades later, people hate pesticides. If only there had been pesticides back then, dealing with bug infestations would have been a minor issue compared to the real crop losses they caused. Not wanting her mother to skip a meal, Li Rouge quickly said, "Mom, it's not what you think. I just dreamed about ginseng, yes, ginseng." When the high school entrance exam was over, their family traveled to Changbai Mountain, and her father took them to see a ginseng planting base. They even bought several wild ones, but unfortunately, after their disappearance, who knows what happened to those belongings? So, as someone who has seen ginseng with her own eyes, how could Li Rouge be mistaken? What she dreamed about was definitely ginseng. Ginseng? Sun Fengqin perked up immediately and asked, "Is it real? Was it in a cave? Or was it still in the ground?" "Oh my, she's so excited," she said. "Why hasn't the main character shown up yet? Why can other characters easily find ginseng, but our daughter can't? She probably hasn't found it yet, but it seems like it's not in a cave. I just saw a bunch of little red flowers and you woke me up." Sun Fengqin replied, "How would I know you were dreaming? If I had known this dream was so important, I wouldn't have woken you up. Missing one meal won't kill you."
Li Rouge siga.
This is what a mother is like. When it comes to benefits, she can be so indifferent. If she really cared, it meant the benefits weren't enough. For example, her mother is always thinking about ginseng. Her mother said that in the story, they have to follow the script and find ginseng to make the journey worthwhile. The family sat down to eat grilled buns with barbecue sauce and mushroom soup with meat. This dinner was incredibly delicious. Roy didn't even know grilled buns could taste this good. The red sauce on top looked like chili, but wasn't spicy at all. The little girl didn't ask where the sauce came from. She just assumed her dad and sister brought it. Yes, her dad and sister are quite capable, and her mother is too, but she still needs to take care of her. Feeling like a burden to the family, the little girl insisted on washing the dishes after dinner. "Where will you get the water to wash them?" Li Rouge glanced at her parents, and Li Fubin quickly waved his hand. "Come on, daughter. Let's go for a walk. Your sister said there might be a cave nearby. Let's go look for it." "Okay, Dad." The little girl put down her corn and happily agreed, bouncing off to go with her dad to find watermelons. Watching the father and daughter walk away, Sun Fengqin felt very pleased. "Rouge, have you noticed? Your sister seems much livelier than before." Li Rouge nodded. "Yes, the little girl is great. Even after everything, she still has hope. I can't compare to that. I'm just worried that the previous mother left her with some psychological scars. After all, she's 10 now and remembers everything." Sun Fengqin sighed. "She won't, Mom," Li Rouge quickly reassured her. "Didn't you see? The child can filter her memories. She remembers all the good things about her family, how my older sister took care of her, how Dad picked wild fruits for her, and how you once brought her some dark fruits. She remembers all of that. What about you? Did you give Rui any good memories to hold on to?" Because Rui remembers those things, but Sun Fengqin does not. She's a bit curious about what Rouge said about how good she was to Rui. "I fought for her, like with Li Daba, because he often bullied little Rui. I secretly planned against him." Well, saying it this way, our family used to be very united, right? Of course, Mom. You and Dad are not made of clay. How could you not have your own temper? It's just that there have been too many years of suppression. So, the original couple cared deeply for their daughters, but when facing the Li family, they felt powerless and chose to die with their second daughter. Otherwise, the original couple wasn't foolish. How could they not guess that entering the mountains with empty stomachs would have a low chance of survival? As for why they didn't take little Rui, Li Rouge guessed it might be because they couldn't bear to. After all, the little girl is only 10 years old. If she could survive, why take away her chance to live? As for the couple, if they couldn't protect their second daughter, then dying with her would at least be fair to the child. Li Rouge was indeed clever. She guessed Li Fubin's thoughts. At that time, the couple felt they had no way out and had grown accustomed to being submissive. They didn't think to report to Su Xuanli. They only thought of accompanying their second daughter in death. Alas, this pitiful family. Even sadder is that such things were not uncommon in those times, and many people even thought these actions were not illegal. Illegal? Whose law? Once children grow up, Marriage matters should be decided by the elders in the family. As for finding a good or bad match, that is a woman's fate. With such thinking, if you dare to call it ignorant or foolish, well, you might be speaking too soon because many people in the village and even many in the city share this mindset. Why should you go against the crowd? So, understanding the times, Li Fubin and Sun Fengqin were angry but chose to understand the original situation. After all, they had not received the same higher education, had not experienced the good life that economic prosperity brought, had not lived in villas, had not driven luxury cars, and had never made their own decisions. Rather than being hated, such people are more to be pitied. The mother and daughter finished washing the dishes and went out to find the father and son, who had just returned. Seeing their tired expressions, it was clear they had not found anything. So she said, "Daughter, continue your dream tonight and make it more detailed. Otherwise, with mountains connected to mountains, how will we find that cave from your dream?" Li Rouge. Her mother didn't see her as the main character in a novel, but rather as a little fairy. After walking all day, the family squeezed together at night and fell asleep almost immediately. Even though it was hot during the day, the nights were quite cool. With just one worn-out single blanket, it was impossible to cover 4 people. So, before bed, Sun Fengqin decided to use both old blankets as mattresses. After little Rui fell asleep, she took out the silk quilt from their car. Fortunately, there was thunder and lightning that night, but it didn't rain. It's really hard to get rain during a drought. They would rather be those who pray for rain, even if it means getting drenched, just hoping for a heavy downpour to help the wilted trees. After having grilled buns for dinner, they couldn't have them for breakfast again. Eating the same thing twice in a row just doesn't taste right. Sun Fengqin got up and woke Li Fubin, asking him to put the 2 silk quilts back in the car and cover their daughters with the old blankets. They slept well that night, and today was cloudy, making walking more comfortable than yesterday. Li Fubin quickly helped Sun Fengqin start a fire. The couple cooked a pot of porridge and heated some dough pancakes before waking their daughters. Kids sleep deeply and know nothing once they're asleep. However, Li Rui was aware of her warm sleep and the soft quilt covering her. When she got up, she saw she was covered with the old blanket her parents had laid out, but she didn't think much of it, just assuming she had a nice dream like her sister. After breakfast, they quickly packed up and continued their journey. The sun was hidden behind clouds, making it less hot and more pleasant to walk. With Li Fubin as their living map, they only used Jang Ling's drawn map as a reference. They didn't rely on the map for this stretch of road, which is why they arrived at the highway earlier than expected and were lucky to encounter a large cart. The cart driver was friendly and, upon hearing they were going to Yunwu Mountain, helped them with directions. Although this route wasn't shorter than Jang Ling's, it allowed them to ride a few more miles in the cart and avoid the hardest part of the mountain road. This cart was heading to their commune to pick up officials, and the family followed it to Shenjing Commune, where they learned about its history from the driver. The morning passed just like that. For people got off the cart, thanked the driver, and wanted to buy something at the local supply and marketing cooperative. However, when they looked around, they found that the goods here were not as good as those at their Qingshan cooperative. Moreover, the locals seemed unfriendly, with attitudes that suggested they were ready for a fight. The family quickly decided to leave. In poor mountains and bad waters, while most people are simple and honest, there are indeed some difficult ones. The family headed west, following the route pointed out by the driver, and they found a path that seemed to be frequently used. A well-trodden path indicated that there were many nearby villages, and perhaps even a larger town. After a whole morning on the cart and an afternoon walking, they found a small town before dark. It wasn't small because it appeared to be larger than the prosperous town they knew. They walked along the main street, and when they reached the center, they saw a guest house and quickly went inside. To stay at the guest house, they needed a letter of introduction. The middle-aged female staff member looked them over and arrogantly said, "We don't differentiate between adults and children. It's 50 cents per person. You all need to decide if you want to stay." "Yes," Li Fubin said quickly, as if afraid someone would stop him, and he pulled out $2. His father was quite generous, But when Li Rouge heard they were charging by person instead of by room, she thought about how for people staying for a night would cost $2, and they almost decided not to stay. After all, they had insect and snake repellent, and staying outdoors would be fine. Why spend that extra money? But since her father had already paid, they might as well stay. Given the conditions, she guessed there probably wouldn't even be a place to bathe, yet it was still so expensive. Li Rouge was surprised to realize that she now considered $2 a lot of money. What a change! Once, on her way to school, she had seen a roll of coins tied with a hair tie, probably worth about $10, but she hadn't even bent down to pick it up. Indeed, as the environment changed, people's thoughts changed as well. Unaware that his daughter was secretly criticizing him for being wasteful, Li Fubin followed the staff member into what they called a room, only to be stunned by what he saw. He had thought the environment wouldn't be too good, but surely there would be a few beds. What he saw in front of him was a large kong, a traditional heated bed. Several people have already moved in here? The waitress then spoke again. Men stay in this room. Women come with me. So, they can't all stay in one room? If I had known this, their family might as well have found a cave. Fortunately, there aren't many people in the women's room, just one middle-aged woman who seems to be a business traveler. When the woman saw the three of them come in, she sighed in relief. Once the waitress left, she quietly said, "I'm glad you all came. If I were alone, I would be quite scared. It's not safe to stay alone here. Just look at the wooden windows and doors. They aren't as good as those at home. I bet with a little force, they could be kicked open." However, the female official didn't complain about the room, and they certainly didn't dare to say anything negative. Hee. Sun Fengqin chuckled awkwardly and replied, "It's just that the accommodation fee is too high, 50 cents per person. They shouldn't show off their wealth. For their family of 4 to stay one night costs 2 yuan. They don't want people thinking they are rich." After Sun Fengqin said this, her half-serious expression made the middle-aged woman laugh. When traveling, you have to pay for a place to stay. Look at the weather. I guess this rain won't stop tonight. Yes, we think the same way. There's nothing we can do. We came to visit relatives and got caught in the rain. While Sun Fengqin and the middle-aged woman were talking, the two sisters had already laid out bedding for the three of them. The female official could sleep on one side, while the three of them slept on the other. After they finished, Li Rouge counted the remaining bedding. There were 10 sets rolled up, and they had spread out 4, leaving 6 still rolled. So, if this room were full, it could fit 10 people? Wow, who says people back then didn't know how to do business? Just look at this room. In the future, it would only have 2 rooms, at most 4 people could stay. But here, one big bed can fit 10. If it were full, it would be crowded. However, it seems that in this small mountain town, such a spectacle probably wouldn't happen. Especially in the women's room. Her father's room, on the other hand, looked like it had quite a few people already. Poor Bosley, who used to stay in 5-star hotels, he wouldn't want to lose face. Now, he doesn't care about status anymore, probably just like her mother, fitting in with the other guests right away. Li Rouge really guessed it right. In the work area, at the other end of the hallway, Li Fubin was eagerly chatting with someone. He didn't expect to meet Feng Yuan in here. Since the last time he traded wild vegetables for food with this guy, they hadn't seen each other again. Just now, he had been lying against the wall pretending to sleep. Perhaps recognizing his familiar voice, Feng Yuan turned around, and both of them were taken aback. Feng Yuan was not sociable and gave off a cold vibe that kept people away, so he was pressed against the wall, with no one sitting next to him for 3 beds. Since they knew each other, Li Fubin naturally didn't want to squeeze in with the others, especially with those who had an unpleasant smell. "Oh, it's you, Xiao Feng. Where are you going?" Li Fubin said as he climbed onto the bed and opened the bedding next to Feng Yuan. At that moment, Feng Yuan sat up and even helped Li Fubin a bit. Everyone in the room stared in surprise at this scene. This young man looked good and clean, and they certainly wanted to sleep nearby, but whenever someone approached, he would give a cold glance that made them quickly move away. They thought to themselves that this handsome guy had a gaze as sharp as ice, even more intimidating than a scarred face. In the large dormitory for 10 people, with Li Fubin included, 8 had already settled in. This meant he and Feng Yuanen were at one end, with 2 empty beds in between, while 6 others were sleeping closely at the other end. Fortunately, this situation continued until the end, with no one else moving in, or else Li Fubin would have felt uncomfortable sleeping next to someone. Feng Yuanen didn't rush to answer Li Fubin but instead asked, "Uncle Li, where are you going?" Knowing this guy was not simple and was quite guarded, Li Fubin replied readily, "Our family of 4 is going to Yunwu Mountain to see my eldest daughter. We just got here, and it's getting dark. I'm worried it might rain tonight." After saying that, noticing others were listening, Li Fubin added, When you're out, you worry about getting sick. We're just putting on a brave face. If it weren't for the rain, we would have camped outside for the night. Yeah, it costs 50 cents. I'm also afraid of the rain. This place is a ripoff," someone chimed in. 50 cents isn't too much, another person explained. This is the only guest house in Changshan town, and it's usually this price. But there aren't many guests, probably because everyone thinks like you, afraid of getting soaked. Listening carefully when others speak is the most basic form of respect. After the 2 people interrupted finished speaking, Boss Li turned to Feng Yuan and asked, "So, are you staying just one night or a few days?" This time, Li Fubin did not ask where Feng Yuanen was going but instead inquired how many days he would stay. Feng Yuanen had a good impression of Li Fubin, thinking he was not like an ordinary farmer who was dull, but someone who had seen the world. After observing how smoothly Li Fubin communicated with everyone, Feng Yuanen realized that he not only had experience, but must have also been involved in business before. He couldn't possibly be just an honest farmer. "I'll leave tomorrow morning, as I'm heading to Yunwu Mountain too. If Uncle Li's family is also leaving tomorrow, we can go together." "Oh, what a coincidence." Li Fubin was surprised. "That's great. Our family is definitely leaving tomorrow morning. Not to mention, at 2 yuan for a night, they could manage for 1 night, but staying longer would be too much." "Good. Then we'll leave together tomorrow morning." After saying this, Feng Yuanen pretended to lie down, signaling that the conversation was over for today. Li Fubin quickly added, "Xiao Feng, have you eaten dinner? If not, our family brought some food. Would you like to have some?" "No, thank you, Uncle Li. I brought my own food and just ate," Feng Yuanen replied. Then he thought for a moment, reached into his bag beside the pillow, and pulled out a paper package, handing it to Li Fubin. "I have some smoked meat here. You can take it." This smoked meat was actually from the roe deer they had bought. Since Li Fubin had been so generous, Feng Yuanen felt a bit embarrassed and decided to share a piece of smoked meat. Everyone in the room then realized why they could smell a delicious meat aroma mixed with the unpleasant odor of feet. It turned out someone really had brought meat. In these times, when people saw meat, their eyes lit up like hungry wolves. Seeing everyone staring at the piece of meat, Li Fubin didn't dare refuse too much and said, "Thank you, Xiao Feng." He quickly took the meat and was about to get up and put on his shoes. Thinking it was still early, he decided it was too soon to lie down, so he pulled Feng Yuan again. "Xiao Feng, let's go for a walk together. It's too early to sleep now." Feng Yuanen hesitated for a moment, then sat up again, put on his bag, and followed Li Fubin outside. A few pairs of eyes turned back in disappointment, sighing quietly. They had hoped to ask the young man if he had any more smoked meat, either to buy some or trade for it, but now it seemed unlikely. The man named Li looked like a sharp person. He probably called the young man outside because he was eyeing the meat in his bag. When the 2 came out, Li Fubin asked Feng Yuan to wait at the entrance while he went over to the female guests. He knocked on the door and said, "Feng Qin, Yuga." I ran into Feng Yuan. "Bring our food, and let's find a place to eat."
Who is Feng Yuanen?
Sun Feng Qin didn't react at first, but then she noticed her daughter's lips moving as if saying wild vegetables, and she remembered the handsome young man. At that moment, they couldn't put their things in the room. Although the woman living there didn't seem sneaky, who could guarantee she would always be there? What if she needed to go out too? So, everyone grabbed their baskets and went out. To their surprise, it was indeed that quiet young man who hadn't said much to them last time. When Feng Yuanen saw them, he was taken aback. They looked like they hadn't eaten in a long time. Their faces were not good at all. But hadn't it only been a few days? Less than half a month, and yet this family seemed to have gained weight, looking as healthy as anyone else. Especially the two young girls, looking fair and clean, hardly resembling people who had just come down from the mountains. The family's transformation was so significant that even Feng Yuanen, who rarely showed his emotions, was shocked into forgetting to hide his feelings. "I can see that you all have been doing well lately," Feng Yuanen said, not as a question but as a statement, so no explanation was needed. Li Fubin replied with a smile, "That's thanks to you." "Thanks to him?" "Oh." Feng Yuanen quickly understood that since he had exchanged food for them, this family must have received a good share. As they walked out of the guest house and onto the street, which was not very crowded, Feng Yuanen looked at the pale faces of the few passers-by and suddenly remarked, "If everyone could eat enough every day, would everyone's faces look better?" The boy was young but had a big heart, thinking about everyone. "Yes, one day we won't have to worry about food anymore. Maybe we'll even have more than we can eat. That day may still be a bit far off, but there will indeed come a day like that in the future." However, the children who are 18 or 19 then won't have the same concern for the country and its people as Feng Yuanen does, including his daughter, who used to be picky about food. Out of 10 dishes, if 5 were to her liking, son Fengqin would be all smiles. If only he had the ability to travel through time, he would bring those picky eaters from the future to experience hunger during these famine years. Feng Yuan didn't take Li Fubin's words seriously. He saw them as just a wish. With so many people in our country, how could there ever be a time when food runs out? Such a thought was too bold for someone so young, and Uncle Li really dared to say it. The group searched for a long time near the guest house before finally finding a state-run restaurant. When they knocked on the door, they were told that they were about to close and there was no food left. If they wanted to eat, they should come back early tomorrow. Feng Yuanen was the one who brought them out, so Li Fubin felt a bit embarrassed. "We actually brought our own food. We just wanted a place to sit and chat over some hot water. Dad, we just walked by a place with lots of cement pipes. How about we go there?" Li Rouge suggested, patting her backpack. "I have water and a pot. We can just boil some water ourselves. This isn't the wilderness. If someone finds us starting a fire, they might think we're vagrants and take us away," Li Fubin said, shaking his head in disagreement. Feng Yuanen also thought Li Rouge's suggestion wasn't appropriate. He looked up at the brightly lit state-run restaurant and walked over to knock on the door. The man who came out was about to get angry, but when he saw Feng Yuanen's decent appearance, his tone changed immediately. "Comrade, we've already closed, and there's no food left. You should come back early tomorrow. We have our own food. Can we use your place to boil some hot water?"
Feng Yuanen asked, handing over $1.
The man's face instantly lit up with a smile, and he quickly opened the double doors, letting them in.
Li Rouge.
Compared to Feng Yuanen, their families still felt too inexperienced. Li Fubin. It's not that they were inexperienced, it's just that their pockets were too light to be so generous. Son Fengqin. Thank goodness this young man isn't her son. Otherwise, she would have to teach him a lesson. Boiling a pot of water costs $1? Does your family have a fortune? Li Rui, with her eyes full of stars, thought to herself, "Wow, this big brother is really impressive." With just a few words, he got the restaurant to open the door for us again. I wish I could be that capable one day. The person who could decide to open the door for everyone was the chef at the restaurant, and the one who spoke was his young apprentice. Now, everyone else in the restaurant had finished work and left, leaving just the two of them. Since the chef was the one collecting the money, he let his apprentice leave first to boil a pot of water. As soon as a few people walked in, the chef quickly lit the fire to boil water for them. Later, feeling a bit guilty for only charging them a small amount, he rummaged around and found half a basin of crispy rice, which he probably intended to take home. He said he would make them some crispy rice soup. "There's really not much food left, just this crispy rice. If you don't mind." They didn't mind the crispy rice, but they were concerned about the cloth bag it was in. Even in these times when food was so precious, they still couldn't shake their cleanliness habits. Glancing at Feng Yuanen, It seemed he was also very particular about cleanliness. Sun Fengqin quickly signaled to Liuge, "Can you take out some of our grain and ask Chef Hu to help us prepare it? We can't just take their food." "I still have a piece of smoked meat that Xiao Feng gave me," Li Fubin quickly added, taking the piece of smoked meat from his basket and handing it to Sun Fengqin. "This piece of meat is quite big. How about we make some noodles with sauce?" With good ingredients, Sun Fengqin felt inspired to cook. Besides, cooking herself would make her feel more at ease about what they were eating. Sure, but for the noodles. Liuge thought about how they couldn't just use cornmeal, but at this time, they couldn't afford to use their last bit of white flour either. She felt her mother was sometimes even less reliable than she was. When her mother's bold and carefree nature kicked in, she really didn't care about anything. "It's fine. Just save a little of that white flour for your sister. We can mix the rest with cornmeal to make a 2-flour noodle. It'll still taste good." Of course, 2-flour noodles would taste great. In these times, white flour was precious, and her mother really didn't know how to manage things well. Unaware that Chef Hu had already labeled her as someone who couldn't manage, Sun Fengqin took the piece of smoked meat to the kitchen, chattering away as she borrowed an apron. They didn't even need her to help. They just wanted to use their stove. Feng Yuanen had noticed early on that this family seemed to look down on the crispy rice that Master Hu brought out. Of course, he also found the oily cloth bag used for snacks unappealing. What caught his interest was that it seemed like this family entrusted all their valuable items to their second daughter. In these times, the most precious thing was food, so when he saw Li Rouge taking food from her basket, he found it quite strange. Li Fubin noticed Feng Yuanen staring at his daughter's basket and quickly said, "Her mother is careless, and Rouge is worried. She might lose the food. This child is always so thoughtful." Little Rui agreed with her father and nodded, saying, "My mom said she just needs to make sure I don't lose it. She doesn't have to worry about anything else." Haha, this girl is quite amusing. With little Rui's attention drawn to him, and seeing Uncle Li go to the kitchen, Feng Yuanen quickly pulled out some fruit candies from his bag and handed them to her, saying, "Here, you and your sister can each have 2 pieces." Li Rui wanted to say that her sister already had a whole pound of these candies, but when she saw her father give her a look, she accepted the 4 pieces and said, "Thank you, big brother." In the countryside, kindness towards their family was rare, and no one had ever given them food. So, Li Rui had never said thank you before and didn't fully understand what it meant. Thanks to Li Rouge's repeated teaching, the little girl finally used the phrase today, and her face turned a little red afterward. The little girl was quite pretty, and Feng Yuanen, without knowing why, suddenly reached out and pinched little Rui's cheek. This surprised the girl, and she almost turned to bite him. Feeling the intense glare from the little girl, he quickly looked around and saw no one else in the room, feeling a strange sense of relief as if he had done something wrong but hadn't been caught. The second sister said that as girls grow up, they must be cautious and not let anyone touch them, not even a little. How dare he pinch her? The girl, who had just had a good impression of Feng Yuanen, now saw him as someone to be wary of because of his action. Watching the little girl run to the kitchen, glaring back at him with fierce eyes, Feng Yuanen almost laughed out loud. When did he become so mischievous? He felt bad for making her upset. He had come out in a hurry and didn't bring anything nice to cheer her up. With so many people around, it was easy to work just a few bowls of noodles to prepare. The noodles made from this flour mixture cannot guarantee that each one is perfect, even if more white flour is added. Fortunately, no one is picky at this time. Even Li Fubin and his daughter Li Rouge, who used to be very selective, now feel happy to have a bowl of noodles with meat sauce and some chopped mustard greens. The mustard greens were provided by Master Hu also helped chop them and used his stove and oil and salt. So, they naturally served him a bowl from the big pot of noodles. The others each had a big bowl as well, and since Feng Yuan was still growing, 1 bowl was definitely not enough. In the end, Sun Fengqin scooped out a little more for him. After finishing the noodles, they drank a bowl of plain water. As they were leaving, Master Hu, perhaps feeling a bit shy, gave Sun Fengqin some more mustard greens and invited them to come back for breakfast the next morning, promising to save some vegetable buns for them. At this time, vegetables were rare, so having vegetable buns to eat, even if they were made with dried vegetables, was a special treat. Everyone happily agreed, understanding that master, who was being kind to them because of the 1 yuan Feng Yuan spent on noodles. After the meal, the family no longer treated Feng Yuan as an outsider. Once outside the restaurant, Sun Fengqin asked Xiao Feng, "I didn't ask in the restaurant, what are you doing at Yunwu Mountain?" It was clear that the extra bowl he had just eaten was saved for him by everyone. Although he had only interacted with this family twice, Feng Yuan felt he understood them well enough after tonight's meal. In his eyes, Uncle Li's family were all good people. So when Sun Fengqin asked, Feng Yuan, who would usually not answer such questions, felt there was no need to hide anything since they would be traveling together tomorrow. He replied, "I have some business dealings with hunters there, so I go to Yunwu Mountain a few times each year. This is already my second trip this year." In these times, those who spoke so boldly were not ordinary people. Li Rouge looked at Feng Yuan suspiciously and threatened, "You dare to do business? Aren't you afraid we will report you?" Feng Yuan just smiled at her words and replied, "What is there to be afraid of? You might, but Uncle Li and Aunt Li wouldn't." "Hey, how are you talking? What do you mean by saying I will?"
Rouge.
As night fell, a few people were walking down the street. Although they couldn't see anyone around, Li Fubin reminded them, "Let's stop this conversation here."
No more talking about it.
"Got it," Li Rouge replied. Suddenly, she thought of something and couldn't help but ask, "You often go to Yunwu Mountain and deal with hunters. Do you know the Jang family?" Of course, Zhang Dahu was known to him. Feng Yuan turned to look at Li Rouge, and then back at Li Fubin, guessing, "Are you visiting relatives at Yunwu Mountain? Is it the Jiang family?" With this comment, everyone understood that he really knew the Jiang family. "Zhang Dahu is my eldest daughter's husband," Li Fubin said, feeling a bit embarrassed. He continued, "But our family still doesn't know what Zhang Dahu looks like. My daughter was matched with him by her grandparents." "Really?" Now it was Feng Yuan's turn to be surprised. "What a coincidence. I'm going to the Jiang family at Yunwu Mountain. I saw your eldest daughter not long ago. Is that true?" Sun Fengqin quickly nudged Li Fubin and asked, "Tell us how our Roland is doing at the Jiang family. Has she fought with Zhang Dahu? By the way, when you last saw her, did their child already arrive? You're asking so many questions at once. How can Yuan answer all of that?" Li Fubin said this, but he couldn't help but ask, "We feel very guilty about our daughter. It's been 2 years without news. Can you honestly tell us, when you saw our Roland, was she restricted in any way?" From the memories left by the original owner, Li Roland took good care of her family when she was home. How could she not think of visiting them for 2 years? Even if she couldn't come back, she could at least send a message, right? Feng Yuan was from Qingshan County, so if she wanted to send a message home, it shouldn't be too difficult, right? At this moment, Li Fubin had more thoughts than Sun Fengqin. In an instant, he imagined several possibilities, the most likely being that their daughter was being restricted by the Jiang family. Restricted? Feng Yuan laughed at Li Fubin's words and quickly said, "That's impossible. Zhang Dahu may be a hunter, but he's not as rough as you think. He seems to treat your daughter well. Why hasn't Roland thought about sending a letter home in the past 2 years?" The eldest daughter never received an education, so they didn't expect her to write home. But if she had met Feng Yuan, did she not know that Feng Yuan lived in the county town of Qingshan? That must be the case. Then she got married and soon became pregnant. The long mountain roads would be exhausting for anyone, let alone a pregnant woman. Feng Yuan guessed this was true. Although he and Li Roland had met, they had never spoken, so she probably didn't know he lived not far from her family's home. But didn't Mr. Jiang and his son, Zhang Dahu, know? So he wasn't sure how to comfort Uncle Li's family and suggested, "How about we leave early tomorrow? If all goes well, we can arrive by evening, and then you can see your eldest daughter." Yes, let's leave early. With Xiao Feng leading the way, we can avoid taking the wrong path." That settled it. The family returned to their rooms, and the 3 women quickly washed up and fell asleep. On the men's side, Li Fubin and Feng Yuan were disturbed by the snoring in the room. At first, they couldn't sleep, so they chatted for a while. It was then that Li Fubin realized that Feng Yuanen's relationship with the Jiang family was not as simple as he had thought. Of course, Feng Yue didn't boast about how good his relationship was with the Jiang family. Instead, Li Fubin picked up on the respect Feng had for the elder Jiang and how he referred to his unseen brother-in-law as Brother Jiang. Eventually, they both became too tired and, amidst the snoring, fell asleep. The next morning, regardless of how late they had slept, everyone woke up early. In their hurry to leave, they couldn't go to the state-run restaurant for breakfast. It probably wouldn't even be open yet. Luckily, they had enough steamed buns at home. As soon as it was light, the family, along with Feng Yuanen, set off. They noticed it had rained a bit last night, and today was cloudy, so they walked even faster. After 3 hours, everyone felt hungry and stopped to rest. They found a spot to take a break and ate some steamed buns with the pickled vegetables master who had given them. Feng Yuanen then took out 2 pieces of smoked meat from his bag. This picnic, with steamed buns, meat, and pickles, was delightful, especially since everyone was a bit hungry. However, the rain started again, though it was light. They had trouble finding dry wood, so they decided to eat the food cold instead. Then Feng Yuanen noticed that the steamed buns brought by Uncle Li's family were still soft after several days. Maybe Aunt Li was a good cook. The noodles she made last night were especially delicious, even better than what their previous chef made. The others were worried that Feng Yuanen might suspect something, so they didn't even dare to give him water. Fortunately, both sides had water bottles. They were drinking the water that Li Rouge carried, while Feng Yuanen had asked the waiter for hot water early in the morning. People who travel often are used to carrying a water bottle, especially when there is no bottled water available. At first, Feng Yuanen was concerned that the others didn't have water to drink, but then he saw that Li Rouge had a military water bottle. He paused for a moment, but quickly looked away. Such items are not particularly valuable, and it was not surprising that Uncle Li had one. Li Fubin was unaware that he had gained a high opinion in Feng Yuanen's mind, even considering whether to invite him to join their group. The group was having breakfast in a small cave, and after more than half an hour, as they prepared to set off, the light rain stopped. It seemed that their family had a special connection that day. The rain wouldn't fall until they reached Yunwu Mountain. Feng Yuanen, as their guide, helped the family finally ascend Yunwu Mountain before the heavy rain began, leading them into Qijia Village. Although it's called Qijia Village, it's not really a village since the 7 households are spread far apart. Feng Yuanen was quite familiar with the area. He not only led them easily up Yunwu Mountain but also directly into Qijia Village. Where is the Jiang family? As soon as Sun Fengqin spoke, Feng Yuanen pointed ahead, just over there. If we walk through this bamboo grove, we will see the row of wooden houses belonging to the Jiang family. They were finally about to see the eldest sister, and Xiao Rui was more excited than anyone else in the family. Compared to her, the others grew more worried as they got closer to their destination, fearing that Li Rulan might realize they were not the original family. This year is supposed to be a drought, but it seems like this place hasn't been affected much. Dad, look at how well these bamboo plants are growing. Li Fubin was observing and thought to himself that it was no wonder the old Jiang family didn't want to come down. The air here was so good, and there was such a large area of bamboo, making it much easier to gather bamboo shoots. The most important point is that no officials would want to come to such a place. It's exhausting to walk here for a day, and there are only 7 households. What's the point of coming? However, there is a new policy from above that requires hunters living in the mountains to move down and settle. The old Jiang family certainly wouldn't dare to disobey. Let's see what old Jiang says this time. He might not want to go to Li family village. This bamboo forest is quite large, and without Feng Yuanen leading them, even with Jang Ling's map, it wouldn't be easy for them to find their way out. Finally, the family spotted a row of wooden houses. Behind the fence, there was a woman wearing a floral headscarf. Could she be their eldest daughter? At that moment, Xiao Rui rushed forward and shouted, "Elder sister, I've come to see you with Dad, Mom, and second sister." The woman in the headscarf seemed to be feeding chickens, holding a basket in her hands, scattering food into the coop. Hearing the shout, she turned to look. Dad, Mom, it really is my elder sister. When the woman turned around, Li Rouge recognized her and shouted excitedly. Among the Jiang family, there are 6 bachelors and only the eldest, Jiang Dahu, is married. The woman they saw in the yard could only be their eldest daughter. Seeing Uncle Li and Aunt Li still in shock, Feng Yuanan smiled and said, "You all talk for a bit. I'll go find old Jiang in the back." Just moments ago, they were worried about how many people were there, but now, seeing Li Rulan, all those chaotic thoughts vanished. They are Li Rulan's real parents, and Li Rouge is her real younger sister. How could they be afraid to see their own family? The family quickened their pace, following Xiao Rui as she ran toward the yard. The woman holding the basket stood there in disbelief for a long time, then suddenly tossed the basket aside and ran toward Li Rui, scooping up her younger sister in a hug. "Rui, why are you all here?" Without waiting for an answer, Li Rulan quickly set her sister down and rushed to the door. "Dad, Mom, Rouge, why are you all here?" Finally seeing her elder sister, who still looked beautiful but had gained some weight and become fairer, Li Rouge felt her eyes welling up with tears. "Elder sister, have you been well these past 2 years?" She realized that the question was unnecessary. If she hadn't been well, she wouldn't have gained so much weight. Besides, her elder sister was wearing shoes and clothes that hadn't been worn in 17 years, and there were no patches on her outfit. "I'm good, elder sister. I'm doing well." Li Rulan barely had time to say this before being pulled into a hug by Sun Fengqin. "Rulan, we thought we lost you." Sun Fengqin originally planned to apologize to her eldest daughter as soon as she saw her. But now that they were face to face, she found she didn't need to say any of those lines she had prepared. "Your father, your 2 sisters, and I have been thinking about you every day for the past 2 years. Come here, and let me see if my Rulan has lost weight." "Oh no, you haven't lost weight. In fact, you look like you've gained quite a bit. And your complexion has improved." "Oh, my eldest daughter looks even more beautiful. This makes me so happy. Why is Mom suddenly so talkative?" And she even hugged her? In the past, her daughters never received such treatment from Sun Fengqin, who only wanted sons. While Li Rulan was momentarily stunned, Sun Fengqin kept talking. Before she could respond, her father came over. Oh my, the surprise was overwhelming. The family seemed more lively than when she was at home, and they all looked a bit healthier too. "Dad, Mom, why are you both here?" Although she was happy they came, she knew the situation at home. Li Rulan's eyes were red. "What if Grandpa and Grandma give you a hard time because of this?"
Who cares about them?
"Our family is separate now. We can go wherever we want without asking them." She had wanted to maintain her composure in front of her daughter, at least not to disrupt the image of her original self. But in her excitement, Sun Fengqin forgot all about that and spoke boldly, not caring about anything else. "Wait, we're separated?" Fortunately, this news shocked Li Rulan even more, and she quickly accepted her mother's change. How is that possible? Would Grandpa and Grandma agree to us separating? Her father had mentioned separating before, but that was many years ago. How did her grandparents react back then? They not only beat her father, but also her mother. Her grandmother claimed it was her mother's idea to separate and made her kneel in front of their ancestors for hours. It was only after the neighbors intervened that her grandmother finally let her mother get up. In the Li family courtyard, although there were many people, very few actually did the work. Especially in the main house, her uncle and aunt were lazy, and Li Ruxia even found breathing to be tiring. How could they possibly let their family separate? Her parents are the main labor force of the Li family, and everyone in the village knows that her grandparents will not let them leave until they are completely worn out. So when Sun Fengqin said their family had separated, it shocked Li Rulan. Details can wait until later. "By the way, what about my son-in-law? And my little grandson?" "They went to work, and the child is sleeping," Li Rulan replied, finally recovering from her surprise. She quickly added, "Mom, Dad, you should go inside and rest. I'll get dinner ready for you." The family hadn't seen each other for 2 years, and there was so much to say. They tried to talk, but in half an hour, no one had managed to say a complete sentence. Since they weren't in a hurry, Li Fubin walked around the house and then came back outside. It's still raining. What are my son-in-law and the others doing? Li Rulon came out with a large bowl of sorghum and, hearing her father's question, quickly replied, they all went to dig bamboo shoots. My dad said the rain makes it a good day for digging, so the brothers went. The amount of rice she brought was enough for an average family to last 3 days. It showed that the eldest daughter held some status in the family. At least when her family visited, they didn't need to ask for permission about meals. At that moment, Feng Yuanan, who was quite familiar with the Jiang family, had already gone to fetch old man Jiang. The women had all gone to the kitchen, and laughter and chatter could be heard from afar. The Jiang family's courtyard was just as big as the Li family's, but for many years it had only been the men living there, who were not very talkative. So usually, the courtyard was quiet, and the men came and went silently. After Rulon married in, Jang Ling left, and she was often alone with no one to talk to. Today, hearing the sound of women's laughter and conversation in the courtyard surprised old man Jiang. He paused for a moment before continuing on at Feng Yuanen's urging. Li Fubin carefully observed the legendary old hunter as he approached, and was completely convinced that such an elegant person could not just be an ordinary mountain dweller. Sure enough, he then heard Feng Yuanen introduce him. Uncle Li, I forgot to mention that my uncle Jiang is actually a great doctor. Really, my life was saved by him from the hands of death. No wonder he said that the relationship between Feng Yuanen and the Jiang family is more than just a simple business deal. The debt of gratitude is greater than the sky. It's not an exaggeration to say that Jiang Laotu is like a second parent to Feng Yuan. Father-in-law, don't listen to that young man Feng. I just deal with animals all the time, and when I get hurt, I figure out how to treat myself. I don't really know any medical skills, Jiang Ruanji said with a smile. Just now, Feng Yuanen found Jiang Laotu and briefly introduced Li Fubin, saying that this family is quite good, which is why Jiang Laotu called him father-in-law so sincerely. There aren't many people who receive praise from Feng, so Jiang Ruanji was already less annoyed with Li Fubin's family, even before meeting them. Does this mean Jiang Laotu was previously unhappy with his eldest daughter-in-law's family? Of course, he was unhappy. When his daughter-in-law first came to their home, she looked so pitiful that anyone would feel sorry for her. However, over the past 2 years, the Jiang family has come to understand through Li Rulon's stories that their family was not well regarded because they had no sons. Otherwise, why would they marry her off so far away? At that time, according to Li Laotai and Song Hohat, it would have been best to marry Li Rulon to a remote mountain area so she would never return home and would suffer there, facing hardships and mistreatment. If Li Rulon really lived that kind of life, Li Laotai and the first branch of the family would surely be delighted, enjoying several bowls of porridge. Unfortunately, their plans didn't work out as they intended. Although they married her off far away, she ended up with a good family. It was a bit unfortunate for Jang Ling, who was misled by the matchmaker, but at least her brother got a good wife in return, which was what she wanted. Li Rulon was also the one she was most satisfied with among several choices. This shows that the connections between people are quite mysterious. Otherwise, at this time, with no transportation and the Jiang family living deep in the mountains without any means of communication, it would have been impossible for their eldest daughter to marry Jiang Dahu. Seeing that Jiang Laotu was someone who kept his talents hidden, not wanting anyone to know he had medical skills, Li Fubin laughed along, thinking that compared to his brother, Jiang's little secrets were nothing. However, it's certainly better for Rulon to marry into such a family than to marry an ignorant person from the mountains. It's just unclear what big secret the old man is hiding. As long as it's not what Sun Fengqin guessed, then this marriage for his eldest daughter should be quite good. The two people here were washing their hands in the basin that Feng Yuanen handed over, chatting about the things they had seen on their journey. Seeing that the old man Jiang loved to hear this, Li Fubin described everything their family had experienced in a storytelling manner. So, the situation outside is worse than in the mountains. At least here, we won't go hungry. Yes, the mountains provide for people, and there are fewer people and more resources here. For example, the basket of bamboo shoots that old man Jiang just brought back. If they were in the big green mountains, would anyone really be able to wait until now to let them grow? They would have been dug up and eaten as soon as they appeared. The two relatives were having a good conversation, while Li Rouge and Li Rui were helping their older sister and briefly explained to Li Rulan why their family had split. At that moment, Sun Fengqin had gone inside to check on the child, doting on her little grandson. When Li Rulan heard the reason for their family split, she was furious and said, "I agreed to go with the matchmaker back then because they promised me that as long as I married Dahu honestly, they would treat you all well in the future. Especially Grandma. She even swore that if she couldn't do it, she wouldn't have a good end." You believe what Grandma says? If swearing worked, then just wait for her to have a bad end, Sun Fengqin said angrily as she happened to walk in and overhear. How dare Mother say that about Grandma? Li Rulan turned in surprised to look at her mother, then at her two younger sisters, and suddenly understood everything. Her parents had been pushed by that family and had finally learned to stand up for themselves. She had waited nearly 20 years for this day, and now she saw her parents no longer enduring everything. In the past, her parents made them endure everything, being scolded by Grandma and Grandpa, being bullied by Aunt, and even being picked on by their peer, Li Shixia. Her parents always told her to endure, and it would pass. At that time, she felt a deep resentment toward her parents for not supporting her and for their insistence on enduring. "Mom, I like how you and Dad are now." As soon as she said this, tears streamed down Li Rulan's face, and she quickly wiped them away with her sleeve. Seeing this, Sun Fengqin felt a mix of emotions. One of the couple had been spoiled by the old Li couple, while the other was only focused on having a son, thinking that having a son would change their family's treatment. Oh, that silly woman. She has 3 wonderful daughters and wouldn't trade them for 100 sons. Rulan, in the past, your father and I didn't treat you well. We hope you won't blame us. Li Rulan quickly shook her head. I don't blame you. I've never blamed you for my own issues. Then, you must have blamed us for your 2 younger sisters being bullied, right? Just say what you think. You don't need to beat around the bush with me. The atmosphere, which was quite heavy, became lively again with Sun Fengqin's words. Li Rouge quickly joined in to lighten the mood, saying, "Back then, Mom only did 2 things, having sons and working. She didn't have time for us. It was all on me, like a mother hen, protecting me and little Rui." Li Rui, worried that their mother might be upset by her sister's words, quickly jumped in to defend her. That's not true. Mom was always being watched by Grandma and Aunt, so she couldn't take care of us, right, Mom? Sun Fengqin thought to herself. What good deeds did she do in her past life to deserve such good fortune, having 3 daughters like this? Yes, my eldest daughter understands me the most, Sun Fengqin said, pulling little Rui in for a kiss. Dad said I'm Mom's little warm blanket, my second sister is like warm pants, and my eldest sister is like a warm coat, haha. The little girl laughed at her own words. Li Rulan was stunned by the scene in front of her. This woman is her mother. Although she looked a bit different, she still recognized her. But Mom actually kissed Rui? She remembered that Mom used to dislike Rui the most. It could be said that since little sister grew up, it was only her and Rouge who took care of her. Mom was so affected by having another daughter that she was often lost in thought and hardly even looked at Rui. Also, little sister had changed a lot. When did this child learn to smile like that? It made Rulan want to laugh along. Of course, Rouge had also changed, but compared to their parents and little sister, Rouge seemed to have changed the least. Li Rulan stared in amazement at everything happening before her, her lips unconsciously curling up. In this moment, she looked even more like the woman in that little photo. Her eldest sister was truly beautiful, especially with that gentle smile that didn't show her teeth, leaving Li Rouge mesmerized.
Then,
"Hey Mom, what's burning?" Sun Fengqin suddenly shouted, waking everyone up. All 4 of them were in the kitchen, and they had let something burn. This was definitely trouble.
It's okay, Mom.
I wasn't paying attention earlier, and the fire got a bit too big. Once I take the fire out a little, it will be fine. After a bit of chaos, the mother and her 4 children looked at each other and burst into laughter. Just as they managed to save the rice from being burnt, Thankfully, it was only a little scorched. The 5 members of the Jang family had already entered the yard. When they heard the eldest son-in-law was back, Sun Fengqin and Li Rouge didn't hesitate to rush out of the kitchen, eager to see what Jiang Dahe looked like and if he was good enough for their beautiful daughter. At that moment, standing in front of Li Fubin and being examined by his father-in-law, the man was about 6 feet tall and seemed to weigh around 150 pounds. From his back, it was clear he was strong and fit, but not overweight. The mother and daughter thought for a long time about how to describe him and finally settled on handsome. Wow, their brother-in-law had a nice build, but they only saw Jiang Dahe's back and had no idea what his face looked like. When Jiang Dahe came to pick up Li Rilon, he surprised everyone at the Li family estate, reportedly with a big beard. At that time, everyone had been sent away by Grandma Li, so no one saw what Jiang Dahe looked like. This became a joke later when Li Ruxia would tease them, saying her sister married a wild man. However, one time when Li Ruxia said this, Jang Ling overheard her, and that night, a little snake appeared in Li Ruxia's bed. Although the snake was not poisonous and was later made into soup by Grandma Li, it certainly scared Li Ruxia, and she reportedly was so frightened that she wet herself. Everyone suspected Jang Ling had put the snake in Li Ruxia's bed because she was the only one in the Li family brave enough to catch snakes and would sometimes bring one home for herself. In the end, this was confirmed when Li Ruxia asked Jang Ling about it the next day, and Jang Ling openly admitted it. She warned Li Ruxia that if she ever called her brother a wild man again, she would make her sleep with a snake every night. Jang Ling's words not only scared Li Ruxia into silence about Jiang Dahe, but also changed the way Grandma Li and Grandpa Li looked at Jiang Ling, no longer with disdain. After all, how could Jiang Ling dare to marry so far away? She truly had confidence. As Jiang Ling herself said, those who wanted to scheme against her wouldn't know how high the grass on their graves had grown. So, Jiang Ling is now in the Li family courtyard, and she is really impressing everyone. Whenever someone sees her, they can't help but feel uneasy, yet they don't dare to say anything and try to avoid her. After being questioned by her father-in-law, the person turned around, smiled at Li Rilon, and then looked at the others. Li Rouge said, "Mom, did you see that? This person not only looks good but also cares for his wife." I can see that," Sun Fengqin replied to Li Rouge, but her eyes remained on her son-in-law. "Yes, he looks good, is tall enough, and when he smiles, his big white teeth meet her standards for a son-in-law." Before seeing Jiang Dahe, Sun Fengqin was worried that her son-in-law would be like the others she had met, possibly with yellow teeth from not brushing regularly. For the 3 of them, looks were secondary. The man had to have good character first, and cleanliness was next. They absolutely could not accept their precious daughter marrying a man with yellow teeth. Fortunately, Jiang Dahe did not have a beard as Li Ruxia described, and he seemed to be quite clean. At that moment, Jiang Dahe approached, greeted Sun Fengqin, called her mom, chatted with the 2 little ones, and handed the wild chickens he was carrying to Li Rilon. "We were lucky today. We found 2 wild chickens. Let's stew them later." "Okay. I've soaked some dried bamboo shoots, and I'll stir-fry them with some cured meat. My parents will definitely love it." While the couple talked, Jiang Dahe's voice was always warm and friendly, and they both smiled, showing their good relationship. Their big sister seems to have found happiness after all. A good person deserves a good life, and this brother-in-law is worthy of their big sister. If Li Ruxia knew how happy her sister was now, it would surely upset her. I can't wait to see that moment when the big sister, holding her little nephew, walks out with her brother-in-law in front of the people in the Li family courtyard. It might not just be Li Ruxia who gets upset. With so many people now in the courtyard, and with the Jiang family's 5 brothers just returning and needing to wash up, it's not convenient for them to stand here. Li Rouge tugged at little Rui and gave her a look. "Why don't you go tell Mom that we should go check out the bamboo forest? Why don't you go tell her? She won't fall for the second sister's tricks. Besides, she wants to help Mom and the eldest sister with the fire." Li Rouge said, "Mom likes you the most. If I ask her, she might agree. Just look over there. There are all those big men. It's awkward for us 2 girls to stand here while they wash up." That's true. The understanding little girl couldn't outsmart the second sister after all. She turned and hurried into the kitchen. It's unclear how she spoke to Mom, but surprisingly, Comrade's son Phone agreed. Mom agreed, but Dad might not. The two girls, like little thieves, hid from Comrade Li Fubin's sight and quietly slipped out of the Jiang family home, heading into the bamboo forest. Facing the front door, Old Master Jiang noticed the sisters leaving and glanced over at Jiang Dahu. In reality, their actions had only managed to sneak past their dad because Comrade Li Fubin was turned away from the door, and there were people all around. Receiving a hint from their dad, Jiang Dahu stepped away a few paces, waved over Jiang Xiaowu, and instructed, "Take Saihu with you, and keep an eye on your sisters. Don't let them get hurt." "Got it," Jiang Xiaowu replied, called over Saihu, and chased after them. The path was a bit slippery after the rain, and Li Rouge held on to Li Rui. It was their first time seeing bamboo, and they ran joyfully, not caring about the mud splashing on them. Their cloth shoes were nearly worn out from the journey, and since it started to drizzle, everyone had changed into rubber shoes early that morning. When mud splashed on her shoes, little Rui felt a bit sad and hesitated to run. But seeing her second sister so happy, she decided to let go and joined in the fun. Li Rouge wasn't just out to play. She had seen the Jiang brothers carrying back so many bamboo shoots and wondered if she could collect some for her space or even plant some. Her corn in the space was about to mature, and she didn't want to plant more corn since their family already had plenty. So her plan was to set aside a large piece of land for wheat, but first, she needed to get some wheat seeds and then plant some bamboo. That way, she wouldn't need to go to Yunwu Mountain and could still enjoy bamboo shoots while beautifying her space. However, her space was too small. With the corn growing tall and those few watermelon plants and 2 apple trees, it was already crowded. Now, every time Li Rouge went in to bathe, if she weren't so familiar with the space, she might almost forget where the river was. Then she saw several strings of red peppers hanging under the eaves of the Jiang family's house. She thought about getting some pepper seeds and wanted to plant some peppers. In any case, there wasn't enough land. Luckily, the crops in the space matured quickly, so they could rotate their planting. Once this batch of wheat was ready, they could plant something else. "Second sister, I think my elder sister's family is doing better than ours. Do you think my brother-in-law would agree to come back to Li family village with us?" Xiao Rui's voice brought Li Rouge back to her thoughts. After considering it, she realized there was a possibility. However, it wasn't just about wanting to leave. It depended on whether they would be allowed to stay. If the higher-ups insisted that all 7 families had to leave the mountain, then no matter how unwilling the Jiang family was, they would have to go. Since they had to move, it didn't matter where they went, especially since there was still Jang Ling in Li family village. However, from what Old Master Jiang said, it seemed that for the past 2 years, they hadn't received any news about Jang Ling, which meant they were being kept in the dark. Given how their parents had acted before, it made sense that they hadn't sent any messages. Did you see how cold her brother-in-law was when he returned and saw her father? Later, after talking with her father, he seemed to think her father was okay, not like he had imagined, and that's why he finally smiled at their family. "Let's not worry about it. Let our parents talk to them. We just need to wait for the news," she said. "But I want my elder sister to come back with us. I just went to see my little nephew, and I really like him. Second sister, why don't you hurry up and get married? You silly girl, your second sister is still so young. Why do you want me to get married? Zhao Xiaohua's elder sister got married at your age, and now she has a baby. But that baby is really ugly, as thin as a little monkey. I'm not getting married that early, and neither are you. Besides, didn't Dad take you to school on Zhou Xiaoyang's bicycle the other day? When we go back this time, we'll probably have to go to school." "Okay, I'll listen to you, second sister." Xiao Rui replied absent-mindedly, her attention already shifting elsewhere, forgetting what they had just talked about. "Second sister, look, is this bamboo shoot dug up by my brother-in-law?" It seemed to be true. Li Rouge had never dug up bamboo shoots herself, but she had seen others do it on a variety show. However, how could she take out the shovel from the space with Xiao Rui beside her? If you like this article, Don't forget to give a 5-star rating to the author, and there are free gifts and updates to look forward to. Li Rouge regretted bringing Xiaorui along. She thought it would have been better to come out alone. The newly sprouted bamboo shoots were hidden under the leaves and hard to find. Only the young shoots are tasty. Once they grow too big, they become tough. Li Rouge crouched down, trying to dig out the shoots with her hands, but with just a little rain, the ground was only damp a few inches deep, making it impossible to dig with her hands. As the two sisters worried about the bamboo shoots, they heard Feng Yuanen's voice. "Just use your hands. What else can you do?" They turned to see Feng Yuanen holding a digging tool, and both thought, "Since you have a tool, can we borrow it? Why should I lend it to you? I need to dig some shoots too. I rarely get to come here, and I want to gather a lot to take back for stir-fried meat, braised ribs, or to dry for winter soups with chicken or fish." Every time Feng Yuanen mentioned a way to cook bamboo shoots, Xiaorui swallowed hard, making Li Rouge almost laugh. Noticing that Feng Yuanen's basket was empty, Li Rouge guessed he had just come out and might have brought the tool for them since they didn't have any. Isn't he almost 20? Why is he still playing these games with younger girls? Xiaorui, don't be greedy. Wait, I'll dig extra shoots for you today, and we'll take them home for Mom to cook. I promise it will taste even better than what he said. Xiaorui nodded eagerly and said, "Mom's cooking is definitely better." Thinking of the 2 bowls of noodles with pickled vegetables, Li Rouge believed her and quickly handed over the digging tool. "How about we work together, and you can keep all the bamboo shoots we dig? Then I can come to your house for a meal." Li Rouge secretly rolled her eyes. She had heard Li Fubin and Feng Yuanen discussing business on the way, particularly about prices in the black market. Li Rouge suspected that with Feng Yuanen's extravagant spending and his need for so many wild vegetables and grains, he was likely involved in the black market in Qing County, even if he wasn't in charge. Although Li Rouge was good at guessing, she still lacked a bit of courage, and her thoughts were somewhat limited. The truth is that it's not just the black market in Qingshan County that Feng Yuanen controls, it's also his people who are in charge in the provincial capital. Of course, even if he thinks highly of Li Fubin, he would never reveal such dangerous information. So, even if Li Fubin and Li Rouge dare to guess, they only suspect the black market in Qingshan County. Who would have thought that this person has already taken control of an entire province's black market? At just 19 years old, Feng Yuanen entered the black market at 13 and has been navigating it for 6 years. Everyone can say the bold survive while the timid perish, but when it comes to taking real risks, not everyone can be that brave. When the Feng family's assets were confiscated, it truly felt like they lost everything overnight. At least on the surface, it appeared that way. Their home was emptied, and most of the house was given to the public, leaving only a small courtyard for them, worth less than a tenth of what they had before. At that time, 12 or 13-year-old Feng Yuanen and his family lived on pickled vegetables for half a year, watching his mother grow thinner each day. The young boy, for the first time, entered the black market and traded 2 hidden peanuts for some rice and flour. Little did he know that one day his ambitions would grow so large. Now he wants more than just the black market of one province. In just one day, he walked from Changshan Town to Yunwu Mountain, making up his mind. Uncle Li was right. He needed to learn to take control of his future, and his future meant mastering the entire market across the country. The 2 sisters who had dug up 2 bamboo shoots could never have imagined that the person digging with them was a beautiful yet ruthless black market boss. Moreover, for the next 20 years, he would become one of the legendary figures in the black market, known but rarely seen. Why do I say one of? It's because of Comrade Li Fubin. In these times, when ordinary people hear about the black market, they often look terrified. But no matter how strict the crackdowns are, why does the black market continue to spring up like bamboo shoots after the rain? The reason is simple. There are people who need the black market's existence, and this secret is not something ordinary people can easily understand. So, every time there is a crackdown, the unfortunate ones are the ordinary people who get caught. The real big players, like Feng Yuanen, are untouchable. Some people dine on fine food, while others make do with rough fare, all relying on him to provide. Do you think someone at this level can be easily moved? If they provoke him, the black market will shake, And it won't just be outsiders who suffer. Their own people will also face big trouble. Who has the time to stir up trouble when they could be enjoying good days? It's uncertain if they can even move someone as powerful as Feng Yuanen without bringing misfortune upon themselves first. So, it turned into a situation where they do their own thing, and they handle theirs. Before any major actions, they will give a heads up and maybe take some small losses to keep up appearances. Don't underestimate the trio from the future. Even though they are smart, they are still inexperienced compared to someone like Feng Yuanen, who has been in the black market since childhood. However, it becomes clear whether a person uses their brain or their hands when the time comes. After digging for a while, they only managed to fill half a basket with incomplete bamboo shoots, most of which were dug up by Xiao Rui. Can you say they feel ashamed? Li Rouge. Why should I feel ashamed? She still needs to figure out how to eat those bamboo shoots in the future. Feng Yuan, the meat still has to come from me. If I don't provide it, what good is it if you figure out something fancy? Xiao Rui. Wah. Mommy, they are bullying the kids. Your daughter is being treated like a child laborer. In the shadows, Zhang Xiaowu watched the three of them snickering, thinking no one could hear them. In reality, even Xiao Rui pretended not to hear. When that dog pounced on the bird, the little girl almost ran over with a pickaxe to help. That poor bird was so beautiful. Why did it have to be killed? However, none of them suspected Zhang Xiaowu was following them. They thought he was just shy and didn't want to approach because he wasn't familiar with them. If it were just him alone with a tail following him, Feng Yuan might have thought more about it. But with two lovely girls around, he assumed Zhang Xiaowu was hiding because he felt shy. A boy of 16 or 17, with a youthful face, he himself. It seems he never understood what being shy meant, or why a grown man would blush. Isn't blushing something only girls do? So, Zhang Xiaowu can't be a girl, right? Maybe he was raised as a boy by Uncle Jiang for convenience in his growth? Zhang Xiaowu, you're the girl. Your whole family is full of girls, humph. Having just mastered the skill of digging bamboo shoots, but feeling hungry with a growling stomach, they had no choice but to head back for a meal. The house is filled with a wonderful aroma right now. Li Rolan learned to cook from her mother since she was little. However, her mother only knew how to make simple meals, and compared to comrade Sun Fengqin, she was quite lacking. Sun Fengqin originally wanted to take it slow, at least to let her eldest daughter adjust, but when she saw the freshly dug bamboo shoots, cured meat, wild chicken, and rehydrated dried mushrooms, it was hard for a woman who loves to cook to watch these ingredients go to waste. It was truly unbearable. Just then, Zhang's eldest grandson woke up. At just 4 months old, the first thing he did upon waking was cry. Li Rulan was pushed out of the kitchen by Sun Fengqin to go feed the baby, and she naturally took over the cooking duties. In Lijiazwang, there are a total of 101 households, and only 3 families, including theirs, have large iron pots. The Jiang family has 2 large iron pots of their own. They also have neatly chopped firewood for cooking. With the pot, the fire, and Sun Fengqin's cooking skills. The first to rush into the yard, drawn by the delicious smell, was the dog, Saihu. It dashed straight to the kitchen door, but didn't dare go inside, as it had been trained well. Li Rouge was very familiar with her mother's cooking. As soon as she caught the scent of red chili in the air, she laughed and said, "Tonight's meal must be made by my mom." "Really? Then I'm in for a treat," Feng Yuanen replied, quickening his pace as he entered the yard. He noticed 2 tables were already set, with 2 bowls of food on them. "You all are back. I sent Xiao Wu to call you. What did you run into?" Old Master Jiang said, glancing at Jiang Xiaowu, who was following behind, secretly regretting sending his foolish son to do anything with Feng Yuanen around. "Yes, we ran into each other on the way back," Feng Yuanen replied, quickly asking what's in those bowls. "It smells so good." Old Master Jiang looked toward the kitchen, slightly surprised, and replied, "Your Aunt Li made a wild chicken stew with mushrooms, and they're also your favorite ribs with bamboo shoots. Would you like to try some first?" He wanted to taste it, but with so many people watching, Feng Yuanen chuckled awkwardly. "Uncle Jiang, you're just teasing me." "Haha, it's almost mealtime. Go wash your hands first and we'll eat soon. Okay. Foam Yuanin replied and rushed over when she saw her friends had finished washing their hands. In the Jiang family's yard, there was a wooden washstand with 2 large basins. The girls washed their hands as soon as they returned, then one ran to the kitchen while the other went inside. Of course, it was Sun Fingqin's little sister, Li Rui, who rushed to the kitchen to help her mother with the fire. Her mother had said that Li Rui was better at it than her second sister, who often didn't know when to use high heat or low heat. Since she had a little sister who was easily convinced by Sun Fengqin, Li Rouge enjoyed the free time. To be honest, since she arrived, she had rarely done any kitchen work. Perhaps because there were spicy smells outside, she was worried about the children. When she returned, she saw her father and brother-in-law holding the baby inside. Growing up as an only child, she had heard that children of her generation often didn't like younger siblings and didn't want their parents to have more children. As the saying goes, what was it called? Loneliness? Her grandparents had mentioned this, saying that her generation was lonely. At first, she thought it meant jealousy, but her mother explained that it meant being alone. She never thought about not wanting her parents to have another child. It was said that her parents both had stable jobs, especially her mother, who was a martial arts teacher. Her father had a good job before starting his business. They must have been reluctant to give up their jobs, which is why they missed the chance to have a second child. So, it wasn't her fault. However, since she was the only child, Li Rouge didn't like babies as much as Rui did. When little Rui came in, she ran to see her nephew, but Li Rouge didn't think a 4-month-old baby was very interesting. But then, surprise. When she saw the baby being held by Li Fubin, all soft and waving tiny hands, Li Rouge suddenly felt a rush of maternal love. Oh my, how could there be such a beautiful baby, so clean and fair, so... In short, her sister's baby was just too adorable. Look at those big eyes and chubby little hands. Hey, can I have a taste too? Let me see what your little hands are like. Go away. Before Jiang Jiyun, nicknamed Shanhua, could react, her grandfather decisively pushed away Li Rouge's outstretched hand. Trying to bully his little grandson? No way. Does her father think that now he has a grandson, he doesn't need his daughter anymore? Li Rouge chased after him, saying, Dad, why are you like this? Look, Shanhua hasn't said anything. Just let me hold my little nephew for a moment. No way. You just came out of the woods, and you're bringing in the chill. I can feel it. Stay away from my grandson. The scene in the room turned into a chase, with the grandfather holding the baby in front, trying to hide, while Li Rouge, undeterred, followed behind, shouting, Can't I just touch him? I just want to hold my little nephew's hand to show some friendliness. The baby thought his second aunt was playing hide and seek, and suddenly he burst into giggles, happily moving left and right, making him absolutely adorable. She had seen children this age before, several months old, from relatives' families. But a little nephew who looked this good, smiling like a child straight out of a painting, was a first for her. If you like the cute baby, please give a 5-star review. You can send free gifts 3 times, and don't forget to check out the videos for updates. No, she needed to find a gift for her little nephew, something that would make him remember her, his second aunt. With that thought, Li Rouge casually took out a jade pendant from her space. She had kept this treasure by her side for over 10 years. Jiyun, here, this is from your second aunt. Take it and play with it. When you're done, let your mom keep it for you. She had kept it in her space, soaked in well water, so it was definitely clean. It would be great for a baby to use as a teething toy. In the room, besides the father and daughter, Jiang Dahu was also present. When Li Rouge casually took out the item, Li Fubin quickly looked at his son-in-law. He hadn't expected Jiang Dahu's family to care for his son like this. Initially, he was quite angry at how they treated Rilan, which is why they hadn't even sent a message when the baby was born. In fact, Jiang Dahu hadn't noticed what Li Rouge had given his son, but when he saw his father-in-law looking over, he smiled and glanced at the small pendant in his son's hand, which was about 2 inches long and round, slightly thicker than his son's finger. To Jiang Dahua's surprise, the item looked quite valuable. Such a clear and beautiful jade shouldn't be given to a child to play with. Second sister, this is too precious. You should take it back. If the mountain boy breaks it, it would be a waste. Yes, jade can break easily. But let him hold it for a while. Look how much he likes it. If we take it away now, he might cry. All right, when he's done playing, I'll have your eldest sister return it to you. No need. Since I've already given it to Sean Ji-yoon, it belongs to my little nephew now. Let your eldest sister keep it for him. Who knows, he might need it when he grows up. Actually, this was a raw stone. When she first got this jade, she intended to carve a seal from it. Over the years, she grew attached to this piece of jade, feeling that it could sense pain when she carved it. So, she kept this smooth, plain white jade for many years. When she saw little Ji-yoon, she thought it would be perfect for him as a teething toy, especially since she had nurtured it with well water from her space. She believed wearing it would be good for health. Lee Fubin noticed that Jang Dahua didn't seem suspicious and secretly sighed in relief. He figured that jade wasn't very valuable now, and even if he called it precious, she probably didn't think it was worth much. Maybe Jang Dahua thought they found it. He planned to have Rouge and his eldest daughter say it was found. Dinner was being called outside when Jang Eru walked in with a long face, saying his father wanted Lee Fubin to go out. His expression was as if someone owed him 8 million, no, 8 billion. No one would have such a face over 8 million. Why treat their guests like this? Did he think they were eating their food and feeling sorry for it? Speaking of the Jang family, there were 6 of them, and everyone else greeted them with smiles, except for Jang Eru. Just before the sisters went out, Lee Rouge noticed that his gaze toward their family wasn't friendly. Lee Fubin noticed too, but as a man, he didn't pay much attention to the little thoughts of the girls. Lee Rouge didn't want this matter to pass quietly, especially since their family's arrival didn't bring any benefits to her eldest sister. Instead, it made her lose face in front of her uncles. As soon as she stepped out, she brought her backpack to the dining table and, in front of everyone, took out a small bag of cornmeal, a small bag of corn husks, and a small bag of sorghum. These brown paper bags each held 5 pounds, and they were given to them by Feng Yuanen when he traded wild vegetables for food last time. Since they planned to stay for 3 days, Lee Fubin thought that for their family of 4, 5 pounds of food per day would be enough, considering their eating habits, even with his daughter's appetite. So, these 3 bags of food were prepared in advance, and they intended to take them out at the right time. Later, thinking about Feng Yuanen being there, Lee Fubin reminded Lee Rouge not to bring out the food right away. It seemed his daughter was upset with Jang Eru, and he felt it was appropriate for her to show the food now. If she didn't, they would have to swallow their anger while eating. Lee Rouge deliberately glanced at the gloomy Jang Eru before turning her attention to the embarrassed old Master Jang and said, "Uncle Jang, this is our family's food for the next few days. Do you think it's enough? If not, we can buy more." The look Lee's family gave Jang Eru was noticed not only by old Master Jang but also by Jang Dahu and the others. Jang Xiao had a much better impression of Lee Rouge's family than of Jang Eru's father-in-law, and he glared at him, mumbling as if blaming his brother for treating Lee Rouge's family poorly. At that moment, Jang Sanhu and Jang Sihu were busy trying to entertain their little nephew, giving Lee Rouge the feeling that they were intentionally avoiding the issue. Old Master Jang understood well that his daughter-in-law was pointing out Jang Eru's small-mindedness by bringing out the food in this situation. He sighed inwardly, realizing that his family was becoming harder to manage. Before speaking, old Master Jang shot a warning glance at his second son, who quickly lowered his head. "What are you saying? You come to my house as guests. You don't need to bring your own food." Yes, we know. Food is scarce now, and no one has extra. So, we thought to bring our food for these few days, Lee Fubin added. They had traveled such a long way, so they certainly couldn't take it back. Old Mr. Jung looked up at his eldest son and said, "Big Tiger, make sure to store the grain brought from your father-in-law's house. One day, we'll give it to the second son as a betrothal gift." Mr. Jang's words made Jang Eru blush more than any scolding could. Jang Eru felt embarrassed, but also thought he hadn't done anything wrong. After all, With so many people from his sister-in-law's family visiting, who knew how long they would stay? How much food would they need for a day? Is Arrow engaged? Feng Yuanan noticed the atmosphere was a bit off and quickly tried to lighten it. When is the wedding? I'm leaving the day after tomorrow. Will I make it? No, it's not that quick. It's not officially set yet, Jang Arrow replied, his face still red, but his eyes kept glancing at old Mr. Jiang. At that moment, Jiang Xiao chimed in. It's that Huang Ying, who is supposed to marry my big brother, but now she wants to marry my second brother. Who knows? She might even want to marry my third brother in a few days. Jiang Xiao, are you looking for trouble? The one who shouted was Jang Arrow, but it was Jiang Sanhu who moved to act. However, he was holding his little nephew, which allowed Jiang Xiao to escape unscathed. Everyone calm down. It's the first day our in-laws are here, and you don't want people to think our family has no manners. With old Mr. Jiang's shout, all the brothers, whether glaring or raising their hands, fell silent. However, Li Rouge's interest was piqued. Wow. The Jiang brothers had been hiding in the mountains, yet a girl had her eyes on them. It seemed that the girl had good taste. If she couldn't marry the eldest, she set her sights on the second? And then, seeing her older sister and brother-in-law getting along so well, she tried to stir up trouble, and silly Jang Arrow became her? Li Rouge felt she had figured it out, so she didn't mind stirring things up between the two brothers, but they better not think about bullying her sister, or else she wouldn't care about any Huang Ying. As delicious dishes filled the table, the atmosphere became lively again, especially Feng Yuanan, who had been quiet at first, was now the most talkative. Aunt, this pork rib and bamboo shoot dish is the best I've ever had, better than anyone else's. Really? Sun Fengqin, who had been busy in the kitchen, felt her face heat up. Hearing Feng Yuanan's compliment made her smile with pride. If you like it, eat more. When you come to my house in the future, I'll make it for you again. Okay, then I'll have to visit your house more often. Sun Fengqin was just being polite, but Feng Yuanan responded very seriously. Li Rouge rolled her eyes, wondering if her mother didn't realize how thick-skinned this person was. Look at this, inviting trouble into their home. The wild chicken stew with mushrooms is also delicious. We often eat this dish at home, but it's definitely not as good as what our mother-in-law makes, old Master Jiang said, nodding as he ate, genuinely acknowledging that their mother-in-law's cooking was quite good. Then there was Jiang Xiao, who was showering compliments like they were free. After taking a bite of the pickled vegetables they brought, he praised Auntie's pickled veggies as tasty. This child probably lost his mother at birth, and he had a special fondness for Aunt Li, who was always cheerful and cooked so well. Once Sun Fengqin learned that Jiang Xiao had lost his mother, she felt sorry for him. Look at this. They were the guests, but she was reaching far with her chopsticks, picking up tender meat to share with either Jiang Xiao or Feng Yuanan. If her mother kept flattering him, this child would surely be the first from the Jiang family willing to settle in Li's village. Who knows, maybe Feng Yuanan would go along too. In fact, Sun Fengqin didn't cheat with today's 4 dishes. They simply used whatever seasonings her eldest daughter had at home and didn't dare use their own ingredients. Since old Master Jiang was a doctor, he was sensitive to flavors, so she wouldn't risk it. The ingredients were fresh, like the wild chicken stew with mushrooms made from freshly killed chicken and delicious little hazel mushrooms. Then there was the bamboo shoot stew with ribs, made from freshly dug bamboo shoots. Although the ribs were smoked, they were still just as good as fresh ones. Together, these 2 dishes made a clear broth that was bound to be tasty. The other 2 dishes were stir-fried bacon with bamboo shoots and stir-fried dried green beans with meat. All 4 dishes had meat, and Sun Fengqin felt anyone could make them taste good. Of course, who doesn't love to hear nice things? So, with Jiang Xiao and Feng Yuanan flattering her, Sun Fengqin managed to stay composed and not shove food into her mouth, which impressed Li Rouge. While everyone was eating outside under the tent, little Shanhua was lying on the kong, chewing on a teething stick given by his aunt. As a mother, Li Rulan's eating speed had unknowingly become lightning fast. Although her son wasn't crying or fussing, she was the first to put down her bowl. Seeing her elder sister finish, Li Rouge quickly shoveled the food into her mouth and went inside. What is Shanhua holding? Who gave it to you? Li Rulan just noticed the teething toy in her son's hand and wanted to take a look, but the little guy was enjoying it too much to let go. I gave it to him. It should be a piece of jade. It's fine, I've already cleaned it, Li Rouge explained as she stepped inside. Where did you get this? Rulan knew her family well, and she was sure they couldn't have something like that. I found it. Remember I told you about the time my parents and I were stuck in the mountains for several days? I picked it up there. Oh, finding it is okay. To Rulan, found items were usually worthless. It seems the little one really likes this toy. Otherwise, when we were eating out the other day, he wasn't so calm. Both your brother-in-law and I had to take turns holding him. Remembering why she had come inside, Li Rouge glanced outside and quietly asked, Sister, Jang Era's girlfriend is named Huanging, right? She even considered marrying your brother-in-law before. Did you know about that? How do you know this? Rulan asked, wide-eyed and surprised. From Rulan's reaction, Li Rouge understood that her sister was aware of the situation, which made her feel relieved. She didn't want her sister to be left in the dark while Huanging plotted. You and Mom were in the kitchen earlier, so you might not have heard. Jang Era was giving us a hard time, and I thought he was just worried we didn't bring food. Li Rouge explained everything that had just happened, including what Jiang Xiao said, without hiding anything from Rulan. Why should she hide it? Knowing both sides would help understand each other's intentions and stay cautious. After listening, Rulan shrugged and said, that Huanging? Whether she can marry and is still uncertain. If Jang Ling finds out, she'll never get into the Jang family.
Huh?
What does this have to do with Jang Ling? Li Rouge's curiosity was piqued, and she quickly pressed her sister for more information. Rulan glanced outside, saw that the men were still drinking, and had time to talk with her sister, then began. Huanging is 6 years younger than your brother-in-law. She's only 22 this year. But 5 years ago, both families started discussing this matter. Huanging was only 17 5 years ago. That's quite young for her family to be arranging a marriage. They must really like your brother-in-law. Thinking about how my older sister got married at 17, Li Rouge changed her tone. How has it been 5 years since then? Why didn't they end up together? Who didn't like whom? I guess my brother-in-law didn't like Huanging. It seems my younger sister has a good impression of Da Hu, so Li Rulan continued happily. Actually, that's not it. Huanging was probably too young back then, plus you might have heard that your brother-in-law liked to keep a big beard. Remembering how surprised she was when she first met her man, and how she left with a sense of doom, Li Rulan couldn't help but laugh. Seeing her sister's happy demeanor, the details of what happened next didn't seem important anymore. However, since the sisters had some free time, they decided to listen to a story. Then Huanging looked down on your brother-in-law, but there were only 7 families in the village. The old Huang family had 4 daughters and 2 sons, and they probably preferred the boys from the Jiang family. Huangying's parents insisted on arranging the marriage for her. When Huanging realized her family wouldn't listen, she ran to the Jiang family to cause a scene, calling your brother-in-law a toad dreaming of marrying a swan, saying he was useless and would always live in the mountains like a wild man. She declared she would never marry him and wanted the Jiang family to give up on the idea. At that time, it was just her brother-in-law and my father-in-law at home. Oh, and Xiao was there too. Your brother-in-law didn't care about her words. He had no intention of marrying Huanging. Before she caused a scene, he had already made it clear to my father-in-law that Huanging wasn't suitable to be the Jiang family's daughter-in-law, and he wouldn't marry someone like her. Seems like your brother-in-law has good judgment. Considering Jang Ling's temper, I can guess what happened next without my sister saying much. Sure enough, Li Rulan continued, your brother-in-law didn't mind, and he was too lazy to argue with a woman. Since he stayed silent, Huanging thought he still had feelings for her, which made her even angrier. She started shouting even worse insults, just as Jang Ling returned from gathering wild vegetables. How old was Jang Ling back then? 5 years ago, she was only 15, right? What kind of earth-shattering event could she cause? Whether it was earth-shattering or not, Li Rulan didn't know. But when Jang Ling came back and saw Huanging blocking their front door and shouting at her brother, she immediately dropped her basket and rushed in to scratch her. It is said that Li Rulan didn't see it herself. She only heard some things from Jiang Xiao. Jang Dahu is tight-lipped, so she couldn't get anything out of him. Many things were told to her by Jiang Xiaowu, and a few women from Chijia village also shared their thoughts with her. At that time, 15-year-old Jang Ling pinned 17-year-old Huang Ying to the ground, pulling out several handfuls of her hair and scratching her face. Then, in a fit of rage, she dragged Huang Ying back and warned her family that if they ever tried to harm her brother again, she would beat Huang Ying every time she saw her. In front of Huang's family, she vowed to find a wife for her brother who was 100 times better than Huang Ying. This is why Jang Ling traveled far to leave family village, as she had already dismissed several candidates before. Before meeting Li Rilon, she had heard the matchmaker praise her, saying there was no girl as beautiful and hardworking in the area. When Jang Ling finally met Li Rilon, she began to believe Du's words a little. She thought this girl was a good match for her brother. Even if she wasn't perfect, she was definitely better than the others. At that time, the Li family was worried about finding a match for Li Jiawang. When they saw that Jang Ling looked good and dressed well, they proposed a marriage exchange, insisting they didn't want a bride price, just a swap. Jang Ling always thought her brother couldn't find a suitable wife because her past reputation had scared off the village girls, and matchmakers no longer dared to visit their home. Young men in the mountains already had a hard time finding brides, and girls from outside didn't understand their lives, thinking they lived like wild people. Those without courage truly wouldn't dare to marry into the mountains. Jang Ling was quite taken with Li Rilon and readily agreed to the marriage exchange. It showed how much she cared for her brother, making such a big sacrifice for Jang Dahu. The rest is no surprise. Because of this incident, Huang Ying would surely have a hard time getting married. And that girl was quite ambitious. Her marriage was delayed time and again until she became an old maid without marrying anyone. Can you believe it? At just 22, she was already being called an old maid? Could it be because of the scar on her face that she can't get married? If that's the case, the Jiang family would really struggle to reject the match between Jiang Eru and Huang Ying.
It shouldn't be, right?
Huang Ying's scar has mostly healed with the medicine sent by my father-in-law, but if you look closely, you can still see some marks, Li Rilon said uncertainly. Regardless of whether this is the real reason, the Huang family used it as an excuse for why Huang Ying couldn't get married. That's why old Master Jiang said he needed to think about it instead of outright refusing. Then he heard that Huang Ying had secretly gotten together with Jiang Eru 6 months ago, but she was afraid he wouldn't agree, so Jiang Eru hadn't dared to tell his family. Although the Jiang family's 5 sons were all quite handsome, Jiang Dahu was the best-looking and most capable among them. If it weren't for the big beard he had kept for many years, Huang Ying would not only regret it now but also be angry, feeling deceived by Jiang Dahu and hating herself for not listening to her parents. Her parents had told her long ago that Jiang Dahu was very handsome, but for some reason, he suddenly grew a beard. At that time, Huang Ying was only a teenager and had forgotten what Jiang Dahu looked like before. She only noticed him when he had a full beard. Now, she felt trapped, thinking that if Jiang Dahu hadn't deceived her, she might have married him long ago and wouldn't be in a situation where she had to settle for Eru. Then, as if enchanted, she started to think about replacing Li Rilon ever since she saw Jiang Dahu without his beard. Unfortunately, every time Jiang Dahu saw her, it was as if he didn't notice her at all. Huang Ying thought about the scar on her face and felt that it was all Jiang Ling's fault, otherwise, Dahu wouldn't have looked down on her. With this mindset, how could Huang Ying genuinely want to marry into the Jiang family? Now, the whole family understood the situation, but Jiang Eru, who was infatuated with Huang Ying, was still in the dark and believed everything she said. After finally understanding the whole story, Li Rouge asked, "So, are they just in the engagement stage and haven't officially settled yet?" "Yes, not yet. My father-in-law hasn't given his approval, but Eru and Huang Ying are already publicly spending time together. I guess my father-in-law might not be able to stop this in the end." "Your family is so nice," Li Rouge said, feeling anxious for them. "If someone like that comes into your home, your family won't have a peaceful life." "Yes, who can argue with that?" "My father-in-law said the same thing, but Eru doesn't listen to anyone now, and the Huang family is pushing hard."
Sigh.
As a sister-in-law, Li Rulan could only express her helplessness with a sigh. Haha, if he won't listen to anyone, then we can only bring back Jang Ling. Li Rouge made up her mind. By this time, the people outside had finished drinking and eating, so the two sisters went out to help clean up the dishes. After several days of walking in the mountains, everyone was tired. Once they finished cleaning, the three of them went to the room that Li Rulan had arranged for them, washed their feet, and went to bed. Because the Jiang family had limited rooms, there was only one spare room, which seemed to be set aside for one of the sons as a future wedding room. So the three of them shared a private room that had a small heated bed that could fit 4 or 5 people and a few pieces of furniture that looked homemade, ensuring a comfortable sleep. Li Fubin and Feng Yuanan did not have such treatment. They had to squeeze into a room with Zhang Xiaowu, and Zhang Eru, who shared a room with Zhang Xiaowu, was moved to the rooms of Sanhu and Sihu. Then, it was unclear what those two brothers talked about that night, but the next morning, Li Fubin noticed that Zhang Eru's attitude towards him had noticeably changed. He was much friendlier. For someone like Zhang Eru, who was not very important to him, Li Fubin had never really worried about him. Relatives through marriage are just that. If things go well, great. If not, well, there are plenty of those who never keep in touch. The son-in-law, like his father, was someone who kept things hidden. Li Fubin wasn't worried at all that his son-in-law would let his daughter be mistreated. They had seen the Jiang family, and although they couldn't say they understood each other at first sight, character is hard to hide. So now, not only had Li Fubin put his worries aside, but Li Rouge also had no thoughts on that matter. She was only focused on how to avoid people. She wanted to collect some bamboo shoots for her space and plant some as well. It had rained all night, and although it was just a light rain, it had been continuous, likely soaking everything thoroughly. Li Fubin and Feng Yuanan got up early with the Jiang family and took the dry food made by Li Rulan into the woods to dig for bamboo shoots. Seeing her mother and older sister busy in the kitchen, the little one, Xiarui, immediately ran to help. Li Rouge saw Rui go to the kitchen. Without even washing her face, she hurried out of the Jiang family's backyard, taking a shortcut into the bamboo forest. It was a rare opportunity to shake off little Rui, who had been following her closely. As she ran, she glanced back until the smoke from the Jiang family's wooden house disappeared from view, allowing her to finally slow down and take a break. Wow, are kids really this clingy? When she was at home, she didn't notice it because the little girl had friends to play with. But now, that girl had really turned into her little shadow, following her step for step. Although Li Rouge had a good sense of direction, she worried about getting lost. The bamboo looked the same everywhere, and if she wasn't familiar with the area, it would be easy to lose her way. After stopping to observe for a moment, she noticed some bamboo had marks on them. Some were simple lines, while others had 2 lines or intricate patterns that seemed to be drawn without much thought. The Jiang family, while farming, didn't seem to have much land, and it looked like half of what they grew was used to feed birds. But surely they wouldn't be so bored as to carve marks for fun? What were these carvings on the bamboo for? After studying them for a while, without figuring out their purpose, she decided to focus on finding her way back instead. When her father and the others left, she hadn't gotten up yet. From what she heard, they planned to split up today. One group would go for bamboo shoots, and another would go hunting. Not knowing who was in the group for bamboo shoots or which direction they went, Li Rouge didn't dare venture deeper. Instead, she collected what she could around her, quickly gathering a large pile. Her space had a preservation function, keeping the temperature stable and the freshness intact. However, it was too small. Fortunately, the corn had ripened, and last night, she sacrificed some sleep to pull up the 2 acres of corn and set it aside. When she checked today, the corn was still piled up in her space, but it was a chaotic mess. Having never done farm work before, she didn't know how to organize it. She just kept collecting, but the corn didn't seem to separate into kernels, and she wondered what to do with the husks. She remembered her father saying that besides being able to start a fire, he could also brew wine, right? Brew wine? The thought of this flashed in her mind, and realizing how precious wine was at this time, Li Rouge felt like she had found a business opportunity. After all, wine made with space water and food produced in the space. Like, corn husks were also valuable. This plan could be put into action. She would discuss it with her father when she had time. With a new plan and a new goal, Li Rouge hummed a tune and soon planted about a dozen bamboo shoots by the riverbank. This space didn't have any upgrades. It was still the same size. Looking inside, she saw a pile of corn, a bunch of bamboo shoots, and a heap of watermelons. She also wanted to leave some land for wheat, so she could only plant these bamboo shoots, which were more for looks than for eating. The greedy little girl kept reminding herself not to collect more bamboo shoots since she had enough, but her hands and eyes didn't listen. She couldn't resist throwing the tender shoots that just sprouted into the space. Li Rouge continued to collect bamboo shoots using her usual method. She pressed her finger on the tip of a shoot and silently wished to collect it, and the bamboo shoot disappeared in an instant. If anyone saw this, they would think they were seeing a ghost or hallucinating. Fortunately, there were hardly any people or even birds around. After being cautious with her space water and not spilling a drop, the little animals and birds lost their friendliness towards her. So, all this talk about being a heroine didn't matter. Without the space, she was just an ordinary person and a rather useless one in math and science. After all, Li Rouge was the biological daughter of Sun Fengqin, so it was impossible for her not to be a bit carefree. She kept collecting without even checking what she had gathered in the space. Then, when she was about to leave and wanted to see how many bamboo shoots she had collected, she discovered a few shiny golden objects among the pile of bamboo shoots. Wow, are these golden bamboo shoots? No, they must be gold bars. Li Rouge was stunned because she had no idea when these gold bars appeared or how they got there. While she was busy collecting, she had almost run through the entire bamboo grove before thinking to check the space. Now, trying to go back and find where the gold bars came from left her confused. Where was she supposed to look? She couldn't check under each bamboo shoot one by one, saying collect, or she wouldn't be able to see the buried items. However, if that happens, her small space of 2.5 acres will surely be overcrowded, and who knows what else she might end up collecting. Right now, she wants to find the spot where the gold bars are buried, not to collect more, but to return these few gold bars. Since these items are buried near the Jang family, it's clear they must belong to her brother-in-law's family. This family has lived in the mountains for so many years. Could it really be because of these buried items? If that were the case, it's fortunate that she only happened to collect a few bars and didn't take everything buried underground. Otherwise, Mr. Jang would quickly connect this matter to their family. Li Rouge found a hidden spot, quickly entered her space, and carefully searched through the bamboo shoots. She discovered just 4 gold bars that were not very well made. There was nothing else. The reason she said these gold bars were not very well made is that she had seen the ones in Mr. Li's safe, which were truly exquisite. The box of gold bars left by her grandparents was also well crafted, with each bar being the same weight and even engraved with numbers. Those numbers likely indicated the weight of each bar or the year they were made, but they hadn't had the chance to study them closely before coming here. The gold bars near the Jang family seemed to be cut from a large piece of gold and carelessly shaped. Not only were there no engravings, but they also seemed to vary in weight. However, the quality of these gold bars was good. Even without studying gold, she could tell that. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she was surprised by her own thought. Could there be a gold mine nearby that the Jang family has been guarding all this time? If that were true, it would need to be reported, as mineral resources belong to the state. But now Li Rouge felt relieved. If a family has been guarding this place for so many years, there must be more than just these few gold bars if there really is a gold mine. So even if Mr. Jiang knows how many gold bars are buried underground, he probably wouldn't quickly notice that 4 are missing, and he might not even realize it at all. Li Rouge confidently stored the 4 gold bars, exited her space, and continued toward the Jiang family's bamboo house. She truly didn't want to keep these few bars. Their family didn't lack for such things, so why would she want these small items? Although she had no evidence, just based on a small photo, Li Rouge had already considered the gold bars dug up from the Li family courtyard as her own. Compared to the gold bars left by her grandparents, these few gold bars are definitely not as good in craftsmanship or weight as the ones she dug up from the Lee family courtyard. So, she really doesn't feel guilty about not wanting to return the gold bars, but these small ones do feel a bit hot to hold on to. However, she can't return them now. The bamboo forest is so vast, and she has walked through so many places. Now, asking her to go back and search without any trace on the ground is impossible. Her mood was already not great, and upon returning, she saw a proud young woman standing in the courtyard. From the two big braids, it was clear this was a girl. Just by looking, Li Rouge guessed this must be the Huang Ying everyone mentioned yesterday. Li Rouge was right, not because she was particularly good at guessing, but because there were only 7 households in this area, and they were quite spread out. From what her older sister said, people usually didn't visit each other's homes, only occasionally chatting when they met while foraging for wild vegetables. So, a girl appearing so early at the Jiang family must be Huang Ying. As her sister said, girls nowadays marry early. Getting married at 17 or 18 is normal, while being over 20 is considered being an old maid. Once a girl is married, you can tell just by her hairstyle. This girl looked quite mature. Not that she looked old, but she was definitely different from younger girls. Yet, she still wore a girl's hairstyle, confirming she was Huang Ying. Her proud demeanor matched her sister's description of Huang Ying. Knowing who she was, Li Rouge entered and looked at Huang Ying with a critical eye, asking sarcastically, "Sister, do you have a guess? Where is she from? A big city. She looks so fashionable. Is she from some university? She seems very cultured." Huang Ying's outfit today did look quite stylish, with leather boots that were not bought from a store, but made from their own leather. Usually, these boots wouldn't be worn except on rainy days, serving as waterproof boots. It had rained all night, and while the bamboo forest had dried up, there were still many puddles on the road. This is how rural roads are, so someone who had come to visit in such muddy conditions while dressed so nicely was clearly trying to show off. Since she came to show off, she couldn't let the girl perform alone. She had to join in. So, Li Rouge pretended to be naive, circling around Huang Ying, admiring her while making sounds of amazement. Huang Ying was very confident in her outfit, so she took every word Li Rouge said seriously, without thinking. Looking at Huang Ying's proud head and wide-open eyes, Li Rouge was even more convinced that this person just didn't understand anything. No wonder her brother-in-law didn't like her. With someone like her, a normal person wouldn't be interested. Only someone unusual, like Jiang Eru, would see her as a treasure. However, the girl's outfit was indeed nice. The gray pants made of a special fabric were something most officials or good workers could afford. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to buy such rare material, even if they had money or fabric coupons. She remembered that this type of fabric had just come out and wasn't easy to get. The girl wore a white floral shirt and a light blue knitted sweater on top. Despite her silly personality, she was quite attractive. It seemed her family was doing well. Just the cost of her outfit, plus shoes and fabric coupons, could easily add up to $30. Don't underestimate $30 back then. Think about how much they spent on their windows, doors, 2 big boxes, and a dining table. They even paid a bit extra out of urgency, and later the carpenter felt guilty and brought them 2 stools. Yet, this girl wore all their furniture, so how could she not be proud? So, as a girl from the mountains, even if her family was doing well, where did she get such hard-to-find clothes? Did she come from a big city or a prestigious university? Meanwhile, Sun Fengqin, who was holding her granddaughter and trying to entertain her, heard her daughter's words and almost laughed at her daughter's envious expression. Their daughter had been to many big cities, seen all kinds of fashion, and traveled by various means of transport. How could she possibly look up to someone like this? Hearing her daughter sarcastically comment on Huang Ying, Sun Fengqin held her grandson high while laughing and replied for her eldest daughter, "Look at your second aunt's narrow view. She clearly hasn't seen much of the world. A frog in a well is not good. Mountain child, let's not be like your second aunt. We must leave the mountains and go to the big city to study, or else we'll end up like her, thinking that wearing nice clothes makes us important. It's just short-sighted." Huang Ying had heard that Li Rulan's family had visitors, so she purposely wore her best clothes, not caring how hot it was, even putting on a knitted sweater. Although she appreciated Li Ruge's earlier words, after Sun Fengqin spoke, she seemed to sense something was off.
Who was she talking about? Who was short-sighted?
Who was the frog in the well? Why did she feel like this was about her? Yes, she hadn't been to school, but so what? Didn't Li Rulan also not go? And what about their 2 daughters? Had they gone? Why should they criticize her? She was no worse than them. Just look at how they dressed, wearing patched clothes when visiting relatives. And their shoes? Fine, they were wearing rubber shoes, but so what? They still didn't look as good as her little leather boots. When Huang Ying entered the yard, Li Rulan was carefully picking out rice grain by grain, using the husks to feed the chickens so that the food would taste better. Hearing her mother and sister talk was amusing, and she giggled. Although she didn't understand why her parents had changed, and why her sister was now more entertaining instead of just shouting, once someone accepts how their parents are now, they gradually forget the past. In Li Rulan's eyes, her parents always seemed like this, and her sister too. She used to be strict, but now she just scolds without using bad words. Seeing Li Rulan laugh, Huang Ying realized that what the mother and daughter were saying was not flattering. Annoyed, she said, I heard your family had visitors, and I came to see if you needed help. I know you're all just jealous of me. Oh my. Please stop. Li Ruge thought that provoking her would be enough, and she turned to leave. After all, it was not their family who should be worried about whom Jiang Era married. Meeting someone who doesn't understand what I'm saying and acts like they aren't going to leave is too much. Has she really started to think of herself as part of the Jiang family, acting like she owns the place? I can't stand it anymore. Excuse me, miss, who are you in the Jiang family? And you think we are jealous of you? Do you really think you look better than us? Or are you better in some way? After saying this, Li Ruge pointed toward the door. Please turn around and leave. There's a big ditch over there. Go take a look and see if you have the right to say such things. Huang Ying wanted to argue that she was better than all of them. In the past, she was the prettiest in the village, second only to Jang Ling. But now that Jang Ling is married, she believes she is the best. But soon, everyone started praising Li Rulan's looks, and that made Huang Ying really angry. She thought everyone must be blind. How could they think Li Rulan, with her pale and skinny appearance, was pretty? After that, Huang Ying stopped looking at Li Rulan. Just then, when she glanced over, Li Rulan looked up with a bright smile, her eyes sparkling as if they could speak. When did she change so much? And her complexion doesn't look the same as when she first arrived? Huang Ying, who usually looked down on everyone, finally lowered her guard and glanced at her own family, feeling even more defeated. How could Li Rulan's mother and 2 sisters be so pretty? No matter how good-looking they are, they can't compare to me.
And,
looking down at her own clothes, Huang Ying's confidence returned. Covering her mouth, she laughed. Isn't this girl the second sister of the eldest sister? A sharp-tongued girl like her might have trouble getting married. Yes, just like you. If you hadn't barged in to scold my brother-in-law back then, spreading your bad reputation, you might have been married off by now, Li Ruge said, mimicking Huang Ying, covering her mouth and smiling. You're talking nonsense. Who said I can't get married? I just don't want to. That must be Li Rulan speaking. How else would her family know about her marriage prospects?
Ugh.
She isn't unable to marry. She's just too picky, which is why she's still single. This girl has been brainwashed and has completely forgotten how worried her parents were about her. Her mother, only in her 40s, already has gray hair from the stress. Li Rulan, who was fiercely glared at by Huang Ying, thought. She was just watching the excitement. Why was she being stared at? You all must be jealous of me. Huang Ying tugged at her knitted sweater and continued with her proud attitude. See this? It was given to me by my relatives in the city, and they even said they would introduce me to work in the city. The town can't even place its own workers' children, and in a few years, they'll all be sent to the countryside. The city doesn't need someone like you. Li Ruge certainly didn't believe Huang Ying's words, but to play along, she pretended to be envious and said, Really? Then, congratulations. You'll be a city person and you might even marry someone from the city. Why would you still want to be tangled up with the Jang family and marry Jang Eru? After saying this, Li Rouge smiled at Huang Ying. Nowadays, girls aren't as openly materialistic as some will be decades later, but they wouldn't pass up a chance to marry a city worker for someone from the mountains. She didn't think Jang Eru was that charming, nor did she believe Huang Ying was making such a big sacrifice for love. So, there were two possibilities. Either she had another reason for wanting to marry into the Jang family, or she was lying about having city relatives. Their family probably didn't have any city connections at all. However, to be honest, the way this girl was dressed was not something an ordinary mountain person could easily obtain. As Li Rouge spoke, she carefully observed Huang Ying's reaction. This girl couldn't hide her feelings, so maybe she would reveal something. Li Rouge's words did seem to provoke Huang Ying, hitting a sore spot. Of course, she wanted to marry a city person, especially someone educated, with a big pen in their pocket. That looked impressive. But her father firmly disagreed. He even said that if she didn't marry into the Jang family, he would give her nice clothes to her younger sisters and the chance to work in the city. So, this beautiful outfit had been in their home for months, and this was the first time she wore it. She had secretly pried open her mother's wardrobe while her parents were away to take it out. Once she put it on, Huang Ying felt even more that Jang Eru was not worthy of her. If it were Jiang Dahu, she might consider it. But in a small village with only 7 families, where could she find someone worthy of her? If Li Rouge knew about all these details, she would definitely think about who Huang Ying's father and their city relatives were really after. Huang Ying is certainly not clever, but she's not foolish either. She just kept her thoughts to herself and stayed quiet. Seeing that Huang Ying hadn't spoken for a long time and showed no intention of leaving, Li Rouge couldn't just send her away. Besides, with Era's attitude, it seemed he wouldn't marry anyone but Huang Ying, so this girl might really end up as her sister-in-law. Therefore, Li Rouge gave Huang Ying some respect and, when inviting her mother and the others into the house, made way for her. When it was time for the children to sleep, Li Rouge went back to soothe the baby, leaving the 3 women sitting in the living room, staring at Huang Ying in silence. It was really true that if you weren't embarrassed, others would be. Li Rouge felt that Huang Ying had the ability to make everyone uncomfortable. She was just in her own world. After observing for a while, Sun Fengqin began to understand what Huang Ying meant and asked Li Rouge, remember to give your sister the dowry our family prepared for her later, or what will we do if you forget? Oh, got it. I'll go get it now, Li Rouge replied, heading outside to the room where her mother and sisters had stayed the night before to fetch her basket. After the family had dinner last night, they were too tired to stay awake, and this morning she had rushed out early, without taking out the things for her sister. When Li Rouge arrived, Li Rouge had also just finished putting the baby to sleep and was coming toward the living room. The sisters met at the door, and Li Rouge, seeing her younger sister carrying the basket, asked in confusion, "What do you need the basket for?" "You'll see when you come in. This is all prepared by our parents as your dowry," Li Rouge replied, glancing at Huang Ying. Huang Ying was surprised. She knew that Li Rouge's family was poor and struggled to have enough to eat. They had even exchanged her for Jiang Dahu because her cousin had trouble finding a wife. She had heard these things before, and after getting together with Jang Eru 6 months ago, she had confirmed them. So, what was this extra dowry about? She had hoped that when she married into the Jang family, her dowry would surpass Li Rouge's, making the Jang family look at her more favorably. Maybe Jiang Dahu would even regret marrying Li Rouge instead of her? As Li Rouge began to pull items out of the basket one by one, Huang Ying quickly widened her eyes, eager to see what they had prepared for Li Rouge's dowry. Hee, it's probably just some worthless junk, right? Look at what a few people are wearing. It's not that she looks down on them, but if their family could provide a proper dowry, they wouldn't have married their daughter off so far away. Under Huang Ying's glare, Li Rouge first took out a piece of checkered cloth, red and black, which seemed to be the size for a top. Then she pulled out a piece of dark blue cotton fabric. Judging by its thickness, it could be enough for 2 pairs of pants. Next, there were 2 pairs of homemade cloth shoes. Li Rouge also decided on the spot to give her older sister 2 pounds of cotton, a can of malt extract, a pound of biscuits, half a pound of sugar, and 20 eggs. Of course, this food doesn't count as a dowry, but since they had it, they might as well bring it along. They kept a bit of the biscuits and sugar for themselves, and there was still more than half a can of malt extract left. They had eaten 4 eggs on the way, and after meeting Feng Yuan, they didn't dare to take out any more. So, leaving 20 eggs for her sister, they still had 6 left, which would be enough for the journey back. Not to mention, just these 2 pieces of cloth and 2 pounds of cotton would be considered a decent dowry in the countryside. Then Li Rouge took out 5 yuan and handed it to Li Rulan, saying, "Here's some money from Dad for you to buy something for your little nephew. We came in such a hurry that we didn't know what to get for the child." The key point is that there isn't much to buy, but saying it this way sounds nicer. Li Rulan knew best what kind of life her family had. She had just left the old home, and although her parents and younger sister said they had met someone important and that their situation had improved a lot, how much better could it really be? If her parents had given her this much dowry, how could they still be struggling? "Mom, Rouge, I can keep these things." She had already thought it through for when her parents left. She would bring them more food. "I can't take the money. The little one is still young and doesn't need it. You should take it back." At this time, 5 yuan in the countryside is not a small amount. In these years, after working hard for a whole year, an adult labor might only save a few 5 yuan bills. Moreover, every family has many members, and some families struggle every year because they have too many children. What does it mean to struggle? It means that the work points earned are not enough to even get the grain, so they have to owe the production team first. That's what it means to struggle. Sun Fengqin understood why her eldest daughter was so excited and quickly said, "This money isn't for you. Quickly take it for Shanhua to save for his education when he grows up." Although her eldest daughter seemed well-fed and well-dressed, she might not have money to spend. This 5 yuan was secretly given by comrade Li Fubin to Li Rouge last night.
Oh.
What good deeds did she do in her past life to deserve such wonderful parents and 2 lovely younger sisters? Li Rulan was still excited when the people who went out to dig bamboo shoots returned, and she noticed a pile of items laid out. Old Master Jiang and Li Fubin happened to be in the bamboo shoot team, along with Jiang Eru and Jiang Xiaowu. The younger and stronger ones, like Jiang Dahu, Sanhu, Sihu, and Feng Yuanen, thought the rain was good. They believed that the thirsty animals would come out to drink, so they decided to bring some food and head into the mountains. When old Master Jiang came in and saw Huanging was also there, his face immediately turned sour. However, when he turned to ask Li Rulan a question, his expression softened. Where did all these things come from? Li Rulan, still in shock and excitement, quickly replied with red eyes, "These are my dowry gifts from my parents. Cloth, cotton, shoes, and food." While this dowry may not seem very lavish, given the current situation and especially for a family like Li Fubin's, it was quite good. It was clear that her in-laws valued Rulan a lot. They must have given everything they had. Considering that just yesterday they brought so much food, giving her so many dowry gifts made them seem a bit unfair. Old Master Jiang was about to exchange polite words with Li Fubin when he heard no one responding. He saw Huanging looking a bit wronged, saying, "It's just a few pieces of cloth. What's so impressive? My parents said that when I get married, they will at least make me 2 sets of luggage and 2 boxes." In a room full of people, it wasn't her place to speak up. No wonder people say Huanging lacks common sense. It's not entirely true, but she does seem to lack some upbringing. When Jiang Eru first entered the room and saw Huanging, he was quite happy, especially seeing the girl he liked looking so beautiful. He felt good and thought about how his older brother's father-in-law had advised him to build a good relationship with them, hoping his father would agree to their marriage. Then Huanging spoke, making Jiang Eru anxious. He kept giving her signals while secretly glancing at his father's expression. Old Master Jiang had a dark look on his face and didn't even look at Jiang Eru. He said to Huanging, "Your family is doing well because your father is capable." "Well, Huanging, we have guests at home, so I won't be able to entertain you. You should go back home." "No, Uncle Jiang. My mother said that since you have guests, I should come and help my sister-in-law." Huang knew she might have said the wrong thing at the wrong time, but her words reflected her father's wishes. However, her father had a condition. She needed to handle Jang Eru well and establish herself in the Jang family to receive the promised dowry. Noticing her future father-in-law's displeasure, Huang kept glancing at Jang Eru while talking to old Master Jang. Did she think everyone else was invisible? Seeing her focused only on Jang Eru made Li Rouge want to laugh. But some men actually liked this about Huang. Jang Eru was anxious, wanting to say something for his beloved, but he was silenced by his father's glare. Sigh. A man who fears both his father and his girlfriend. Li Rouge was sure that if Huang really married into this family, Jang Eru would be the first son to be sent away. As Jang Eru remained silent, Huang was worried when old Master Jang said, "Your mother is too polite. Whenever someone in our village has a problem, your mother is always the first to help. So, go back and tell her that we thank her." But, Uncle Jang. Huang wanted to explain that they didn't need thanks. She was supposed to help as the future second daughter-in-law of the Jang family. However, old Master Jang was already impatient and waved his hand, instructing Xiao Wu, "Take Huang out." Why was it Xiao Wu taking her out? Shouldn't it be Jang Eru? Huang stomped her foot in frustration, wanting to leave, but when she heard that Xiao Wu was the one escorting her, she reluctantly looked at Jang Eru. At that moment, Jang Eru didn't dare to move. His father was giving him a sharp look, suggesting that if he tried to send Huang off himself, his father might just send him to the Huang family as a son-in-law. His father had once said that if he couldn't bear to be apart from Huang, he could go to the Huang family, but he would have to sign a statement severing ties with the Jang family. Moreover, the statement cannot just be signed by the father and son. It also needs to go through the commune and be signed seriously by the commune officials to officially sever ties. Now that his father has said this, he wouldn't dare to become a son-in-law. Otherwise, you think Jang Eru, who is blinded by love, hasn't thought about this? Seeing that Jang Eru didn't even dare to look up at her, Li Rouge kept smiling at her, and Huang stomped her foot in frustration before leaving angrily. That concludes today's update. Lastly, I would appreciate a wave of 5-star reviews and free gifts.
Thank you.
As soon as Huang left, old Master Jang immediately put on a smiling face and politely chatted with Li Fubin and Sun Fengqin before asking Li Rilon to quickly put everything away. Li Rilon was unwilling to put everything away. She took the fabric and shoes back to her room and grabbed a few pieces of candy for Li Rui and Li Rouge, leaving the rest in her father-in-law's room. The eldest daughter was sensible and didn't blindly follow her father-in-law's words to put everything away, which made Li Fubin, the old father, feel very proud. This child truly brings honor to her parents. It's not just talk. If it were that Huang, the Jang family wouldn't even see a piece of candy. What Boss Li wanted for a happy life was actually quite simple, as long as his wife and daughters were happy. It didn't matter what era he lived in, as long as they were content. Regarding settling in Li family village, Li Fubin brought it up with old Master Jang on the way to the forest. The hunters had to come down from the mountain to live, and old Master Jang's side had received notice from the commune about this over 10 days ago. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hurried to call Feng Yuanen. That kid has connections, and he wanted Feng Yuanen to help him with this matter. Now that the in-laws wanted their family to settle in Li family village, and it was mentioned by the village officials, he really had to consider it seriously. On the way back, old Master Jang kept pondering this matter. Now that he saw his eldest daughter-in-law being so sensible and the in-laws being good people, he finally made up his mind. I understand what the in-laws mean. This matter cannot be delayed. Otherwise, if the higher-ups randomly assign you a place, you will have to go whether you want to or not, and it will be difficult to handle. Exactly, since this is the higher-ups' intention, it's no longer about whether we want to come down from the mountain. The old in-law was not a foolish person, and Li Fubin didn't want to persuade him further. He had already expressed his thoughts, and there was nothing more to say. Li Rouge saw that the adults were discussing serious matters, so she exchanged a glance with Li Rui. The two sisters, always restless, quickly made a plan and sneaked out to the front gate. In Chijia village, there are 7 households. When she spotted Huang Ying's little boots, she wondered if the other 6 families might have some nice leather. Of course, she wouldn't go to Huang Ying's house. Instead, she decided to check out the other 5 families, making her trip to the mountains worthwhile. To the people in the city, they all seemed like mountain folk. But in Lijiazhuang, only those like the Jiang family, who truly lived in the mountains, were considered real mountain people. Just then, her parents were discussing moving down the mountain with Uncle Jiang. As a child, she felt it wasn't her place to interrupt, so she took the chance to wander around, hoping to find something interesting. When the sisters reached the front gate, they bumped into Jiang Xiao, who was returning from seeing Huang Ying off. He looked messy and covered in mud, which made them burst into laughter. "Xiao, did you fall into a ditch?" He had indeed fallen into a ditch. Jiang Xiao replied angrily, "It's all because of Huang Ying. She wasn't walking properly and ended up in the ditch. I tried to pull her up and ended up falling in too."
Ah? Haha.
Poor kid, Li Rouge thought sympathetically as she looked at Jiang Xiao. "Since you're already muddy, why don't you come with us to your village?" Not wanting to waste an opportunity, Li Rouge handed Jiang Xiao a few pieces of candy that her sister had given her. "Here are some candies for you, as a reward for guiding us." Even though girls could discuss marriage at 16, boys of the same age were generally less mature. Jiang Xiao was still just a child. Who wouldn't love candy? He happily accepted it, quickly unwrapped a piece, and popped it in his mouth, squinting with delight. "All right, I'll take you there." Qijia village was named by the 7 households themselves, but in reality, there wasn't even a proper village leader. All 7 families had lived in the mountains since before the liberation, and the last to arrive was Huang Ying's family, which had been over 10 years ago. To be honest, everyone had been living without any issues for so long that now, being told they had to move down to the village, they were reluctant to accept it. But this was an order, not a matter of choice, so everyone had been discussing it for days. Some of the more timid ones had even started packing their things, preparing to move down the mountain. At this time, Jiang Xiao brought the 2 sisters over, saying they wanted to buy or trade for some animal skins and dried mushrooms. It was indeed a good time for this. Li Rouge only had 27 yuan left in cash, but she still had some flawed fabric, so she bought 10 pounds of dried mushrooms and 2 pounds of wood ear mushrooms at the first shop for 9 yuan. Then, she used the remaining blue fabric to trade for some skins at the second shop. With Jiang Xiao around, the prices were fair and reasonable. When the shopkeepers heard that Feng Yuan was coming, they offered Li Rouge the same prices as they would for the big buyers like Feng Yuan. At this time, the hunters were definitely living better than those earning work points in the production team. Just look at the lives of the people in Li family village compared to the hunters here. These hunters surely had plenty of meat to eat. Moreover, every household had a lot of dried mushrooms, wood ear mushrooms, daylilies, monkey head mushrooms, and hazelnuts. So, even though there was a drought and food was scarce, life in the mountains was much better than that of the villagers below. "That house over there is Huang Ying's." Jiang Xiao pointed to a wooden house built halfway up the hill as they were getting ready to head back. Here, houses were often built high up, probably to avoid flooding during heavy rains. In comparison, the Jiang family's land was likely the lowest, while Huang Ying's wooden house looked the highest. Hee, do they want to see far from a high place? Why did they build their house so high? I feel like standing on their roof, I could see your house. Before saying this, Li Rouge hadn't thought much about it, but for some reason, she felt it was a bit strange once the words were out. She turned to look at the Jiang family's house, then back at Huang Ying's wooden house. From a straight line, it seemed like the 2 families weren't too far apart. At least from the roof of the Huang family, one could definitely see what was happening at the Jiang family's place. Hee, why are you saying the same thing as my dad? Jiang Xiao chuckled, not taking Li Rouge's words too seriously. Li Rouge. So, Zhang Leoi had this suspicion long ago. Huh? No more research. We're heading down the mountain anyway. Besides, where in the mountains can you find a straight path? With all the twists and turns, it takes at least half an hour to get anywhere. As they were returning, they saw that some people who had gone hunting had also come back, and they had quite a good haul. However, the only big catch was a wild deer, The rest were wild chickens, rabbits, and some unknown birds. "Tonight we can definitely have a big feast," Zhang Xiao said as he dashed past the two girls. Raising a bunch of boys has not been easy for old Master Zhang, who has played both father and mother all these years while raising his sons so well. With all this meat and comrade Sun Fingqin's excellent cooking skills, dinner would surely be plentiful. However, considering the expenses after going down the mountain, apart from this meal, everything else was taken by Feng Yuan. Then the brothers accompanied Feng Yuanen to a few other places to collect the supplies they had gathered. While the women were worried about how to transport these items down the mountain, the next morning, a few people suddenly arrived at the Zhang family and quickly carried everything away without saying much. Wow, how did Feng Yuanen communicate with his men? Without phones, it was surprising how well-informed they were, as the people who came were just enough to carry everything away without any extra. That morning, old Master Zhang made a decision. He would send his eldest son's family and Zhang Xiao to settle in Lijiazwang and live as farmers from now on. As for himself, thanks to Feng Yuanen's efforts, he might stay on as a forest ranger. In the future, the few wooden houses of the Zhang family would be converted into public housing for rangers, and their connection to the Zhang family would be minimal. However, since Zhang Eru insisted on not going to Lijiazwang with his elder brother, he would have to stay with old Master Zhang for now. Whether he would be allowed to stay in the future was something to be decided later. This decision from old Master Zhang was undoubtedly good news for the family. Otherwise, if they settled down the mountain, they could easily find a nearby village. Before old Master Zhang spoke, even comrade Li Fubin didn't dare to say that they could bring their eldest daughter back. Thinking about those small yellow fish, Li Rouge could understand why old Master Zhang was reluctant to leave and why he wanted his sons to settle so far away in Lijiazwang. Old Mr. Zhang had originally thought that since they could settle in any village, it would be best to find one nearby so the family could visit often. However, this morning he suddenly changed his mind, likely due to the conversation he had with her father yesterday. Comrade Li Fubin was quite persuasive, and with his understanding of the future situation, his persuasion felt more genuine. Old Mr. Zhang spent half the night thinking carefully about his in-law's words before making his decision. Nothing is better than living safely as a family. Old Mr. Zhang's decision was also the decision of the entire Zhang family. Only Zhang Eru, who was blinded by love, dared to speak up against it. The others, regardless of their true feelings about leaving Yunwu Mountain, could only nod in agreement. The matter was settled happily, but the Zhang brothers couldn't leave with their family just yet. After all, they had lived in the mountains for many years, and packing up their valuable belongings would take a few days. It was said that they had been given a month to prepare, and since only half a month had passed, the brothers wanted to stay on the mountain for the remaining time. Everything seemed to be resolved, and the eldest sister noticed that the family originally planned to go down the mountain with Feng Yuan. However, at that moment, Zhang Eru suddenly started arguing with old Mr.
Zhang.
Seeing his father's angry face, Zhang Dahu picked up a stick and gave Zhang Eru a beating. It was then that the family realized their eldest son-in-law didn't have a good temper either. If no one had stepped in, Zhang Eru might have been seriously hurt. While Zhang Dahu was dealing with Zhang Eru, the younger brothers were so scared they were trembling and didn't dare to intervene. Seeing this, Li Fubin, the father-in-law, couldn't just stand by and watch, as any serious injury would be a problem. So the family rushed to break up the fight, comforting old Mr. Zhang and then Zhang Dahu, allowing Feng Yuanen to leave first. Finally, everyone calmed down a bit. Although they didn't know what had happened between Zhang Eru and old Mr. Zhang, and sensing the atmosphere was still off, they decided to stay an extra day. Clearly, the family, except for Li Rulan, didn't want to leave Yunwu Mountain but felt they had no choice. This led to another argument about why they needed to settle so far away in Li family village. Even though Zhang Eru had been beaten, he continued to shout that his father was biased and only cared for the eldest brother, which was why they were seeking a distant place to settle. Mr. Zhang originally did not want to explain much, but seeing his second son act thoughtlessly, he decided to share his true feelings. He said, "Our family has been living a secluded life for many years. with little contact with the outside world. I decided to let you go to Lee family village because I was worried about you. With Uncle Lee there to look after you, I felt more at ease. And my sister is there too. I agreed to settle in Lee family village. Jiang Xiao rolled his eyes at his second brother and raised his hand first. Since they had no choice but to go, Sanhu and Sihu were also willing to stay together as a family, so the two brothers had no objections now. Only Jiang Eru was still troubled by Huang Ying, as the Huang family might find a nearby village. It seemed they had already chosen a village to settle in. They even wanted the Jiang family to settle in the same village, and mentioned that there was a rule allowing only one household per village. The Huang family claimed they had found someone to agree to let both families settle together. At first, Jiang Eru did not want to mention this, but as the argument grew more intense, he finally revealed the Huang family's intentions. Should they settle in Li family village with the eldest son's father-in-law? Or should they go with the second son's future in-laws? This decision was not one that Mr. Jiang could make alone. So, the family decided to give each other some space and found excuses to leave the Jiang home. When everyone urged for updates, they clicked on the video, which would help the author earn a little extra money. Supporting the author was free and could be done 3 times. Thank you for always supporting Old Vine. As soon as they came out, the group split up. Sun Fengqin wanted to help her eldest daughter hold the baby, while Xiao Rui helped her sister carry a basin. The two of them followed Li Rulan to the river to wash clothes. Li Rouge had been keeping a big secret for the past few days and finally had a chance to catch her father. She quickly pulled comrade Li Fubin toward the bamboo forest. Daughter, look over there. A few more bamboo shoots have popped up. Hurry and collect them. I've already gathered some here. She was indeed her father's daughter. Without even communicating beforehand, they both thought of the same thing. How could I let this opportunity slip by? Don't worry, Li Rouge patted herself. The bamboo shoots I have are enough for our family to eat every day for 2 years.
Great.
These are delicious when stir-fried with meat. Once we take them back, we can make another trip to the city. Who knows, we might even sell them for a good price. Well, I think the same way. But Dad, there's no rush about collecting the bamboo shoots. Look at what this is. What is it? Li Fubin took the few gold bars his daughter handed him, feeling their weight in his hands. Aren't these gold bars? Where did you get them? If only she knew where they came from. Li Rouge then explained how she found them while collecting bamboo shoots, not noticing when they appeared, and shared her guesses with her father. Li Fubin examined the 4 small gold bars closely, assessing their quality and craftsmanship, and his guesses were similar to Li Rouge's. Then, the father and daughter decided to trace Li Rouge's path from yesterday to see if they could find where the gold bars were buried. Whether they would return the gold was another matter. Knowing there was gold buried beneath them, possibly in large quantities, sparked their curiosity. As they walked, they noticed that just moments ago there were only a few clouds, and now it had suddenly started to rain. In the past few days, Li Fubin had been wandering around this area, urging his daughter to follow him, insisting that there was a cave just beyond the forest. However, when they finally ran out of the woods, they realized they had actually turned the wrong way. Could they really be going in the opposite direction? It felt like they had never been here before. Li Fubin, who usually claimed to be a living map, felt embarrassed, but thankfully, his daughter was with him, so no one else knew about it. But now they were getting soaked in the rain. Li Rouge suddenly remembered that both of them had their own spaces. Why not just find shelter there? You go into your space, and I'll go into mine. How long can a light rain last? They waited for the rain to pass before coming out of their spaces. Dad, how did you know the rain stopped? Can your car's space see outside? Li Rouge asked curiously. Of course. Why, can't you see anything from yours?
Li Fubin raplia, Mudslide. Huh?
Li Rouge was a bit confused. That's right, I can't see anything here. Once I go in, it's like I'm in a different world, separated from the outside. Haha, my space is much better than yours. I can see and hear everything outside while I'm inside. That's how he knew the rain had stopped. Just moments ago, while sitting in the driver's seat, Li Fubin had almost felt as if he were driving on a road many years in the future. Boss Lee has loved cars since he was young. Of course, when he was poor, he could only admire them because he couldn't afford one. Later, when he had money, he bought a car and hired a driver, but he rarely let them drive him. As long as he hadn't been drinking, Boss Lee usually drove himself, and he enjoyed it. That's why during family road trips, he didn't take the driver along. Haha, he always thought his car was a bit useless. For example, this time when he wanted to collect bamboo shoots, he initially planned to gather more, but the space in the car was too small. It could only hold 2 baskets at most. When he heard his daughter say that once inside, she couldn't see or hear anything, it made Boss Lee feel proud. Li Rouge looked at her laughing father in disbelief. Really? You get this happy just because you can outdo your daughter? Li Fubin waved his hand, saying he didn't mean to compete with her. I always thought my car was useless. Look at the road conditions now. What's the point of having a car? But daughter, you said if we go to the city one day, we should leave early, preferably at midnight. Then we could drive there, right? Comparing things is never good. The road from Lee's village to the county town is actually decent compared to the journey to Yunu Mountain. It's just a few miles of mountain road, and the rest is all paved, so they could definitely take the car out for a spin. As soon as Li Fubin touched the steering wheel, he felt an urge to drive right away. But the surroundings. Sigh, there aren't many places to park, and if the car comes out, it would just hit a tree. Is that possible? His father's suggestion made Li Rouge a bit excited. There shouldn't be a curfew in the city, right? Their small county town definitely doesn't have one. That day, Li Chongqing and the others delivered wild vegetables at midnight and returned the same way. However, Li Rouge had a concern. The current road conditions weren't great, which would test the driver's skills. So, she wasn't sure if it would work. Anyway, she didn't drive and planned to get a license after the college entrance exam, but now she had nowhere to practice. I think it could work. How about we try one day? If it doesn't work, we can just leave the car behind. Dad has the skills for that. Li Rouge replied, okay, let's try it one day. But Dad, we should find a way to get back first. Honestly, I'm a bit lost on directions right now. After running around to avoid the rain, it was already hard to tell directions in the mountains, and Li Fubin was feeling a bit confused too. In fact, there is a compass in the car, but the problem is the direction to Chijia village to the south or to the west. They came up here together with Feng Yuanen, and neither of them paid attention to the direction at the time. They just followed others. For the past few days, it has been cloudy, and without the sun to guide them, they didn't pay much attention to finding their way, which led to the current awkward situation. Daughter, give me a little more time. Don't worry, I will definitely get you home. Okay, I trust you, Dad. Li Rouge said she was not worried, and she really meant it. Then, the two of them sat down and ate half a watermelon before starting to gather mushrooms. There were not many households here, and very few villagers came by. After several days of rain, seeing all the little mushrooms on the ground, Li Rouge regretted spending that 9 yuan. In the future, people would buy things without worrying about spending money. It became a habit. With current prices, hearing that dried mushrooms cost only a few cents per pound made her think of one word: cheap. For words, too cheap. However, dried mushrooms and fresh mushrooms do not taste the same, and she didn't buy the dried ones just for eating. She also wanted to trade those dried mushrooms in the city for other goods like cloth. In these times, as long as you had food to trade, you could get almost anything. The two of them worked busily, gathering mushrooms and picking some good wild vegetables, but then they felt short on space. Li Rouge remembered her pile of corn. Dad, my corn is all ripe, and I've pulled it out by the roots, but I don't know what to do next. Her daughter had never done farm work before, let alone seen it. Li Fubin waved his hand. What's so hard about it? I used to do a lot of corn picking when I was young. Just pull out the corn, and I'll help you take the kernels off. What about the corn stalks? Should we throw them away? These were from her space, and not to mention they could be dried for firewood. They would also be enough to feed the big yellow horse for a month. Throw them away? No way. Let me help you gather them and tie them up. That way, you can free up some space. What about the watermelon vines? Do we need them? The watermelons were all ripe, and there were no small ones left. so Li Rouge wanted to pull out the vines and throw them away. Li Fubin thought for a moment and agreed that they weren't very useful, nodding, "All right, you can throw away the watermelon vines." Dad nodded, and Li Rouge quickly pulled out the watermelon seedlings she had planted in her space. She wasn't sure how many watermelons she had planted at first, so she tossed a handful of watermelon seeds onto the black soil in her space, just like she did with corn. Therefore, the watermelons and corn in her space didn't grow in a regular way. A few corn plants led to a few watermelons. Looking at the dozens of round, big watermelons, Li Rouge was confused. How did she end up with so many watermelons? She remembered planting only a dozen or so. Then, one watermelon plant produced 3? Or was it 4? It seemed like there were at least 5. Anyway, this big pile of watermelons was enough for her family to eat all summer without finishing them. After tossing out the watermelon seedlings, the space felt much bigger. Following Dad's advice, Li Rouge used corn stalks to build a small granary. This not only saved space but also gathered the corn scattered in the area, making the space feel significantly larger. "Dad, I secretly got some chili seeds from my sister's house and planted some. Now the chili seedlings are this tall," Li Rouge said, gesturing to show the height of the seedlings. "Planting some chili is good, but with that little land, we still need to grow more food. When we go back this time, I've already talked to Feng Yuan about getting some wheat seeds. I told him we want to secretly clear a piece of land in the mountains, and he agreed."
Great.
"And rice too. I want to eat rice every day. Coarse grains are too hard to eat. Is there still someone picky about food these days?" Li Fubin looked up at his daughter with a disapproving glance. "If anyone heard you say that, you'd definitely get in trouble. Have you forgotten that everyone is eating rice bran?" "Hee hee, I'm just talking to you. I wouldn't dare say that outside." "That's more like it. To be honest, I don't want to eat coarse grains either, haha."
Li Fubin lauga.
"But our land is dry, so I'm not sure if Feng Yuan has rice seeds. I'll ask when we go." She knew that eating cornmeal and sorghum every day was hard for everyone, not just her. "Dad, please ask Feng Yuan what vegetable seeds he has and about soybeans too. In the future, we'll need oil and vegetables, right? We'll see how things go when the time comes." Feng Yuan is very clever, so it's not wise to buy everything from him. The father and daughter chatted while working, but there was not enough corn for Boss Lee to harvest. Without considering the memories of the original owner, it had been a long time since he had done this kind of work, and it felt quite good. Li Fubin bundled the remaining straw and was about to ask his daughter to store it away when he noticed something moving near where she had just thrown the watermelon vines. "Rouge, look over there." Li Rouge had been focused on organizing the space, as it was too messy, with everything piled up. She hadn't noticed the movement until she saw her father's happy expression. Turning to look, she exclaimed, why are there so many little animals again?" This time, although there weren't as many animals as when they were at Dakingshan, it seemed that dozens of small creatures like wild goats, wild chickens, rabbits, squirrels, and bamboo rats had come. In just a short time, the father and daughter watched as the pile of watermelon vines was nearly eaten down to half by those little animals. "Dad, should we collect them?" Worried that the animals would run away after finishing the vines, Li Rouge felt a bit anxious. "Of course, why wouldn't we? We can't be polite when fortune comes to our door," Li Fubin replied, now understanding what was happening. He quickly spread out the bundled corn straw again. Li Rouge instantly understood her father's intention and hurriedly took the corn straw she had stored away and tossed it back onto the ground. This time, she wanted to collect a lot at once, and since the little creatures were willing to eat this, it saved her the trouble of managing it. Once they spread out the straw, they stepped back. Seeing that there was no one around and more delicious food waiting for them, the little animals cautiously looked around before starting to approach. The father and daughter watched as the number of animals grew from dozens to over 100 or even more. It seemed like more were coming, and they both smiled greedily. Li Rouge had started to grasp some patterns. Last time, when she sprinkled water on the ground, a mix of animals came, including some snakes. But this time, it was clear that only herbivores were attracted, which made the father and daughter feel safer without worrying about any dangers. Just imagine, nearly an acre of straw could be eaten up in no time. How many rabbits, goats, deer, and wild chickens would that be? There were also some herbivores they couldn't name, mainly because they didn't have time to study them closely. As the leaves were all eaten, only some tough stalks remained that were hard to chew, yet the little animals were still nibbling on them reluctantly. Seeing that the time was right, Li Rouge silently thought collect and then watched as the little animals that had just been everywhere suddenly vanished. Li Fubin. He was amazed. His daughter's space was truly impressive. What good was his ability to see and hear the outside world if it was his daughter's skills that mattered in critical moments? Is your space full now? Li Fubin guessed, not being able to see inside. There were probably about 200 animals just now, right? Wow, their family had really struck it rich. Not yet, there's still some empty space. Dad, do you think we should? Before she could finish, Li Fubin quickly waved his hand. Too much of a good thing is not good, daughter. That's enough. Let's hurry and find our way home. What about these tough corn stalks? Don't worry, more animals will come by later. They will eat everything, leaving no scraps behind. From now on, whatever she took out of her space, she wouldn't have to worry about not having anyone to help, or rather, no animals to help dispose of it. Li Rouge reluctantly walked away, looking back, and then she saw something.
Dad, wait.
I think I see ginseng. Don't be ridiculous. There were just a couple of hundred animals here. If there were ginseng, those creatures would have eaten it already. No, Dad, over there. I mean that little red flower on the mountain. It looks just like the one I dreamed about. Li Fubin looked in the direction his daughter was pointing and was surprised. Although they were still a bit far away, that swaying little red flower did seem familiar. The father and daughter hurried toward the little red flower, but just as they were about to get close, Li Fubin quickly stopped his daughter. Wait. Didn't they say that where such things appear, there are usually snakes or dangerous animals lurking nearby? Li Rouge. I haven't heard of that. Besides, if there are snakes, what's to fear? We can just collect them all. Li Fubin. Was his daughter being overly brave? In reality, it was surprisingly quiet. The father and daughter didn't even need tools to dig for ginseng. Li Rouge simply reached for the little red flower and tentatively said collect, and then the ginseng, along with some soil, automatically entered her space and was even planted in the soil. Just when Li Rouge was feeling surprised and chatting with her father about this strange scene, an even bigger surprise appeared. Her space had actually upgraded. The display in her space showed that she had completed the planting of 7 types of crops within the specified time, and her space had expanded by an acre. Did she really? When did she plant so many different things? And within the specified time? How long was that? There was no hint, and she almost missed the chance for this upgrade. Li Rouge thought carefully about what she had planted: corn, watermelon, apples, peppers, bamboo, and she had just planted ginseng. That didn't even add up to 7. Oh, right. She seemed to have planted a star anise too. Where had she planted it? That star anise seedling was recognized by her mother when it looked weak, and she wasn't sure if it could be saved, so she casually planted it by the river. Then it got covered by the apple tree, which is why she forgot about it. Wow, it really was a favorite of nature, and it counted. These 7 crops included grains, fruits, ornamental bamboo, and the medicinal and edible star anise. What was she thinking about the peppers? She couldn't remember at the moment, but ginseng was very useful. It could save lives in critical moments. Li Rouge seemed to understand why her space upgraded. Although it was only an acre, she was still very happy. This meant that as long as she met certain requirements in the future, there would be more chances for upgrades. However, completing tasks without any hints seemed difficult, and upgrading again would surely be much harder than the first time. Regardless, they now had an extra acre and a good amount of wild ginseng, which made both father and daughter very happy. Under the guidance of Li Fubin, the father and daughter returned to the Jiang family just in time for lunch. Seeing everyone's expressions were good, the earlier tension had disappeared, and even Jiang Eru, who had been beaten up, was smiling. The father and daughter guessed that maybe old Master Jiang had promised Jiang Eru something? Could it be that he had already agreed to the marriage with Huang Ying? Since Li Rulan wasn't there when the men discussed matters, this mystery remained unsolved until they left. However, the plan for the brothers to settle in Li family village hadn't changed, which was fine. They only cared about their eldest sister's small family, and the rest didn't concern them. After several days of gloomy weather and intermittent light rain, the next morning, they welcomed a bright sunny day. A few people left early. Last night, Mr. Jiang asked Jiang Dahu to prepare gifts for his father-in-law's family. This morning, Mr. Jiang kept saying that people from the mountains don't have anything valuable, and he hoped his in-laws wouldn't mind the gifts. If wolf fur is common and not worth much, then this high-quality white fox fur is definitely not cheap. The three travelers know their stuff, unlike Xiao Rui, who is only interested in mushrooms, hazelnuts, and pine nuts. The gifts from the Jiang family are quite generous, showing that their eldest sister is valued in the family. As Mr. Jiang mentioned, in the future, the brothers will need their in-laws to help look after things when they visit Li's village. They will definitely look after them. Just talking about the family's land, Li Fubin readily agreed and planned to talk to the village leaders to get things sorted out. As they said their goodbyes, with Li Rulan's eyes red from tears, Jiang Dahu and the others left Yunjian Mountain. After walking a couple of miles, their son-in-law finally headed back. This visit was undoubtedly successful, achieving their goal of having Li Rulan settle down at home. The family walked happily along the road, feeling much lighter compared to when they arrived, not knowing what was happening with their eldest daughter. They were also lucky to encounter a large cart heading to Changshan town. They couldn't let the driver take them for free, so they offered him some big biscuits, saving one for Xiao Rui and giving the rest to the driver, along with some candy. For a driver who often gives free rides, this was a valuable treat, and he quickly accepted it, carefully putting it in his pocket to take home for his grandson. The large cart was much faster than walking. When they arrived in Changshan town, it was still early, so they decided to visit the state-run restaurant again. In just a few days, Master, who recognized them and mentioned that he had saved a lot of buns for them that morning, but when they didn't show up by noon, he had to sell them. Li Fubin explained what happened that morning, but there were no buns available today. They just asked for whatever could fill them up. Master Hu chuckled. We happen to have some millet left over from a couple of days ago. We made a pot of it, but we didn't dare to advertise it. Otherwise, it would have sold out quickly.
Li Ruja?
What does scattered mean? Sun Fengqi knew the answer. It means to use less sticky rice flour and more cornmeal. It still has a bit of stickiness, but it's not as sticky as the sticky rice dumplings, so the older generation calls this scattered.
Li Ruja?
I learned something new. Now I know what scattered means. I'm becoming more knowledgeable. Since this food isn't sold openly, it must be available without grain tickets. So, not only did they enjoy a good meal, but Master Hu didn't ask them for any tickets either. This shows that nothing is free. In critical moments, having more friends opens more paths, right? While enjoying the delicious stir-fried pickled vegetables, they felt full and decided not to stay overnight in Changshan town. Given the conditions, they were reluctant to pay 2 yuan for a night for 4 people. When they left Changshan town, the sun was still high. With the idea of digesting their meal, they took their time walking and chatting. As they passed a small stream, Li Rouge and Xiao Rui immediately wanted to see if there were any fish. Not only were there fish, but they also caught quite a few. As for how the fish and shrimp ended up in their basket, only Xiao Rui was still unaware of the details. After walking a bit further, they were about 7 or 8 miles from Changshan town, and it was finally dark. Seeing that her little sister could barely keep her eyes open, Li Rouge secretly signaled to her father, indicating that Li Fubin should pay attention to the road ahead. The road from Changshan town to Shenjingzi was mostly gravel. Although the road conditions weren't great, driving was still manageable. Li Fubin knew this road could be driven on since he had walked it step by step with his own 2 legs. He was just worried about startling his daughter. After all, Xiao Rui had never seen a car. What if she opened her eyes and saw herself in a car? You two can do whatever you want. My daughter and I are tired. We'll sleep first, Sun Fengqin said, noticing the men's intentions. She was also eager to get home, and if they could drive, that would be great. At first, Xiao Rui hadn't slept very soundly, but after hearing her mother, she felt more at ease and fell asleep deeply. The trio waited a little longer, and when they saw the little girl was truly asleep and sleeping soundly, they confidently called for their big car. Sun Fengqin held the little girl as they got into the back seat of the car, while Li Rouge sat in the front passenger seat. Of course, the driver was Mr. Li. Their family had only been here for less than a month, and he hadn't driven in that time. He was itching to drive for days and nights. "Dad, what are you thinking about? Is the car out of gas?" Li Rouge noticed her father fiddling with things but not starting the car, thinking it might be out of fuel. "There's gas. Before the incident, we filled up at the service station, and there's still a full tank," Li Fubin replied proudly in a low voice. "I must say, the car's suspension is really good. The road was so bumpy that walking on it would make anyone jolt, yet the family inside the car hardly felt any shaking. Maybe it was because they were driving slowly, and Mr. Li was careful not to wake his daughter. The car was definitely faster than riding in a horse-drawn carriage. The road conditions were poor, and it was dark and slippery, so Mr. Li dared not drive fast." Li Rouge felt her father was being overly cautious today. After a while, she dozed off, swaying gently. While everyone else could sleep, Mr. Li kept his eyes fixed ahead, not daring to relax. He drove more steadily than he did on his first day learning to drive. Sun Fengqin sat in the back, initially worried that her daughter might wake up suddenly, but soon realized that the gentle rocking had lulled Xiao Rui into a deeper sleep, and she too unknowingly fell asleep. The three of them slept better that night than they did at the guest house for $2. Especially Xiao Rui, who felt completely safe in her mother's arms, and with the gentle rocking, she thought she was dreaming of sleeping in a cozy carriage. Although Mr. Li hadn't slept much, he felt fine. Last night, he had driven near Shenjingzi commune but didn't dare continue because he was worried about being seen with the headlights on. So, he found a hidden spot to park the car and took a short nap. This morning, he was definitely the first to wake up, knowing he had to take care of the car. He couldn't afford to sleep too deeply. Soon, Sun Fengqin woke up as well and hurriedly took Xiao Rui out, pretending that their family of four had slept on those two old blankets all night. As for how they ended up in Shenjingzi after just one sleep, the three of them told Li Rui that after she fell asleep, they were lucky enough to encounter a horse-drawn carriage heading to Shenjingzi. What a thoughtful little girl. She understood everything without needing too much explanation and even helped them cover their story. "It's no wonder I felt like I was sleeping on a bumpy cart last night. It was quite comfortable. Those kids have never slept on a cart. I guess this girl imagined the feeling after seeing the big house kids sleeping on one." The family took out the food prepared by Li Rilon, which included a lot of dried meat and salted pork. They enjoyed a hearty breakfast before setting off with their baskets. From then on, the road conditions and the density of the villages didn't allow for any shortcuts, so the family walked back honestly. While passing through Prosperity Town, the grandfather and grandson made another stop at the supply store. This time, they brought not fish, but mountain chickens and wild rabbits, 10 of each. For their family, it was just a small amount, though maybe I exaggerated a bit. Anyway, their family truly had plenty of meat. You name it, flying or running, there was even some large bird they couldn't identify that Li Rouge had caught at some point. Haha, yesterday's updates and gifts brought in quite a bit more income. Thank you, friends, for your support. I really appreciate it. Well, let's see if I can add something special for the holiday. Nervous face. They had flying animals, and there were even more running on the ground. And what about swimming? Fish, of course. They were the ones raised in their own space, guaranteed to make you crave more after trying them. Otherwise, why would the director of the supply store in Prosperity Town be so enthusiastic about them? People who ate their fish said it was exceptionally delicious. Thanks to the rain, everyone was in a good mood, and the director got promoted. Fortunately, before the director left, he had informed the two salespeople, otherwise, he might have missed out on the wild game brought by the grandfather and grandson. A wild chicken for $1 is a normal price. Paying an extra dollar is a black market price. Wild rabbits aren't much more expensive than wild chickens, so the father and daughter again didn't ask for money, just goods. They ended up with 10 pounds of cotton, some scraps of cloth, and several yards of cotton fabric to make winter clothes for the family. The hardest part of the journey was from Prosperity Town to Lee Family Village. When they finally returned home, it was just in time for everyone to start cooking dinner. From a distance, they saw many households with smoke rising from their chimneys, while their little house looked cold and empty. The family quickly picked up their pace. As soon as they arrived in Prosperity Town, they noticed that the further they walked, the muddier the roads became. It must have rained heavily in Lee Family Village. The keys to their home were with Lee Rouge. She opened the door, and the family entered, putting down their things and getting busy. Lee Fubin only helped his mother with the gate and opened the windows before heading to Su Xunli's house. In the village, unlike the city, as soon as their chimneys started smoking, everyone would know that the family had returned. When that happened, going to Su Xunli's house would have a different effect than if he went right after arriving. Li Boss was careful with his thoughts. He usually didn't let much slip. In the past few days, while they were away, life in the village had changed significantly. Ever since the relief grain was distributed, and with the heavy rain, wild vegetables and mushrooms began to sprout, making life in the village much better. This time, the relief grain was plentiful, and after the rain, everyone knew that when it rained, mushrooms would pop up like crazy. These days, families were making porridge with half grain and half mushrooms and wild vegetables, needing no oil, just a bit of salt, making them feel hopeful about life. When Li Fubin left, Su Xunli had been looking gloomy. Now he was sitting alone in the house, enjoying some wine, but the only side dishes on the table were a plate of pickled vegetables and a bowl of mushroom and wild vegetable stew. Seeing Li Fubin arrive with a basket, Li Dachuan quickly greeted him with a smile. "Fubin, you're back. When did you return?"
"Just now.
They said they wanted to tidy up at home, so I came here first." Li Fubin's words hinted that he hadn't even entered his own house before coming here. Su Xunli nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, "That's great. Yanping, go get a bowl for your uncle, so he can have a drink." Yuan Yanping was Su Xunli's eldest daughter-in-law, but this was the first time Li Fubin had seen her. He heard she was a teacher and rarely appeared in the village. "You eat your food. I'll go," said Li Dachuan, noticing how heavy the basket Li Fubin was carrying looked. Li Fubin understood the situation and quickly handed the basket to Li Dachuan. "Inside, there are 2 wild chickens and 2 wild rabbits, which my son-in-law's family brought as a gift for Uncle Su. There's also a piece of cured meat and some jerky that Roland prepared for Uncle Su to enjoy with his drinks." The future home of my daughter's family still needed Su Xunli's approval. He had his eye on a piece of land right next to their house. However, he heard that Li Chongqing's family was also interested in that land, claiming that their sons had grown up and needed more space, as their current place was getting a bit cramped. Even without the matter of his daughter's family, Li Fubin certainly didn't want to be neighbors with Li Chongqing's family. He knew that when Li Fubin's family came back, they wouldn't arrive empty-handed, but no one expected such a generous gift. 2 wild chickens and 2 wild rabbits were already quite a lot, so why bring such a large piece of cured meat? The piece of cured meat Li Dachuan held was over a pound and quite fatty, which could yield a lot of oil. Regardless of who was greedy or not, at such times, it was rare for someone to turn down a gift of meat. After being the village leader's wife for so many years, Li Dachuan was quite aware of the situation. With such a generous gift from Li Fubin, there must be some important reason behind it. Li Dachuan was unsure of what to say. Whether to accept the gift or not was hard for her to decide, so she took the piece of meat to gauge her husband's reaction. Su Xunli waved his hand with a smile, thinking that the jerky on the table was the real treasure. That jerky likely weighed over half a pound and was worth more than the piece of cured meat. "Hang the cured meat up for now. One day, when we cook it, I'll have another drink with Brother Fubin." Once the man spoke, Li Dachuan happily agreed and picked up the cured meat to leave, but her daughter-in-law stopped her. Zhou Yanping pointed to the basket on the ground that Li Fubin had placed there, which seemed to contain half a basket of mushrooms and 2 bundles of dew-covered wild vegetables. "Your third uncle, what about this?" Li Fubin didn't say who the mushrooms and wild vegetables were for, and since they weren't clearly meant for them, Li Dachun wouldn't take them herself. Although these items were not much compared to the wild chickens, rabbits, and cured meat, since Li Fubin hadn't spoken about them, it was possible that the mushrooms and wild vegetables weren't meant for their family. Li Fubin, who was about to sit down and drink a couple of cups with Su Xuanli, almost forgot about the wild vegetables. He quickly said, "Sister-in-law, these are fresh wild vegetables we picked on the way. Fengqin asked me to bring them for you to make soup tomorrow morning. Haha, look at this. Wild chicken, wild rabbit, and meat, plus mushrooms and wild vegetables. Fubin, your family is treating us to a big feast." Su Xuanli laughed heartily while sitting on the Kong. A big feast refers to the meals served during celebrations in the village, but everyone knows that even if they go to someone else's feast, they won't get such good dishes. With chicken, meat, and mushrooms, they could easily prepare 6 large dishes, all meaty. After Li Fubin's family went out, they ended up making a little profit. He knew he couldn't take things for free, so he decided that the 300 clay bricks left from their house construction would be enough to settle the debt. Su Xuanli understood this and was worried about visiting the old leader at the commune tomorrow without anything to bring, so he didn't want to refuse Li Fubin. However, he was concerned that others in the family might start accepting gifts too easily. Before his wife took the items away, he reminded her, "Old sand is not a stranger. If it were someone else, you wouldn't accept anything, understood?" Li Dachuan and the kids were busy agreeing, saying they understood. Li Fubin knew that Su Xuanli really didn't like accepting gifts, and this time he had given him a lot of face. However, in the countryside, gifts are usually simpler. A few eggs or a chicken are considered big gifts. If he was going to give a gift, it had to be something significant. In the end, not only did Li Fubin stay to drink half a bowl of wine with Su Xuanli, but he also resolved the issues regarding the land for the Jang family. Back at home, the family had already cleaned and tidied up. Knowing that guests would be arriving soon, Sun Fengqin lit a fire and, following village customs, cooked a pot of porridge mixed with plenty of wild vegetables. Just as she was halfway through, Wang Juhua rushed over, holding their precious son. "Rouge Roy, your family is back?" The 2 young ladies were outside drying mushrooms. Wang Juhua greeted them, but didn't wait for a response. A gust of wind blew into the house. "Sister-in-law, your family should be back soon." "Oh my, with all this rain lately, my husband said your family might be stuck because of it and won't return for a while." "Yes, we are stuck because of the rain. Otherwise, we would have been home yesterday. The mountain roads are mostly rocky, and although they are hard to walk on after rain, they are still easier than the muddy paths in the village." However, since Wang Juhua said this, Sun Fengqin just agreed to avoid explaining why they had been gone for so long. Li Rouge entered the house, took out some candy from the cupboard, and handed it to Wang Juhua. "Aunt, this candy is from my older sister for me and Rui. We are older now, so it's fine if we don't eat it. You can give it to your child." "Oh my child has grown up and has never had candy." Wang Juhua happily accepted the candy, quickly putting it in her pocket as if afraid Li Rouge would change her mind. When dealing with people, it's important to know how much to give. For example, with Su Xuanli, they had received significant help from his family in the past, and in the future, they would rely on him as well. So, giving gifts to Su Xuanli's family could not just be a few pieces of candy. But with Wang Juhua, even though her family had helped look after their house, they needed to find the right balance. Otherwise, if word got out that they had become wealthy, it would be embarrassing for Wang Juhua. "You just got back, haven't you heard? Li Ruxia is engaged. She's really going to marry someone from the city." This news surprised both women. "Li Ruxia? Someone actually wants her? We just got back, and you can see the meal isn't ready yet. We were thinking of going to the east side after eating to find out where this news came from." In the eyes of the people in Li family village, Li Fubin is still the honest son of Li Laoshi, so they had to maintain appearances. For example, tomorrow they could bring some wild vegetables and mushrooms to the Li family courtyard and make a big show of it, so everyone in the village could see that even though they left with nothing, they hadn't forgotten the 2 elders. So, when Wang Juhua asked, Sun Fengqin could only respond this way. "Oh, You all missed quite a show. Wang Juhua slapped her thigh, almost dropping her precious son. Li Rouge quickly reached out to catch the child. Hee, Auntie, why don't you let me hold him for a bit? Sure. Just right for me to chat with your mom. Oh my, you wouldn't believe how lively our village has been these days because of your two uncles. This child is only a little over 6 months old. How can he eat like an adult all day? I heard from Pandai that her mother has insufficient milk, and the food at home is all saved for her little brother, leaving her and her sisters hungry. It's clear that because of this little brother, Pandai and her siblings are quite resentful. Little do they know, this poor child, relying only on rice soup, is struggling to grow. At just a few months old, a child should be lively, but this one is so thin that his veins are showing. His quiet demeanor isn't out of concern for his parents, but because he simply lacks the strength to cry. They say children today are afraid of getting sick. It's said that the mortality rate for children born in recent years, even from just a cold or fever, is quite high. Of course, this is largely due to the lack of medical care, but more so because they are hungry. If the adults can't eat enough, how can there be milk for the baby? Li Rouge wasn't very interested in the news from the Li family courtyard. She took the little one to her room and, glancing outside, secretly prepared a cup of formula for him. At just a few months old, the baby can't talk yet. Drinking the tasty formula, his big eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Li Rouge. Without a bottle, Li Rouge used a small spoon to feed the baby, cautious not to give too much, so she only offered him half a bowl. A child who has been hungry for so long has a tiny appetite. Even that half bowl was already quite filling for him. For the first time, the little guy was so full and happy, stretching out his little arms to Li Rouge and giggling. Wang Juhua, caught up in her story, heard her son's laughter and exclaimed, "Oh my, listen to my son laugh. He wants to come play at your house." Li Rouge came out holding the child and replied, "Yes, Auntie, look how happy the little one is to come to my house. You should let him visit more often." "Absolutely. As long as you don't mind my child making a mess, I would love that." "What mess?" Actually, Wang Juhua is quite capable and efficient when it comes to work. Moreover, the girls at home have grown up and can help out, so little Baozi looks much cleaner than other children his age in the village. Sun Fengqi noticed some traces of milk powder around little Baozi's mouth. She disapprovingly glanced at her daughter and subtly pointed to her own mouth. Li Rouge quickly pretended to wipe the child's mouth, cleaning off the marks, and then secretly stuck out her tongue at her mother. This girl has a kind heart, but those 2 packs of milk powder are not really suitable for a baby of this age. They were meant for their family's road trip, as they were worried about not eating well and lacking nutrition. After arriving in this world, the family was so thin that they didn't dare to give any to Rui. They secretly drank 1 bag themselves. There should still be 1 bag left with her daughter, and seeing little Baozi looking so hungry, she must have secretly given some to him. Wang Juhua was so caught up in her conversation that she forgot about her own precious son. She took him and hurried to put him to bed. Once the little guy was full, he easily got sleepy and didn't cling to Li Rouge anymore. He was carried by Pandai and fell asleep before they even got home. Oh, today's children are so pitiful. When she couldn't see them, she could pretend not to know. But seeing the child's hunger so clearly, she couldn't help herself. Maybe starting tomorrow, she could secretly give little Baozi some water? While Li Rouge was worried about little Baozi, Wang Juhua sat on their doorstep, excitedly gossiping about Li Rouge. Li Rouge offered her a stool, but she waved it off, saying she preferred sitting on the doorstep, looking as if to say, "Don't disturb me," and continued, "I heard that the Zhang family is doing quite well in the city. Otherwise, why would Li Rufa be so showy? She didn't even pretend the other day. Why was Li Rufa being mentioned here? Just a moment ago, she was hiding inside, feeding little Baozi, like a thief, and hadn't really paid attention to what Wang Juhua was saying." Fortunately, when Wang Juhua gossips, she does it with great seriousness, covering everything from start to finish without skipping any details. The mother and daughter had almost understood everything by now. The story goes that a matchmaker came to propose for Li Rouge. The other party's last name is Zhang, and they live in the county town, definitely city folks, and the person is a formal worker at a cotton spinning factory. With such conditions, as long as the person isn't foolish or has any disabilities, why would they come to the countryside looking for a wife? It puzzled everyone that this person came from a good family. According to those who saw him, he was also good-looking and tall, and he didn't seem to have any issues. So, does that mean Li Ruxia and Li Rufeng both liked the man named Zhang Hua? But the matchmaker was there for Li Ruxia, and the main family couldn't let that happen. Before Zhang's father and son left, the two families got into a fight. Later, it was said that Li Fuyo and Zhang Xiuying even became relatives, because Zhang Xiuying also had the surname Zhang. They figured that they must have been family 500 years ago, so it made sense to strengthen the ties by marrying Li Rufeng to Zhang Hua instead of Li Ruxia. Li Rufeng was Zhang Xiuying's biological daughter, while Li Ruxia was born to Song Hohat. Both mothers were eager for their daughters to enjoy a better life in the city. At that moment, it didn't matter which family was which. The second family wasn't as easy to control as the third. Why should Li Ruxia get to marry into the city, while their daughter, Rufeng, couldn't? Besides, with Li Ruxia's looks, anyone would prefer to marry their daughter Rufeng. Zhang Xiuying relied on having many brothers in her family, and the Li family didn't dare to confront her. When things got really heated, no one would listen to reason. Eventually, it was said that the old man Li, who was lying on the bed, got furious and shouted for Li Fuyo and Zhang Xiuying to divorce and send her back to her family. That's when Zhang Xiuying finally settled down. That day, the old man's house was damaged, and it still hasn't been repaired. It is said that his anger made his condition worse. Seeing that Wang Juhua was getting dry-mouthed from talking, Li Rouge quickly brought her a bowl of water. And, drink some water first. By the way, I want to ask, which girl did the Zhang family end up getting engaged to? Li Ruxia, of course. In the end, your grandfather had the final say. I heard he almost smashed the bed with his cane and said he would kick your second uncle's family out of the Li family courtyard, which is why your second aunt finally calmed down. Well, that's a bit unfortunate. If that family had chosen Li Rufeng, this situation might have actually worked out. Because in terms of looks and character, Li Rufeng was definitely better than Li Ruxia. So, Li Rouge always felt that this matter couldn't just end like that. There might be a sequel. However, she was still officially the granddaughter of the Li family and the cousin of those two girls, so she couldn't openly say she was waiting to see the drama unfold. But the joke came sooner than expected. The next morning, just after everyone finished breakfast and tidied up, Li Rumei hurried over with a message. Uncle San, Aunt San, my grandmother asked me to come and tell you that today someone from Ruxia's in-laws is coming to give gifts, and you should go over early to help out. In the countryside, engagements are important and usually involve 2 ceremonies for the marriage to be official. The first is a small ceremony, also known as the engagement ceremony, and when it's time for the wedding, there is a larger ceremony. Then, both families sit down to discuss the details and set the wedding date, making the engagement nearly certain, and everyone just waits for the wedding feast. If the engagement has only been agreed upon verbally and no ceremony has taken place, it is not secure, and either party can back out at any time. So, what Ruxia claims as an engagement is merely a verbal agreement. The ceremony has not yet occurred. Last night, Wang Juhua stayed at their house until her father returned, but she didn't get to the main point. Seeing Li Rumei still standing there, looking as if she didn't know their family, Sun Fengqin smiled and said, "Got it. I'll go back and tell your grandmother that we will definitely go over early to help." Isn't that nice of you, going over early to help? Old Lady Li still thinks of her as that naive girl. Whenever there is something to do at home, she acts as if she must take on all the work herself. Li Rumei was startled by Aunt San's sly smile and finally came to her senses. Now, Uncle San, Aunt San, and even Li Rouge and Li Rui are no longer as easy to push around as when they all lived in the same courtyard. Her grandmother actually wants them to go over early to help out? Does she not want Ruxia's engagement to go smoothly? Thinking about that possibility made Li Rumei smile again. It would be better if it didn't work out. She and Li Rufa are real sisters, and of course, She hopes her older sister can marry into the city. Watching Li Rumei's ever-changing expressions, Li Rouge couldn't help but laugh to herself. Everyone used to say this girl was clever, and her family thought she was good, but in reality, she is just a 14 or 15-year-old girl who knows a few tricks. Due to the rain, the production team has been busy since today. So, Li Fubin still has to go to work. According to Su Xuanli, it is too late to plant grains, so they will plant beans, sweet potatoes, and potatoes that can fill the stomach. In fact, planting sweet potatoes and potatoes is already over a month late according to the seasons. The commune has planted some sweet potato vines and potato seedlings, hoping that the frost will come a bit later. If it does, maybe they won't end up with nothing. If there aren't enough sweet potato vines and potato seedlings, they will plant cabbage and radishes instead. They can still plant those even if it's a month late, as there will be enough time. They can't let the land go unused. That's why Su Xuanli is going to the commune today to deliver gifts, not for himself, but to help Li Jiazhong get more sweet potato vines and potato seeds. Otherwise, while they can plant cabbage and radishes, it won't be enough to fill their needs. After a couple of drinks, Comrade Li Fubin promised Su Xuanli that he would go with him and help secure more seeds for Li Jiazhong. So, before Li Rumei could finish speaking, Mr. Li ignored her and went straight to the team office on official business. The third uncle's family has changed. They are no longer as easy to bully as before. Before this conversation, Li Rumei had told Li Laotai and her mother, Zhang Xiuying, but no one believed her. They all said that if they heard Li Ruxia had secured such a good marriage, they would surely regret letting her go. Her grandmother even said they should wait for the third uncle's family to come and apologize. Look at how the third uncle didn't even want to listen. He left before she could finish speaking. Is that how someone goes to apologize? Li Rumei looked at her family with a sense of grievance, and compared to her fear of the third uncle, she was now even more afraid of the third aunt. I just came to deliver a message. Whether you go or not is up to you, she said quickly before running off, as if she would be hit by her third aunt if she didn't hurry. Today, everyone in the Li family courtyard was dressed nicely, with Li Laotai even wearing new clothes that are usually saved for the new year. That top is made of thick velvet, and despite the hot weather, she didn't seem to mind. Since the third son's family moved out, the remaining members of the Li family looked quite good from their clothing. Both Li Laotai and Li Laotu are very proud people, and they enjoy hearing others say their family is doing well. So, every new year, Li Laotu would instruct Li Laotai to buy some fabric for each household to make 1 or 2 new outfits. Of course, the family of Li Fubin did not receive such treatment, as they considered that family to be their servants and not deserving of the same privileges as the masters. When Li Fubin was young, his family had just moved to Lijiazwang, and Li Laoshi pretended to be a caring father. Later, feeling secure and thinking no one would question the past, he revealed his true nature and stopped pretending to be kind. As a result, Li Fubin's difficult life became worse day by day. The couple was confused and thought it was because they hadn't given birth to a son. The Li family, not understanding the truth, shared this belief. So when Li Laotu and Li Laotai favored the eldest branch, even Li Fuyo and Zhang Xiuying felt that if they had not only given birth to Li Ping'an, they would not be worse off than the eldest branch. After all, the older brother and sister-in-law were so lazy. Their laziness was indulged by Li Laotu and Li Laotai. In this family, the eldest branch did the least work but received the most benefits. Especially the 5 sons of the eldest branch, who were never shortchanged. Of course, among the granddaughters, Li Laotu and Li Laotai favored the 2 granddaughters of the eldest branch even more. Can we blame them for being biased? The 2 daughters of the eldest branch took after their mother, with figures that suggested they could bear children. Otherwise, how could Ruxia marry into the commune, with her husband working at the grain depot? Although he wasn't a formal worker, it was still better than relying solely on farming. Now Ruxia had caught the eye of a city dweller, and Li Laotai and Song Ho-Hot were thrilled. Especially Song Ho-Hot, who would wake up early to do her makeup. Without eyebrow pencil, she would use whatever was available like a fire stick or matchstick. When Sun Fengqin and her daughters arrived and saw Song Ho-Hot, they were so shocked they almost ran away. Oh my, is that a person or a ghost? What is that smell? If you say it smells like snowflake cream, it also had a sour odor like sweat or someone who just took a bath in a pickle jar. Li Rui knew that Ruxia used snowflake cream all the time. When the girl mentioned it, she wrinkled her nose, saying, "It's because she's dark-skinned. No matter how much she applies, she still looks dark." Then she gets mad at her older sister, thinking it's because her sister is too fair that it makes her look darker. Now it made sense. Since Ruxia had snowflake cream, Song Ho Hot must have applied a lot today, otherwise the smell wouldn't be so complicated. And those two thick black eyebrows? The daughters guessed what she used to draw them. It looked like she had drawn two big caterpillars, almost bringing them to life. "Aunt, I just discovered today that you have a talent for painting," Li Rouge said, giving Song Ho Hot a thumbs up. Since Li Ruxia's engagement was set, Song Ho Hot started walking with her head held high. When she looked at others, especially Sun Fengqin and her daughter, she had to glance down. With her head held so high, one might think she had a neck problem. Hearing Li Rouge praise her, Song Ho Hot tucked her hair behind her ear, and just as she was about to give a smile to the mother and daughter, she remembered the time she was beaten. "Get to work quickly. When the guests arrive, you three should stay back, so you don't embarrass Ruxia." After some time of recovery, if there were a scale, everyone would surely have gained several pounds. Once a person's weight returns to normal, their face may not be overly plump, but their complexion is definitely different from before. Seeing Sun Fengqin like this, it was impossible for Song Ho Hot not to feel jealous. Sun Fengqin was applying eyebrow makeup, using cream, and even dabbing her lips with red paper. Before Sun Fengqin arrived, Song Ho Hot thought she looked pretty good, at least better than Zhang Xiaoying. But upon seeing Sun Fengqin, she thought she was seeing things. How could this person have changed so much? Gained weight? Looked fairer? It was as if she was seeing the Sun Fengqin who had just gotten married, but no, she seemed even more beautiful than back then. Even though Sun Fengqin was younger at that time, her skin wasn't as good as it is now. Back then, Song Ho Hot was jealous of Sun Fengqin's looks and often tried to trip her up because of it. Later, under the pressure from her and old Lady Li, seeing the flower-like Sun Fengqin turn into a withered branch, she finally let go of her jealousy. Then, when Sun Fengqin couldn't have a son, Song Ho Hot felt even less jealous. But after seeing her today, the fire of jealousy ignited again. She wondered how Sun Fengqin had returned to her former self. No, it felt like she was even more vibrant than when she was younger. How could someone get younger as they age? Without Song Ho Hot saying anything, just the way Sun Fengqin looked at her made it clear that the small mirror her daughter bought in Prosperity Town didn't lie. She really had changed. This was all expected, as their family had been drinking well water from her daughter's space and occasionally washing their faces, with her daughter secretly adding some water from the space when she wasn't paying attention. Haha, compared to her mother, what could you compare? With that old face of yours, even if you applied a whole bottle of cream, it wouldn't make a difference. Since the three daughters came to watch the show, they can't leave now. However, it's impossible to ask them to work. Rouge Roy, you two are about to start school. Why not take this chance to ask Debeo for advice? Hearing their mother's hint, the sisters agreed and ran off to find Li Debeo. Upon hearing this, a few people stopped their complaints. Grandma Li puffed her cheeks and angrily asked, "What? Do you still want to support those two, who are a burden?" "A burden?" Sun Fengqin said coldly, displeased. "That's not right. Our daughters are the hope of both me and Fubin. They can't be a burden." After scolding Grandma Li, while everyone exchanged glances, Sun Fengqin continued, "By the way, Fubin also said that now we are in charge of our own family and must not let the kids suffer. Look, the two daughters are about to start school, and Roland will be moving back soon. Life is really looking up." If Sun Fengqin wanted to annoy someone, she could do it effortlessly. Grandma Li was so angry she was breathing heavily, wanting to ask why Li Roland was moving back, but she was too upset to voice her thoughts. Then, Zhang Xiaoying suddenly exclaimed, as if realizing something, and laughed, "What? Roland was sent back? Oh my, how could this happen? Roland is known as a good girl far and wide. How could she be sent back? If the second sister-in-law says so, then it must be true. Sun Fengqin laughed too, but her laughter was much more genuine. At that moment, Jang Ling came out of the house, glanced at Zhang Xiuying, and said with a chuckle, "Some people are not happy with their own lives and wish for others to be unhappy. Those kinds of people deserve to be unlucky all their lives. Otherwise, do you think heaven is blind?" Her words were quite satisfying. Sun Fengqin turned to Zhang Ling with a smile. "Zhang Ling, your father and brothers asked us to bring you something nice, and your sister-in-law made some little clothes and shoes for your baby. Since they returned late yesterday, they hadn't had a chance to call Zhang Ling out. Today, they happened to come over, so Sun Fengqin brought the clothes and shoes that Li Rulan made for Zhang Ling's child. In fact, Li Rulan also prepared a lot of food for Zhang Ling, but that couldn't be given in front of everyone. Here, Sun Fengqin handed the small cloth bag to Zhang Ling. Take it inside, and let the child try it on. It should be a bit bigger. Your sister-in-law said that children grow quickly at this age, so it's better to make it larger, so it can be worn for 2 years. A child who has lost their mother feels touched when someone cares for them unexpectedly." Zhang Ling took the bag, her eyes a bit red, and replied, "Thank you, Auntie, and thank you to my sister-in-law too." She turned to walk away, but paused to look back at Sun Fengqin and added, "Thank you. Haha, no need to thank us. We are family. You don't need to thank your sister-in-law. She is your family too." With just a few words, Sun Fengqin had brought Zhang Ling to their side. "What does it matter if your daughter-in-law is difficult? Does she even listen to you?" Song Ho-Hot was furious at Sun Fengqin and also at Zhang Ling, her face twisted in anger. Old Lady Li was also upset. She had thought the cloth bag was something for her, but it turned out to be clothes and shoes made by Li Rulan for Zhang Ling's child. Ungrateful people, the old ones are disrespectful, and the young ones are too. They are all just like animals. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get to work. Old Lady Li was acting like a boss, probably forgetting how Sun Fengqin could be when she was angry. Sai, the original character, was too easy to bully. When she got angry a couple of times, people assumed she was just upset, thinking she was usually easy to handle. "Mom, you know I just got back last night. It's a long journey of over 200 miles. My feet are tired. I can't stand for long." As Sun Fengqin spoke, she tapped her thigh and added, "Speaking of which, Roland married so far away, it's really thanks to you and my sister-in-law. Are you saying your family is just here to eat for free?" Both daughters had been sent away, and now she was complaining about her feet hurting, clearly not wanting to work. Song Ho-Hot chuckled. "What? Are you blaming me and Mom for helping Roland find a good family? Haha, isn't your family close to Zhang Ling? What more do you have to say?" Of course, she had more to say. "Not at all. Our family never takes anything for free. That kind of shamelessness is something only Liuxia would do." All right. Hearing Sun Fengqin mention Liuxia, especially at a time when the Zhang family might come in, Song Ho-Hot quickly waved a white flag. "Then can you sit and pick vegetables? You can't say your hands hurt too, right? Picking vegetables is fine. Otherwise, why would I be here?" She came to pick vegetables, and it's not tiring work. Otherwise, she wouldn't just sit and watch the show, right? Before Sun Fengqin sat down, she pretended to remember something, placed the bamboo basket she was carrying down, and pushed it towards Grandma Li. "By the way, Mom, on our way back, we picked a lot of mushrooms and wild vegetables for you and Dad. Look, they're fresh." To show the whole village that the three of them didn't come empty-handed, they carried a large basket of wild vegetables and mushrooms, which Li Rouge and Li Rui had been carrying. The two sisters were short, and when they reached a crowded area, they stopped to talk to people, intentionally showing off the wild vegetables and mushrooms. After the rain, many wild vegetables and mushrooms appeared on Dakingshan, but none were as large as the ones the Li sisters had collected. The wild vegetables had just started to grow, so there weren't any big ones around. The three of them listened to the villagers express their admiration for Grandpa Li and Grandma Li, and hearing everyone say their family was filial made them feel accomplished. Once they entered the courtyard, Li Rouge quickly reduced the basket of mushrooms and wild vegetables to half, fearing Rui would notice, and casually handed the basket to her mother. Sun Fengqin had just tried to hide the contents of the basket from Song Hohot and Zhang Xiuying, but now she passed it over with sweet words, which also pleased Grandma Li. Since last winter, everyone had gone months without eating fresh vegetables. Of course, some families had dried wild vegetables last summer and fall, so they could stretch their supplies for a few months. However, the Li family had fewer workers and more mouths to feed, and whenever there was any dish on the table, it was quickly snatched up by the main house. The second house wasn't at a disadvantage either. They didn't dare to grab food at the table but would secretly take it. The mushrooms they collected were also secretly sent back to their mother's house, and while drying in the yard, Zhang Xiuying often stole some for her family. With the family not united, this led to their dried mushrooms and wild vegetables never being enough compared to others. During such times, Grandma Li would often scold Sun Fengqin and her sisters, calling them incompetent for letting the mushrooms they gathered disappear so quickly. Because of Zhang Xiuying's stealing, the original family members had faced a lot of beatings and scoldings over the years. Grandma Li, who was blind to the truth, later knew there was a thief in the house but still blamed them. Thinking about this makes Sun Fengqin angry. They shouldn't get these mushrooms and wild vegetables. Sigh, she has to do this for the villagers to see. Old Lady Li has been craving these things lately. This year, fewer people in her family are picking mushrooms and wild vegetables. These lazy ones eat twice as much as they work. Old Lady Li shot a fierce glare at Zhang Xiuying, knowing full well that this woman and her two daughters had also gathered vegetables, but they all went back to her mother's house. The little they brought back was just for show. Of course, even so, she wouldn't say anything nice about Sun Fengqin and her daughters. However, she quickly moved to grab the basket and headed inside. Mom, you need to pour that basket out for us. We need these things, Sun Fengqin shouted at the back of Old Lady Li's head. Got it, as if I could hide this broken basket from you, she huffed. Poor people are just poor people. They treat a broken basket like it's something valuable. After chatting with a few old women from the Li family, Sun Fengqin glanced over at the stove, curious about what big dishes the Li family was preparing today. Oh wow, what did she see? They really were making a big meal, even cutting a pound of meat. Seeing Sun Fengqin staring at the piece of meat, Huang Chui quickly covered it up, as if she could hide some of it from her gaze. They were already tired of eating meat. She wouldn't think much of that little bit. Besides the pound of meat, there seemed to be a few eggs, and in the wooden bucket, there was a sound that suggested there might be fish. With just these few items, how could they host guests and feed dozens of people at home? Was this really Song Hohot's idea of a big meal? It seemed like Sun Fengqin and her daughters wouldn't be getting any food today. They probably hadn't prepared anything for them. They were just called to work. Sun Fengqin didn't want to help them anyway. Realizing this, she started to slow down, picking up a piece of water celery and examining it as if she were reading its fortune, taking her time to pick just one. Seeing her like this made Zhang Xiuying and Huang Chui, who usually didn't get along, whisper to each other in frustration. Aunt, did you see that? They're not here to help. They just want to eat for free. Yeah, as if they think they can eat for free. Just wait until old Zhang's family leaves. They'll be kicked out, one replied. Exactly. Why should we do the work while they eat for free? Hearing this, Sun Fengqin stopped pretending and stood up, brushing off imaginary dust from her clothes. She said loudly, since you all feel this way, I might as well not do this job anymore. Sooner or later, I'll be kicked out anyway, right? The two people had been speaking quietly, and no one expected Sun Fengqin to hear them. They were a bit stunned now. It's fine. Zhang Xiuying pulled Huang Chui and nodded toward the door. Does she really want to leave? She's just trying to scare us. Huang Chui peeked outside and saw Sun Fengqin standing there. She snorted. If it weren't for my grandfather thinking too much and worrying about the Zhang family, we wouldn't have lost anyone. Otherwise, who would let them come? The show hadn't even started, so why should she leave now? Anyway, the mothers had eaten a hearty breakfast. Later, they could go home and make some big oil pancakes for the two daughters and cook a little wild chicken with mushrooms. Wouldn't that be nice? As if she would care about those few simple dishes. Besides, with Li Debao's clumsiness around, the guests might not even be able to compete with him. Seeing Li Debao's being pulled out by his little girl, sneaking glances toward the kitchen while Xiao Rui whispered something in his ear, Sun Fengqin wanted to stay and watch the show even more. Hee, their family's eldest daughter is up to something again. At that moment, Li Fugui and Li Fuyo, who had gone out to greet guests, led a group of people into the courtyard. And just then, Li Ruxia, who had been hidden away, finally stepped out of the house, catching everyone's attention. No need to ask, these people must be from the Zhang family, or else why would Li Ruxia personally come out to greet them? At this time, Song Hohot also came out from the house, but when she saw Sun Fengqin, she immediately became furious. She wanted to shout at her for coming out, but it was too late. The guests had already entered the courtyard. So, she shot her a fierce glare, quickly changed to a smile, and nervously went to greet them. Li Rouge quietly leaned closer to her mother and whispered, "I just went to see old Li. Oh my, he looks so thin I almost didn't recognize him. Mom, do you think he knows about those things?" "I guess so. And it seems like he's the only one who knows. Did you see old Li's wife? She looks so pleased. It doesn't seem like anything bad has happened." The Zhang family had now arrived, and the mother and daughter finally stopped their quiet chatter. A large group of people came in, and among them were 6 people the mother and daughter had never seen before, clearly visitors from the Zhang family. It has been a long time since they came here, and this is the first time seeing the elderly ladies from the Li family, along with Li Ruyun from the main house and Li Rujia, the eldest daughter from the second house. The people being welcomed included Zhang Hua and his son, along with a middle-aged woman with a stylish short haircut, who is Zhang Hua's mother, Song Min, and a young girl, his sister Zhang Shan. Oh wow, what a small world. At this moment, Li Rouge realized that among those 6 people, she had actually met one of the men before. Last time they met, the girl next to him was not named Zhang. If her father were here, he would surely remember this person. They had encountered a man and a woman while in the car, and the girl's name was something like Xiaohong. Yes, Tang Xiaohong. She forgot the man's name, but it must be this one because he had a distinctive look. In this day and age, couples are not allowed to hold hands, so this person is quite bold to be involved with 2 at once. At that moment, Chen Baozhen also noticed Li Rouge because he felt a pair of eyes on him. When he looked over, he saw a somewhat familiar face. Wasn't that the girl who sold wild vegetables in the car? Remembering that he was with Tang Xiaohong that day, Chen Baozhen quickly looked away, thinking she might just find him familiar and not recognize him. Yes, she definitely didn't recognize him. He was wearing a new outfit that Zhang Shan had bought for him, which was different from what he wore that day. Seeing Chen Baogen's avoidance, Li Rouge understood that he had recognized her. That day they were carrying wild vegetables, and she hoped he wouldn't admit to knowing her. Otherwise, she would have to find an excuse to keep him from talking about it. She had already guessed the identities of the 5 people, and the last one, judging by her attire, was a woman with her hair in a bun, looking quite polished, resembling an old matchmaker. No need to ask, this old matchmaker must be the one they referred to. What was her name again? It seemed Wang Jihua mentioned she was nicknamed Chen Kuailei. This person was not the main focus today, so the mother and daughter quickly shifted their attention to Li Ruxia's partner. Just as Wang Jihua said, Zhang Hua, at first glance, really didn't seem like someone who couldn't find a wife. Standing at 1.75 meters tall, with a build that was neither too fat nor too thin, and although he had a bit of a shifty look, he was quite fair-skinned. Isn't there a saying that goes, a fair face hides 100 flaws, especially since this person isn't that unattractive? So this situation is even stranger. Sun Fengqin noticed that Song Min's expression was off and leaned in to whisper, "Daughter, look at Zhang Hua's mother's face. Does she look like someone here to arrange a marriage for her son?" "Mom, if your son were to choose a daughter-in-law like Li Ruxia, would you be happy?" "Of course not. I would have to be blind to travel all the way to this poor place to find a lazy and greedy woman for my son. So, don't you think their marriage arrangement is a bit odd?" "It is a bit strange, but what do you think they want?" At this point, Both mother and daughter couldn't help but turn to look at Li Ruxia, and they nearly burst out laughing. This girl, for some reason, had her hair in 2 big braids today, folded a few times, and tied 2 large flowers at the roots with pink ribbons. If she were a young girl like their little Rui, that hairstyle would look nice. But is it really appropriate to dress like that when you're about to get engaged? However, seeing Li Ruxia's shy expression and her face covered in powder, one could guess she thought she looked like the most beautiful girl in the world today. What a waste of those gray striped pants. The floral top was something they had never seen before, so it was likely new. This family was known for their hard work, always earning the most production points in the team. The other family, besides the 3 older sons, had very few members who contributed, and with the couple's points, the Li family could avoid owing money to the production team. So, by the end of the year, when it came time to divide the money, they hardly had anything left. A big family would only get a few dollars back, so how could they afford to splurge like this every year on new clothes? Despite the older couple not spending lavishly over the years, they still spent more than the average rural family. But where did their money come from? Thinking about the 2 missing gold bars. While Li Rouge was lost in thought, she didn't realize someone was watching her. Zhang Hua's mother also had the surname Song. Although Song isn't a common surname, it was quite a coincidence that she shared a name with this unattractive and foolish woman. In Song Min's eyes, the unattractive and foolish woman was Song Ho-hot. Seeing her dressed like a kitchen god that had been burned, Song Min wished she could just turn around and leave. Thinking of her husband's advice, she held back her emotions and didn't let herself explode in anger. However, when she saw the 3 women, mother and daughter, standing nearby, her eyes lit up. She quickly pulled her daughter and whispered, "You came to the blind date that day. Were those people also from the Li family?" Zhang Shan followed her mother's gaze and shook her head. "I didn't see those women that day. They must be some relatives of theirs." "Then go ask them. That young girl looks quite nice, at least she's not unpleasant to look at." "Mom, don't forget Dad's advice." Worried that someone might overhear them, Zhang Shan just nodded at her mother. It's so frustrating. They haven't even made any commitments yet, and they're already spending so much money, wanting your brother to settle for someone like that. The unpleasant person mentioned by the mother and daughter didn't think they were unpleasant at all. They were quite pleased, gazing affectionately at Zhang Hua. She had waited until she was 19 at home, hoping for a man like him to appear. Seeing Li Rufa peeking through the door, Li Ruxia felt a sense of pride. Her mother said she could have sons, and with that alone, she felt superior to both Li Rufa and Li Rulan. Oh my, her partner was so fair-skinned, and his hairstyle was the trendiest, with a stylish side part and slicked back. Seeing Li Rufa peeking through the door, Li Ruxia felt a sense of pride. Her mother said she could have sons, and with that alone, she felt superior to both Li Rufa and Li Rulan. Oh my, her partner was so fair-skinned, and his hairstyle was the trendiest, with a stylish side part and slicked back hair. He was truly the kind of man who deserved someone like her, Li Ruxia. She suddenly asked, "Who is this girl?" After some time of care, Li Rouge had grown quite a bit taller and no longer looked like a 10-year-old girl. However, she also didn't look like a young woman, standing at about the height of a 13 or 14-year-old girl. Girls from rural families often got engaged early. She suddenly asked, "Who is this girl?" After some time of care, Li Rouge had grown quite a bit taller and no longer looked like a 10-year-old girl. However, she also didn't look like a young woman, standing at about the height of a 13 or 14-year-old girl. Girls from rural families, but if someone did, she wouldn't let them off easily. "This is my second daughter." Sun Fengqin smiled at Song Min and added, "What? Are you from the Women's Federation?" She actually wanted to ask if she was here to check on them, but thought that might sound too harsh, so she changed it to the Women's Federation. It seemed that, but if someone did, she wouldn't let them off easily. "This is my second daughter." Sun Fengqin smiled at Song Min and added, "What? Are you from the Women's Federation?" She actually wanted to ask if she was here to check on them, but thought that might sound too harsh, so she changed it to the Women's Federation. It seemed that country folks really didn't understand the rules. She asked. Sun Fengqin ignored the glares from Song Ho-hot and Li Fugue, chuckled, and continued, "So you can think of us as just passers-by or ordinary villagers." Hearing this, Song Min indeed lost interest in the mother and daughter. First, the girl was too young, and second, this family was already separated, so they were of no use to her. Turning her face, Song Min looked at Song Ho Hot and finally gave her a smile, saying, "I thought this girl was from your main branch." Song Ho Hot rolled her eyes at Sun Fengqin and her daughter, then turned to Song Min with a flattering smile. "We don't have such an unruly girl in our main branch. This girl argues with everyone, and just the other day, she almost drove her grandparents crazy." Li Rouge didn't care about her image in front of these people, but she didn't want Song Ho Hot to speak ill of her in front of her. Although what she said wasn't wrong, if the truth about her actions were revealed, it would have been enough to upset the elders. "Aunt," Li Rouge interjected, taking on a confrontational stance, and shouted, "You can ignore my worth to elevate your own daughter, but you can't blame me for the laziness and greed of Li Ruxia." "Who is lazy and greedy?" Li Ruxia finally couldn't hold back and was about to shout, but when she saw Zhang Hua looking at her, she quickly lowered her head, blushing, and said quietly, "Rouge, you're still young. As your older cousin, I won't act like you. Look how sensible Ruxia is. Fengqin, you should keep an eye on your daughter." Song Ho Hot pretended to be cultured, looking at Sun Fengqin, trying to downplay the situation. Suddenly, it seemed that the upcoming events wouldn't be interesting anymore. This family clearly had a purpose for being here. This engagement banquet was definitely not simple. Next, the family waited for the results. Sooner or later, this situation would reach a conclusion. Otherwise, it would end badly. As for Li Ruxia, the future mother-in-law, it was uncertain if she would ever become part of their family, so there was no way they would let her in. Although the mother and daughter had only seen the beginning of this drama, they could almost guess the ending. They decided to take this opportunity to teach Song Ho Hot a lesson. Thus, comrade Sun Fengqin turned to her daughter and said with a hint of sadness, "Rouge, go call Rui over. I think we should head home. Otherwise, we'll end up doing all the work and still get blamed for ruining their good fortune." There were many onlookers inside and outside the yard. Li Rouge, with red eyes, replied, "All right, we've already paid our respects to my grandparents. Since Auntie doesn't appreciate us, we can avoid trouble." Little Rui, who had been hiding, then came out, holding her mother's hand with one hand and carrying her basket with the other. The three of them walked out of the Li family courtyard, their backs appearing forlorn under the sympathetic gazes of the crowd. "Wow, Song Ho Hot is really too much. They brought so many vegetables, yet she wouldn't even let them have a bite of leftovers," said a neighbor from next door, who had seen the basket full of mushrooms and wild vegetables and was quite tempted. Of course, with the way Li Laosen and Sun Fengqin acted, even if they stayed, they wouldn't get anything good to eat. If they couldn't have a decent meal, at least a bit of soup would have made their visit worthwhile. Song Ho Hot usually puts on a show. In reality, among the daughters-in-law of the Li family, she is the worst. "Do you really think she's a good person?" Li Rouge secretly agreed with the neighbor's comment. Indeed, the eyes of the public are sharp. Moreover, with Song Ho Hot's poor acting skills, she relied on her position as the eldest daughter-in-law and the fact that she had given birth to several grandsons to elevate her status. Over time, she truly believed she was clever. If it weren't for her excessive worry about her daughter's marriage today, she probably wouldn't have scolded her in front of so many people. Earlier, they had been arguing at the door, and the onlookers were gathered there, so they could hear the loud commotion but not the normal conversation. Therefore, when the mother and daughters left, what they said to Zhang Hua was surely unheard, or else the crowd wouldn't have felt so sympathetic towards them. "What did you ask Mother-san?" "Xiao Rui will definitely roll her eyes at you and hum a little. She didn't say anything. She was just trying to get back her basket from Grandma Li and wasn't even there to help mother and second sister." Here's what happened. Comrade Sun Fengqin felt a bit wronged leaving like that, so before she left, she glanced at Zhang Hua and said, "What a pity, such a nice young man, but he's blind." Then Li Rouge saw Li Rufa looking sadly at Zhang Hua and added for her mother, "Yeah, if it were me, I would never let go of such a good girl like Rufa and go for Li Ruxia." I really don't know what they see in her. The whispers between the mother and daughter were so loud. Were they trying to be discreet or speaking for everyone to hear? Especially Li Rouge's comment about not knowing what they see in her, which was said very loudly, almost like a reminder to everyone that they should think about what their family has to offer. What do they see? They think my daughter can have sons. You can't even have a son. I know she's just jealous of our family. Ho-hot, what are you saying? The third daughter-in-law doesn't understand, but you should know better. Li Fugui pretended to scold his wife, but he was really speaking to the Zhang family. Zhang Xingli kept smiling foolishly, as if he hadn't heard anything, but when Mother Sin left, he wondered if he had overlooked the family of old Li's third son. No matter what everyone thought after they left, the three of them achieved their goal. As soon as the three of them stepped out of the Li family's gate, they pretended to be serious, but once they were far away, they laughed happily. Next time we go back, I'll make you pancakes and a little wild chicken mushroom soup.
Great.
I love the pancakes you make, Mom. Xiao Rui replied cheerfully, thinking about Li Daba's greedy expression, and suddenly covered her mouth, giggling. Mom, second sister wants me to tell Li Daba all about today's meals at their house. Haha, I bet when the food is ready, he'll sneak off with that bowl of meat. Because Li Rui told him that little meat wasn't enough for his uncle, why should he get it? Being an outsider? Then Li Daba angrily said to wait and see who the most important person in the family really is. Oh my, her little sister, haha, they were just laughing at them. The mother and daughter didn't want to laugh on the street, but they couldn't help it. Their little Rui always completes her tasks with flying colors and surprises them from time to time. Fengqin, Rouge, and Rui, wait for me. Just as they were trying to hold back their laughter, they heard someone calling them from behind. Sun Fengqin and Li Rouge recognized the middle-aged woman calling them, but couldn't quite place her at first. Fortunately, Li Rui quickly shouted, Annie, and they remembered who she was. Old Lady Li had surely given birth to many children in her lifetime, but she only had 2 daughters left. As for her sons, others might say there were 3, but in reality, there were only 2. Years ago, families had many children, and if a child passed away, they would just bury them without much thought. Old Lady Li once mentioned that she had 4 daughters and 5 sons, but 2 daughters and likely 2 sons had died. Her eldest daughter, Li Shuiying, was a few years older than Li Fubin and should be around 45 now. Perhaps because they were close in age, or maybe because good things come from humble beginnings, Li Shuiying might have been unaware that her beloved third brother was not actually from their family. Before Li Shuiying got married, life was easier for Li Fubin because he had an older sister who cared for him, often saving him some food or scraps to mend his clothes. When 17-year-old Li Shuiying married, a 12 or 13-year-old Li Fubin cried sadly, knowing that his sister would be far away and wouldn't be able to care for him anymore. These memories were shared with Sun Fengqin by the original owner of her body. It seemed that Li Shuiying didn't receive much favor from old Lady Li, so she didn't marry well. However, another aunt from the Li family, Li Xueqing, was said to be favored because she was the youngest daughter, which is why she married into the town. After receiving these memories and seeing Li Shuiying's worn clothes and pale face, Sun Fengqin quickly hid her earlier hostility and smiled, asking, Sister, when did you come back? I came back yesterday, with Xueqing. I heard your family went to Yunwu Mountain to see Roland, so I didn't visit you, Li Shuiying replied. Just moments ago, with so many people around, she almost didn't recognize her sister-in-law due to the commotion. The changes in the third younger sibling are quite significant, and the 2 children have grown a lot since last year when she came back for New Year's greetings. This year, due to the drought, everyone is having a tough time. Not only does she have nothing to give her parents, but even if she did, she wouldn't have the strength to walk back. So, on the second day of the new year, the 2 elderly aunts from the Li family, along with Li Xueqing and her husband, came back. I remember that Li old lady scolded Li Shuiying quite harshly at that time. These memories come to mind without Sun Fengqin needing to think about them. As a result, her attitude towards Li Shuiying improved a bit, and her smile became more sincere. We just got home last night, and didn't know the eldest sister was back. Otherwise, her father would definitely have gone to see her. I know. Fubin probably doesn't know I'm back yet, Li Shuang replied, then quickly asked, why didn't I see Fubin today? Where did he go? Her father and Captain Su went to the commune to get sweet potato vines this morning. They should be back soon. By the way, eldest sister, would you like to come to my house for a bit? No, after we finish entertaining the guests, we need to go back. It's rare for her to come back and not see the third younger brother. After a sigh, Li Shuang looked around to see if anyone was watching them. Noticing no one was paying attention, she quickly took out a 1 yuan bill from her pocket and handed it to Sun Fengqin. This money is what I saved. I heard your family is split up and the eldest sister can't help you much. Take this. You can't save on oil and salt. No need, eldest sister, we have. What do you have? The eldest sister knows Fubin is proud, and you're sensible too. Just take it and don't shout. Someone is coming over. Now everyone can eat enough, and more people are out and about. Worried that someone might see her giving money to Sun Fengqin, she thought if this got back to her mother, she wouldn't be able to return to her family anymore. After saying this, Li Shuang hurried away, not giving Sun Fengqin a chance to respond. What could she say? That money felt a bit too hot to handle. Mom, my aunt is actually quite nice. Look at how thin she is and how poorly she's dressed. I wonder how she saved that 1 yuan, Li Rouge remarked, watching the retreating figure. Yeah, let's wait until your father comes back to discuss it. Otherwise, we can send him to her house to see if they can make up for it, especially since your father. In her brief life, Sun Fengqin glanced at her eldest daughter and swallowed her words, only saying, this eldest sister has also given him warmth. As soon as the 3 women returned home, Comrade Li Fubin rushed in and shouted, why are you 3 back so early? You must not have found any food, right? Haha, hurry up and make something to eat. I still have to go to the city with Rouge later. Hearing that there was more to do, Li Rouge guessed it might be related to the big corn in their space. Her father mentioned that the corn looked plentiful and each ear was large and full. He suggested that they could take some to the village as seeds, which might yield better results than ordinary seeds. Since her space upgraded, she couldn't see or hear the outside world anymore. Li Rouge was anxious to plant seeds in a few acres of land, hoping that she could see and hear the outside again. With both father and daughter in a hurry, they didn't have time to prepare the stewed chicken with mushrooms, so they settled for fried flatbreads and just a little vegetable soup. While eating, Li Fubin listened as the mother and daughter described the Zhang family's appearances. That was all they knew about them. Other details were hard to guess. By the way, Sun Fengqin remembered Li Shuang and glanced at her daughter, who was focused on her soup. Worried that Li Fubin might not remember who she was talking about, she added, today, when we were coming back, the eldest sister caught up with me and gave me $1. Hearing the words eldest sister, Li Fubin paused for a moment, but soon memories that didn't belong to him surfaced. He recalled a small figure who would secretly give him food whenever he returned home from work. Sometimes it was a potato, sometimes a sweet potato, or half a flatbread, and occasionally a wild duck egg or bird egg. Before she got married, the eldest sister was the hardest worker in the family, often gathering pig feed. Whenever she found something edible, like wild duck eggs, bird eggs, or wild fruits, she would sneak them back and give them to him. If there was nothing else, she would quietly cook some wild vegetables, add a bit of salt, and serve them to him. So, even though life was still tough before the eldest sister got married, there were moments of sweetness. Listening to Li Fugue and Li Fuyo, it seems that the original person was raised by the eldest sister, who is only 5 years older than him. So it's likely that when the old couple brought him back, he was already 2 or 3 years old, and the eldest sister was 7 or 8, definitely old enough to remember. She probably felt sorry for him, as she is one of the few kind-hearted people in the Li family. Li Fubin suddenly thought of this and shook his head. After all, Li Fuyo is much older than him. If Li Shuang knows about his background, then surely Li Fuyo does too? But over the years, it seems Li Fuyo definitely doesn't know that he isn't his real brother. Even Li Fugue only found out later. I have something to do today. One day, let's all go visit the eldest sister and bring her some food. As soon as Li Fubin said this, the sadness that had rushed into his heart suddenly faded away. So, was the original person causing trouble again? Hearing that he wanted to bring food to the eldest sister made him feel relieved. Not bad, at least he has a kind heart. Meal times are short, so there's no need to talk about the Li family matters. After the two of them came out, Li Fubin told his daughter about his interesting experience at the commune today. Thanks to Zhou Xiaoyang's friend, I was able to complete my tasks smoothly today. I heard that person was his old leader and, after retiring, came to our commune. Newcomer? What position does he hold? If they have an acquaintance in the commune, maybe her father could become a village official. She thought her father would be perfect for the role of brigade secretary. Since Lu Chongxi's family has already moved to the commune and is occupying the position of brigade secretary, if they had a connection, it wouldn't be impossible to replace him. Li Fubin didn't know what his daughter was thinking and replied, "He's a deputy secretary. It seems he got injured, his leg looks a bit off, and he walks with a limp." A deputy secretary? As long as there is a deputy in front of a position, things can get complicated. Li Rouge asked with a hint of disappointment, "Who is the secretary? Is he easy to talk to? When I went today, I only saw Deputy Secretary Zhao. And when I mentioned my name, he was very friendly and said he had heard of me from Zhou Xiaoyang. He also said that if he could help us without making mistakes, he would." "Really? That sounds good. He seems reliable." The image of that person gradually became clearer in Li Rouge's mind, and she affirmed that Zhou Xiaoyang was indeed someone trustworthy. The reliable person was currently sweating while doing the final test. That day, Uncle Li seemed to really like his bicycle, so he had gathered some parts over the past few days and finally assembled a somewhat used bike. Since he could put it together himself, there was no need to buy a new one. Haha, it was finally a success. In a couple of days, once the roads improved and weren't so muddy, he could deliver it to Uncle Li. If Zhou Xiaoyang knew that the person he was going to meet was currently in the county town, right in the sugar factory's residential area, he might regret taking the bike apart again. The father and daughter went to the sugar factory's residential area to visit Shen Wanlin's home. They were grateful for the old man's help during the exchange of wild vegetables for grain, and they couldn't just take advantage of him. This time, they mainly came to find Feng Yuanan for wheat seeds and to explore ways to turn the wild chickens and rabbits in their space into money. They now knew that the black market was controlled by Feng Yuanan. While they didn't have to worry about safety when going to the black market, they had a new concern. If they sold a lot of their catch there, how would they explain it to Feng Yuan, and if he found out? So, with a lot of game hidden away, the father and daughter had to consider the sugar factory's residential area, as it was known as a wealthier area among the locals. In reality, there weren't really any rich people there. It was just that the sugar factory offered decent benefits and higher wages, making life a bit easier for everyone. As they walked, they visited the restaurants they had been to before, leaving behind some game at both places. They didn't sell much, just 20 yuan at one restaurant, before quickly stopping. Then they went to the textile factory, found Shu Pao, and exchanged for a good amount of fabric before heading toward the sugar factory. The father and daughter had to return soon, so they were in a hurry, moving quickly from place to place. Fortunately, the father and son no longer had to take unnecessary detours. They were familiar with the area and could go wherever they needed. They didn't dare sell too much in the sugar factory's residential area, but the residents here were indeed wealthy. They sold wild chickens for 1.2 yuan each, and the elderly women didn't even haggle. They just bought one for each household. The wild rabbits were heavier, and at first, the father and daughter thought they could sell them for 1.7 or 1.8 yuan each, as that was the price at the two restaurants. Later, seeing how generous the people here were, they decided to sell their goods for just 2 yuan each, since they didn't have much left anyway. If someone bought wild chickens or rabbits, they would also give a handful of wild vegetables. Those who didn't buy, of course, didn't get anything. The two baskets were filled with live animals, and they could only fit a little wild vegetables in a cloth bag, so they didn't take out much. They didn't sell any even if others wanted to buy. After the rain, those who were a bit more diligent could take a bike to the suburbs on their day off and quickly return with a basket full. At this time, selling wild vegetables for 5 cents a handful was considered quite good. However, The father and daughter's buy one get one offer made everyone happy. Now they had meat and enough vegetables for stir-fry or soup, which was nice. In the end, the father and daughter sold 10 rabbits and 17 wild chickens in the factory housing area, earning 40 yuan before stopping. Now, when they went into the city to sell things, they were no longer as carefree as before. They dressed carefully and wore makeup. So, when they changed their clothes and washed off their makeup and walked past everyone again, those elderly ladies who had just bought wild chickens and rabbits from them didn't recognize them at all. The father and daughter exchanged smiles, like visiting relatives, and went straight to Shun Wanlin's house, leaving behind a rabbit, a chicken, and half a basket of wild vegetables and mushrooms. Of course, the Shun couple wasn't the type to take advantage of others. Even though the father and daughter insisted they didn't want anything, they still ended up taking a pound of sugar and a nearly new raincoat. Most people living in the area where the Shun family resided were officials, and Zhou Xiaoyang's house was not far from theirs. The father and daughter had deliberately avoided this area while selling, mainly because they considered that the Shun family lived here and didn't expect to run into Zhou Xiaoyang's family. Otherwise, Zhou Xiaoyang might have crossed paths with them while testing his bike. This way, Boss Li missed the chance to give Zhou Xiaoyang the bike he wanted. Otherwise, he could have ridden it home. On Zhou Xiaoyang's side, when he saw his sister-in-law happily returning with a wild chicken and a rabbit, he just glanced at her without much thought. His sister-in-law even boasted about her good luck that day, saying she had bought 2 from a father and daughter selling wild game. In the early 1960s, it wasn't as strict about personal sales as it would be a few years later. So, occasionally running into people selling things in the family area didn't seem unusual at all. As long as no one reports it, the people will turn a blind eye. Last time Zhou Xiaoyang came, he met someone selling pork for only 6 or 7 dimes a pound, but the seller was charging a whole yuan for it. However, the amount of meat available was not enough. With 2 people needing 2 tails of meat each, the seller had to cut whatever piece was available. It was good for everyone to see and choose, so even though the pork was expensive that day, many families still bought it. At that moment, the father and daughter, who had just missed Zhou Xiaoyang, were at Feng Yuanen's house, bargaining with him. Li Ruge's corn had already been shelled, and she had successfully done it using her mind. Now, it seemed that anything related to her space could be done with her thoughts. However, when they wanted to know the yield of the 2 acres of corn, they were a bit confused. While her thoughts could shell and move the corn, they didn't have a scale to weigh it, and it seemed the space had no solution for that. So they decided to wait until they saw Feng Yuanen again, as he would surely have a large scale. If necessary, they could borrow it from him. With this in mind, when they were selling their catch at the restaurant, they noticed a large scale and asked to borrow it, offering 2 yuan to take it. The 2 acres produced nearly 7,000 pounds, which meant over 3,000 pounds per acre, a yield that would only be possible decades later. Li Fubin was eager to weigh the corn to see how high the yield from his daughter's space was. Once he found out, he was truly amazed and thought, since the corn yield was so high, could it be used as seed? Perhaps the seeds from his daughter's space would also produce high yields when planted outside. Li Rouge didn't understand much about farming, so she thought it would be better if her father had the space. Then, sitting at Feng's house, sipping the sweet water made by Feng Miaolon, they discussed terms with Feng Yuanen. They wanted good corn seeds, offering 2 pounds in exchange for 1 pound of his wheat seeds. At first, Feng Yuanen was reluctant, believing that business shouldn't be based on personal feelings, and he felt that such a trade would put him at a disadvantage. After some discussion, in the end, Feng Yuanen, who was not concerned about friendships, agreed to trade 2.5 pounds of corn seeds for 1 pound of wheat seeds, considering they had shared meals and slept together, and importantly, they knew the Jiang family. Although this exchange meant he was at a loss, when he saw the samples the father and daughter brought back, he no longer felt he had lost out. In the end, the father and daughter kept 50 pounds of corn and exchanged it for 20 pounds of wheat seeds. On their way back to the village, they quickly planted the seeds. Corn would be ready to harvest in just over 20 days, so the wheat wouldn't take too long either. Delaying even a day could mean losing many pounds of food, so they needed to plant quickly. Feng Yuan generously gave them some vegetable seeds, providing a full assortment of nearly every vegetable they could name, all packed in bags. This trip was not in vain. As soon as they returned to the village, Li Fubin, without even stopping for a meal, went to Su Xuanli's house to say he had obtained 2,000 pounds of early corn seeds. Indeed, he knew Li Fubin was not an ordinary person. Su Xuanli, puffing on his big pipe and smiling with wrinkles all over his face, was happy but also worried. Fubin, our team account only has a few dozen dollars left. How will we pay for the seeds? Li Fubin had already guessed the situation in the village and the state of the team's finances. He quickly replied, "We don't need to pay for the seeds right now. I've already talked to them. If our corn seeds are truly early corn, we won't have worked in vain. When we harvest, we'll give them 2,400 pounds, which is just a little over 2 taels per pound. How does that sound?" "That sounds good. Otherwise, our land will just sit empty. I went to check it at dusk, and it's all overgrown with weeds. We can't let people go hungry while leaving good land unused." Su Xuanli was a sensible person. He was willing to lend you 2,000 pounds of good corn seeds without asking for a penny upfront, taking a risk that might not even yield a harvest. Even if it did, he only wanted 2 taels as interest, which wasn't much. And it wasn't just the corn seeds. Feng Yuan also agreed to exchange 400 pounds of wheat seeds with their family, and Li Fubin contributed another 200 pounds to the village. The conditions were the same. When autumn came, they would give a little over 2 taels per pound. Because of this good news, Su Xuanli managed to sleep well for once. He woke up early, thinking about how to arrange for Li Fubin in the village, specifically what position to give him. He is quite capable. Last night, he was already thinking about this matter before going to bed, but before he could figure out what to do, he fell asleep. How about making him the deputy team leader? That position is currently vacant in the village. Originally, Lu Changxi wanted to promote Li Changqing, thinking that if Mr. Li was happy, he would help the village more in the future. Mr. Li is an elder in the village, and whether or not Li Changqing is promoted, he can still assist. The more Su Xuanli thought about it, the more he felt that the deputy team leader position should go to Li Fubin. This way, he could handle all the outside matters in the future. "Old man, where are you going?" "The meal will be ready soon," Li Dachuan quickly asked when he saw the man putting his pipe away and heading out. "I'm going to Lu Changxi's house. I'll eat when I get back," Su Xuanli replied as he walked out. Li Dachuan realized that Lu Changxi had already moved to the commune, which was about 10 miles away. Was he really going there on an empty stomach? "Chunsheng, hurry, take these 2 pancakes to your dad," Li Dachuan said, quickly spreading some sauce on the pancakes, rolling them up with some green onions, and handing them to his son. Su Xuanli walked out with the 2 large pancakes, eating as he went, and ran into Li Fubin coming over. What was Li Fubin doing so early? Of course, he was there to borrow a cart. They needed to deliver 1,000 pounds of corn seeds to Feng Yuan today and bring back 2,000 pounds for the village. If they didn't take the cart, how would he and his daughter manage to pull things out of their space? It was possible to do it that way, but it would be more troublesome. They would have to find a place to take out the seeds, and like last time, his daughter would watch while he made up stories with Feng Yuan. Then his daughter said, "If only we had a horse cart or even a donkey cart, we wouldn't have to worry about this. We could just take it directly." Her words reminded Li Fubin. "Right, we don't have a horse cart, but the team does. Tomorrow I'll talk to Su Xuanli. This is for official business, so he will definitely let us use the cart for a day." So, Li Fubin came early, not only solving the cart issue but also managing to snag a large pancake to eat. However, as Su Xuanli turned around, Li Fubin suddenly remembered something. He pulled out an oilcloth bag from his pocket, which contained half a roasted chicken wrapped in large leaves, still warm, and handed it to him. Su Xuanli. No wonder he came so early. He brought him a snack. Li Fubin's action was like a sign of encouragement, almost like a boost of confidence. Without mentioning how Su Xuanli placed half a roasted chicken on Lu Changxi's dining table, He eventually convinced Liu Changxi, who was reluctant, to agree to appoint Li Fubin as the deputy team leader. Since Liu Changxi rarely stayed in the village and only visited occasionally, Su Xunli managed all the affairs of Li family village. He was a smart person. For small matters, he made decisions himself. However, for significant issues, he preferred to handle them personally rather than letting anyone else take charge. After working alongside Su Xunli for many years, Liu Changxi was quite satisfied with their partnership. He would rather offend others than let his relationship with Su Xunli become too strained. Thinking about the eggs and wild vegetables that Li Changqing and his wife had sent yesterday, Liu Changxi gritted his teeth and instructed his wife, "Please go back to the village and return everything that Li Changqing sent. Just say that the matter didn't work out." As soon as Su Xunli entered, Chen Xiaozhen listened to their conversation while working, understanding the underlying complexities. She wondered how Li Fubin managed to win over Su Xunli and why he brought them half a roasted chicken for this matter. However, knowing Li Fubin's unfortunate situation and that he had left with nothing, she wasn't worried about Su Xunli receiving anything valuable. Suddenly, she recalled Sun Fingqin's appearance. For so many years, that woman had always kept her head down and never spoke to her. Chen Xiaozhen had forgotten that Sun Fengqin was quite attractive when she was younger. "Old Liu, do you think Su Xunli might have a crush on Li Fubin's wife? Maybe they are already involved? Otherwise, why would he work so hard to speak for Li Fubin? With someone like him, how could he become the deputy team leader? Don't talk nonsense. Su Xunli is not that kind of person." Liu Changxi replied, but he couldn't help but wonder why Su Xunli was helping Li Fubin so much if there wasn't something in it for him. Having lived in the same village for so many years, everyone knew each other well. With someone like Li Fubin, how could he be bullied by an entire family if he were truly capable? Although Liu Changxi noticed that Li Fubin seemed to have changed and was more articulate during their last meeting, a person's true nature doesn't change easily. When Li Fubin's family lived in the village, they often heard stories about how even Li Ruxia treated her uncle's family like servants, and Li Debeos, being a younger generation, almost looked down on Li Fubin's grandfather. Liu Changxi had some doubts about Su Xunli, but he knew he couldn't let those thoughts reach their family. Otherwise, how could he continue working with Su Xunli in the future? Su Xunli had connections in the commune. Otherwise, why would he willingly give up power all these years? Thinking about this, Liu Changxi reminded his wife a few times, "When you get back to the village, you can tell Li Changqing about Su Xunli's support for Li Fubin, but don't mention anything else. After all, that's just your guess. If Li Changqing and his wife don't bring it up, you mustn't say anything, okay?" "I know, I'm not foolish. Why would I say that?" Chen Xiaozhen replied casually, eager to return to the village, and quickly went to tidy up. Su Xunli, who genuinely cared for the people, never imagined the Liu couple had such petty thoughts. He believed he was doing a great service for the Li family village. Li Fubin had been suppressed by Li Laoshi for many years, but he was definitely a capable person, and no one could deny that. In the future, when Su Xunli felt he could no longer manage, he planned to pass the team leader position to Li Fubin. Unfortunately, Su Xunli's good intentions for the Li family village were misunderstood. People in the countryside often entertained themselves by gossiping about others, pointing out their flaws, which added a bit of fun to their tough lives. Chen Xiaozhen said she wouldn't bring it up, but she could still guide the conversation. Soon, the news spread through Zhang Hong's mouth, and within a day, half the village knew about it. Today, everyone from the 4 production teams was busy planting potatoes and sweet potatoes. Sun Fengqin also worked today. Unlike Li Fubin, she didn't dread farm work. Sun Laoshi quickly adapted to new tasks, as she had been doing this work for years, so it was not difficult for her. Plus, she had a desire to be a farmer, and this was a chance to fulfill that wish. The news first spread among those at home cutting potato seeds and quickly circulated. Among them was Li Changqing's wife, Zhang Hong. Since Li Fubin's family had now moved to the 4th team, they naturally worked there. The gossip began in the 1st team, so Sun Fengqin was still unaware of it by the afternoon. Everyone had lunch at the fields, brought by their children from home, and Sun Fingqin's lunch was also delivered by Xiao Rui. The cornmeal pancakes were made early in the morning, served with pickled vegetables and accompanied by some wild green onions. This meal was neither good nor bad in the countryside, as many families needed to work, and this was a common way to eat. The people who finished their meals first were already done eating, while those who were slower had just started. From a distance, they noticed a group of children seemed to be fighting. Since they were far away, Sun Fengqin didn't realize that one of the children involved was her daughter, Rui. Her daughter had said she would deliver food and then go dig for vegetables with her friends. Although they had plenty of wild vegetables at home, her daughter wanted to work and enjoyed it, so they would go dig. At that moment, someone from the second team ran over to call Sun Fengqin, saying Rui was in a fight and several girls were injured, with 2 against 1. Oh no, her daughter might get hurt. Hearing this, Sun Fengqin immediately ran toward the second team. Didn't her daughter say she was going to dig vegetables with her friends? How did she end up in a fight? The village children weren't overly spoiled, especially the girls. If it were someone else, they might not even care. They would just fight, and it wouldn't be serious. Girls often played rough and would make up soon after. But Sun Fengqin was different. She was protective, and she didn't believe her daughter would start trouble. She ran quickly, and by the time the crowd gathered, she had already separated the fighting children. Seeing Rui's hair messy and her clothes torn broke Sun Fengqin's heart. However, as an adult, she couldn't directly intervene in children's matters. She noticed the 2 girls looked worse than her daughter, especially with blood on one of their faces. It seemed her daughter's nails had done their job. Rui, tell me what happened. Weren't you all supposed to dig for vegetables together? How did this fight start? The girls, carrying baskets, seemed to have come out to deliver food, but somehow ended up fighting. Little Rui stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at the 2 girls her age, breathing heavily, clearly still upset. Oh dear! It pained her to see her daughter so upset. Her little face was pale. When she was alive, she always walked with her head down and didn't dare to look directly at anyone's children. In her memory, she had only seen those 2 little girls once, but she didn't remember them well. Looking at the 2 girls who were avoiding her gaze, Sun Fengqin felt they looked familiar, but she just couldn't recall whose children they were. Seeing her daughter sulking and silent, she turned to the 2 girls and asked, "So, why did you 2 fight with my daughter, Rui?" It was 2 against 1. It seemed she needed to start teaching her daughter some martial arts. Otherwise, her daughter's temper was even more concerning than her second sister's. During this time, Sun Fengqin had been taking advantage of the mornings when little Rui helped her with the fire to occasionally teach her a few things. She would help stretch her legs and arms to improve her flexibility. Of course, her initial goal in teaching the child martial arts wasn't to prepare her for fights. Sun Fengqin simply wanted her to learn some self-defense moves. Girls, especially pretty ones, should know some self-defense. Her daughter, Rouge, had learned this well. She once impressed everyone in a school martial arts demonstration by easily taking down her male classmates. However, after today, Sun Fengqin had changed her mind. If it weren't for her daughter having some skills, she would have definitely been at a disadvantage in a 2-on-1 fight. Most of the people gathered around were from the second and third teams, but quite a few from the fourth team had also come over. Some had finished eating, while others were still sipping from their bowls. Since work hadn't started yet, many felt that watching children fight wasn't worth it and preferred to rest under the tree roots for a while. They hadn't had a break like this in a long time, working since morning and only getting a moment to catch their breath during lunch. When they heard that Rui was fighting, those from the fourth team, who had a good relationship with Li Fubin's family, were reluctant to come over. The fourth team's area was the farthest from here, and no one wanted to waste their precious break time just to watch kids fight. Then, when the two little girls saw a few people coming from the fourth team, they suddenly felt braver, especially the tall girl, who was Li Daniu, the eldest daughter of Li Chongqing. Her father was the team leader, and in Li family village, everyone knew her grandfather was not to be messed with. Her father had said that their family was different from others with the same surname. Li Dani, who believed she could do whatever she wanted in Li family village, would never take the useless Sun Fengqin seriously. Especially after learning that her father could have been the deputy team leader and might soon become the team leader, only to have the position snatched away by Li Rui's father. The first team was farthest from the fourth team, and this girl came over today just to cause trouble. Those who dare to create trouble are usually bold. Li Danny straightened her neck and shouted at Sun Fengqin, "My mom said you are an improper woman. You are having an affair with the team leader, which is why my dad can't become an official. You dare to do it but not admit it. I say, what can you do to me? Who is this troublemaker's child? And who is her mother?" Sun Fengqin still didn't recognize whose child this was, and was about to go over to ask when someone nearby said, "Li Danny, what nonsense are you talking? How did Zhang Hong and Li Chongqing raise you? You're such a big girl. How can you speak so carelessly?" The speaker was Zhao Dezhuang, the son of the fourth team's cart owner. Today, his cart was driven away by Li Fubin, so he came to work in the fields. Since this matter had spread from the first team, the fourth team hadn't heard about it yet. When everyone heard Li Danny's words, they couldn't say they didn't believe her, but at that moment, they were indeed a bit stunned. The first to react was Zhao Dezhuang, who still remembered the meal that Li Fubin's family had treated him to, and it still tasted good even after all this time. Oh, now it made sense. What kind of family raises such an ill-mannered child? So, this girl is from Li Chongqing's family. That's good. They found the source, and this matter could be handled. Sun Fengqin reached out to comfort her tearful and anxious little Rui, saying, "My dear, do you trust your mother?" The little girl nodded eagerly. "I do. That's why I want to tear their mouths apart and stop them from talking nonsense." "Yes, my dear is right. Since we didn't do anything wrong, and someone wants to blame us, we can only fight back and make them eat their own words." Just as everyone thought Sun Fengqin shouldn't teach her child this way, even if she hadn't done anything wrong, couldn't she explain slowly? How could she teach her child to hit? But before anyone could voice their concerns, Sun Fengqin had already taken Rui's hand and picked up a stick, rushing toward the first team. "Oh my, Zhao Dezhuang, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and find the team leader. Something bad is about to happen." Most people here didn't know how tough Sun Fengqin was. Someone scoffed. What big trouble could she cause? Look how she's been bullied by Li Laotai and Song Hohot over the years. She just puts up with it. This time is different. Didn't you hear what Li Danny said? Li Chongqing's wife actually dared to spread a rumor that Sun Fengqin and the team leader are having an affair. TSK, Zhang Hong really has no filter. Whether it's a rumor or not is uncertain. There might be some truth to it. Wang Juhua came over slowly, not knowing what was happening. Just as she figured it out, she heard the woman's words and chuckled. "Since it's uncertain, I suggest you swallow those words back. Otherwise, be ready to face the consequences." The woman who scoffed at Sun Fengqin was clearly scared of Wang Juhua. She quickly shut her mouth and followed the crowd toward Team 1. Who would miss out on the excitement? Let's go see. Zhang Hong is also quite fierce. Let's see who can outdo whom today. The fields of the 4 production teams are close to each other, but not all of them are used for planting sweet potatoes and potatoes. This is just the amount of sweet potato vines. The potato seeds are limited too. Su Shunli suggested that it would be best if the 4 production teams could meet in the middle so they could help each other look after the crops. During a famine, not only on the day the potatoes and sweet potatoes are ready to harvest, but even when they're just planted, someone might come by and steal them. So, starting today, each of the 4 production teams would send out a few people to patrol at night. The 4 small teams chose the southern field, which was convenient since all 4 teams had land here, and it was not far from the village, making it easier to keep an eye on things. As a few team members were resting, they saw Sun Fengqin rushing toward Team 1 with little Rui and a stick in hand, followed by a large group of people. Those who didn't know the situation thought the mother and daughter were going to confront the people from the Li family courtyard. Of course, many from the small teams had heard about this and guessed that Sun Fengqin was going to confront someone. At this moment, no one was resting anymore. Even though the captains of teams 2 and 3 were calling for everyone to get back to work, no one had the heart to do so. Everyone followed Sun Fengqin, knowing there would definitely be a big show today. A little delay wouldn't matter. The captain of Team 4 is named Jing Chong, one of the few outsiders in Li Jia village, just like Su Xunli. Most of the people left in the village to cut potato seeds are the elderly, weak, or sick, because that work can be done sitting down. As long as your hands are not disabled, you can do this job and earn a few work points. However, potatoes are food, and they are quite delicious. So, some people take the opportunity during lunch to sneak a few potatoes home while cooking or using the restroom. When this was reported to Zheng Chong, it was definitely not a small matter. So, Zheng Chong was going from house to house, trying to find out who had potatoes for lunch. Today was bound to be an unusual day. Due to the drought, everyone had been idle for so long, and on the first day of work, so many issues arose. What Zheng Chong didn't know was that compared to sneaking home a few potatoes, Sun Fengqin from Team 4 was currently leading everyone in a long run. If someone dared to bully her, Sun Fengqin didn't care who you were, especially with the current attitudes towards men and women. Today, she was determined to confront Zhang Hong and make her take back her words. Otherwise, how could they find evidence for such baseless rumors? Sun Fengqin rushed to the first team's field, but instead of finding Zhang Hong, she was met with criticism from Song Ho Hot and Zhang Xiaoying. "Oh my, isn't this our famous sister-in-law? I heard you," and the team leader. "Ah, is it infamous? You two wait for me." Sun Fengqin pointed at Song Ho Hot and Zhang Xiaoying. "Once I find Li Chongqing and his wife, I'll come back to settle the score with you." Zhang Hong was at home cutting potatoes. After all, she was the team leader's wife. With work that could be done sitting, there was no way she would be out in the sun on the mountain. However, Li Chongqing, the team leader, was definitely around. Hearing the commotion, he was unaware of what was happening and was striding over.